Okay, Nerd Squad, it appears there is no delay at all, which is typically indicative of them illegally and criminally shutting off the live stream. But if I recall correctly, the last couple of times this has occurred, they did not shut off the live stream. It is 11:17 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Saturday, January 25th, 2025. This is a consensual recording of Mystic Gwen pursuant to the instructions of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I'm not an employee of the FBI, but I've been authorized to state I am an informant since the last week of June. We're going to begin this recording with a couple of little nuances. One, the FBI has me under instructions to give a tour of my house every 24 hours. That tour is in the preceding live stream around 10:07 a.m. to 10:10 a.m., I believe. Next, I'm going to read basically the same script I've been reading, but we're going to redact all of the time-stamped updates and instead focus solely on the police report from yesterday. Here we go. To the North Everett Precinct, subject, criminal activity report, imminent threat of breaking, entering, and kidnapping, and illegal enforcement of fraudulent orders. This is not breaking news, is it, Precinct of Stalkers? Anyway, here we go. This report serves as formal notification that any attempt to illegally enter my residence at 2120 Highland Ave, number 105, Everett, Washington, 98201, kidnap or otherwise unlawfully detain me, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, particularly if executed on a Friday or during the weekend, will incur a non-negotiable penalty of $10 million. This amount increases to $25 million if these actions disturb my sleep. This includes actions taken directly or through any co-conspirators, including but not limited to Erica and John Owens. Furthermore, any attempt to illegally enforce fraudulent orders against me will also incur the same penalties. Be advised that I am a designated FBI informant under federal investigation, and any such actions constitute multiple felonies, including potential acts of domestic terrorism. Your pattern of rejecting reports to shield your own criminal conduct is duly noted by the FBI, and it will be addressed accordingly. Consider yourselves on notice. This is non-negotiable, and the FBI has my full authorization to act accordingly. Lynette Renee Hansen, a.k.a. Mystic Gwen, January 24th, 2025, time 6:55 a.m. PST. Good morning, afternoon, or evening, whenever you're tuning in. I am Lynette Renee Hansen, also known as Mystic Gwen. This broadcast, airing on January 25th, 2025 at 11:20 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, continues the ongoing public record of a federal investigation into a sprawling criminal conspiracy, a conspiracy that reaches into the North Everett Precinct of the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office, the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, the Department of Children, Youth, and Families, DCYF, and beyond. Let me be unequivocally clear. I am a designated FBI informant operating under their direct guidance. This live stream is not a personal platform. It is a strategic tool in this federal investigation. The delusion of impunity. Addressing Unit 207. Hi, guys. Hi, guys. I like your shoes. And their cohorts. Recent intelligence gathered as recently as the evening of the 21st indicates that certain individuals, particularly those associated with Unit 207 located directly above my residence, are laboring under a dangerous and frankly absurd delusion. They believe they can avoid accountability for their extensive list of crimes. They believe they can keep their jobs, destroy my life, escape the consequences of their actions. They believe that their lies, perjury, fraud, and co-conspirators have somehow shielded them from justice. Breaking news. They are wrong. To the woman in Unit 207 who has been stalking and hacking me since April 2023, and to any others involved, your confidence is misplaced. Your plans are known, your actions are documented, and your time is running out. The success you believe you've achieved through your deceit is an illusion. Justice is coming, and it will be swift and decisive. I'm skipping through some of these updates. Remember, the full script with those updates not redacted is available on Facebook.com/Mystic Gwen Loves Only You. A pattern of criminality, the North Everett Precinct and the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office. This conspiracy is not a series of isolated incidents. It is a pattern of systemic abuse of power orchestrated by individuals within the North Everett Precinct and facilitated by corrupt officials within the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office. Their crimes include, but are not limited to, fraud, the calculated manipulation of official processes, including the fabrication of a DCYF referral by Officer Brandon Gill on July 3rd, 2024, a fabrication made over a month after the fact in August to further the conspiracy to kidnap my sons and retaliate against my demands for accountability, obstruction of justice, the repeated rejection of legitimate police reports, a blatant attempt to shield themselves and their accomplices. Duh. 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 Rewind. Obstruction of justice, the repeated rejection of legitimate police reports, a blatant attempt to shield themselves and their accomplices. This includes their refusal to acknowledge officers holding me hostage before the premeditated kidnappings of my son, and their refusal to accept reports about these kidnappings even after the fact. As of January 20th, 2025, they continue to obstruct justice and reject reports of crimes perpetrated by their officers and their co-conspirators. Deprivation of civil rights, the systematic denial of due process and equal protection under the law guaranteed by the United States Constitution to myself and others, intimidation and silencing of victims, a concerted effort to instill fear and discourage victims from coming forward, facilitating stalking, kidnapping, and further crimes, actively enabling and participating in the stalking of me and the kidnapping of my children, along with a multitude of other criminal acts. Abuse of a disabled minor. To be clear, the FBI is very excited about the convictions you are all looking at for the abuses of a disabled minor. That's not in the script. It's an aside. Abuse of a disabled minor, the intentional disruption of my son's routines, causing emotional distress, particularly to my son with autism, and hindering their development through their campaign of harassment and illegal actions. This abuse occurred over 12 times, despite their being informed of the potential consequences prior to their escalation of harassment, their decision to kidnap my sons, and their attempts to change custody in a deluded attempt to shield themselves from looming convictions. Custodial interference, kidnapping, conspiring with my children's father, a multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, and my extortionist mother to threaten and kidnap my sons. This also includes the neighbors who, according to the FBI, are guilty of stalking me, i.e. North Everett Precinct DCYF, every individual in Unit 207. Snohomish County prosecutors, per the FBI, will all be charged accordingly. Aiding and abetting. The actions of various employees of DCYF and other agencies and institutions have aided and abetted this criminal enterprise. They have been instrumental in furthering the conspiracy through their actions, their silence, and their willingness to follow unlawful directives. The Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, in particular, has played a central and key role in this conspiracy. At least 2 prosecutors within this office are facing federal disbarment, a testament to the depth of their corruption. The events of August 23rd and September 26th, let me be clear about some specific incidents involving law enforcement misconduct. August 23rd, 2024, 2 officers from the North Everett Precinct, along with 2 DCYF employees and Erica Owens, were dispatched to my residence. Their purpose was to facilitate the illegal, premeditated kidnapping of my sons. As another aside, the FBI has so much evidence regarding this beyond reasonable doubt that it's another charge they're very excited to convict many of you with. Back to the script. Their purpose was to facilitate the illegal, premeditated kidnappings of my sons. They refused to take reports regarding the hostage situation or their threats, and they aided and abetted the kidnapping. September 26, 2024, another officer from the North Everett Precinct arrived with individuals identified by the FBI as federal felons. This officer moved private property to stalk me, peered into my living room, and then attempted to illegally enter my home. The inevitable consequences: you have no escape, no immunity. To those who have participated in this conspiracy, from the officers of the North Everett Precinct to the corrupt prosecutors in the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office to the individuals in Unit 207 and their network of accomplices, there is no immunity for your crimes. You will be held accountable individually and collectively for every illegal act, every violation of trust, and every moment of suffering you have inflicted. The woman in Unit 207 who believes she can escape justice by recruiting someone to take the fall for her, your delusion is staggering. There is no escape from the consequences of your actions. You face over 80 years in prison. And your desperate attempts to manipulate others will only add to your crimes. As an aside, this is the woman the FBI feels is largely responsible for the fact that September 15th, there were 27 people facing federal imprisonment. Since December, there's been 7 to 9. Thanks to whistleblowers. Back to the script. To any potential recruits, a stark warning. To anyone considering joining the conspiracy or aiding these individuals in any way, do not be fooled. You will not be shielded from prosecution. You will not be rewarded for your loyalty to criminals. You will face the full force of federal law, and you will share in the consequences. The individuals in Unit 207 are not offering you an opportunity. They are offering you a prison sentence. They are not your friends. They are manipulators who will readily sacrifice you to save themselves. The FBI is watching. The evidence is overwhelming. The only path to potential leniency is to disassociate yourself from these criminals immediately and cooperate fully with the federal investigation. Reiteration of key legal points. I reiterate for the record, no lawful court orders. There are no lawful court orders bearing my name, Lynette Renee Hansen, or Mystic Gwen in existence from 2024 to present date. Any claims to the contrary are fraudulent, and any attempts to enforce such orders are illegal. Lack of personal service. I have not been personally served with any legal documents since February 2023, nor have I filed a notice of pro se appearance in any case. Illegal detention. I remain illegally detained within my own home. Financial damages. The conspirators are liable for substantial financial damages exceeding $14 million as outlined in my tort claim case number 10-500-5934. They are also liable for $100,000 for each day they have illegally detained me since August 6, 2024, and $1 million for each instance of stalking, attempted illegal entry, and attempted enforcement of fraudulent court orders. Instructions and recording. A legal fortress. As instructed by the FBI, my front door has remained closed since January 2nd and or 3rd and will remain closed indefinitely. If any individual attempts to illegally enter my residence, I am instructed to remain seated, aim my cameras and YouTube live stream at the door and windows, say nothing other than to demand $1 million for their attempt to enforce a fraudulent court order. As an aside, per the latest FBI report, which we started out with at the beginning of this live stream, if they come while I'm awake this weekend, I'll be demanding $10 million. If they disrupt my sleep, I'm to demand $25 million. Back to the instructions. Aim my camera, say nothing other than to demand blah, blah, blah. Play the recording dated January 2nd, 2025 on YouTube titled 1-2-11:57 p.m. Greetings to the 36 plus non-immune people currently illegally on my private property. This recording serves as a formal legal notification and, according to the FBI, an irrefutable piece of evidence. As an aside, the FBI has basically said that that recording, paired with any illegal entry or stalking on the exterior, is essentially you pleading guilty just by being present to hear the recording. Back to the script. Live stream protocol section. This is another one that, like the latest updates, I am going to redact, not in whole. I'm just going to read like the first two sentences and then scroll down. I think that pretty much covers it. The rest, everybody understands upstairs. Furthermore, let the record reflect that any interruption of this live stream, absent my explicit oral statement indicating the precise end time and confirming the commencement of a new live stream within 90 seconds or less, constitutes unlawful obstruction of justice and evidence tampering. No consent to strip searches. In the event that the FBI allows my kidnapping, unlawful arrest, or unlawful committal, I will not consent to any strip searches under any circumstances. I'll remain in my current attire until my release. These are the updates that I am just skipping, but again, they are available on facebook.com/MysticGwenLovesOnlyYou, or in the preceding live streams from the last couple of days. You can hear this read aloud with the updates. Conclusion: the end is near. The conspiracy is unraveling. The perpetrators are facing the consequences of their actions. The FBI's investigation is nearing its final stage. To those who have abused their power, obstructed justice, and terrorized me and my family, your time is up. You will be held accountable. To those who have been used and manipulated, you still have a chance to do the right thing. Cooperate with the FBI. To the public, this case is a testament to the importance of vigilance, the power of documentation, and the unwavering pursuit of justice. The FBI has stated that they intend to use my case to set a precedent, and that those involved will reap what they have sown. Thank you. Now, before you go, the current time is 11:35 a.m. PST, but we need to play that greetings recording. And so I'm opening that up, and here we go. It is 11:58 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Thursday, January 2nd, 2025. This is a live stream per the FBI's instructions of my new door greeting that I'm to save and to play for those people who are going to prison that have plans involving, once again, actively stalking me outside of my building. I don't know if this is tomorrow or multiple times over from tomorrow to Wednesday, just that the FBI has informed me to do so. So, in the event that you're hearing this, You're in front of my private property. Stop where you are. You are being recorded. By agreeing to come here, you are agreeing to be charged with obstruction of justice. You are agreeing to be charged with witness tampering. You are agreeing to be charged with stalking. You are agreeing to be charged with criminal trespass. You are agreeing to be charged with ADA violations. You are agreeing to be charged with civil rights violations. You are agreeing to be charged with conspiring with others to deprive me of my civil rights, U.S. Code 42, Section 1985, and any other crimes listed on the signs posted on my property. Let me be clear, you have no immunity for your actions. Any claims of immunity are fraudulent, just like every court order with my names, Lynette Renee Hansen or Mystic Gwen, from 2024 to January 2nd, 2025. The FBI has confirmed that there are no lawful court orders with either of my names from that time period. If you choose to knock on my door or to continue standing on my private property, you are choosing to harass me and stalk me. And if you are attempting to goad me into opening my door to pull off another crime, be aware that you are making yourself personally liable. You will be forced to pay me directly from your severance, your 401k, and any other assets you have that will need to be liquidated. No position, excluding the FBI, has any immunity in this situation. I strongly advise you to verify this information with the FBI, unless you and or your associates are some of the federal felons going to prison for the rest of their lives due to the crime spree of the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters, Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, dwindling Department of Child Abusers moonlighting as child protectors, my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, the extortionist, Anne-Marie et al. If you are unable to get verification on anything you have being fraudulent, it is because of your and their looming incarceration and soon-to-be unsealed indictments. Now get off my fucking private property and refrain from further crimes, as the signs on my exterior have stipulated for over a year. It is now 12:02 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, January.
It is now 11:40 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Saturday, January 25th, 2025. Nerd Squad, I uploaded a selfie of myself from earlier this month with this that is reflecting as the thumbnail. And recall, if you will, that at the end of the preceding live stream, I realized I had cut and pasted the title for the live streams yesterday without amending the date. They were reflected as January 23rd, concurrent with the January 23rd videos. So I amended those to January 24th. Today's is set appropriately to January 25th. The selfie is visible, and I'm going to click on that now and make sure that there is indeed audio.
Legally enter my residence at 2120 Highland. They believe they can avoid accountability for their extensive list of crimes. They believe they can keep their jobs, destroy my life, escape the consequences of their actions. They believe that their lies, perjury, fraud, and co-conspirators have somehow shielded them from justice. Breaking news. They are wrong. In their willingness to follow unlawful directives. Manipulators who will readily sacrifice you
to save themselves. Well, I think we have audio, guys. on that note, I want to be reminded of Jamie Foxx, Mike Tyson, Cisco, Stevie Wonder. Jamie Foxx on Mike Tyson. Oh no, that's not the one I want. Jamie Foxx on Mike Tyson. Jamie Foxx, Mike Tyson, Stevie Wonder. I hate the thong song.
He did. So a big party. He's like, I hate get away from me, thong song. I hate that. Get the thong song. Get out of here. I hate that thong. I hate that thong song. And then all of a sudden, this is when I saw a crack where a girl asked Mike, can I take a picture? Get away from me. You don't want to take a picture. You want to put me back in jail. That's what you want. And we was like, oh, you want to put me back in jail? And he started raging, and the bodyguard was like, yo, Mike. It was like an animal guy. He was like, Mike, just like, no, get away from me. Get away from me. And I literally remember Stevie Wonder not knowing what was going on. He was like, what? And I was like, what are you doing? I could Stevie sit down. It ain't cool. I said, Stevie, you don't want to catch one. Was he smiling? I don't know what he was. He heard that. His notion was to just flee. He had to flee.
I'll take him back to that moment. So
Stevie on the piano.
So I'm gonna do Mike Tyson. What is going on? Give me He walking, but he bumping into it.
He put say that. I need to see what's going on. When he starts swinging, I need to see what's going on.
You can really see. He got real nervous.
What makes it so funny is it's a 100% true story, guys. That's what makes it so fucking funny.
Yourself. So let NerdWallet do the heavy lifting for your finances this year and head over to their 2025 Best of Awards at nerdwallet.com/awards to find the best financial products today.
It had been a close call with Marcy, and Bob still didn't know if he was safe. He talked the whole thing over with his handlers, the carpool buddies, Steve and Marie.
You know, you're scared, and he's scared, and everybody's scared. Anything could happen. We were going to do everything in our power not to make a mistake, because this guy could get killed, just like that.
Given all of this, it was inevitable that Bob started to go down some dark rabbit holes, thinking about the worst case scenarios of how it might end for him.
The only thing I really feared, I didn't fear dying. I feared being tortured. I did not think I would like that.
Well, come on,
Bob
dude.
had once been friends with a gangster named William Butch Petroselli, who'd fallen out of favor with the mob. Bob believes he was one of the last people to see Butch alive. Bob says they had lunch together one day. Butch disappeared a few days later. Months passed without any sign of him. Then Butch's charred body was discovered. He'd been stabbed in the chest, and his body had been burned with a blowtorch.
I'd wake up sweating or whatever because I saw myself being tortured. I kept seeing pictures of Butchie, contemplating a blowtorch to my testicles and things like that. That I was terrified of that.
Bob. Oh my gosh, guys. Maybe I don't like Bob as much as I thought. I thought he was seeking his own atonement. This dude, Godzilla, was giving him nightmares that people were blowtorching his testes, man.
Knew he needed a contingency plan, something he could do to save himself from this fate.
I had contemplated carrying some kind of tablets so I could commit suicide if they caught me. But I just never did do that. And the reason I didn't do that is because I would have gone to hell then. I believe that committing suicide, is one of those sins that you can't do.
You can do it.
It was ironic in a way.
Extinct.
Bob was a man who enjoyed his pleasures, money, sex, power, and he was willing to bend the rules to get all of these things. But in the end, He would not compromise his own moral code to save himself from the most gruesome of endings. Instead, Bob decided to carry a gun. 2 guns, in fact, which was a problem. Here's Bob's handler, Steve Bowen.
Bob was never authorized to carry a gun under any conditions. Did I know on occasion that he had a gun on him? Yeah. And did I do anything about it?
No, because you would have carried a gun too if you were him.
If I was going in to do what we're asking him to go in to do, I'd want a gun on me too.
I asked Bob what his plan was. What would be his move if he walked into some back room and a group of mob henchmen were waiting for him?
I figured if I walked into that room and there's a group there, just start shooting.
When it came to decompressing, Bob didn't have a lot of options. The FBI wouldn't let him gamble. Bob wasn't married. He didn't have anyone he could totally confide in. He never went to a therapist. But he did have at least one form of catharsis: feeding wildlife. Yep, for a while, Bob lived in an apartment on the outskirts of Chicago. It was on the first floor, and Bob liked to open up the glass doors, sit outside, and feed the animals. Birds would come, but what he really liked were the raccoons.
We'd watch them eat and feed, and I'd have a little water gun because I'd have to spray the mother raccoon because she'd beat up on the kids, fighting for the food. But I just enjoyed doing stuff like that.
This image has stayed with me. I imagine Bob, after a stressful day of work undercover, coming home, taking off his coat, setting his gun down on the table, then walking through those glass doors, picking up a water gun, and using it to protect the baby raccoons, making sure they got enough to eat. Bob told me he loved all animals, except rats and snakes.
Why? Because they're dirty little creatures. They remind me a lot of some people. And snakes, for some reason, I just don't like snakes.
Although, he quickly added,
these are God's creatures. All they want in life is to, eat and fool around and, and survive.
Sadly for Bob, eventually he decided that the first floor apartment, it wasn't safe. He just felt too exposed there. So he moved to another apartment on the 4th floor of a nearby building. He still tossed food off the balcony, but it wasn't quite the same. In so many ways, life just kept narrowing for Bob. And now, even the baby raccoons were gone. Bob kept going with his undercover work. There was no way of knowing whether Pat Marcy had felt that tape recorder on his back. So, cautiously, he returned to Counselor's Row, wearing a wire and armed with his 2 guns. His goal was to bribe Marcy once again, to get him on tape agreeing to tamper with the court case. This time, as he enters Counselor's Row, Bob is on high alert. So is his handler, Steve Bowen, who is stationed across the street. Inside the restaurant, Bob has a look around. Almost right away, he sees a mobster named Ernest Rocky Infelice. Rocky was a burly guy, a former paratrooper, with a well-earned reputation for brutality. Bob plays it cool. He makes the rounds, mingling with the regular patrons, and then he sees Pat Marcy.
Pat Marcy was standing there, and when he saw me, didn't say a word, just motioned for me to follow him.
Where to? That's the question. Bob glances about and realizes he can no longer see Rocky, but there's no time to look for him because he's got to stick with Marcy. Marcy heads outside, but instead of just stopping there on the sidewalk, he continues, heading towards a parking garage. Bob's trying to get his bearings, and quickly.
I, right away, was nervous, wondering, this is something totally unusual.
I didn't know where the hell they were going.
That's Bob's handler, Steve Bowen, watching it all play out from across the street.
Whether they were going off in a car, they were going to take him in the restroom and whack him, or whether they just wanted to talk to him in there.
Steve is in a bind. If he intervenes and rushes in too soon, he could blow Bob's cover or start a gunfight. But if he waits too long, Bob might get killed. Meanwhile, Bob has now walked into the parking garage with Pat Marcy. He still hasn't seen Rocky. At this point, he's just going with it.
We walk through the big door where the cars come out, and we walk into a little shitty bathroom. Pat walks in there. I'm following him, and I'm envisioning, I've got 2 guns on it this time. What I'm thinking is I'm walking behind him. This may be a trap. When he opened that door, I'm ready to pull one of my revolvers out and start shooting in case there's people in there. I'm not going to talk. I'm not going to say a word. I'm going to start shooting.
2 guns at the ready, Bob stands there as Pat Marcy pulls open the door to the bathroom.
I can see it's a very small room and there's nobody in there. I can see there isn't. He walks over to the urinal and he takes a leak. Now, he's never said a word to me.
Bob just stands there in the bathroom for what seems like forever.
That's super
He's
weird.
still on the
Follow
lookout
me
for
to the
Rocky
bathroom
or some other
across the
would-be
street in the
assailant
parking lot
who might rush
so I
through the
can
door
pee in
any
front of you
moment.
and not say anything. What the
Meanwhile, outside on the street, Steve can't wait any longer.
It was just me, and I had to go, so I started to go in there after him, and then I was going in. I was going to try to find him and protect him if I had to.
And just then, he sees Bob and Marcy walking back out. Huge sigh of relief. It had all been a false alarm. But to Bob, it didn't seem like a chance occurrence. Not at all.
There's almost no doubt in my mind that they're testing.
I see. So the test is, if this guy's wearing a wire, there's no way he's going to follow me into a bathroom in a parking lot.
Exactly. I mean, I've been dealing with these people for years. He's never done something like that before in all this time.
Bob says he was determined to keep going. His handler, Marie, admired his courage, but she knew how risky this was for him.
Every day that you continue to do this is a scarier day because when should you stop? You need what you need for evidence. You need what you need to make cases. But at the same time, it's becoming the danger is increasing for Bob. This is a human being. This is a person, that has offered to do this and has asked very little of us. And we are putting him in harm's way.
It seemed like for the moment Bob was safe and that Pat Marcy didn't know that the FBI was on to him. But all of that was about to change. Little did anyone know a gigantic story was about to break, thanks to the journalist Carol Marine. More on that after the break.
I was joking with my producer Jacob the other day, who's one of Pushkin's most valuable employees. I hired him to be my assistant years ago.
0.3-inch diagonal touchscreen with Google built-in, based on 2021 models for JD Power 2024 award.
So let NerdWallet do the heavy lifting for your finances this year and head over to their 2025 Best of Awards at nerdwallet.com/awards to find the best financial products today.
Carol Marine had been looking into the First Ward for years. She's the journalist who visited Counselor's Row, got a free cup of soup, and then sent the First Ward guys a fruit basket. She kept plugging away with her reporting. And then one day, her phone rang, and a voice said,
"Go to Counselor's Row now." We speed to Counselor's Row, and what do you know? There is a camera discovered by a busboy inside the bench of a booth that sat across from the First Ward table, connected to coaxial cable up through the rafters, up through the floors, up to the other First Ward office. The feds had bugged the First Ward table.
So, Carol races to break her story about the bug. Meanwhile, Bob is actually en route to meet Fred Rohde, the corrupt alderman, to pay him off for his help tampering with the case. Bob's plan is to meet Rohde at, you guessed it, Counselor's Row. At this point, Bob has no idea that a camera has been discovered at the restaurant. In fact, Bob doesn't even know that the FBI has installed such a camera there. No one had bothered to tell him. And now he was walking right into it, completely blind.
I get out of the car. I start walking on the sidewalk, to go into counselor's row. And I get about halfway from the alley to there.
When he sees Fred Rohde, the corrupt alderman.
Because he was waiting for me, it turns out. When he saw me, he came out and he motioned me to walk across the street with him. And he started walking across the street. Now, I have no idea what's going on at this time. What the fuck is this?
Rohde turns to Bob and breaks the news, tells him about the hidden camera that's been discovered. Bob is floored.
And right away, what the hell? A bug where? What bug?
Bob is legitimately shocked here. He's not putting on a show. He had no idea about that bug. Rohde leads him across the street to City Hall and takes him up to his office.
Now, his office is a huge room. And the ceiling's about 30, 40 feet up. And he's not saying a word now. We're not talking at all as we're walking towards there. We go in the thing, and now I'm thinking in my mind, this is some kind of a trap for me.
Bob tries to calm himself down. I mean, they're not going to kill him in City Hall, right? He had to keep his composure.
When we walk in there, he closes the drapes and hasn't said a word, and then comes over to me and says, "Have you got the money?"
Have you got the money? In other words, game on. Rohde still wants to get paid, which means he still trusts Bob, which means for the time being, Bob is safe.
And I was never so happy in my life to hear, some words. I started counting it out, knowing if I'm counting it, you can hear it on tape. When you're counting money, you can hear it, and I'm saying 1, 2, 3, and I give him the money.
So amazingly, Bob executes his plan. He gets the bribe on tape. But all hell breaks loose when Carol Maureen breaks her story for Channel 5.
For years, it has been rumored that some of Chicago's most interesting political deals have been made at one particular table at a restaurant near City Hall. Tonight, a shocking surprise for the movers and shakers who sit at that table. Federal agents have been watching them through a hidden camera, and Carol has the exclusive details.
Ron, the discovery of the camera seems to have blown the lid off part of a major investigation. For more than 2 years, the Federal Strike Force on Organized Crime has been looking at Chicago's infamous First Ward. Tonight, the story of how part of that investigation has unraveled.
On camera, a lawyer representing the restaurant shows Carol around, takes her over to the spot where the camera was concealed.
It occupied this area right here, Carol, which is not more than a half foot. The machine itself appeared to be a James Bond type device.
It was a busboy a few days ago who, in cleaning, lifted the seat of this booth and, to his amazement and the amazement of his bosses, discovered a very sophisticated camera setup, a camera that was pointed at this corner table, commonly referred to as the First Ward table.
The table where Bob had sat with Pat Marcy many times.
Channel 5 News has learned the FBI is not just interested in the conversations of those who sit at the First Ward table, but this probe is an examination of far more than that. The FBI is looking at gambling in Chinatown, which is part of the First Ward. It is probing any violations of the Hobbs Act, which addresses official corruption. And it is investigating attorneys, judges, state employees, and politicians.
For Pat Marcy and the First Ward guys, this must have been like an air raid siren going off. First comes the news that their unofficial headquarters, Counselor's Row, has been bugged. And now Carol Maureen is telling them straight up that the FBI is investigating their entire corrupt network. So, what do you do when you get news like this? I think if you're Pat Marcy, you take a good hard look at your own people. You consider the facts. Facts like this. Bob Cooley just paid Rohde a bribe. And if you're Pat Marcy, wouldn't you wonder, can we really trust Bob? And if the answer is no, what are you going to do about it? Bob knew his time was almost up, but he wasn't ready to walk away just yet. Bob wanted to track down his old friend, a judge he had bribed long ago, in that murder case that he'd fixed involving the hitman. In many ways, fixing that case had been Bob's original sin, and he felt, even all these years later, that he still had some unfinished business here. Meanwhile, Carol Marine was getting ready to break an even bigger story. Next time on Deep Cover.
For approximately 5 years, a Chicago lawyer has been a government informant, secretly recording conversations with some of this city's movers and shakers. The identity of this informant will come as a shock to some powerful people.
Deep Cover is produced by Jacob Smith and Amy Gaines and edited by Karen Shakurji. Our senior editor is Jen Guerra. Original music and our theme was composed by Luis Guerra, and Fawn Williams is our engineer. Our art this season was drawn by Cheryl Cook and designed by Sean Carney. Mia Lobel is our executive producer. Special thanks to Heather Fain, John Schnars, Carly Migliori, Maya Koenig, Christina Sullivan, Eric.
All that research off your plate?
Meet Pat Marcy and his guys now knew without a doubt the FBI was coming for them, which made Bob's work even more dangerous.
You know, you're scared, and he's scared, and everybody's scared. Anything could happen. We were going to do everything in our power not to make a mistake, because this guy could get killed, just like that.
You might recall, it was Pat Marcy who asked Bob to help fix an infamous murder case back in the 1970s. Bob had agreed to do Marcy's bidding, and he convinced an otherwise clean judge named Frank Wilson to take a bribe. As a result, a reputed hitman, Harry Alaman, walked free. Afterwards, the judge took a beating in the press. Rumors spread that he'd been bribed, and according to Bob, the judge told him angrily, "You destroyed me." All of this old history was now suddenly relevant again. If the feds could prove that this case had in fact been fixed, and that Pat Marcy had orchestrated it, it'd be damning. And Bob hoped this might lead to a retrial of Harry Alaman for the murder of William Logan, which would be a big deal. It would give Bob a chance to right an old wrong. If fixing the Harry Alaman case was Bob's original sin, well, here was a chance to make up for it. But how would the feds prove that this bribe had taken place? Sure, they had Bob's account, but in theory, what would really help was corroboration from the judge himself, Frank Wilson. He was now retired and living out in Arizona. According to Bob's handlers at the FBI, Steve and Marie, they wanted Bob to wear a wire and get the judge on tape. They say Bob was very reluctant.
Because he cared about Frank. He really did care about Frank Wilson. They were old buds. Because Frank was, in Bob's words, a good guy. He had been lured into the mafia's, hornet's nest by fixing a case of a mobster. So Bob was trying to clean that up, I think, a bit with Judge Wilson, but also get him to acknowledge that he had participated in a fix.
It killed him to have to do Frank Wilson. He did not want to do Frank Wilson. He really liked Frank Wilson.
Bob was in a real pickle. He wanted to help the feds build their case, and in a way, it was his case too, because Bob was deeply invested in making Operation Gambad a success. Yet Bob says he also wanted to give the judge a heads up about what was coming, that their backroom deal might soon be exposed. Bob believed there were things the judge could do to protect himself. As far as I could tell, Bob seems to have convinced himself with some magical thinking that he could both expose his friend and protect him at the same time.
There's no way I'm going to be the one causing my friend a problem. I'm trying to help him. I'm trying to keep him from getting into trouble.
But Bob wasn't being fully transparent, because Bob would be wearing a wire, secretly recording their conversation. And, as it turns out, this visit would set off a chain of events that would have profound consequences for both men. At this point, Operation Gambat would be coming to a close soon anyway. Bob knew it, and so did his handlers at the FBI. And so, on top of everything else, Bob also had to start planning his exit, because the man known as Bob Cooley would not exist for much longer. I'm Jake Halpern, and this is Deep Cover, Mobland, Episode 9, The Vanishing. Bob didn't go out to Arizona alone. He invited his old secretary and lover, Catherine Fleming. He hoped her presence might lighten the mood. So Bob settles in at a resort and arranges to have dinner with the Wilsons. Before dinner, Bob wires up. Then he and Catherine go down to the restaurant to find the judge and his wife.
We met. Hi, Frank. How are you? You know, what's going on? And, hey, how you been? Just small talking. And we walk into the restaurant. We get our table.
They have an uneventful dinner together. Afterwards, they take a little stroll out to the parking lot. And we know exactly what's said next because we actually got a hold of the transcript from Bob's secret recording. The conversation among the couples seems friendly. They chat about the weather, what type of suntan lotion is best, and if Bob should visit the Grand Canyon. The judge tells Catherine politely, "Good seeing you again." Then Bob manages to pull the judge aside for a private conversation, and ever so casually, he brings up the Harry Alaman trial. He insinuates that the authorities are looking into it, re-examining it. Bob says, quote, "There's probably about half a dozen people that know the whole story on that, and the trouble is, a couple of them are going to cooperate." Bob is bullshitting here, making up a story about some other guys who are supposedly cooperating. In other words, he's not telling the judge, "I myself went to the feds. I'm the source of all this." Bob goes on to say, quote, "If I ever get called in to testify, I'm going to testify. The only way I can get in trouble is by perjuring myself." He then adds, "Don't worry about me, but don't put yourself in a bad spot by perjuring or something. It's not worth it." And this is his warning to the judge. Bob also reminds him that the statute of limitations is expired on any bribery charges, meaning the judge would, in theory, be safe to tell the truth. Bob then asks the judge, quote, "What are you going to do?" The judge replies, "Don't worry about me." As Bob rambles on, the judge keeps saying, "I don't know anything about anything." He says this 4 times. It's almost like he knows he's being recorded. At one point, Bob tells him bluntly, "I don't want you to get mad at me, but, if it comes right down to it, I'm not going to take the fall." Finally, Bob and the judge walk back to where the ladies are standing. The judge's wife says, "Well, thank you very much. It was just a delight." Bob banters a bit more. He even says, "If I come back, we'll do dinner together. We'll try the same place next time." As far as the FBI was concerned, this was hardly a home run. The judge did not admit to taking a bribe. For his part, Bob felt that he had warned his old friend about what was coming. Though I suppose this was like warning your friend that you just set fire to his house. But maybe the fire was inevitable. For years, Chicago had been a dark hole of corruption. So many cases had been fixed. So many people were complicit. So many lies had been told. All of it just stacked up like deadwood in the shadows. And so if one guy was going to light a match to shed some light on the whole thing, you can be damn sure there was going to be a fire. Several months later, in November of that year, an FBI agent visited Judge Wilson's house and informed him that Bob Cooley was now a government informant and that he had secretly taped their conversation. The FBI agent also told the judge that the feds were currently investigating allegations that he, Judge Wilson, had accepted a bribe. Wilson was then subpoenaed to appear before a grand jury in Chicago in early December. Over that Thanksgiving, Judge Wilson's daughter, Marianne Duncan, remembers getting a call from her father.
He said, things are going to get really bad. He said, they want me to come in and do a trial. He said, if I come in and do a trial, I'll probably have a stroke. And I got off the phone and I had this terrible sense of foreboding. You know that feeling you have when your stomach sort of sinks? I just knew something really bad was going to happen.
Back in Chicago, Marie Dyson and her colleagues at the FBI were getting increasingly nervous.
We were constantly assessing what we had on our cases. Did we have enough? Did we need to get another conversation? Did we with this? I think it was getting to a point with everybody thought, okay, let's start wrapping it up, folks. Enough's enough. We don't need to have overkill, and we don't need to get Bob killed.
Bob was getting ready to pack his bags. It was time. But first, he had to talk with his family, say goodbye to his mother and his siblings who still lived in town. Bob invited them all out to dinner at a fish restaurant. In a way, for the Cooleys, this would be the Last Supper. As the family members gathered, Bob pulled each of his brothers aside and let them in on what he'd been up to. That for the last 3 years, he'd been working with the feds, and that now he had to leave town. Bob promised his brothers that at some point over dinner, he'd find a way to explain all of this to their mother, tell her that he was leaving and why. But he never did.
Why didn't you, tell them the truth at that point?
I know, I just didn't say anything. And and I would assume that, the family, knowing me the way they did and whatever, would know that, and would find out I did a fantastic thing.
In other words, his mom and his entire family would find out the truth soon enough, in the papers and in the courts. And then his mom would know what he'd done, how he'd taken great risks and essentially given up his life in order to clean up the system. Years before, when Bob's father was gravely ill, his dad had beseeched him to straighten out his life, to do something worthwhile. Bob hoped to prove that he had done just that. This would be his redemption story. Bob, the wayward son, the one who always caused so much trouble as a kid, breaking windows and cheating on tests, had finally made good, and people would know it. Or so Bob hoped. So, as dinner ended that night, Bob's mother still had no idea that her son was leaving town. Bob says his brothers were angry at him for not telling his mother and not preparing her for what was to come. And perhaps they understood better than he did just how bad things were about to get.
This year at Pushkin, we've been able to work with some of the world's biggest brands on creating bespoke content. Whether it's a custom episode in partnership with a brand or a creative ad campaign, we want to be sure that our content reaches people. But the ad space is incredibly noisy. How do we ensure our content reaches the right audience. That's where LinkedIn ads come in. With LinkedIn ads, you can precisely reach professionals who are more likely to find your ad relevant, as you will have direct access to 1 billion members, 130 million decision makers, and 10 million C-level executives. You can target your audience by job title, industry, company, and more, ensuring your ads reach the right people for your business. Start building the right relationships and reach your audience in a respectful environment with LinkedIn ads. We'll even give you a $100 credit on your next LinkedIn ads campaign. Go to linkedin.com/Malcolm to claim your credit. That's linkedin.com/Malcolm. Terms and conditions apply.
Nice.
Listener, a new year is finally here. And if you're anything like me, you've got a lot on your plate. Habits to build, travel plans to make, mocktail recipes to perfect. Good thing our sponsor, NerdWallet, is car. Whoa. So here we are. We're driving down lovely winding country roads in the Hudson Valley. I am here with my daughter, Speedy, and we are sampling one of the latest and greatest of BMW's creations. Makes 235 horsepower, range of over 300 miles. Riding in the BMW i4 E40. You know how your toys have batteries? This car has a battery. How do you like this car so far?
Does it go fast?
Oh, it goes so fast.
Let's go.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Whoa! Speedy, was that fast?
Again.
Oh, yeah, okay. In a world full of ordinary, there's a brand that dares to be different. Feel the rush of precision engineering as power meets sophistication.
Nehemiah chapter 4, verse 9. But we prayed to our God and posted a guard day and night to meet this threat. Psalm 10, verse 7. His mouth is full of lies and threats. Trouble and evil are under his tongue. Psalm 55, verse 3. Because of what my enemy is saying, because of the threats of the wicked, for they bring down suffering on me and assail me in their anger. Psalm 55, verse 11. Destructive forces are at work in the city. Threats and lies never leave the streets. Psalm 64, verse 1. For the director of music, a psalm of David. Hear me, my God, as I voice my complaint. Protect my life from the threat of the enemy. Psalm 73, verse 8. They scoff and speak with malice, with arrogance. They threaten oppression. Proverbs 13, verse 8. A person's riches may ransom their life, but the poor cannot respond to threatening rebukes. Jeremiah 11, verse 21. Therefore, this is what the Lord says about people who are threatening to kill you. Do not prophesy in the name of the Lord, or you will die by our hands.
With every turn, it's not just a drive, it's an experience. So buckle up.
There must have been a plan. This was the FBI we're talking about. They don't just put informants on a plane and wish them good luck.
Amen.
I mean, wasn't Bob in the witness protection program or something? Well, that would be the path for your typical informant. But as you know by now, nothing about Bob is typical. Long before his departure, the FBI insisted that he meet with a representative from the witness protection program. A guy actually came to Bob's apartment and gave a whole spiel about what his new life would be like.
At some point, I said, look, I'm not interested in your program. And he said to me, you don't have any choice. And and I said to myself, this This is Bob Cooley you're talking to. I don't have any choice. And that was the end of that.
This didn't really make sense to me, and I asked Bob why he rejected this guy and the protection he was offering.
Because then I would be classified in a lot of people's minds as a rat or a snake, because these are the people that go into witness protection because they're in fear of their own safety and they're doing it to save their own skin.
You're telling me you turned down witness protection program just because you didn't like the branding that went with it, that you'd be a rat?
Well, that was initially my reason, but as I thought about it, there's no way I'm going to be living like I'm in prison of some sorts. I'm in a motel with some strangers. I know how I am. I'm going to do what I damn well please. That's me.
Bob also says that he didn't think the program would actually protect him. He worried that Pat Marcy, who apparently had spies everywhere, would pay someone off or somehow figure out where they'd stashed Bob. So, when it came time to flee Chicago, Bob realizes, shit, he has no real plan. But the feds were a little more prepared. An hour before his departure, they handed him a plane ticket to Fort Myers, Florida.
All they said was, when you land, find yourself a hotel and then give us a call and tell us where you are.
So there he was, on a plane, headed down to Florida, winging it. He didn't even have a gun because he knew he couldn't take one on the plane. And from the moment he lands in Fort Myers, he feels exposed.
I get off the plane, I look over and there's a sign, Marco Island, to the right.
Marco Island was a favorite destination for so many of the mobsters that he knew back in Chicago. In Bob's mind, it was pretty much Gangster Island. A few of these guys even owned property on the island. And now, here was Bob, essentially on their turf. He couldn't believe it. He probably should have thought about this the moment he saw the plane tickets to Fort Myers. But everything had happened so quickly. And now, well, here he was. So, Bob checks into a local motel, calls a number the FBI has given him. Sometime later, an agent shows up, offers to take Bob out to dinner.
Also, be advised, silly little stalkers and child abusers from the Precinct of Fraudsters that was renamed the Precinct of Stalkers a few weeks ago. You can be charged with harassing a federal agent. I don't know who that applies to. Some of the agents on this case are really annoyed with some of you that keep reaching out, harassing them.
Dinner. They go to a nearby restaurant, but first, the agent does something that unsettles Bob.
He walks over, opens the trunk, takes off his gun, puts his gun in the trunk. What are you doing? He says, I never wear my gun when I'm drinking. Here's my protection.
Later that night, Bob's back at his motel.
I'm in this room by myself, with no weapon, no nothing, along with everything else. Yeah, how did I sleep? I didn't sleep real well that night. I probably slept maybe half an hour, if that.
Just a day or so later, Bob was on the run again, heading west to his next hiding spot. Meanwhile, back in Chicago, the shit was about to hit the fan. Carol Marine, the journalist, was still looking into the First Ward.
I'm sitting in my desk at NBC in the newsroom, and a source I hadn't talked to in about 5 years said, Carol, get a picture of Bob Cooley. He is going to break the First Ward.
Carol began to connect the dots, and as she did, she got a sense of the scope of Operation Gambat.
So this is like not just a cascade, it's an earthquake on Chicago politics. I mean, this is a staggering revelation involving a lawyer virtually no one outside of a circle of real insiders knew at all.
Carol
Just
scrambled.
to be clear, I have no idea what this operation is called. Maybe it's called Operation All the Badges. Maybe that's what it's called. It's not that. Remember, the FBI has stated, quote, there will be an exodus at the North Everett precinct. That means there will be survivors. And then the FBI's quote on Unit 207 remains the same as it has been since before they began making actionable their kidnapping premeditated crimes. Quote, they are not nearly as smooth as they like to imagine. Monday, Monday, ba 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 ba, so good for Jews.
Able to find as much as she could, and she broke the story on the evening news.
The Channel 5 News at 10. Tonight, exclusive details of a huge federal investigation into the heart of organized crime in Chicago. For years, Chicago's First Ward has been openly referred to as the Mob's Ward. Tonight, Carol has the exclusive story of the man who apparently infiltrated the ward's politics and its bosses.
Ron, for approximately 5 years, a Chicago lawyer has been a government informant, secretly recording conversations with some of this city's movers and shakers, some of whom have long been reputed to have organized crime connections. The identity of this informant will come as a shock to some powerful people. The man who wore the wire and infiltrated Chicago's First Ward is 47-year-old Robert J. Cooley, a former policeman, the son of a policeman. Cooley became a politically well-connected Chicago attorney. 5 years ago, began to go undercover for the government, taping conversations with Chicago aldermen, state senators, and judges.
And that was it. Bob was outed. The news made a seismic impact. One FBI agent went to City Hall and witnessed an unforgettable scene involving Johnny D'Arco Jr. Johnny was the poet and state senator who Bob had bribed on tape. Johnny Jr. was standing in a phone booth when, apparently, he got the news. The FBI agent would later recount the scene in court, saying Johnny Jr., quote, gasped like he was in pain, almost as if the wind had been knocked out of him. He then fell to the floor, holding his head in his hands, and called out, "Oh my God." Almost right away, a number of newspaper articles were written about Bob. One of them began, quote, most people know Robert Cooley as a fast-talking lawyer, an inveterate gambler, who bragged of his political prowess and said he could fix almost any case. It described Bob as a lawyer who, quote, rarely opened a law book, and instead relied on his friends to answer the most basic questions of law. It quoted a friend of Bob's who said, his reputation was never that of a scholar, but he let it be known that he could occasionally use his contacts to move mountains. The article ended by noting that Bob, the self-proclaimed mover of mountains, liked to gamble and, quote, built up debts to organized crime and feared for his life. Other journalists wrote articles in a similar vein, and soon Bob's life was being condensed into a few simple facts and assumptions. He was a corrupt lawyer and a braggart, a man unversed in the law, an opportunist who flipped to protect himself.
And I'm a basket case when I see this. And I'm envisioning my mother sitting. My mother's in a convalescent home over there, a Carmelite home. And I'm envisioning her watching this, and with all her friends, all her friends are seeing all this, making me out to be the rat of all time.
And the facts being reported weren't entirely wrong. Before he flipped, Bob did owe money to some bookies. But remember, he was mostly off the hook for those debts. And at the time, as far as I can tell, Bob was in no immediate danger. In any case, Bob was absolutely pummeled in the press. He had hoped, perhaps naively, that he would emerge as a hero in the papers, that his dirty past and other shortcomings would be eclipsed by the good he'd done, that his mother would finally see him as righteous. Instead, he came across in print as the rat of all time. Bob wasn't the only one navigating this mess. His brother, Joe Cooley, was a police officer at the time. He told me he had a falling out with some of his fellow officers when they called Bob a snitch. Joe says he didn't care. He was proud of what his brother did. Bob's other brother, Dennis, the former prosecutor, says he also got an earful.
For one thing, I went from Mr. Straight and Narrow, Mr. Nice Guy, to Mr. Your brother's a fucking snitch.
Dennis says his bigger concern was, now that Bob had vanished, that the mob might exact retribution on him and his family.
I was afraid for my safety, and I was afraid for my wife's safety, and I was afraid for other relatives out there, you know. You didn't know. You didn't know how they were going to react. You didn't know if someone was going to come looking for you. Yeah, I was concerned, sure. I'd have been a fool not to be.
Bob says that before he ever left Chicago, he told the FBI how important it was to him that no harm come to his family. Apparently, the feds seemed confident that the Coolies would be okay. As one prosecutor told me, rather surprisingly, they'd never seen a situation in Chicago where the mob had taken retribution against family members. But the feds could make no such promises for Bob. After all, Bob would be the prosecution's star witness in the trials against the mob. Which meant, for the foreseeable future, Bob had a big, fat target on his back and would be on the run for quite some time.
This year at Pushkin, we've been able to work with some of the world's biggest brands on creating bespoke content. Whether it's good thing our sponsor, NerdWallet, is here to take one thing off, sampling one of the latest and greatest of BMW's creations. Makes 235 horsepower, range of over 300 miles. This is your first BMW. Learn more at bmwusa.com.
Before we get back to the story, I want to mention in this last segment, we talk about a suicide. Just a heads up. Bob's role in Operation Gambit was far from over. After all, courts move slowly. It would take years to prosecute Pat Marcy and other First Ward targets. But the process was underway. Prosecutors began issuing subpoenas. They would end up charging at least 24 men. Politicians, lawyers, judges, and cops. In fact, just a week after Bob vanished, on December 6, 1989, the wheels of justice were already turning. A grand jury was convened in Chicago. It was looking into, among other things, whether Judge Frank Wilson had been bribed in that infamous murder case. He had been subpoenaed. On that day, however, Wilson failed to show up in court. If you recall, the judge's daughter, Mary Ann, had been worried about her father when he'd called her a few months back, told her that things are going to get really bad. Then, in February, Mary Ann got a call from her mother, telling her, "Your father has died."
And so I said, "What? How?" I said, "He was okay. He had some problems with his carotid artery." But I said, "He's all right." And she said, "Yeah, well."
As in, yeah, well, these things happen. He was 74 years old and hardly in perfect health. So it wasn't totally surprising that he passed away, at least not initially. But when she got out to Arizona, it was a different story. When Marianne arrived at her parents' house, she got to talking with a neighbor, and he filled her in on what really happened.
He said, "Well, your father took his own life." And I said, "Oh, no, he didn't." And he said, "Yeah, he did." He goes, "I was out, I saw him afterwards."
Days before, the neighbor had heard a gunshot near Judge Wilson's house. He came over and found him. He had shot himself. Marianne says her mother was in denial about what had happened, that she kept on insisting that her father didn't mean to do it, that it was an accident.
And then the second night I was out there at 2:00 in the morning, I see her and she's in the garage where he had done it. And she is on the floor trying to clean up the blood with a toothbrush. And I said, "What are you doing?" And she said, "Well, I just want to clean it up so no one sees it."
Judge Wilson left 2 notes, one for Marianne and one for her mother. She told me that the 2 notes couldn't have been more different.
My note was having me do all these things, to take care of all these matters. Hers was basically, I'm really sorry. I just kind of like, I can't take it anymore. I don't want you to lose the pension. Basically, that was kind of it. I think he said, I love you or something. Which he said to me too, which he didn't say often.
Marianne did the things that she had to do to care for her mother and to tell the members of her extended family.
He was always like the rock of the family. If anyone had a problem, they would go to him. So it's like you don't expect someone like that to commit suicide.
After her father's death, Marianne was in an incredibly difficult situation for so many reasons. She was devastated, grieving, and depressed. There were all the things that she had to do for her family. And on top of that, eventually, the judge's death made the news, along with allegations of corruption, which made it all the harder.
I just wish he had not done that and he had fought, because that's like another thing. When someone does that, that makes them look really guilty.
And in a way, she was left to answer for him, which was an impossible task.
I feel like if there's 2 sides of the story, people can make up their mind. I mean, I just feel like he never got his side of the story.
To this day, Marianne strongly believes that her father is innocent, that he never took the bribe. And I should reiterate, aside from the allegations in this one case, he appears to have been an honest judge. Marianne sent me a newspaper article from the 1960s. The article praised her father's integrity. It even began with the words, "Frank J. Wilson is a man to be admired." It's hard telling a story like this because the judge can't defend himself, can't push back against Bob's narrative, can't offer new evidence or extenuating circumstances. There's just a notorious trial, a death, 2 suicide notes, and a daughter who's doing her very best to make sense of it all.
My dad is dead, and Bob, I don't know where he is, but it just doesn't seem fair.
Bob doesn't remember exactly when he heard the news about Judge Wilson's death, but it was probably a few days after the fact.
And I got a call. I don't remember who called me. Somebody called me. I mean, I broke down. I cried for hours because I felt maybe it's because of me. I felt that way. Maybe it is. And I'm hoping and praying to myself it's because of his own other problems.
This guy corrupted
him. No, that was a real rough go for me. That was a rough go. Just bringing back some bad memories.
Bob says after hearing about the judge's suicide, he got in his car and just started driving. He was staying in Colorado at the time, and he headed into the mountains.
I don't know if I was going to drive off the cliff or what. I was probably doing about, who knows how fast. I was going as fast as I could. And I got pulled over by, no, this is silly. I got pulled over by a trooper, and he was really angry when he came up to the car. He probably saw me looking like I look right now. And I just told him, a dear friend of mine just committed suicide. I have no idea why. He obviously believed me because he tried to console me, and he just sat there with me probably for maybe half an hour and convinced me to go back home.
When he was done telling me this story, we took a break. I had never seen Bob so broken up. It was like he just bottled all of this up.
He corrupted a guy
After
who
he
blew
had a
his
moment,
brains out, dude.
we started
That's what's
back up
going on.
again.
No shit, he's crying.
Have you ever talked to anyone about this? About like,
No, I would. To me, it's something I have to handle myself. And it took a while to get over it, but then it's like like I would tell people, that's last week's news. That's the mindset you have to have. I mean, things I have to live with.
And I kind of got it. There was no looking back for Bob, no dwelling on what had happened. The death of his friend, all the bad press that he'd gotten, the life he'd once had in Chicago, the very man that he'd once been. All of it was last week's news. What mattered now was finishing what he'd begun. What mattered was staying alive to testify in the trials against Pat Marcy and the other targets. What mattered was fixing his original sin and ensuring that Harry Elaman was retried. There was still a chance that some good might come from this, something to justify all that had been lost. For Bob, that's all that mattered now. Next time on Deep Cover, our final episode.
They have nothing but this memory of how they last seen their family member laying on a street full of bullet holes, moaning.
I thought that it's very wrong for judges to get paid off so that hitmen can continue to murder people. Nobody wants to testify because their mothers scream at them that you're going to get murdered.
And they said, you can't go back home. And I said, why? They said, supposedly somebody was on the way out there to kill me.
You're surrounded by agents. They're in bulletproof vests. They've got automatic weapons everywhere. Yes, you are the center of the universe.
Deep Cover is produced by Jacob Smith and Amy Gaines and edited by Karen Shakurji. Our senior editor is Jen Guerra. Original music and our theme was composed by Luis Guerra, and Fawn Williams is our engineer. Our art this season was drawn by Cheryl Cook and designed by Sean Carney. Mia Lobel is our executive producer. Special thanks to Heather Fain, John Schnars, Carly Migliori, Maya Koenig, Christina Sullivan, Eric Sandler, Mary Beth Smith, Brant Haynes, Maggie Taylor, Nicole Morano, Megan Larson, Royston Beserve, Lucy Sullivan, Edith Rousselot, Riley Sullivan, Jason Gambrell, Martin Gonzalez, and Jacob Weisberg. I'm Jake Halpern.
And I started off with all my
Previously on Deep Cover.
Bob Cooley fled Chicago in November of 1989. Bob's life, as he knew it, was over. He had rejected the witness protection program and instead opted to improvise. He took on a new identity and planned to hide out. Meanwhile, back in Chicago, Bob's efforts resulted in charges against at least 24 men, lawyers, judges, cops, and politicians. Chief among them was Pat Marcy, who effectively ran the First Ward, the mob's political stronghold.
So this is like not just a cascade, it's an earthquake on Chicago politics. This is a staggering revelation involving a lawyer virtually no one outside of a circle of real insiders knew at all.
Bob's days as a covert operative may have been over, but he still had work to do. He would be the prosecution's star witness in a series of trials. This was the final stage of Operation Gambat. The goal? Break the chokehold the mob had on Chicago. There's a little story Bob told me that kind of sums up what his life was like after he fled Chicago. And it's about, of all things, furniture.
I started off when I first left town. I started off with all my own furniture and all the rest of it.
And all the rest of it. You know, like a toaster, and a can opener, and a TV. Not just that. Initially, Bob built a little nest for himself. After bouncing around from east to west, he settled down in Richmond, Virginia, and started getting all domestic.
I had met a girl who had moved in with me. She thought maybe we'd get married, but that wasn't my idea. But anyhow, she had just moved in with me about a week before. And I went to Chicago for a trial.
That was the rhythm of Bob's life now. Hide out, keep a low profile, and then every so often hop on a plane back to the Chicago area, show up in court, take the witness stand, and then, poof, vanish again. All told, Bob would end up testifying in 9 trials. Anyway, after one of his court appearances, Bob is ready to head home, back to Richmond, where his girlfriend is waiting for him. But first, Bob needs to stop by an FBI office just to check in.
They had 6 agents standing there with machine guns and with vests on, and they told me to put a vest on. And they said, you can't go back home. And I said, why? They said, supposedly somebody was on the way out there to kill me.
Bob tries to digest all of this. I mean, things were going pretty well for him back in Richmond. But apparently, it was time to move again.
I said, well, I've got some stuff I'd like to get, back home at my house. And so the next day, I flew into Richmond. A couple of agents met me there. We went to the house, and my girlfriend, I forgot her name now, wasn't home. She was at work. And I just packed up a bunch of stuff and left her a note, I got to leave. Something came up. I'm not coming back. Everything here is yours. And I left.
And that was that, the end of one of Bob Cooley's many lives. So he started over in North Carolina, where he stayed until there was another scare, and he had to flee again. It had been 20 years since Bob first got involved with the mob. Ever since then, he had been haunted by his relationship with its political czar, Pat Marcy, and one of its hitmen, Harry Elamon. Now they would both be prosecuted. This was the reckoning, the moment when Bob would have to stare them down in court, tell the world what they'd done, and explain his own role in it all. This would happen in 2 separate trials that took place in the 1990s. These trials would, in many ways, define the success or failure of Bob's mission. And through it all, Bob's main challenge was to stay alive, so he could finish what he started. I'm Jake Halpern, and this is Deep Cover, Mobland. Our final episode, The Witness. Before Pat Marcy was indicted, prosecutors invited him to their offices for a little visit. Tom Durkin was there for that meeting. Today, he's a federal judge, but at the time, he was an assistant U.S. attorney.
Pat Marcy came in with his lawyer. The U.S. attorney explained what the charges would be.
Marcy was older now. He was in his 70s and not in the best of health. And he was in hot water. Marcy was about to be charged on multiple counts, including racketeering, bribery, and extortion. The prosecutors wanted to see if Marcy might cooperate.
And I distinctly remember Pat Marcy saying, "Good luck to you," and standing up and walking out.
In other words, go to hell. So Tom and the other prosecutors had to build their case, and they had a lot to work with. For starters, they had all those secret recordings that Bob had made, which they could play for the jury. These would prove that Marcy had orchestrated bribes. Sure, sometimes Marcy spoke in code, but that's where Bob would come into play. He could get on the witness stand and offer context, almost like a translator decoding mob speak. The prosecutors also wanted to prove that Marcy had arranged to fix court cases in the more distant past, before Bob had flipped, like that notorious murder case back in the 70s involving the reputed hitman, Harry Alaman. The feds wanted to prove that Marcy had schemed to fix that case, that he was the one who'd recruited Bob Cooley to bribe the judge. But proving this would be much harder. Sure, Bob could testify, but there were no secret recordings to back him up. So who could corroborate Bob's story? The judge on the case, Frank Wilson, was now dead. He had taken his own life. And that left only one person, Catherine Fleming. If you recall, in 1977, the year of the Harry Alaman trial, she was Bob's secretary and lover. But she knew very little about his shady dealings.
I wasn't looking to figure it out because it was none of my business.
But Catherine was with Bob at the restaurant when he made the payoff to Judge Wilson. She didn't see the actual payoff or even know about it at the time. But afterwards, the judge had told her, "You look like a nice girl. Stay away from him." Tom Durkin, the prosecutor, felt that if he could persuade Catherine to testify, she could be the linchpin. Everything she witnessed indicated that Bob was telling the truth. Catherine agreed to cooperate, but her family was unhappy, especially her mom.
Oh, she went nuts. She had a fit. Lots of screaming. She demanded that I not testify, that it had nothing to do with me, that Bob was wrong to do this, wrong to involve me. She felt that he was a horrible person. She felt that everyone was using me and the mafia would kill me.
Even so, Catherine felt she had to do something.
I thought that it's very wrong for judges to get paid off so that hitmen can continue to murder people. And nobody wants to testify because their mothers scream at them that you're going to get murdered. And I wanted to do the right thing.
Catherine's testimony would be a huge boost for Tom Durkin and the prosecution, especially because she had no reason to lie. She was just a regular civilian, a bystander caught up in a tangled scheme of corruption. And by testifying, she would, in effect, be taking on the mob. In short, she bolstered Bob's credibility. Big time.
It was remarkable corroboration from a witness who had no motive to lie. I thought that was the best piece of corroboration I've ever had in any case I've ever prosecuted.
So that was that. The prosecution's case was coming together. They had Bob Cooley, they had his secret recordings, and they had Catherine Fleming, the stalwart secretary who would not be intimidated. The trial of Pat Marcy kicked off on December 14th, 1992, almost exactly 3 years after Bob Cooley fled Chicago. And on trial alongside him as co-defendant was one of Marcy's associates, the First Ward Alderman Fred Rohde. In his opening statement, Marcy's defense lawyer, Ed Jensen, told the jury, quote, "Robert Cooley is a liar who will say or do anything to convict Pat Marcy. He's an envious man who has spent his whole life lying and cheating, and he has decided to put these talents to work for the government." So that was the game plan. Smear Bob. Before he even took the stand, make Bob Cooley look like the rat of all time. Eventually, Bob arrived at the courthouse to testify. And for the first time in years, he came face to face with Pat Marcy.
I was brought into the courtroom. I was put up in the chair. I'm sitting up there in the witness chair. And I see Pat over there, and he's glaring at me.
Bob says Marcy's lawyer approached him. The two men knew each other, brushing shoulders in the city's courts.
Jensen comes walking up to me while the jury is being brought in, and he says, "How you doing, Bob? You know, you look good. Everything okay?" I said, "Get the fuck out of here."
Bob was a witness for the prosecution, so they got him first for the direct questioning. Tom Durkin, the prosecutor, asked Bob to tell his story. The whole saga of how he got mixed up with the mob in the first place, how he met Pat Marcy, and what Marcy asked him to do. Bob was calm and collected, clarifying the smallest of details. As a former criminal defense lawyer, Bob knew exactly what he needed to do. Tom says Bob's performance as a witness was one of the best he ever saw.
Every question I had was answered directly by him. The evidence, we were able to play the tapes. We put up pictures of the main players as he was talking about people.
All the while, Pat Marcy sat there, as if none of this had anything to do with him.
You couldn't get any emotion out of him. He wasn't grimacing or rolling his eyes or muttering under his breath or anything like that. He was very stony-faced.
Bob says he also remembers Marcy's cold, hard gaze.
Pat Marcy is staring at me. When he's staring at me, I give him a wink. I give him a wink and a smile, and he starts coughing. He started coughing and wheezing, almost uncontrollably.
As all this is happening, Tom has his back to Marcy, so he can't see him. But he remembers hearing coughing. In the moment, Tom didn't think much of it. But turns out it was an omen of what was to come. A day or so later, Marcy's lawyers announced that he'd had a heart attack.
Tonight, Pat Marcy is in critical condition in the cardiac care unit of West Suburban Hospital in Oak Park. Despite defense objections that the 79-year-old Marcy should not be tried at all due to poor health.
The plan was to prosecute Marcy again when his health improved, but it never did. The case against Marcy ended in a mistrial. A short while later, Marcy died. Now, you might think that Bob would be devastated by this. I mean, he risked his own life and spent the last 3 years on the run, all in the hopes of nailing this guy, sending him to prison. And now this? But that's not the way that Bob saw it. Bob, in classic Bob fashion, took credit for Marcy's death. Wait, are you saying that you think you caused him the heart attack?
I have no doubt in my mind. I have no doubt in my mind. But as I say, because this man had so much hatred towards me in his system.
The truth is, there's no real proof that Marcy had a heart attack right there in the courtroom while Bob was winking at him. But as Bob tells it, in his mythology, that's how it all played out. In other words, he won. Though, arguably, Marcy lived by his own rules to the ripe old age of 79 and checked out just in time. I asked Tom, the prosecutor, if he felt that Marcy had basically escaped justice.
He didn't escape justice. He was indicted. He was held up to the public as a person who had fixed murder cases. He was on trial in a courtroom in front of a jury. A lot of the secrets of his life were exposed, so he didn't escape justice. Did he escape going to jail? Sure, but at what price? He died.
Pat Marcy's death was a mortal blow to the First Ward. Marcy was more than just the boss. In so many ways, he was the First Ward.
He died.
He'd been there for decades, and his connections, his know-how, and the fear that he conjured, it all died with him. No one could really fill his shoes. And the other possible candidates, well, they went down with him. Fred Rohde was convicted on multiple counts of racketeering and extortion. He was sentenced to 4 years in prison. As for John D'Arco Jr., the poet and state senator, his case also went to trial. He was convicted of extortion and sentenced to 3 years in prison. In the years since Marcy's death, the political boundaries of Chicago's wards have been redrawn and then redrawn again. And the old First Ward, in both shape and power, is no more. Bob may rightly claim credit for the downfall of the First Ward. But his most defining moment would come in another trial, where he would face off with the hitman, Harry Alaman, and try to atone for his own original sin. More on that after the break.
This year at Pushkin, we've been able to work with some of the world's biggest brands on creating bespoke content. Whether it's a custom episode in partnership with a brand or
all your investing in one place. 5.1% APY.
I'm talking about the Fifth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. The question, this, Bob had bribed a...
Start streaming. Hibernation mode on.
After the trial of Pat Marcy and Fred Rohde, much of Bob's story became public. And one of the biggest revelations was this. Bob had bribed a judge and helped Harry Alaman, the hitman, go free. Not only that, but Catherine Fleming, Bob's secretary, had provided some corroboration. And this, among other things, raised the question, would prosecutors go after Harry again, some 20 years later? Mind you, doing this wouldn't be easy. Harry had a very powerful ally on his side, and I don't mean the mob. I'm talking about the Fifth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. It said that no one could be placed in double jeopardy, meaning you can't be prosecuted for the same crime twice. But turns out, state prosecutors came up with a clever workaround. They argued that because the original trial appeared to have been fixed, well then, Harry had never really been in jeopardy in the first place, had he? This question was actually appealed all the way up to the U.S. Supreme Court. In the end, the decision was Harry could be retried. Now, to give you a quick refresher, the first trial of Harry Alaman occurred back in 1977. There were two eyewitnesses, both of whom identified Harry as the killer. The public and Chicago media were shocked by the not guilty verdict. But no one was more deeply impacted than the family of the victim, Billy Logan. Billy's niece, Johanna Santinello, says her relatives were haunted for years by what had happened.
They have nothing but this memory of how they last seen their family member laying on a street full of bullet holes, moaning.
They wondered how exactly that trial had ended in an acquittal, and they held on to the hope that somehow justice still might be served. And then, finally, in 1997, 2 decades later, Harry was put back on trial, thanks in part to Bob Cooley and the fact that he would testify. But the whole thing left Johanna feeling worried.
Because I just felt, what if he walks again? You know, how would my family handle that? Or could they handle any more of this?
In many ways, this retrial was a culmination, a moment of truth, not just for the Logan family or even for Operation Gambat, but for everyone in Chicago who'd witnessed untold decades of judicial corruption. The credibility of the judicial system itself seemed to be on the line, because in the end, laws and judges and courthouses don't mean a damn thing if no one has faith in them. As the trial got underway, the prosecution called its witnesses to the stand, many of the same people who testified 20 years earlier. It was a bit like the reunion of an old TV show, with the same actors and a few new twists. There was the neighbor who said he'd witnessed the murder, the accomplice who said he'd helped Harry plan the whole thing, and there were new witnesses too, including Bob Cooley. Bob says he showed up with his own security detail.
Well, I guess it was like the mayor or the president coming in. They were so worried about my security because obviously this was going to be a case that would be making history.
It's a very big deal.
Investigative reporter Carol Marine covered the trial. She also remembers all the fanfare surrounding Bob.
You're surrounded by agents. They're in bulletproof vests. They're guarding you. They've got automatic weapons everywhere. Yes. You are the center of the universe.
When he finally took the stand, Bob told the courtroom how, in the past, he'd been a fixer for Pat Marcy and the First Ward. He was, in effect, a tool of the outfit who'd been asked to protect one of their most valuable assets, Harry the Hook Alaman. Bob explained how, in the original trial, he bribed the judge, Frank Wilson, and how later, after the not guilty verdict came out, the judge had told him, "You destroyed me." Carol was there in the courtroom for this moment.
You know, Bob Cooley does not demonstrate much emotion at all. He's got a pretty flat affect. But there was a point in his testimony talking about really almost forcing Frank Wilson to take the money in a men's bathroom. I mean, he choked with emotion and had to kind of swallow hard and keep talking. Because he knew that he was one of the instruments of Frank Wilson's demise. He couldn't have been other. Yes, the outfit ruined Frank Wilson. Yes, Frank Wilson ruined Frank Wilson. But ultimately, all of the players in the surround sound of that were responsible for the death of Frank Wilson.
Afterwards, Harry's lawyer had a chance to cross-examine Bob. His strategy from the start was to discredit him, to dredge up Bob's checkered past. He asked Bob if, during his days as a cop, he'd ever been paid off. Yes, said Bob. He'd taken so-called street money. That typically meant tips or payoffs from businesses, you know, like bars that want to cozy up with the cops. The defense lawyer kept hammering away at Bob, portraying him as a shifty and shadowy character. In response, Bob was remarkably candid. He didn't make elaborate arguments or justifications. He just kind of took it on the chin. At one point he said, quote, "I'm not making any excuses for what I did. I did what I did, but it was an easy way to get to the top during that time. And I took the easy route."
This guy is trying to make me out to be somebody who's, who's a crooked cop passing out bribes.
Because I guess what he's trying to do is the classic, I'm going to tarnish your reputation and credibility. But the whole purpose of you appearing today as a guy who fixes cases and places bribes.
It's giving me credibility in that sense.
The whole process was tricky for Bob. He wanted to be seen as the guy who'd cleaned up Chicago. But in order to do that, he had to admit publicly to all the most questionable and unsavory things that he'd ever done. The danger was that these admissions would define who Bob really was, because everyone was trying to make up their minds about Bob. In his closing statement, the prosecutor told the jury, quote, "I'm not telling you you have to like Bob Cooley. You don't have to like him. But you know what? Bob Cooley faced what he was." As the jury finished its deliberations, onlookers packed into the gallery to hear the verdict. Johanna Centinello was there with the other members of the Logan family, hoping that maybe, finally, there'd be justice for Billy. The jurors came into the courtroom, and then the verdict was announced.
For the murder of William Logan, guilty. And it was like, oh my God, it's happening. All these years they waited, my aunt and my uncle and my mom, to hear that guilty. And it was finally like a burden was lifted off of them. Of course, their brother could never be replaced, no matter, but to see him actually have to pay for what he did meant the world to them. So
according to the Chicago Tribune, when the verdict was announced, Harry Alaman didn't flinch. He simply blinked his eyes and stared straight ahead. Harry was eventually sentenced to 100 to 300 years in prison. He died behind bars. After the trial, as reporters clamored for quotes and comments, one prosecutor proclaimed, quote, "This will close the books on an ugly era in Cook County. It's a great day for American justice." The one person who was conspicuously absent at that moment was Bob Cooley. After testifying, Bob flew off to another undisclosed destination, vanishing once again. Even so, Bob's presence loomed large in the courtroom that day. After all, he was the man who both started and finished this saga, the fixer who bribed the judge in the first trial and then exposed his own trickery at the second trial. He was a rat or a hero, depending on who you asked. But one thing was clear. Bob's work in Chicago is now done. He hadn't expected to survive this process, but he had. In fact, he was just 55 years old. So now what? What kind of life could he really expect? And had it all been worth it?
This year at Pushkin, we've been able to work with some of the world's biggest brands on creating bespoke content. Whether it's a custom episode in partnership with a brand or a creative ad campaign, we want to be sure that our
investments are just a tap away. Because why juggle multiple investing apps when you can have...
Yeah, so you got to make a left turn in a mile.
Bob lives in a modest house at the edge of the desert. Here he has a small bedroom, which he calls his cubbyhole. His bedroom floor is stacked with cylinders of Pringles and jugs of V8 vegetable juice that Bob buys in bulk to save money. The place looks like what it is, a hideout.
Hi. Are you Rosie?
Bob has a roommate, a woman named Rosie. When I visited, she was wearing a house dress with brightly colored, psychedelic-looking flowers. She's actually the one who owns this house. Bob told me that he's lived with her on and off for roughly a decade.
She said, "I'm pretty much of a recluse." She said, "I keep to myself and whatever." And I said, well, I think I'd like to move in. She had no idea who I was.
Rosie told me that she knew the broad strokes of Bob's life, but never asked about the details.
We don't talk.
Wait, well, how come you never talk to your roommates?
He lives his life, I live my life. Mine is with the dogs back there and his is in here. So that's it. He comes in the kitchen, I'm not in the kitchen. He does all the cooking, I don't do any cooking.
But aren't you curious, like he used to work for the mob as a lawyer? Doesn't that make you want to know more?
No, I don't. That's me. No, I don't need to know.
So in some ways, Rosie is the perfect housemate for Bob. She doesn't pry. Though I should point out, they did in fact talk. They argued more or less constantly during the time that I was there, about small things, like whether the living room needed dusting, or how the pillows were situated on the couch. Rosie told me that Bob had messed them up.
I'm kind of embarrassed now. I hope he doesn't take a picture of it.
Are you kidding? You're embarrassed? Give me a break.
That's right.
You guys are a regular odd couple, I gotta tell you.
We are. If we would be married, I'd probably killed him by now.
Just to get the insurance, right?
Absolutely.
Eventually, I suggested that Bob and I get out of the house, get some space. So we hopped in my rental car, and as we drove, we chatted. He told me how lonely he was in the years after he first left Chicago.
As I'm driving around, I'm so jealous of people. Look, I see somebody with somebody in the car with them, and I'm jealous. I mean, it's really hard to explain this.
I'm curious, like, here you are, you're in this town, you're with this roommate, lived with you for 8 years and knows nothing about you. You said you've got no friends in this town. I mean, are you good with that? Are you at peace with that? Or are you...
At the moment, yes, No, as I said, what am I gonna do? I can't feel sorry for myself. It's a decision I made, and I suspected it would be bad. Never as bad as it got. in terms of, fighting off the loneliness for a long period of time.
As we continued driving, Bob pointed out a few of the local landmarks, restaurants and the like. Though he told me he was so strapped for cash that he hadn't really dined out in years. Bob also showed me the office of his lawyer, who recently helped him file for bankruptcy. Bob told me that he'd been living off credit cards for a while, but then the monthly payments got so high that they ate up what little money he made from Social Security. So declaring bankruptcy, it had been kind of a relief. Over the past 25 years, it hasn't always been like this for Bob. He says that when he initially left Chicago, he had some money in savings. But Bob, ever the gambler, had made some risky bets on the stock market and lost almost all of it. Bob also co-wrote a memoir with the journalist Hillel Levin. He made some money off the book, but that was back in 2004. And in the years since then, he's been kind of scraping by. It's ironic, really. As a kid, Bob loathed the feeling of being poor. Remember, he hated that his mother had to comb the shelves looking for dented cans so she could ask for a discount. This, as much as anything, fueled his ambitions to become wealthy, to become no-tie, gold-chain Bob, a guy who walked around town with thousands of dollars in his pockets. And now, here he was, all these years later, clipping coupons and buying V8 and Pringles in bulk to make his money last. In the Hollywood version of this story, the Bob character would likely have ended up on the beach somewhere, maybe down in the Caymans. But that's obviously not how it panned out for him. And this got me thinking, what was the ending that Bob deserved? You know, given everything that he'd done. I mean, it was complicated. Bob was the guy who induced his friend into taking a bribe that ruined him. A guy who helped a murderer walk free. A guy who prevented a female cop who'd been beaten from getting justice. But this was also the guy who tried to right these wrongs. He'd shown tremendous courage. Bob had made a stand against the mob and exposed systematic corruption. And the impact he had on the city of Chicago, it's indisputable. Here's Carol Marine, the investigative journalist.
Bob was one of the most consequential witnesses that ever took the stand in a federal organized crime trial, or probably almost any trial. He did this city and this state a great service. He risked his life. He did something that no one else had done. He penetrated the first ward and he took down its power brokers. It was tremendously important in fighting public corruption.
Of course, Chicago still has its challenges. In 2019, the city's longest-serving alderman, a guy named Ed Burke, was indicted on 14 counts of racketeering, extortion, and bribery. Burke went down because another city alderman betrayed him. That guy wore a wire for 2 years and made a series of secret recordings. It was a long con. Seemed like he took a page right out of Bob Cooley's playbook. Operation Gambit may now seem like ancient history, something that happened way back in the 80s, but the ripple effects are still being felt to this day. There's this concept in the law known as camouflaging bias. The idea is a judge takes a bribe in one case and then, to avoid suspicion, punishes the hell out of other defendants. So it looks like the judge is tough on crime. Then, years later, the defendant cries foul, says, hey, that wasn't fair. I got hit with this huge sentence because this corrupt judge was covering his tracks. And that's what's happening in Chicago right now. Prisoners arguing that they too were victims of the corruption that Bob exposed. And so the story goes on. Some members of Bob's family really appreciate what he did for the city of Chicago. His brother Joe, who was an assistant U.S. attorney, told me that he was proud of Bob's legacy. And his brother Dennis told me he gradually came to respect what Bob had done. But it's been trickier with some of Bob's other siblings.
I mean, and I have a sister and another brother who want nothing to do with me. They want absolutely nothing to do with me.
Why do you think that is?
Because they believe what they saw, that I'm some kind of a rat. I mean, why else would it be?
I spoke with both of the siblings Bob's referring to here, Tim and Diane. Both of them conveyed to me in so many words that they cared about Bob, but they'd never really been close with him. That even as a kid, Bob had been unscrupulous, hot-headed, and full of himself. I talked about this at length with Tim Cooley. If you recall, Tim is the yoga instructor who lives in Vermont.
I don't know, why is Bob Bob? I've been thinking about it, and this may sound weird, but I don't know if Bob has ever felt loved. I've never known a loving relationship that he's been in, actually. He's had a lot of sex, I'm sure, but I don't think he's ever been in love. He's never had a relationship that I've ever been aware of. And so it's like he's looking to fill that lack in some other ways.
Tim offered me a take on his brother that was neither rat nor hero, but something else altogether.
I'm afraid that what matters most of all is just that he's known. That he's known, and the goodness is almost irrelevant. I'm sorry to say. The most important thing is that, look, I am a big man. Look, I am somebody. I can do really horrible things. I can do good things. I'm somebody.
When I relayed all of this back to Bob, word for word, to my great surprise, Bob shrugged his shoulders and said, he's right in a sense. In the year that I spent talking with Bob, he was always upbeat and quick to laugh. Part of this is just Bob's nature, but I think he was also kind of selling me on his story, as if to say, look at me, I lived quite a life, didn't I? And he had. But when I visited Bob in person and saw his cubby hole and the roommate who didn't really know him or care to know him, I got a different feeling entirely. Bob's bravado was gone, and in its place was an air of defeat and almost disbelief, as if he couldn't quite fathom that this is how things had turned out. I asked Bob if there was any part of him that regretted what he'd done. If he could go back in time, would he have done it differently, not flipped at all?
Absolutely. I mean, absolutely. The day I put on that wire, it was all over. I knew it was all over. I knew that, my life could never be, but I never dreamed it would be as bad as it got. I'm no better off than some of those beggars out there in the street. And I'd rather not even think about it because, again, it is the way it is. So, I mean, to say I wish I could have changed that, are you kidding me? I mean,
I'm trying to understand how you think about your own life if the defining thing in your life is the thing you wish you hadn't done.
You've seen my life now. Think about that. You've seen my life now. And you can't understand how I wished I hadn't done that? That makes no sense.
Well, I understand it. It's not that I don't understand it. I just try to wrap my head around it, that's all.
But again, I don't know. I'm just saying that there's no question in my mind. I'd be an idiot to say, gee, I'm glad that I, destroyed myself. And that's what I wound up doing. I destroyed Bob Cooley is no longer. This is not Bob Cooley, name-wise or even otherwise.
What do you mean?
Bob Cooley was that person back there in Chicago that everybody came to when they had trouble and was able to help all kinds of people and be able to do whatever he damn pleased. Never worried about getting arrested or getting parking tickets or anything. Did whatever I wanted.
What is Bob Cooley now?
It's just somebody waiting to die. That pretty much sums it all up right now. At this stage, I mean, are you kidding me? What is he? He's nobody. He's nothing.
Hearing him talk like this, I had to wonder once again why
Is he
Bob had
Russian?
flipped in the
That's
first
what I wonder.
place.
Are you Russian?
What had he been hoping for? There were so many different theories, and
Guy
Bob
sounds like
himself
a
kind of
fucking
waffled on this question,
Russian literature.
offering different explanations on different days. It was to clean up the city. It was to heed the advice of his dying father. It was to stand up to Pat Marcy, who was a bully. And it's true, Bob did not like being pushed around. But my feeling about all of these was, yeah, maybe. But they seem like partial explanations at best. The theory I heard the most was that Bob owed money to the mob. That's what was in all the papers at the time. But I don't really buy it. I mean, think about the timeline. Bob flipped back in 1986. He fled town in 1989. So put yourself in Bob's shoes. If you were truly worried about owing money to the mob, and you were spooked that some goons were going to break your legs, or worse, why would you flip and then stick around town for the next 3.5 years? You wouldn't. It's true, Bob was a gambler. And I think that this does, in fact, explain what he did. I kept thinking back to what Bob told me on the very first day that we talked, that he'd been walking down the street to get a deli sandwich. He'd seen the prosecutor's office and just walked in on an impulse. And now I could see it. Here's Bob, the gambler. Because walking into that office was in some ways the biggest gamble of all. He was wagering his life. He was betting that he could, almost magically, save himself and perhaps the city of Chicago while he was at it. Not a sensible bet. A real long shot, you might say, which is probably exactly why he did it.
Where he fucked up is he refused the witness protection. If he would have done that, he'd have more money. He'd have a house without a roommate. That's where he fucked up.
One day, toward the end of my visit with Bob, we had lunch together at the little place where I was staying. I ordered us some pizza, which we didn't finish, and I was about to throw the leftover slices out when Bob stopped me. No, save those, he told me. He wanted to feed the wildlife. Why do you like to do it?
Because I've been doing it all my life, pretty much. I like to feed the animals.
Why?
I'll be rewarded down the road for it.
It's always something for something.
I like it. No, I like animals. I feel bad when I see them out there. They might be going hungry. It's always been my nature. I just do it.
We took the scraps of pizza and drove over to one of Bob's favorite spots. It was at the edge of a parking lot next to a strip mall. He came here often.
This is kind of a random spot. Why do you pick this spot? We're at a
Birds here. You'll see them all over here. Over on the other side there, they've got a fast food restaurant, 2 fast food restaurants, and that's where the birds seem to migrate.
I stood there and watched as the birds flocked around him, swirling and chirping. For a moment, he seemed genuinely content. The whole scene reminded me of how, back when he was still in Chicago, wearing a wire, he used to feed the baby raccoons, with no ulterior motives, just a pure and simple act, a real rarity, because nothing in Bob's life was ever simple.
The birds are up there at the corner, looks like.
Yeah, no, for some reason they always fly away, and then they come back, but you get them across the way over here. They'll come back and get it. The braver ones get fed the most. Yeah, there's some of them coming from up above.
Deep Cover is produced by Jacob Smith and Amy Gaines and edited by Karen Shakurji. Our senior editor is Jen Guerra. Original music and the Deep Cover theme was Bob lives in a modest house.
Coast. And
You're listening to an Airwave Media.
And I'm fairly certain, or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Today's episode is brought to you by our Patreon supporters, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Scurvy Pete, Kane, Kenway, Hefe, Zuman, Nopales, Matthew the Navigator, Bull, Vertigon, Conifalende, Rumgut, and Bootstraps Baby. And of course, our Quartermaster Head. Before I begin today, I'd like to talk about an interesting article or an interview that I read earlier today.
If anybody's wondering about the FBI's latest brief today, it was she would be better off taking a day off than trying to do what she failed to do
specializes
multiple
in
times.
political science and neuroscience.
Who's the she?
He's recently published a book titled How History Gets Things Wrong, the Neuroscience of Our
Pass
Addiction
on the
to
memo.
Stories.
The FBI says she should
No, I
take a
haven't
day
read
off.
the book. I've only read this interview, but I'd really like to read this book. It appears to be about how our addiction to stories, our almost pathological need to incorporate events into narratives, can warp our understanding of history. For example, the story of Napoleon is a story that is traditionally viewed through a biographical lens, when in fact there are hundreds of other factors, if not more, that lead to Napoleon doing what he did. The story of the Third Reich is less seen that way these days, but often Adolf Hitler is the central character in the story.
And remember,
perhaps he shouldn't be.
whistleblowers, no laughing at the Jew
Perhaps
in
we
the
need to
basement.
look
It's not
more
allowed.
at the economics of revolutionary France and
Remember,
interwar
pretend to be
Germany.
shocked
Perhaps we
as
need to
things
look more at
continue
the
to unravel, just like the FBI had me
environment
tell you
in
dumb
those
fucks
two
2.5
periods
months
and
ago.
those two
These
regions.
live streams are so public.
Perhaps we need to look more at the socioeconomic side of why these things happened the way they did. Again, I don't intend to represent Mr. Rosenberg's book.
I
but
never
do
knew.
There is a quote
Bullshit.
from him in that interview
You've
that
been
I'd like to
stalking me
read.
long
He
enough to
says,
hear
quote,
that.
I myself am a victim of narrative. I love narrative. It's fantastically seductive. When I say narrative, I don't mean a chronology of events. I mean stories.
Remember
with
who's going to
plots
prison the
connected by
longest? Everyone
motivations,
pretending
by
that premeditated
people's beliefs
felonies
and
were
desires,
reactive.
their plans,
And
intentions,
anyone
values.
and
There's
everyone
a story.
pretending they ever had
And
a
that really
legal
resonated
basis for
On
their
this show, I
250
tend
plus
to
separate
focus on
crimes
stories.
perpetrated
I tend
against
to
me.
look at motivations and intentions, even when perhaps I shouldn't. I always try to make it clear that they are my opinions when they are my opinions, not historical fact. But in this story we're telling right now about the Barbary pirates, especially these European pirates operating out of Barbary, there's a lot of armchair psycho history going on. And next week, it's only going to get significantly worse. So remember that in these stories, we don't have the motivations of the actors themselves. They didn't write these things down. They didn't tell anyone about them. All we have are the accounts of some of their victims at sea, the accounts of a number of agents that were sent to Barbary to
House looks the same as the
investigate
tour that I gave you between 10:10 and 10:16 a.m. PST in the preceding live stream. But I'm going to go lay down, so the FBI told me to do this. Every time I'm going to lay down.
But remember to take all of that with a grain of salt. And if you're interested in this particular period
Don't
and
wake me
topic,
up, you evil
look into
sacks
it
of
more
shit.
deeply. Not just the story
You
of
child
the pirates, but the
abusing,
story of the
socket,
pyramid band.
hostage holding, thieving,
But without further ado,
disgraces.
hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. Back during the Dutch Revolt and the latter years of the 1500s, Queen Elizabeth of England appointed a member of Parliament named Sir Thomas Shirley to serve as the treasurer at war to the English forces on the continent. Sir Thomas was notably bad at his job. He used crown funds for wild investments and money-making schemes. Now, this was accepted behavior in his position. However, people in that position were expected to be good at it. They were intended to grow the seed capital provided by the crown to fund the army, without making the crown spend any more money. But Sir Thomas failed to do this. He actually found himself in considerable debt to both Dutch and English interests, including Queen Elizabeth herself. His two eldest sons were serving on the continent with him in the army, but considering their financial straits, they elected to stop serving in the army, to buy a couple of ships, and to go out privateering. It might not have the same honor attached to it, but it was certainly a lot more profitable. His eldest son was also named Thomas, and also knighted. He was Sir Thomas the Younger, and he did very well as a privateer. And in fact, it was Sir Thomas the Younger that pulled the family back from the brink of ruin. He roved the Atlantic coast west of Spain and captured ships that were filled with Spanish sugar and silver. Now, this was all perfectly legal privateering, but there was some nefarious political wrangling behind the scenes concerning Sir Thomas the Younger. There were other noble families that wanted to see the House of Shirley fall. They saw a weak and sick member of the pack, so they wanted to swoop in and claim their lands. But Thomas the Younger, through his privateering, forestalled this. Some of the heads of those other noble families were members of the Admiralty, and they brought Thomas before them on charges of high seas piracy. Now, Thomas was briefly jailed, but he had enough powerful friends that he escaped mostly unscathed. But his younger brother, Sir Anthony Shirley, and he was actually the middle brother in a trio, but we don't need to talk about the third brother. Sir Anthony had bigger ideas. He wanted to travel not to the Channel and not to the west coast of Spain or even the west coast of Africa. He wanted to travel to the source of all of that Spanish wealth, and he wanted to fill his ship with silver and gold. Maybe, just maybe, he would be able to capture one of the fabled Spanish treasure galleons and return home to England one of the richest men in his kingdom. That is a big idea. It's bold, but he certainly found a crew that wanted in. The crew armed themselves and their ship, and they provisioned as well as possible, and they set sail south in 1596. Now, first they ravaged the Portuguese slaver colonies in Africa. This was a first stop for anyone traveling to the New World, but then they headed west across the Atlantic. However, he and his crew endured a terrible crossing. There were shortages, However, He and his crew endured a terrible crossing. There were shortages. There were storms. A few men died in the crossing. However, they made it. And Sir Anthony found himself in the shoes of the English hero Francis Drake, who was still alive at this time. Sir Anthony had a ship that was full of stolen slaves. He may have had some gold or ivory, but he also had an armed crew, and he had nowhere to sell the slaves that he had stolen. You may recall the tale of John Hawkins and the battle and betrayal that Sir Francis Drake endured. Sir Anthony wanted to avoid that at all costs. However, he would find that his situation was quite different. This is episode 89, Death and Destiny. Sir Anthony's West Indian adventure would not have the same swashbuckling conclusion as Drake's infamous battle in the Gulf of Mexico, and it wouldn't even come close to Drake's capture of the Spanish silver mule train outside of Nombre de Dios. Sir Anthony's crew mutinied shortly after arriving in the Caribbean, and it wasn't one of the cool mutinies. The crew didn't want to turn pirate and abandon England and live lives of ease and excess. No, they were really far from home. They didn't have much in the way of food or supplies, and all they wanted was to go back to England. So they mutinied. Now, Sir Anthony managed to keep control of his ship, but he did so by agreeing to take them back to England. And there was a slight problem here. By the time they got back to England, Queen Elizabeth was dead, and James Stuart was on the throne of England. And in the reign of King James I, English eyes were all turned toward the horizon. There was a great race on at sea to conquer the world. Portugal and Spain were leagues ahead of anyone else. They had the New World, Africa, and Southeast Asia in their hands already. The seas, almost everywhere, were commanded by Spanish galleons that routinely traversed the Pacific and the Atlantic and the Indian Oceans with holds full of wealth extracted from those foreign soils and the blood of their native peoples. But they had been on top for a long time, and the other nations of Europe all wanted in on the game, especially since they sensed Spain was weak after the death of Philip II. But they couldn't just jump in and take over. See, Sir Anthony was ahead of his time when he sailed west to the New World. England wasn't ready for that quite yet. Instead, England decided to dip her toes into waters much closer to home. There was a bit of maneuvering in the North Sea concerning Russia and Denmark and the Nordic countries, but primarily they dipped their toes into the Mediterranean. Now, the Mediterranean already had major players. There was Spain, obviously, but then there were all of the Italian city-states and principalities and kingdoms and republics, and then there was the Ottoman Empire. But England had big plans to join the fray in the Mediterranean. Now, the elder Shirley brother, Sir Thomas the Younger, well, he was currently employed by one of those Italian lords, the Duke of Tuscany. He was serving as a privateer against the Ottoman Empire. This was precisely the sort of good, upstanding work that any young English nobleman should have been up to. This was the sort of thing that, though it wasn't technically part of his mandate, the king and council and the nobility of England could all get behind. This is what Sir Anthony should have been doing instead of marauding in the New World. Sir Anthony found himself, well, he wasn't so gainfully employed as his brother. After the mutiny, when he got back to England, he was hauled before the Admiralty on charges of high seas piracy. Now, this was similar to what his brother had experienced. However, unlike the political background behind the trial of the elder brother, these charges looked a lot more legitimate. Sir Anthony argued before the Admiralty that he was unaware of King James' proclamation against privateering. He argued that he had a proper privateering commission from Queen Elizabeth to raid the Spanish and didn't know that these had gone away. And he actually might have been telling the truth here. But it looked an awful lot like he sailed for the West Indies to circumvent the prohibition laid down by King James. Sir Anthony lost his trial. He was convicted and jailed. Now, his father, the elder Sir Thomas, had been a member of Parliament. Sir Thomas the younger and Sir Anthony, his two eldest sons, had both served in Parliament as well. They had been elected to the House of Commons at, well, various times during their life. They were landed nobility. They were knights, and, well, they weren't the sort of common pirates that the Admiralty seemed to be making them out to be. So their peers in the Parliament, many of whom they knew personally, many of whom they were related to, well, they drafted up a document called the Form of Apology and Satisfaction. This document was drafted by the House of Commons and presented to King James. Now remember, James was a Scotsman. He was not a native Englishman, not in the eyes of the English people at least. This letter was presented to King James, and it called him a foreign king to his face. But then it went further. It called the king ignorant of the House of Commons, quote, privileges and liberties, end quote. There were a number of issues here. There were land rights in question, which James was stomping all over. There were questions of taxation as well. Elizabeth had always had a light touch when it came to taxation, if at all possible, but King James did not. But then there was a central issue that was perhaps more personal to the members of the House of Commons. There was the imprisonment of two men who had at times been members of their house, Sir Thomas and Sir Anthony Shirley. They demanded that Sir Anthony be released from prison and pardoned immediately. This document is actually a fairly substantial piece of English history. It wasn't exactly the first time that the Parliament had stood up to King James, but it was the first truly notable time that the House of Commons officially stood up to the king. Remember, the House of Stuart was upsetting a lot of people in England, especially the Parliament, and, well, they were well on their way to a civil war. Sir Anthony didn't necessarily know any of that, but he likely knew that there was that simmering tension between the Parliament and the king. He was a part of that at times, and he likely knew that this document was responsible for his pardon and release. But he decided not to press his luck there in England. He left those shores almost immediately. Sir Anthony's story after leaving England is one of those adventure tales that I greatly admire. In a lot of ways, he reminds me of someone like William Dampier. Now, he wasn't an intellectual or a scientist at all, but he did travel the world, and he did run into piracy many times in his life. The first stop after leaving England was Russia. There were some business connections with the Shirley family in Russia, and during Elizabeth's reign, there had been a lot of diplomatic relations established. But then he traveled overland through northeastern Europe and then made his way to Vienna in Austria, where he met the Holy Roman Emperor, Rudolph II. Now, Rudolph was eager to meet with Sir Anthony. He already knew his brothers, Sir Thomas and the youngest brother, Robert. In fact, in a way, Sir Thomas the Younger sort of worked for Rudolph II. The Duke of Tuscany, Sir Thomas's primary employer, was an ally and sort of a vassal of the Holy Roman Emperor. Now, we've talked about Rudolph before when we discussed the lead-up to the 30 Years' War. He usually takes a little bit of blame in that story because, well, he was a hands-off sort of emperor. He had a progressive, conciliatory attitude towards Protestantism. He was much more concerned with the Ottoman Empire, hence employing English privateers. But his brother, his successor, would not be. Had Rudolph not had such a hands-off approach, and his brother not had such a hands-on approach, there wouldn't have been such a drastic change in policy that would inflame the Protestants there in Germany and set Europe on fire. Now, that's all in the future of the story and the past of this podcast. But for the moment, Rudolph II had a request for Sir Anthony. His cousin Philip III of Spain needed a good man to serve in the Mediterranean and the African coast. And I'm fairly certain that the closest relationship we can use to describe Rudolph II and Philip III is cousin, but I'm not necessarily positive. Charles V was both of their grandfathers, so they were cousins at least, but the House of Habsburg in this period was so intermarried that their family tree begins to look like maybe a braid or maybe a DNA strand, ironically enough. Rudolph's mother married her first cousin, the nephew of Charles V, and they gave birth to Rudolph and his sister. Then Rudolph's sister married her own uncle, Philip II of Spain. She was his fourth wife, and he was significantly older than her, but their son, Philip III, was Rudolph's nephew and his cousin. Then Rudolph's, I'm fairly certain she was his aunt, Margaret of Austria. She was married to Philip III, Rudolph's nephew and the current king of Spain. And Margaret of Austria was actually Philip III's first cousin once removed, and now she was his wife. And I won't even begin to get into who their kids were and how they were related or who they'll marry, at least not today. All of that is way off topic for today, but I am really looking forward to talking about the War of the Spanish Succession. This is just crazy to me. But back to our story. Rudolph II was sending Sir Anthony to meet with Philip III, his nephew cousin, and his wife, Margaret of Spain, Rudolph's aunt-niece. Now, Margaret was the real power in that marriage. She was the real power in Spain. By one account, Philip III was an undistinguished and insignificant man, and that seems to be the consensus. However, his wife, Margaret, had a better mind for ruling. And I don't mean to diminish what may have just been an intelligent mind and natural talent, but Margaret's parents were at least a little bit less related than Philip III's were, so she may have had something of a head start on her husband. But upon his arrival in Spain, Sir Anthony was made the admiral of the Spanish fleet in the Mediterranean. This is not an insignificant feat for an Englishman who fought the Spanish in the Dutch Revolt. An Englishman who sailed to the New World with the intention of capturing a Spanish treasure galleon, if at all possible. But he did have the street cred of having been jailed by the King of England and then all but exiled from his home. The Queen of Spain may have seen a certain proclivity to act against the English in him. At the moment, as admiral of the Spanish fleet in the Mediterranean, his duties were going to be dealing with Morocco. In fact, that was probably why he was given the position here. See, Spain and Morocco were a lot less close than they had been. This was right about 1606, late in 1606, and Samuel Palache was busy orchestrating the alliance between the Moroccan Sultan and Maurice of Nassau. Now, the Sultan, the Moroccan Sultan, was unlikely to welcome a Spaniard into his court, but an emissary from Spain that was English, a former enemy of Spain's, would show the goodwill and air of mutual forgiveness that Margaret of Austria, Queen of Spain, was willing to show. It was, I think, a brilliant political move. Now, Sir Anthony's job there in Morocco, aside from showing how kind-hearted Margaret of Spain could be, was to convince the Moroccan Sultan that an alliance with Spain was a far better proposition than an alliance with the Netherlands. And he arrived in Morocco to do that job in July of 1607. Last time, I wildly speculated that there may have been a grand conspiracy between the Sultan of Morocco and Maurice of Nassau and Samuel Palache and maybe Uthman Bey using the Barbary pirates to destabilize the Ottoman presence in the Mediterranean. There were other actors in that conspiracy, if one did exist, English actors, who would have been working for the Sultan with the Dutch. If there were any truth in that conspiracy, Sir Anthony immediately began to work against it, against his former countrymen who were working for the Sultan, and against the Dutch. He was doing the job that he had been contracted to do by the Queen of Spain in favor of Spain's interests, but also in favor of England's prerogative. When he arrived in Fez, the capital of Morocco, the hometown of Samuel Palash, he was immediately noticed there as an Englishman. He secured the meetings he needed to secure, and he began to do his job in discussing terms with advisors and viziers, and perhaps even the Sultan himself. But at every turn, every time he managed to make a little bit of headway, he was hindered. Anyone that he spoke with wanted to stop the conversation, stop this diplomatic talk, and ask him about this English arch-pirate they had all heard so much about operating out of Tunis. Anybody who has ever traveled outside of their home country, when there is somebody particularly notorious from their own country, knows this feeling. Everybody wants to ask you about this person, how you feel about them, what you might know about them, what can you tell them about this notorious figure. This was seriously handicapping Sir Anthony's ability to do business. So this noble gentleman turned privateer and convicted pirate jumped into action to deal with the renegade Englishman Jack Ward. Well, he wrote him a sternly worded letter, but it was fairly stern. Jack Ward received that letter from Sir Anthony in Tunis. Sir Anthony urged Ward on his honor as a fellow Englishman and a Christian to, quote, dissuade him from that wicked and villainous manner of living, end quote. Sir Anthony described the incumbent pain of hellfire, but then he offered Jack Ward a way out. This was a carrot and a stick. He gave him the stick of hell, and then for the carrot he offered to, quote, do his utmost to effect peace with all people if he might but prevail to call Ward in, or be the happy means to entice Ward rather to serve and bear arms with the Christians than the Turk, than to do the Turk's service by robbing or spoiling Christians, end quote. He was offering Ward a way back, a way into the world. It was a way to earn forgiveness, not just the forgiveness of kings, but the forgiveness of God himself. But Jack Ward wouldn't have anything to do with it. Ward probably received the letter on board the recently captured Reniera Isoderin. He also may have been in his palatial residence in the palace of the treasury. But on board the Reniera Isoderina, his men were working around the clock to outfit that giant Venetian ship for pirating, and they were doing quite well at it. She was a ship of 1,500 tons with 60 guns on 2 different decks. This was a powerhouse unlike almost any other ship sailing, and they did the typical pirate and privateer things. They stripped the sleeping quarters to make her a little bit lighter, and then they improved the rigging, and they cleaned the hull so that she would be as fast as possible. In a true and certain report of Captain Ward, Parker writes, quote, his mind was so inflated with pride and puffed up with vain glory that now he thought, nay, did not dare to speak, he was the sole and only commander of the sea, and indeed, like the sea, was always unsatisfied, end quote. News from the Sea, the pamphlet about Ward, says of Ward's response to the letter from Sir Anthony, quote, what boots words to deaf ears, or reason to such as are wilfully bent to follow mischief? What, though he be able to triumph in his chains of gold, in his jewels of pearl and precious stone, or his other riches won by rapine and theft and the spoil of others? What, when he be able to boast of freedom? Nothing would take effect with Ward to seduce him from his courses or to draw him to a lawful and regular kind of life, end quote. And nothing would draw him out of his way of life. Not the Venetian Coast Guard that was currently patrolling the sea for him, nor the Spanish galleons on his trail. Not even the Dutch vessels looking for pirates, not even the squadron of English warships that had been sent down to the Mediterranean specifically to look for him. Ward felt very comfortable here. And that's some of that armchair psychohistory I mentioned earlier, but he must have felt comfortable. Not only did he have the Rainiera Sodorina, his new flagship, he still had Little John and Ruby and Carminati, as well as the Gift. The designs of those ships were different, but the firepower under John Ward's command equated to, by the standards that would be set down later by Admiral Pepys, a third-rate ship of the line, a frigate, or fifth-rate ship, and 2 sixth-rate ships of the line, as well as a sloop of war. And those were only the ships that personally belonged to John Ward, captained by his lieutenants, men like Bill Graves and Richard Bishop and Anthony Johnson. In addition to those, he had a small fleet of smaller but powerful pirate vessels under his command, ships that would equate to frigates and sloops of war later on, or a little bit smaller maybe. Now those ships belonged to other captains, mostly English and Dutch, people like Sir Francis Verney, that young nobleman we discussed last time, but they were all in his fleet, under his command. So I have to imagine he felt very comfortable. As for Sir Francis Verney, he was not respected as a pirate. He wasn't even respected as a sailor. He was neither, really. But the assembled men were a bit enraptured by him. While their admiral, Jack Ward, was a gruff, low-born, drunken, foul-mouthed pirate, Francis Verney was every inch the well-born, well-educated, well-spoken nobleman. I imagine that somebody like that showing up, well, I imagine the Corsairs were a bit standoffish at first, but Verney very likely told them his tale of his wicked stepmother and the vile English Parliament. He could have told them tales of all of the oafish, fat sons of noble houses, and I bet the pirates would have liked that bit. And then he certainly would have told them about his time as a mercenary in Morocco. That would give him some credibility with the English. Now, the Dutch may have known about his family's role in their revolt already. If not, he could have told them about that, maybe even embellished that a bit. But that, including the fact that he served with Dutchmen in Morocco, would win him the Netherlands. Now, the rest of the pirates there in Tunis under Jack Ward, not the English or Dutch, but the Venetians and the Berbers and the Spaniards and the Janissary warriors, well, I imagine they would have been ambivalent to this noble fop and all of his charms, but he did bring in another ship and a few dozen more men and 20 or 30 guns, and that was always welcome. And if anyone was worried that this fancy young nobleman had come there to supplant their admiral and take over his position, well, all they had to do was to see how Francis Verney talked to John Ward, and all of their fears would have been allayed. Try to imagine it. 55 years old, short, bald, bearded, swarthy, Jack Ward. He was outfitted in gold and jewels and the best silks that money could buy. You know, I picture, and this is the worst comparison I could use, but do you remember in the 1991 Steven Spielberg movie Hook, the movie starring Robin Williams and Dustin Hoffman and Julia Roberts? Bob Hoskins played the character of Shmi, Captain Hook's second in command. And there's a scene where, bald and short and stout and gray, Shmi is preparing to run. And he comes out of the cabin just covered in necklaces and rings and bracelets, and he's carrying goblets and candlesticks and I think a clock. That was kind of thing with Captain Hook, right? Imagine that. Only instead of lovable Bob Hoskins, it's an angry old drunk who speaks primarily in grunts and profanity. He almost certainly suffers from some severe PTSD and severe delusions of grandeur. Imagine that standing on the quarterdeck of a beautiful, huge warship. Imagine him addressed by an eloquent, handsome, well-dressed young man. And then imagine him pledging his loyalty to Jack Ward. It would be clear from his demeanor that this young nobleman idolizes Ward. Ward was everything that Verney's family and estates and friends back at Oxford. Ward was everything that they weren't. In the eyes of Francis Verney, Jack Ward would have seemed just like so real, man. If anything, that image of the young, handsome, well-spoken nobleman deferring to their admiral, well, that would strengthen the resolve that those pirates felt in their following of Jack Ward. If someone like Verney actively sought out John Ward with the express intention of following him, of pledging his allegiance to him, then these pirates must have known that they were on the right side here. Or at least, I imagine, were I in their shoes, that's how I would feel.
Clorox Sentiva smells like lavender, cleans like Clorox, and feels like.
All right, that could go on for a while. Experience the long-lasting freshness of Clorox Sentiva, now available in Clorox Sentiva Lavender Scented Bleach. Use as directed.
All you need is a few minutes to start your day off with something historic when you listen to the This Day in History podcast. Every day there's a new episode for you to listen and learn about what happened that day way back when. Today could be the day a famous mobster met their end, or the first milestone for humans in space. Who knows what history today holds? Find out when you listen and subscribe to This Day in History wherever you get your podcasts. That's This Day in History wherever you get your podcasts.
It's hard to say exactly how many pirate ships were in Jack Ward's fleet, aside from his own personal ships and that of Francis Verney. Those royal agents in the Barbary Coast cities, as well as the later accounts and the accounts given by survivors of the pirate raids, can conflict with each other on occasion. There are names that may belong to different pirates or the same pirates. It's difficult to say due to the spelling. There are occasionally times when a single pirate will be named, but he will be in command of 3 or 4 ships. Oftentimes there were smaller fleets that had previously been operating out of Tunis or Algiers that came to sail under Jack Ward once he became such a famous and notorious pirate. And of course, those ships came and went. They may have had some allegiance to Jack Ward, or maybe not. Maybe the accounts just said they did to give Jack Ward a greater notoriety. Conservatively, I would estimate 12 ships. Those are the number that I can give a name to of a captain or the ship itself. But it was probably significantly more than that, maybe 2 or 3 times that number. There are some chroniclers that would have you believe that there were hundreds of ships sailing under Jack Ward's command, but I don't give those any credence. Now, there may have been hundreds of ships sailing out of Tunis, corsairs of one stripe or another, but not all of them belonged or were even in any way under Jack Ward. He wasn't the admiral of the Tunisian Navy, he was the admiral of his own private pirate fleet. News from the sea, as well as one of the British chroniclers in Tunis at the time, tells us that around here is when Simon Danziger joined up with Jack Ward. However, that's up for some debate. Simon Danziger did sail either under or alongside Jack Ward at some point, but the timelines tend to contradict. It may have been shortly after arriving in Algiers and ingratiating himself with the Pasha there, or it may have been sometime a little bit later. He may have sailed with Jack Ward 2 or 3 times. Personally, I don't think that he ever sailed under Jack Ward as part of his fleet. I think they sailed together, maybe sort of an alliance. At this point, it seems that Simon Danziger was not in Tunis. He was out in the Mediterranean on the prowl, but we'll more on that next time. In the fall of 1607, shortly after receiving that letter from Sir Anthony Shirley, Jack Ward set out to sea. The Rainiere Soderina was fully armed and ready to sail. His armada was among the strongest in the Mediterranean. Now, of course, if it came to it, any seafaring state on the Mediterranean would be able to raise a fleet that could crush Jack Ward, perhaps without any significant and serious losses. But that's a hypothetical. Forces like that weren't just sailing around or sitting in harbor. The fleets of these Mediterranean states were separated. They were spread out. Take the biggest, the Spanish or Ottoman or Venetian fleets. They would have had Coast Guard regiments all over the place. Combine them and they would have significantly outnumbered Jack Ward's fleet. But Jack Ward was sailing in strength here. They did spread out a bit as they neared Italy, though. Now, we don't have an accurate record of the early days of this cruise, but we can extrapolate from a few of the ships that were reported taken, and one particular account, that Jack Ward sailed up the west coast of Italy first. Now, he didn't take any Italian ships on this cruise, not papal vessels or Genoan or Sicilian. He was sailing under the radar, as it were, trying to go unnoticed by the Italian authorities. But when he finally passed out of Italian territorial waters and into French territorial waters, or at least far enough out to sea that he wouldn't cause a ruckus back in Italy, he set his men loose. Any ship that was flying the French flag was fair game for Jack Ward's pirates. Now, this was fairly shocking to the people of southern France. Remember, the French were at least occasional allies of the Ottoman Empire. They had largely been exempt from the Mediterranean Barbary corsairs in the past. But Jack Ward and his crews were mostly English or Dutch. Those that weren't were mostly Venetian, Spanish, or native to the Barbary coast. None of those places were particularly fond of the French. The English were ancient enemies of the French. The Dutch and the Spanish both had territorial border disputes with them, and Venice had fought off more than a few attacks from French soldiers during the Italian wars. Now, the ships that he took weren't terribly large or particularly rich, but there was a blitzkrieg of French ships taken or captured or sunk during this period, and that sent the French into a state of, well, almost a state of shock, but then into a state of rage. The French marshaled a force of royal warships that were to sail out and destroy the pirates. But when they got out to sea, no one could find a hint of Jack Ward or his armada. He'd sailed in unnoticed, executed a barrage of piracy, taking dozens of ships' cargo and treasure, and then disappeared into the wind. There is one report of Jack Ward capturing a ship and crew that had the audacity to try and fight him, and then he sent the ship back to Tunis to be sold and the crew to be sold into slavery. And that wasn't what Ward was after here, but it did send a message. This was an act of retaliation. Normally, Jack Ward would just take the cargo, maybe the ship if it was particularly nice. But anyone who attempted to resist him would meet the same fate as those sent back to Tunis. But surrender your cargo and you can keep your ship and your freedom to sail home to your family, most likely. And mostly that message worked. Now, some of the ships taken in this period that were attributed to Jack Ward were almost certainly not his doing. Danziger was out there somewhere, just probably not sailing with Jack Ward. And most historians will agree that several of the ships captured by Captain Ward in the pamphlets and books written about him were actually captured by Danziger. However, Ward had disappeared. Once again, he had fallen off the radar. Nobody knew where he was. Now, I know where he went, but I'm not going to tell you that quite yet. Once again, Jack Ward was staying out of the way of any ships he might come across. Even if the French did decide to warn the Italians or even the Spanish, and frankly they were unlikely to, that would take time for word to get to those other states. It would take time to muster those fleets, and they would be unlikely to catch up to him. Now, allow me to jump forward several months. We're going to look at a moment in which a letter arrived in London. A letter addressed to a group of rich investors and ship owners that were members of what you might call a proto-corporation that was involved in shipping and merchant affairs. That letter was sent from Lisbon, penned by a man named Daniel Bannister. Now, Bannister was the master of an English ship that belonged to that proto-corporation. That ship was the merchantman Charity. Now, after an introduction in the letter and a fair amount of bootlicking, Daniel Bannister begins by saying, quote, "So inconstant is fortune, so transitory is the state of man, so mutable are the seasons, and so lamentable are the travels of poor sea-faring men." End quote. And then Bannister writes something in Latin that I can't read, but he goes on, quote, "From Lisbon we are now enforced to write, and we must entreat with you the patience to read of nothing but the world's period makers, death and destiny, of sorrow instead of prosperous success, of our lamentation at sea instead of bringing profit to shore." End quote. Now, if you were a rich investor in a corporation there in London, you probably didn't have the most up-to-date information on Jack Ward. However, you would certainly have agents reporting back to you about events in the Mediterranean region. You had interests there. It would be smart to do so. So you would have known that he was out there attacking French ships. And then radio silence until you receive that letter. Death and destiny, sorrow instead of prosperous success, lamentation at sea, and no profit. Now I'm going to skip over the paragraphs that follow that. It's a lot of woe is me, a poor sailor, and then a lot more praising of the investors. The traits that the investors tend to be praised for the most are their nobility and forgiveness and their sense of justice and how understanding they are. It's a little bit paper thin. But finally, Daniel Bannister gets to the point. On 15 March, the Charity put in at a Venetian port to trade the goods that they had in their holds for what the captain calls corn, but he means wheat though. The voyage had sailed from London to trade wool in France initially, and it looks like in France they picked up some wine, which they then traded in Spain. Now, I don't know what they picked up in Spain, but this was the way of their voyage. They hopped from port to port, trading goods that would fetch a good price there for goods that would fetch a better price elsewhere. So everything was going well. Now, this was the penultimate stop, that one in Venice to pick up the wheat. That ship, the Charity, planned to trade that wheat in, I think in France, but maybe elsewhere in Italy. But their plan was to trade it there for good silver and make a huge profit. So after leaving that penultimate stop, the Charity headed south down the Adriatic until she was finally near the heel of Italy, the southeast corner of Italy. And there, the Charity encountered another ship. It was another English ship. And this one turned out to be the Pearl out of London. And the Pearl was owned by that same group of rich investors, that same proto-corporation. In fact, the Pearl and the Charity knew each other, or at least knew of each other, and it turned out they were both headed out of the Mediterranean. Now, both captains and crews had heard some troubling whispers about pirates in the area. They always heard these sort of whispers, but they knew that there were pirates out there. So they decided that it would be smart to sail together, add a little extra protection. They made impressive time across the Mediterranean. They caught an excellent wind out of the east, what they call a levant, and they made it from Naples to almost the coast of Spain in 15 days. That's spectacular time. But Daniel Bannister then writes in that letter he sent to his bosses that on the 3rd of April, 1608, quote, "Many things happen between the cup and the lip. Man purposeth and God disposeth. That who trusts himself upon the pinnacles of fortune is readiest to fall under the tempest of ruin. The glorious morning sun is up early to awake us with the promise of a delightful day. Yet even then, by the overcharging of the clouds, the day is overcast and our expectation frustrated. The sun hath forsook his promise to lend us his beams. Calmness is turned to tempests, and the fairness we had put hope on is turned to fearfulness." End quote. Now, that's not metaphor or allegory or poetic license. He's literally saying that the day turned very stormy. The waters grew choppy, and the Pearl and Charity were separated. Now they could still see each other, but they were far apart from one another. And that was when the pirates struck. It's unclear if Jack Ward was here at this moment, but I believe that he was. So you can picture a giant Venetian ship accompanied by at least 4 men of war surrounding the Pearl. Now that's not the ship that the author of that letter, Daniel Bannister, was on. He was observing all of this from a distance, and he thought for a brief moment that those ships might have been friendly ships there to lend aid in this terrible storm. A giant Venetian ship was probably a Venetian ship. But then, Daniel Bannister watched in horror as the Pearl struck her sails and the crew of that Venetian giant boarded her. And then 3 ships broke away and made for the Charity. Bannister gave his ship all the sail he could, but his Charity was small. There were only 20 crewmen on board, and it had been at sea for some time. Those 3 vessels that were coming for him, well, they were well manned, full of sail, and according to Bannister, they were impeccably clean, as though they had just come out of port, he says. They were significantly faster. I take this to mean that at some point the crews had careened the ships on some island or inlet on the coast, but either way, those 3 ships came upon Charity swiftly. There was a ship on either side of Charity and then a 3rd ship at the stern. Now Bannister noted 3 things here with terrible shock. First, he saw the telltale skin tone and clothing of the Janissary warrior. Those were fearful Turks, but they were of European origin. They had been forcefully turned from the one true faith. Bannister knew that those Janissaries lusted for the chance to kill good Christian men more than anything else. Now, that wasn't exactly true, but that was how Bannister saw things. And then second, Bannister saw that most of the faces on board those ships were not Janissary warriors, and when he heard them speak over the waves, he recognized many of their voices to be English. And they weren't slaves, they were working alongside the Turks, occasionally giving them commands. And then, perhaps the most shocking thing of all to Daniel Bannister, captain of the Charity, he realized he knew the captains of all 3 vessels. See, there were, according to the prevalent winds in the Mediterranean, a number of traditional trade routes, and Charity had run all of them during her years. Daniel Bannister knew all of them, and both Charity and Bannister were well known on the Barbary coast. The Barbary coast was an excellent place to pick up some exotic fruits, some spices, perhaps olives, but more than anything, beeswax. Beeswax was hard to come by in England, and it was all over the North African coast. Bannister realized that all 3 of the captains he saw around his vessel, well, they were captains that he had shared that route with in the past. Maybe not sailed with them, but sailed the same route. These were men that he, at some point, very likely had a drink with in a tavern somewhere to discuss prices or the weather or whatever ship captains discussed in 1605 in Algiers. But he tells us their names, at least their last names. He gives us ranks as well, but I'm not sure that they are accurate to their ranks in the pirate fleet. He says that the admiral of these 3 ships was a man named Captain Lynx. That ship carried 30 guns. What he calls the vice admiral was a man named Powell, and then the rear admiral, according to Bannister, was a man named Captain Foxley. Both of those prior 2 ships carried 28 pieces of ordnance. Now, those terms are probably a bit confused. Jack Ward was the admiral of the entire fleet, but it was common practice to rank the members of any given fleet, even a fleet of 3 tiny ships, in that fashion. And those ships may have been a part of a merchant convoy at some point in the past, and perhaps at that point, Lynx was the admiral, and Powell was the vice admiral, and Foxley was the rear admiral. But it seems that things had changed, Captain Bannister realized once he was fully stopped by those 3 pirate vessels. I do wonder if he had a moment of hope. He knew these men, perhaps they would spare him. But it became clear in short order that these once upstanding, honest merchantmen out of England had gone on the account. What Bannister called the rear admiral, Captain Foxley, was the man who hailed Bannister, and he appears to have been in command at this point. He told Bannister that, quote, if we would not presently strike our topsail, thereby to show our yielding was immediate, they would lay us directly aboard with their ships and as readily sink us, end quote. Captain Bannister, and remember, this is according to a letter he was sending back to his investors and his bosses, so take it all with a huge grain of salt, Captain Bannister said he was prepared to fight. He shouted back at Foxley that he was, quote, as resolute to repel as his enemies were to offer, end quote, and that his men were all well armed and ready. As Bannister put it, quote, we were fitted to bid them welcome. And then he continues, such a hot entertainment should they find, as all the water that bare them should hardly bring them into a cool temper again, end quote. Now he was writing this in a letter, but he wrote it as though those were the words that he said to Captain Foxley. I think whatever Bannister really said, if he did in fact want to fight in the first place, was something a lot more like whatever the 1608 equivalent of come at me bro might be. And, maybe that eloquence that he showed in that letter was the 1608 equivalent of come at me bro, the equivalent of two dudes puffing up their chests, but, well, I kind of doubt that. Either way, though, Captain Bannister did not strike sail, so the gunners on board all three pirate vessels shouted out orders and the crew began to load their guns. Hands ran up into the rigging, and the pilots on board the vessels set a course to encircle the Charity. And then, like sharks circling a piece of prey, the pirates brandished gleaming swords and held aloft all of their firearms. They screamed across insults and threats as they circled around the ship bearing their weapons. They weren't just threats of impending death, that was to be understood, but these pirates reminded those 20 sailors on board the Charity that when they were dead, other men would come in and claim their wives and their daughters, perhaps kill their sons and take their land. Still, though, according to Captain Bannister, the men on board Charity held on to their resolution. So, Captain Foxley came up with another idea. He barked out an order, and after a few moments, a gang of prisoners, all chained up in a line, a chain gang essentially, were marched out of the holds on deck. And then those prisoners began to address Captain Bannister and all of his men, and they addressed them in English. These prisoners in chains informed the crew of Charity that they were slaves. They were to be sold in Tunis, and their days, everything they had to look forward to, would be endless hours of pain and fear and torment and toil. They were beaten on board this ship. They were assaulted in the worst ways possible, and they were given barely enough food to survive to bring them to Tunis. Some of them had tears in their eyes. Some of them broke down, and any man who did was beaten down on the deck. Finally, Foxley barked out a final order, and all of the prisoners fell silent. Foxley looked up to Bannister, and he told them that these men were the last crew to offer him any resistance when he came upon them. But, Foxley said, Bannister and Charity had not yet fired a shot. No blood had been drawn on either side, and if they surrendered, Charity and the crew would all be allowed to go free. I think this is, well, it's a sort of a gamble. This is a last-ditch effort to convince Bannister to surrender peacefully. Now, if Bannister and the Charity believed Foxley here, they would almost certainly surrender. They don't want to be prisoners, obviously, and this is a losing battle. But if they don't believe you, if they think that you're going to take them as slaves, which you have just seen evidence they're willing to do, well, they would have redoubled the fighting spirit of the men on board Charity. They would have been terrified. So this gamble could either turn out very well for Foxley and the pirates, or a little bit more difficult for him. However, in the end, it worked. Bannister tells us that he saw tears not only in the eyes of those enslaved, but in the eyes of many of the English pirates as well. He saw even a few of the Janissary warriors, he calls them the infidels, but he saw that some of them were even visibly moved by the tale of that pain. He saw that they knew what was ahead for those English prisoners. He saw that they knew how terrible it was going to be for them, and he saw that they were resolved to bring them to Tunis nonetheless. And then he saw his own men. He saw them trembling with fear, and he realized that their will to fight was breaking. I think what broke them here was, well, when they had been prepared to fight, they were fighting odds that certainly would have ended in their defeat. They were prepared to die, to defend their ship and their honor. If that were the case, they would have sunk down into the depths or died on deck with a bullet wound, and then they would have risen to heaven. But now they knew that that was not going to happen. Now they knew that they would not be allowed that sweet release. Instead, they would be enslaved for the rest of their lives. And that was what broke them. So, Captain Bannister signaled a surrender. The Charity was boarded, and the crew was loaded onto one of the 3 ships. They did so turn by turn. The first sailor was loaded onto one ship, and then the second sailor loaded onto a different ship, and then the third loaded onto the final ship. And then the fourth sailor would be loaded onto that first ship, but that would give them enough time to ensure that the first sailor brought aboard that ship would be under guard and not about to start any sort of trouble. It was a slow process, but it was the safest way to break up this crew and make sure that everybody had at least 2 men guarding him. Then Captain Bannister tells us, quote, "They presently came aboard us, fell violently to ransack, pillaging our traffic, cutting down our cabins, and smashing our chests to pieces, leaving us nothing to call our own but what we had on our backs. They took away all the powder we had, leaving us not so much beside as would prime one piece. They bereft us of most of our great shot, all our muskets, all our small shot, of our match, pikes, ladles, sponges, rapiers, swords, daggers, of all necessary munition for defense, leaving nothing with us but the vast sea and the unconstant wind to defend us." End quote. Now, every pirate ship throughout history put a priority on munitions and weapons. They were invaluable to the pirates. Next to the ships themselves, they were the most valuable tools of the trade. Honestly, they might prefer chests of silver and gold and rubies and pearls, but if those weren't available, they would prioritize the weapons above all else, unless they were starving and needed food, or maybe there was booze on board. They might take that before the weapons, but the weapons third or fourth. But then, Bannister calls the cargo here traffic, and they took all of that, and then they went after the foodstuffs. They took the beef, they took the pork, they took something called cheese rise. Now, I'm not entirely certain what cheese rise is. He might mean yeast, or he may just mean cheese, but the pirates left the crew of the Charity only hard bread and a little water, and hardly enough of that to make it safely to shore. Now, this operation took several hours. The sailors of the Charity slept under guard that night, or, it's probable they didn't sleep at all, but they spent the night under guard. Personally, were I in their situation, I would be terrified that we had been lied to. Those English sailors that we had seen were merely a ruse to get us to surrender peacefully and come on board, and now we're slaves. But come morning, Captain Foxley had all of the prisoners gathered, and he spoke to them in English. The Charity was pretty well picked over, but Captain Foxley lowered his voice. He looked over his shoulder and appeared to confide in these men who stood before him prisoners. He told them that, quote, "It was no way their intent, nor was it their Captain Ward's pleasure, that any private seafaring man's venture be in any ways hindered." End quote. And what Foxley was talking about here is, most merchant sailors would bring along a private cargo with them on their voyages. something that they personally owned and intended to trade. Usually it was something that they or their family produced. Sometimes it would be poor fare like wool or grain, but sometimes it would be textiles produced by their families, by their children and wives, sometimes fine clothes made out of that wool. Now, sailors would trade that personal cargo in much the same fashion as the other cargo on board. They would trade up and up and up until they had something that would be worth a good bit of coin back in England. This was the benefits package to supplement their abysmal wages. That's just how it worked. But Foxley was saying here that neither he nor his fellow captains, nor Captain Ward, his admiral, wanted these men to lose their own personal possessions. These pirates weren't here to rob these men of their livelihood. They only wanted to rob their bosses, and that would only be of a little profit anyway. It fit well into the Robin Hood image of Captain Jack Ward. Not only did he have the Little John, but this proved that he preferred to steal from the rich and, well, if not give to the poor, at least he would spare the poor. But then, Foxley said, quote, "These Turks, whom I doubt not but you have heard to be cruel enough, have as much command or more than ourselves. Wherefore, if you have anything that you would have defended from their grip, deliver it in trust to us. And as we are your countrymen, we will see it faithfully preserved, and upon your free discharge, restored to you in full." End quote. Look, guys, we don't want to steal your stuff. We only want to steal your boss's stuff. But those guys, those scary infidels over there, well, they really do whatever they want. There's nothing I can do to stop them. But if you give us all of your goods, we'll make sure that they don't touch any of it. Swearsies. Now, I alluded to this a few weeks ago in a hypothetical, imaginary pirate attack, but it did really happen here. And it happened elsewhere as well, but this is the best account we have of it. The pirates, mostly Captain Foxley, convinced the crew of Charity to hand over their personal stashes of treasure. They promised to protect it from the Janissaries, but what choice did the crew of Charity have? They could refuse and allow the Janissaries to maybe torture the location of that treasure out of them, tear the ship apart until they found it, and maybe, just maybe, Captain Foxley was being honest here. Maybe he really didn't want to steal from these Englishmen. There was a certain code amongst mariners, especially mariners that were countrymen, not to harm one another. So Captain Foxley and the Englishmen squirreled away their personal treasures. And then their bonds were cut free. The crew of the Charity was brought back on board the Charity. It appears that any fears they may have had of enslavement were not the case. They were going to be allowed to go free. And then the crew of the Pearl was brought over to the Charity. The pirates wanted the Pearl, as it turned out, but they were set free on board the Charity as well. They had food, they had water, and they had their lives. It appeared that the pirates had been honest to their word. Well, they had been honest to their word when it came to not selling them as slaves in Tunis. Captain Bannister notes with almost a sense of wry amusement that Foxley and the other pirates sailed away with all of their goods on board. And once again, that is according to Captain Bannister. Perhaps there is the smallest possibility that Captain Foxley did follow that code. Perhaps he did give them back their personal effects, their personal cargo. This may have been the case. He did, after all, know Bannister. He probably knew most of the crew. But assume that you had been captured by pirates. You lost all of the cargo that belonged to your rich and powerful investors. Would you let them know that you had a few chests of treasure on board after the pirates had taken all of their goods? Or would you maybe find an abandoned bit of coastline somewhere, bury that treasure, and then write an elaborate tale about it too had been stolen from you by those vile pirates? All we have to go on is what Bannister told us, and he says that Foxley took the treasure. And frankly, I don't see any reason to not believe him, but I find it equally likely that perhaps Bannister was bending the truth here. I think I know what I would do. Next time, we're going to talk about the effects of this particular pirate attack. In some ways, the response to this raid was even bigger than that of the Rainiera y Sotorina. Then we will go on to discuss the fates of the charity, and we will continue our story of Jack Ward and Simon Danziger. I'd like to thank everybody for listening. I'd like to thank everybody who has been kind enough to help support the show. Everybody who has given us a review wherever it is you listen to the show. Everyone who has suggested this show to your friends or family or on social media. And everybody who has signed up to become a patron on Patreon or donated through the website. Without all of your help, I would be unable to do this show. So to all of you, thank you. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the absolutely fantastic band Brillig. If you have yet to check it out, I absolutely suggest you do so. You can find them at brillig.com.au. That's brillig.com.au. After you're done over there, you can check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can get in touch with us on Twitter, SoundCloud, YouTube, or Reddit. As always, and most importantly, thank you for listening.
Love and love, we were all hypnotized by the sound of his tales from the old country, told for a fight and a pound. The stories of battles at sea, from a voice that could shake down the trees, and the face of an angel all battered by grand tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For at first life is born, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
Listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Today's episode is brought to you by our Patreon supporters, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Scurvy Pete, Kane, Kinway, Hefe, Zuma, Nopales, Matthew the Navigator, Bull, Vertigon, Conifalende, Rumgut, and Bootstrap Spade. And of course, our Quartermaster Heaven. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. Throughout most of 1608, Simon Danziger was a particularly active pirate. In fact, he may have been the most active pirate, at least in the Mediterranean. After his stint in Algiers, teaching the Algerian shipwrights how to build round ships and gaining the trust and protection of Redouan Pasha, Simon Danziger went out on the cruise. Now, John Ward may have been responsible for more ships captured and more slaves brought in than Simon Danziger. His Tunisian fleet, well, it was massive. There were ships under his command sailing out there, capturing ship after ship after ship. They were all very busy, and he had many of them. In fact, according to an agent of King James, a man named Henry Pepwell, Simon Danziger actually sailed under John Ward's flag for a few months here, but that didn't last long. Danziger set out on his own and immediately began to make a name for himself. Among the pirates that were operating out of Tunis, Danziger became something of a figure of competition and even jealousy, and probably some admiration and respect. Danziger distanced himself from the pack so quickly that it was immediately clear he was a cut above most of the captains active in Barbary. He was on the same level as their admiral, as John Ward. Among everyone back in Europe, though, Danziger was becoming something darker. He was becoming a real boogeyman. To the Venetians and the Nepalese and the Spanish and English and French, Danziger was quickly supplanting Ward as the most watched and most feared pirate sailing in the Mediterranean. And Danziger still hadn't taken any really serious prizes. He had taken nothing to compare with the Rainiera Isodorina, but the capture of that Venetian vessel was months ago now. Ward was busy in Tunis, outfitting his new flagship. He was content to let his sub-commanders capture whatever they could, but he was busy at home. Meanwhile, though, Danziger was even busier. He was out there on the prowl, and there were a few defections over to Danziger, from sailors among Ward's fleet, even from captains and ships among Ward's fleet. At first there were only a few. Maybe they wanted a change of scenery. But by the end of today's show, it will become a flood of defections. At first, there were just a few smaller ships, captained by some small-time pirates, that joined up with Danziger just to take a ship that normally would have been too large for them. They would split the booty after the prize was taken and go on about their way. They didn't necessarily join up with Danziger, just allied with him for a time. But imagine that you were a pirate operating a relatively small craft in the Mediterranean. You capture a ship and, oh, yay, it's 76 tons of wheat again. And then you see someone with an equally small ship, even perhaps a smaller ship, and they bring in silk and sugar and silver. Well, how did they do it? They did it by teaming up with Simon Danziger. Ward sat in port tinkering with his baby, but Danziger was out there getting rich and making other people rich as well. It might actually be unfair to call these defections. Ward and Danziger weren't at war with one another. It wasn't as though they were going over to the enemy camp. On the whole, they were friendly. They knew each other. They'd even worked together at one point. Their sub-commanders and crews knew each other as well. They were comrades of a sort. But you have to imagine that John Ward would feel a little pang of trepidation and maybe even some anger and even fear every time one of his ships, a member of his fleet, sailed in with a rich haul, care of that Dutchman, Simon Danziger. And most Dutch pirates would have been more comfortable sailing with the Dutch admiral. England and the Netherlands were friendly, yes, but those old national allegiances weren't entirely dead among the pirates, so we see a large number of Dutch captains go over to Simon Danziger. Danziger himself famously refused to attack Dutch shipping. Now, this wasn't an absolute rule, and we'll see him break that rule today, but on the whole, he tried to stay away from attacking his countrymen. And that, combined with a lot of other attitudes and actions of Simon Danziger, prove that, while John Ward claimed to be a Robin Hood of the high seas, complete with Little John, Simon Danziger was living the life of a noble thief. He did rob from the rich and give to the poor, at least He did more so than John Ward did. He did spare his countrymen, usually, and Simon Danziger was well known for stealing only the cargo belonging to rich investors. The personal possessions and the freedom of his fellow mariners were never, or at least rarely, on the table. Case in point here. When Jack Ward's 3 ships under Captain Foxley attacked the Charity and the Pearl, what we talked about last time, Foxley tricked the sailors of Charity to hand over their personal wealth. They stole their wages and their earnings on that voyage. They stole, well, what would feed their families back home. Foxley said that it was to protect those possessions, but he lied. He left those sailors destitute out there. But that was not how Simon Danziger did business. And he was about to prove it. This is episode 90 of Angels and Devils. So let's return to the story of the Charity from last time. The crews of both the Charity and the Pearl were all put aboard Charity when those 3 captains under Foxley set them free. They had a bit of water and biscuit to keep them alive, but virtually nothing else. Captains Lynx, Powell, and Foxley, all 3 of them Ward's men, took all of their munitions. They took every gun, every piece of shot, every ounce of powder, every sword, every axe. They took everything down to the last dagger. The men of the Pearl and Charity had nothing with which to defend themselves. They barely had enough to feed themselves or even sail safely for shore. This was a desperate situation, and it's one that, to me at least, belies the Robin Hood mythos of John Ward. Now, Ward wasn't there, and perhaps had he been, he would have insisted on a more humane treatment of his victims, especially since they were his countrymen. According to some European agents operating there in Barbary, Ward was as loath to attack English ships as Danziger was to attack the Dutch. But that's not true. Ward did attack English ships all the time. The Little John was an English ship. The York Bonaventure was an English ship, and a number of others. However, that still remains a part of his myth. Regardless, the sailors on board the Charity sailed away. They were defeated and they were dejected. However, they were alive and free, and sometimes that's all one can ask for. They were still in sight of the 3 pirate ships who had taken them captive. Well, now there were 4, including the Pearl, when they saw another ship arrive on the horizon. This was a French vessel, and those 3 pirate ships made right for her. Now that French ship on the horizon made a run for it, but to no avail. She prepared to fight. She even got off a salvo. That's a courageous decision, the decision to fight, especially facing down such long odds. Perhaps the French were unable to communicate with the English pirates, or maybe the pirates just gave her fewer chances to surrender due to their being French, or perhaps the French sailors just preferred to fight. Maybe they wanted to go out honorably. The last image that Captain Bannister, the captain of Charity, saw of that French vessel as his ship sailed away was the merchant, master, and mate, all 3, hanging from the yardarm. And I wonder about this story. I wonder about Captain Bannister's entire narrative. Remember, he was writing all of this from Lisbon sometime later, and it was the first word that his English bosses had received about 2 of their ships. Now, I don't have any evidence to suggest that his story might not be accurate. There is no positive information suggesting that he might not be telling the truth, but it still seems suspect to me. What gets me is the timing of the 3 ship captures. First, the Pearl surrendered immediately. The second, Charity, almost put up a fight. They were brave, honorable, courageous Englishmen after all, and they were willing to fight the cargo of their rich investor bosses, but they were also smart. They were smart enough to surrender when it was clear that resistance would be futile. And if you need proof that resistance would have been the foolish path, all of my bosses back in London, you only have to look to that French ship and the death and slavery that followed for the crew. And of course the French would do something that foolish. They're French after all. It's just a little bit too perfect. And Bannister may have been telling the full and honest truth here. But if he is, the The saga of Charity serves almost as a perfect parable about pirates and how to deal with them. However, even if it isn't true, we still have to believe. It's the story we have. Now, I bring this up because things are about to become even less credible. The following day, the day after Charity was set free and saw that French vessel captured, the Charity was making her way to the coast of Spain when they saw another ship. Bannister writes of that time, quote, "After we had discharged ourselves of the bad, we were subject to fall into the jaws of worse. Now, being eagerly pursued by a bloody French man of war, a pirate like the other, of whose cruelty we had heard so much before, we counted ourselves in the arms and grip of death. For 2 days and a night this French pirate had us in chase, and the wind beginning to grow calm, he was come within a mile of us. The nearer we perceived him, the nearer we judged our sudden destruction." End quote. There were 40 or so men on board Charity, and they knew to a man that they had no hope of victory. They had no guns, they had no swords, they didn't even have a dagger on board. Every tool with which they could have defended themselves was taken from them. Now, Bannister says that he knew who this devilish French pirate was, but he doesn't tell us who it was. Perhaps it was one of Ward's ships, or perhaps it was one of Danziger's. More likely, though, she was an independent vessel operating out of Barbary or even France. There were French Barbary pirates and French privateers in the region, but even the pirates operating out of Barbary from France were sort of an inclusive and almost nationalistic lot. They tended not to join up with the English or the Dutch. Still, that French vessel, that French pirate, would have had less compunction capturing the crew of Charity and selling them into slavery than the Englishmen under Ward did. The English pirates might take your cargo and your guns and most of your food in one of your ships, but the English among them would still hesitate at capturing other Englishmen to be sold into slavery. Even though they were willing to, it wasn't exactly what they wanted to do. But the French didn't share that. Not about the English. I'm sure that they would be less willing to sell other Frenchmen into slavery, but in the same way that the English would be more willing to sell a Frenchman, the French were more willing to sell the English. You get what I'm saying here. The crew of Charity, though, resolved that in this moment they would not be taken alive. They all refused to be enslaved. Every last one of them prayed and made what peace they could with God. Bannister says that they prepared to meet that from whom we can never expect mercy. However, as they prepared to fall on their swords or perhaps jump ship and try to swim for safety, or perhaps both and let themselves sink into the depths, we can imagine that they fervently hoped for that mercy. Bannister says they were void of all fear, but I have trouble believing that. He writes, quote, "When we least thought of help, when all expectation of rescue was frustrate, when we had given our lives and our bodies to ye seas, it pleased God to send inside of us 5 ships under sail." End quote. So let's take a quick look at the timeline here. Charity and Pearl were attacked on day 1. They spent the night in chains and were set free on day 2. They saw another ship attacked on that same day. On 3, they were pursued by a French ship overnight and all of day 4. At the end of day 4, they run into 5 ships under sail. Now, for me, I tend toward the cynical. I try not to. I try to look at the brighter side, but I still tend to see the worst in the situation. But in the eyes of everyone aboard the Charity, this was a miracle. They made for those 5 ships. They didn't know who they were. They didn't know their nationality. They didn't know if they were pirate ships, but they did know that the ship chasing them was a pirate with violence and terror in mind. And you know that saying, the devil you know is better than the devil you don't? In this case, the devil they didn't know may just have been an angel in disguise. They realized that a danger was behind them, and even if danger lay ahead of them, there was at least a potential for rescue. And it was a dangerous move. For a moment, let's set aside the possibility that they were pirates. Let us assume that these 5 ships were friendly merchantmen. Imagine that you were the captain of a merchant ship in a convoy, and you saw an English ship sailing in fast in waters in which English pirates were known to be nearby. Wouldn't you arm yourself and prepare to defend against attack? Isn't there a possibility that you would fire first and ask questions later? It was the safest course of action. Bannister was well aware of that possibility. But the devil you don't know and all of that. Bannister writes, quote, "We made all the speed we could to get up to them. The Frenchmen, on the contrary, strove as much to cut us off from our purpose. We guessed they, the 5 ships, might discern our inward mystery by our outward signs. We expressed the lively motions of distressed men by kneeling on the knees and holding up our hands. They, perceiving, though not knowing what we were, in charity made up to us. The Frenchmen, considering, sprang aloof and left us." End quote. So charity sailed for those 5 ships as fast as possible. They showed themselves to be desperate men by assuming the positions of beggars or maybe of penitents. The strangers saw that and sailed up, so their French pursuer sailed off. And maybe it was a miracle. They weren't pirates. It turned out that they were English ships, 4 of them at least. 1 of them was Flemish. They were merchants and they were friendly. The flagship was the Prosperous, and her master was one Captain Sartop. The men of charity praised God and thanked their saviors. Some of them fell to their knees, some to pray and some to kiss the feet of their saviors. Others fell from sheer relief. They had, at long last, been saved. And, weren't these seas just amazingly crowded? Not only the 3 pirate ships belonging to Ward, but the Charity, the Pearl, that French merchantman that was captured, the French pirate, and these 5 ships here. That's 12 ships meeting within 4 days. Not one of them was Spanish either, and they were just off the coast of Spain. Where's the Coast Guard? Where are these Spanish merchant galleons? I don't know, but they weren't here. However, Charity was finally safe to sail on toward the coast of Spain. They had left the pirates behind and found succor. So let's leave them to it and turn our attention to Captain Simon Danziger. Unfortunately, much like John Ward, in the early days of Danziger's pirate career, we don't have any of these wonderful first-hand accounts like that of Charity. There's nothing like that letter telling us the ins and outs of their battles and their struggles. So the early days of his career are a little bare bones. Early on, it's hard to say what captured ships in the Mediterranean could actually be attributed to Simon Danziger. Ward's fleet was out there capturing ships. There were other unaffiliated corsairs on the prowl, so it's tough to track down exactly where Danziger was. There were pirates out of not only Tunis and Algiers, but Tripoli and Salih in Morocco. This was one of those post-war periods when privateers went rogue and turned pirate in droves. This is the major pattern in the story of piracy. We see it time and time again after the Franco-Dutch War and after the War of Spanish Succession, among many others. But right now, there were so many pirates sailing that for any single name to stand out, they have to pull off something huge. And Simon Danziger does stand out, because he pulled off what Adrian Tenniswood calls a major coup. Earlier in the year, Simon Danziger was off the coast of Valencia, the east coast of Spain. That's just a little bit south of where the Charity was when she was captured, and they were near the Balearic Islands. Danziger spotted a convoy of Spanish ships on the horizon. They were captured, and they were found to be carrying grain. Now, grain was actually a pretty good haul for Danziger's purposes. I may have mocked another 76 tons of corn earlier, but Danziger was happy with it. Remember, he was the admiral of the Algerian Navy under Pasha Redouan. He was building a fleet, hoping to rival those in Europe. Anytime he captured a cargo of wool or linen or grain or timber, and timber was a big one here, it would be useful for his fleet. They were always happy with guns and powder and shot and cold steel and tools and tar and everything that was needed to run a navy. So the grain was useful here. If it was the grain, though, it would have just been another in a long line of unremarkable hauls that we probably wouldn't remember. However, that grain convoy was carrying two particularly valuable pieces of human cargo.
Hey, I'm Ryan Reynolds. Recently, I asked Mint Mobile's legal team if big wireless companies are allowed to raise prices due to inflation. They said yes. And then when I asked if raising prices technically violates those onerous 2-year contracts, they said, what the are you talking about, you insane Hollywood ass? So to recap, we're cutting the price of Mint Unlimited from $30 a month to just $15 a month. Give it a try at mintmobile.com/switch.
$45 upfront payment equivalent to $15 per month. New customers on first 3-month plan only. Taxes and fees extra. Speed slower above 40 gigabytes in detail.
Discover Uncruise Adventures all-inclusive small ship journeys, hosting just 22 to 86 guests and exploring Alaska, Baja, Costa Rica, Hawaii, and Galapagos. Experience epic wildlife encounters, remote shores, farm-to-table dining, and authentic connections with nature. Adventure without the crowds. Unrushed, unplugged, unbelievable. Uncruise. Visit uncruise.com or call 1-888-862-8881.
On board the flagship Baena, Simon Danziger found two young men. One was the son of the Viceroy Sandoval of Majorca, largest of the Balearic Islands. The other was the illegitimate son of the Viceroy Villena of Sicily. They would fetch impressive ransoms, but even that was nothing compared to what they were carrying. They had in their possession 300,000 Spanish crowns in gold. Now, this was a common tactic employed by the Spanish. More than a few times in our story, pirates have, and will in the future, stumble upon some unbelievably rich prize they were totally unsuspecting of. The Spanish did this a lot. Just a normal grain convoy, nothing to see here, move along. Certainly no rich, noble sons on board with a chest filled with gold coins. This was the exact opposite of their huge, well-armed treasure fleets. They were hiding in plain sight. And usually, presumably, they made it to their destination with no trouble. They continued doing it for decades and decades, so we have to assume that it usually went well. But imagine what sort of a dramatic situation this must have been for those two young men. Unfortunately, we don't have a first-hand account like that of Captain Bannister. All we have are the official Spanish reports, but what must that have been like for young Sandoval and Villena? Imagine their furious arguments on board with the captain of the Baena. Imagine them ordering him to sail on and make a run for it, or to fight the pirates when it finally came down to it. Imagine them in their cabin, furiously trying to hide a huge chest of gold, or maybe they rushed to one of the more humble cabins on the ship and traded clothes with some of the men. Maybe they hid their gold and swords away and tried to blend in with the crew. They perhaps locked the door, and maybe they sat there preparing to kill to keep their treasure safe. Because this wasn't their money, they weren't just two rich boys on board. This was almost certainly a private payment from Sicily to Majorca, or maybe Valencia. This would have been of the utmost importance, more than likely. And now, once they were found, it was in the hands of Captain Simon Danziger. He returned home after his raid on Baena, in possession of 300,000 crowns, 2 noble hostages, and a convoy of grain ships. The Pasha, Redouan, commended Danziger for this, and it earned the Dutch pirate a new name in Algiers. In Turkish, they called him Dali Rais. In English, the Devil Captain. Suddenly, back in Europe, his name started appearing in a bunch of official communications, where once Jack Ward would have taken credit or maybe taken the blame for something like this, Simon Danziger was receiving both for all of his exploits. And he went back out there. The Devil Captain went back on the prowl. He captured another grain convoy. He captured more than a few merchant ships, and he even began making grandiose gestures against those who he felt had wronged him. He threatened to blockade the harbor of the fort at Ibiza, another of the Balearic Islands. He did sail around for a while, looking very intimidating with what appeared to be a growing fleet. One of the ships was in fact that grain convoy's refitted flagship, Bain. But what's so striking about Danziger, even though we have fewer accounts that have filtered down to us, is his style. Remember in Harry Potter and I think it's the Order of the Phoenix, when Dumbledore summons his pet phoenix and vanishes in a brilliant flash of fire, and Kingsley says, "You may not like him, Minister, but you have to admit, Dumbledore's got style." Well, that sort of sentiment was being quietly expressed there in Europe. There was something almost fun. There was something theatrical about how Simon Danziger operated. First of all, he was less prone to taking slaves. And second, whenever he did take a ship, well, it kind of reminds me of Blackbeard. He built this larger-than-life, terrifying pirate menace image. He would sail in and overwhelm a ship with the mere presence of himself. And then he would command the sea like a stage. He would pull off what were some frankly impressive nautical maneuvers and then bellow over commands in a huge sea commander's voice. One captain, a captain of a ship called the Swan, reported that Danziger bellowed over in what was kind of a hybrid of English and Dutch, quote, "Aha, Swan, thou binst mine," end quote. And he would leave most of his ships behind and sail on alone to meet whatever ship he was trying to capture. But then he would tell the ship's master to strike sail and follow him. Now, Danziger and whomever the captain might be might deliberate on that point, but if they did, then Danziger's fleet would ensnare the ship in a net. The captain would invariably, in that situation, knowing that that was going to be the outcome, strike sail and follow Danziger. Now, I don't want to lionize Simon Danziger here. He was a thief, he was just a pirate, and he would kill men if he had to take their cargo. But much like Blackbeard, the Devil Captain built an image that ensured, well, more often than not, that he wouldn't have to kill anyone. So, Captain Danziger was building a name for himself in those early months, not just in Algiers and not just in Barbary, but in Europe. And here he began to rival Ward in notorious notoriety. As I said, those early months were a bit bare bones, but now let's return again to the Charity, sailing toward the coast of Spain with that convoy. Captain Bannister's letter, which would be written later, still had a final chapter. After that chase from a French pirate and the miracle of a rescue at sea, Bannister writes, quote, "Life is not permanent. No more are our fortunes. We have joy in this moment and sorrow in the next. We come crying into the world, and we must go weeping out. Scarce had our joy felt an hour of embracement, when presently we might find ourselves the third time to be had in chase by a man of war and his pinnace, who, drawing near up to us, we perceived was Captain Danziger of Algiers. His ship is so potent that it seemed to us resistless, for he carried 55 pieces of ordnance, besides 40 Turks. Comes he amongst the thickest of our fleet, as if he had the power to sweep us away with his breath." End quote. It was 5 days after Charity had been attacked the first time when Simon Danziger found them. It was mere hours after that French man-of-war gave up the chase, and Danziger found Charity in the company of 5 other armed ships. They weren't men of war, they weren't even Coast Guard ships, but they were merchant ships, so they had guns, and they did have the ability to surround Danziger's vessel and bombard her. But Danziger was sailing a large ship filled with ordnance and men who were capable of deadly violence. Resistless, Bannister calls it. The Dutch pirate could have blown them out of the water had he chosen to, but of course that's not the goal in piracy. Instead, Simon Danziger just sailed in among the other ships and allowed himself to be surrounded, as though he could blow them away with his breath. The fleet, this merchant convoy, could have opened fire on him. They could have hit him from every angle, except for two things. The first here is purely tactical. Imagine a group of 6 ships. They would be arrayed sort of like a circle of wagons here. Ships were a bit more difficult to maneuver than a wagon, but generally in a rough circle, if more spread out. Then, a large man of war sails into their center. There was little they could do to stop Danziger from doing this. They weren't lined up or prepared for battle. But now Danziger was surrounded. They could have opened fire. But then, what happens if they miss? Arrayed in that rough circle, the possibility of friendly fire would go up significantly, and most of their shots would have missed unless they were in very close quarters. Even 200 years later, even 300 years later, most naval shots missed. It was very hard to make a direct hit on another ship. If you wanted to, you would have to get in very close. But if any of these ships got in close enough to guarantee a hit on Danziger, well, Simon Danziger had those 400 men on board. Bannister continues, quote, "He caused his followers to waft us amain with their glistening swords, threatening to sink us the one after the other if at his command we did not immediately strike." End quote. Simon Danziger had every man on board lift his saber into the air and scream threats at the men on board. So, getting in close was a poor idea. So tactically, it made some sense for Simon Danziger to sail in. He was still surrounded. He hadn't, taken the hill in command of the battlements, but it was a bad situation for Charity and her 5 companions. The second thing that kept them from fighting, though, was Danziger himself. They knew who he was. He was the Devil Captain. He was that larger-than-life, theatrically threatening villain. And compare that to Jack Ward. Now, Ward was scary, make no mistake, but he was scary because he would kill you, and he would sell you as a slave. He was brutal. But Simon Danziger had that certain villainous panache that we've come to expect from pirates. I mean, who would have the guts to just sail into an assembled group of ships and demand their surrender? And not only to demand it, but actually expect it of them. That person is someone of whom you should be very afraid, or at least that's what Simon Danziger was hoping those ships would think. Perhaps it's just because Halloween is coming up, but when I think about the two of them, I think about the Friday the 13th and Nightmare on Elm Street franchises, Freddy and Jason. John Ward is sort of a Jason character. He's quiet, he's brutal, he's deadly, and that makes him terrifying. But Simon Danziger over here is much more of a Freddy Krueger. He's a lot more theatrical. He enjoys the thrill of the hunt and making you afraid, and that's what makes you fail. He doesn't just hit you with a giant machete or a chainsaw or a harpoon or a spear or any of the other tools that Jason used. He likes to scare you in your dreams, and that is how he gets you. And that is, that's bad. You don't want that to happen. But Freddy Krueger, from our point of view, years in the future, or watching it on a TV screen, he's a lot more fun. He's a fun villain. And that's what Simon Danziger had going for him. And the fleet of English ships and that one Flemish vessel, well, they felt it too. Master Sartop, the admiral of the fleet, struck sail and waited for Danziger, as commanded. Now, 2 of his ships, 2 of the English vessels that were sailing under Sartop, sailed in beside him before Danziger was able to get close, and they begged him to hoist sail and prepare to fight. They believed that if they worked together, they could best him. And they might have been right. They probably had the numerical advantage in guns, or at least angles from which to shoot down Danziger. But Sartop refused. He had made up his mind to surrender here. And frankly, that was probably the smart move. Now, the Flemish ship and Charity were to the leeward of Sartop and Danziger. That means that any attempt to run, had they hoisted sail and made a break for it, they would have fallen right in the path of Simon Danziger. They had no way to escape. The other ships, though, saw in Sartop's surrender a chance to escape, and they took it. The three who were downwind hoisted sail and made a break for it. Now, they didn't have the happiest of fates in the end. They were, a little bit later on, captured by pirates. Now, that's not surprising considering the shocking density of pirate population here off the coast of Spain in 1608, and because they were fools, they fought those pirates, and they were sold as slaves back in Barbary. But Sartop, the Flemish vessel, and the Charity had fallen into the hands of Simon Danziger, the devil captain, notorious arch-pirate and scourge of the Mediterranean, one of the most feared men alive. Now, Captain Sartop was safe here. Danziger cut a deal with him. Bannister says that Danziger promised, quote, he would never ransack nor pillage anything from him, end quote. He made that deal on the condition that Sartop surrender. It's why he refused to hoist sail and fight. And it was intended to convince this little fleet of his to do likewise. That's what Danziger wanted. He wanted everything to go smoothly here, and if the admiral surrendered, the rest of the fleet was likely to. Now, that didn't work out. Those smaller ships ran, but, well, I don't know who captured them. But I like to imagine it was another ship under Danziger's command who was waiting out there to capture anyone foolish enough to flee. I enjoy picturing Simon Danziger as that cunning and that devious. But again, he kept to his word here. He spared Sartop because Sartop did as was asked. Now, the fate of that Flemish vessel is a bit ambiguous. We'll talk about that in a minute, but it doesn't go unscathed here. And I realize that earlier I said Danziger famously never attacked Dutch ships except for rare occasions. I also realize that this is the first Dutch ship we have seen him come in contact with, and he takes it immediately. So maybe I just prefer Freddy Krueger to Jason Voorhees, and I am giving him more credit than was his due. But then again, keep that in mind, because I may not be. But Charity had been ransacked and left without any munitions. Danziger sailed up to Charity and told Bannister and his 40 or so men that they were commanded to strike sail and follow him. Bannister obviously agreed. He didn't have much choice here, but Bannister tells us, quote, we entreated him to be good unto us, and told him that we had been robbed by the Tunis man-of-war, Confederates of Ward, only 5 days before. Captain Danziger demanded of Master Sartop whether the relation of our surprisal was true or no, who affirmed it to be true. When Danziger, like a proud, yet we may call him an honest pirate, told us that since the men of Tunis had us in hand, he scorned to rob a hospital, to afflict where there was misery before, or to make prey of them who had nothing left. End quote. Don't you just love that? Danziger sailed in boldly, demanded surrender, and when he received that surrender, he stuck to his own personal code of honor. Danziger sent a message over to Charity. He said that he would spare them if only they shot off a 3-gun salute to him. Now, the Charity didn't have any guns. They had, quote, not so much left whereby to gratify his courtesy, end quote. I can only imagine the terror and panic that ran through the men. What do? We can't do as he asks. Oh, God, he's going to kill us. So Bannister sent the messenger back to tell Danziger that they didn't have any guns. All of their guns had been taken. So Danziger let them go free. I think this was an incredibly clever move. I think Danziger was testing Charity to see if they were lying. If they had 3 guns to fire, they were lying, and he would have taken everything they had on board, including the crew. And I know that I may be giving him too much credit here, but that sounds terribly likely. Before the Charity left, though, The crew of the Pearl, who was on board Charity at this point, decided to ask Danziger a favor. They sent a messenger over, and that messenger said, quote, "How uncertain was our hope, and how continual was the danger, since every ship we saw we must fear to be a pirate, we entreated of Danziger that he would be pleased to set us ashore." End quote. And would you believe it, Simon Danziger agreed. He agreed to take the men of the Pearl on board and set sail for the coast of Spain, where he would set them free. He did so as an act of kindness to ensure that they wouldn't be bothered by any further pirates. And then do you know what he did? He gave them money. He gave every member of the crew of the Pearl 4 shillings to ensure that they could make it safely to civilization. I mean, what? Can you believe that? I kinda can't. I feel like Captain Bannister was lying to us in the letter. I don't know why. I don't have a conflicting account here, but I mean, really? He took this crew to shore, and he paid them money. It's like, look, guys, I was going to rob you, but then I didn't, so here's some money. Is this guy actually Robin Hood? Is the real Robin Hood of the high seas a Dutchman rather than an Englishman? That's kind of a line in the sand, right? I mean, there will be an English pirate much later on who fits this Robin Hood myth a little, but I'm saying it now. These English pirates who died hundreds of years ago, well, they have to up their game. If they want to hold on to that little bit of English mythology of the noble robber, they have to do a lot better than they are right now, than they did during the entire buccaneering era. Because as it stands, the title of most noble pirate ever, Robin Hood of the High Seas, that goes to Simon Danziger. And as for the Flemish ship, Danziger did take some of her cargo. She was carrying mostly corn, but a few Mediterranean goods as well. And Danziger took some of that corn and some of the wine and water on board, and he gave it to the charity. I see you're short of provisions here, so I'm going to literally rob from the rich and give to the poor here. This guy is amazing. And he did take some of their other cargo for himself to pad his coffers, but he didn't take all of it, and he made certain that everything he did take belonged to the bosses, to their rich investors. He refused to touch anything that belonged to, quote, the adventures of private men, end quote. Ward's man, Foxley, lied and cheated and stole everything from the crew of the Charity. And I mean, that's super piratical, lying, cheating, stealing. That's kind of what the whole game is about. But then you think about how he left their children to go hungry because their fathers had no money left at all. And then Danziger. He took extra care to ensure that that did not happen. I know I'm gushing here, but I just don't care. I love this pirate. Charity was allowed to sail away. They had only their own 20 men left on board and holds that were filled with at least a bit of, well, actually, I'd like to address something here. I was recently corrected, but I'm less than sure about it. But apparently, supplies on board a ship should be called properly victuals, even though they still had the French spelling of victuals. I've heard people from certain linguistic regions of the United States say victuals, and honestly, I had no idea what they were talking about. But there are a lot of strange occasions when pronunciations would jump from England in 1700 to some of the more remote mountain communities in North America that just never changed. But Charity finally had victuals to make it safely to shore, or, if they wished, probably enough to make it home. But that wasn't what Bannister had in mind. As we know, they stopped in Spain so their captain could write a letter explaining just why they had lost all of their cargo. You don't want to show up with nothing in your holds and expect your bosses to understand without at least a little bit of warning. But Prosperous, the flagship, and that Flemish vessel, well, they were ordered to sail off with Captain Danziger. They were not a hospital. Bannister writes, quote, Mr. Sartop and his whole company, he, Danziger, carried away directly for Algiers, where what will succeed unto them is yet uncertain. And I am fairly certain that their uncertain fate was to join up with Simon Danziger and turn pirate on the Barbary coast. A part of me suspects that this may have been the plan the entire time, but I don't know that. Regardless, if they weren't pirates before, I think that those two vessels will be now. But at long last, Bannister and the crew of Charity were finally safe. As for Danziger, though, when he returned to Algiers, he began to hear troubling rumors. He was a hero, at least to the people of Algiers. He was on top of the world in the Mediterranean. But the word was rumbling around that Captain Ward had been gone a little too long. He left Tunis some time before. His giant Venetian flagship, Rainiera y Sodorina, hadn't been seen in some time. Quite a long time, in fact. And then, even more troubling, rumors began to spread that the Sodorina was sunk in waters in the Aegean, and that Captain Ward was dead. Now, Danziger and Ward may have been rivals at times, but they knew each other and were, after a fashion, friendly. And more to the point, it ensured security from all sides to have more pirates who were at least relatively friendly operating on the coast of Barbary. Should the Ottoman Empire decide to exert their influence, Simon Danziger would be happy to have Ward sailing alongside him. Should Spain or Venice or France or England or the Netherlands decide to mount an offensive against Tunis or Algiers, they would be happy to have somewhere to run and perhaps friends to help them fight. So if Ward was dead, this was a deeply troubling rumor. Next time, we'll find out exactly what John Ward had been up to ever since he left those French and Italian waters so many months ago, and we will discuss his fate and the end of Captain Jack Ward. I'd like to thank everyone for listening. I'd like to thank everyone who has helped to support the show, everybody who has become a patron on Patreon, everybody who has left us a rating or a review or recommended the show on the internet or in real life. Without all of you, I couldn't do this, so thank you. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you have yet to check them out, I certainly suggest you do so. You can find them at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can get in touch on Twitter, SoundCloud, or YouTube. As always, and most importantly, thank you for listening.
Round and round, we were all hypnotized by the sound of his tales from the old country, told for a fight and a pound. Stories of battles at sea, from a voice that could shake down the dreams, at the face of an angel, all battered by grand tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For at first like this morn, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Today's episode is brought to you by our Patreon supporters, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Scurvy Pete, Kane, Kinman, Hefe, Zuma, Nopales, Matthew the Navigator, Bull, Vertigon, Conifalende, Rumgut, and Bootstrap Spade. And of course, our Quartermaster Heather. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. Oftentimes, online, I'll stumble across one of those threads somewhere entitled something like, "What's the most mind-blowing historical fact you know?" Occasionally, there I'll see something totally new and exciting. Usually it's the same 5 or 6 answers. And I don't mean to disparage those threads. I'm glad people are having these discussions and talking about cool historical tidbits. And many people, normal people, people who don't spend as much time with their noses buried in history books as I do, can glean a lot of interesting stuff from them. They can learn and discover new topics about which they'd like to learn more, but once you've seen a couple of those threads, you've kind of seen them all. Yes, Cleopatra lived closer to the moon landing than the construction of the Great Sphinx in Egypt. And that's, kind of cool, but it really just stems from a misunderstanding or maybe a lack of understanding of world history. Because, human history is old, really, really old. The Sphinx, which is far from the oldest relic of our past, is 4,500 years old, and Cleopatra lived just over 2,000 years ago. So we still have almost 500 years to throw that little factoid around. And yes, that fact should be conditioned with a ton of terms like generally accepted and believed, but, it holds up. And again, I'm glad people are having those discussions. Someone who might not have the same understanding, who might not have paid the best attention in history class, and I was occasionally guilty of that, can learn a fact like that somewhere randomly online and have their curiosity piqued. That can lead to a greater understanding of that topic and world history in general. Another similar fact that I often see is that Oxford University in England is older than the Aztec Empire. And this sort of mind-blowing fact stems from the same basic problem, a misunderstanding or a lack of understanding. The same factors that make it mind-blowing make the Cleopatra factoid mind-blowing. Sometimes when we hear about Cleopatra's Egypt or the Aztec Empire, some of us can tend to lump them in with all of ancient Egypt or all of pre-Columbian Mesoamerican society, and we shouldn't do that. Cleopatra's Egypt was a far different place from the Egypt of the ancient pharaohs, separated by thousands of years, but to many, they both merge into the mist of ancient history. And the Aztecs suffer a similar fate. They're relatively modern, like the 1400s. Johannes Gutenberg was out there kickstarting the European Renaissance with his printing press and his Bible at the same time that the Aztec Empire was reaching its height. But we see them, or some of us do, in this monolithic way. And it was actually that little fact about Oxford University being older than the Aztecs that brought all of this on. I was reading about Oxford, trying to untangle all of the different colleges of which it's comprised, and how old they are, and what they do within the University of Oxford. That got me thinking about those threads and these mind-blowing facts. But the reason that I'm thinking about Oxford at all is because of one of our characters today. His name was Sir Henry Wotton. He was a man who went to Oxford. Now, Sir Henry's story is not particularly interesting, at least not to me, except where it intersects our story of Barbary piracy. But we're going to be talking a fair bit about that aspect of it. Sir Henry was a well-born son, but he wasn't noble. He was a young man who went to the finest schools in England. He went to Winchester College, which was sort of a high school, with the motto, "Manners maketh the man." And then he followed that up by going to the New College at Oxford, and finally the Queen's College. Those were kind of undergrad and graduate studies. Sir Henry reminds me of the opening of Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe. Robinson Crusoe, well, Defoe is discussing how his character, Robinson Crusoe, intends to go to sea when he reaches his manhood. But Robinson's father warns against this. He says of ocean-faring travel, quote, "It was for men of desperate fortunes on one hand, or of aspiring, superior fortunes on the other." And he continues, quote, "Mine was the middle state, or what might be called the upper station of low life, which he had found by long experience was the best state in the world, the most suited to human happiness." End quote. Now I'm just going to blow right past the fact that Daniel Defoe, possibly the first and certainly one of the greatest English novelists of all time, almost certainly pulled that line about men of desperate fortunes straight from the same source that I named an episode after. I'll save that for later discussions of Alexander Selkirk and William Dampier and Daniel Defoe. But Sir Henry Wotton reminds me very much of that sentiment. His father was well off enough to send him to the finest schools, but left Henry only with a modest inheritance. We would probably consider him something like upper middle class. That education that he received, though, served him very well in his life. Sir Henry went into diplomacy as a career path. He served as a secretary to an earl who was, at the time, working in Poland, as well as Italy and Germany. Now that earl, his employer, would later be executed for high treason against Queen Elizabeth, and that earl's other secretary, the senior secretary, was hanged along with him. So Sir Henry thought that it might be prudent for the time to leave English service. He worked on the continent for a while, but then he returned to Britain to work for the King of Scotland, James VI. So when King James VI of Scotland also became King James I of England, Sir Henry found himself well positioned. He became an ambassador for King James, or maybe he continued serving in his ambassadorial role, only now it was for England. He was on assignment in the year 1604 in the Holy Roman Empire when Sir Henry uttered the line for which he would be remembered forever. Quote, "An ambassador is an honest gentleman sent to lie abroad for the good of his country." End quote. This is episode 91, Honest Gentleman Sent to Lie. Sir Henry uttered that phrase in Bavaria, but he was on his way to Venice. King James had assigned Sir Henry to serve as the English ambassador to the Venetian Republic, and he would serve in that role for many years. It should have been a relatively easy job. The Doge of Venice, an elected official, a commander-in-chief similar to a modern president, well, the Doge was something of an ally of King James I. The Venetians had severed ties with England when Elizabeth was in power, but King James was a new monarch and the Stuarts brought on a new time. There was a lot of lucrative trade to be won by allying oneself, at least in a trade alliance, with England. Plus, at that time, Venice was at odds with the Vatican, and they found some commonality there with England, as well as the Netherlands. They weren't a Protestant nation like England or the Netherlands, but they were more accepting of Protestantism than almost anywhere in Italy or the Holy Roman Empire, and they found that England and the Netherlands, Protestant states, were more willing to trade with a country that was at odds with the Vatican than, say, Spain. And we can see the building relationship between Venice and England in the numerous works of literature that the English produced about Venice after King James took the throne. The most famous example of this actually comes before James took the throne, The Merchant of Venice by William Shakespeare, but there were tons of others after James took the throne. Positive relations with Venice had become a national policy, and James, who was a famous patron of the arts, saw to it that the playwrights and poets in his country stoked the ego of the Venetians to no end. Eventually, the English trade interests conflicted with Dutch and Venetian trade interests, and then the 30 Years' War, and all of that would put a serious pressure on the relationship between England and Venice. But in 1604, they were trading partners and relatively friendly. So that should have been a cake job for a favored servant of King James, right? There might be a bit of building relations early on, but everybody was on board, so there were no difficult talks to have. But then, in 1605, a man named John Ward jumped ship from his naval service, stole a ship and then another, and made his way to Tunis, where he preyed primarily on Venetian shipping. He was an Englishman, an English pirate, and his raiding of the ships of Venice strained the relationship between Venice and England. It made the relationship between Sir Henry and the Doge of Venice much more contentious. And then John Ward captured the Rainiera y Sodorina, and that changed everything. Sir Henry was called before the Doge, furious at the time, to answer for John Ward's crimes, and it seemed for a moment that he just might pay for those crimes right then and right there with his own head. But, you don't kill the ambassador. That's a bad policy. It's the sort of thing that starts wars. So Sir Henry was allowed to walk away from that meeting, but he had a serious need to find out everything that he could about the notorious arch-pirate, Jack Ward. Now, Sir Henry had a counterpart in England, the Venetian ambassador to King James. His name was Ambassador Zorzi Giustinian, and he was equally furious as the Doge, or, at least he was as furious as the Doge and the Senate of Venice instructed him to be. Sir Henry didn't utter the phrase about an ambassador being an honest gentleman sent to lie about Giustinian, but he definitely thought that Giustinian fit the part. The Venetian ambassador, Zorzi Giustinian, is a much more interesting character to me than Henry Wotton is. At least his official dispatches, which is where we know the most about him, seem to have a lot more flair and character than Wotton's did. Remember, Wotton was a Winchester man, and manners maketh the man. I wouldn't be surprised to find out that, as a boy, he was a Milford man, to be neither seen nor heard. You can always tell a Milford man. And that's not just a throwaway Arrested Development joke. In his role as a diplomat, Wotton strove to remove himself from the proceedings as much as possible. Not to say that he didn't do his job. He engaged the Doge and the Senate, and he wrote all of the dispatches necessary, but he tried to leave his personal opinions and attitudes out of it. He was a representative of the king and the council, and he took that role very seriously. He strove to be neither seen nor heard, except as a representative of the king. Giustinian was a lot more willing to put himself out there, to give his personal opinions on anything and everything. Perhaps this was simply a cultural difference between the English and Venetian people. Giustinian was vocal about all of his opinions about everything, including England itself, and none of his opinions about his now home country seemed to be very good. Historian George Bach writes in his biography of John Ward, Barbary Pirate, The Life and Crimes of John Ward, the most infamous privateer of his time, quote, an appointment to the court of King James was not a plum. Viewed from the sun-drenched piazzi of imperial Venice, England was a cold, dimly lit and barbarous land at the European periphery, its language as obscure as its arts and industry were rudimentary. Arriving in England in early 1607, Giustinian accepted his posting with good grace. Whatever his feelings for the English climate, not to mention the English diet, Giustinian from the start embraced his dual role as Venice's official representative and chief spy in this remote backwater, and he applied himself to local intrigue with gusto. End quote. And aside from the climate and their industry and their food, There was another topic about which Giustinian was particularly vitriolic in regard to England. Most of that didn't make it into his official documents, but Giustinian was appalled by English sexuality and sensuality. Not an overabundance of sensuality, a lack of it. But more than anything, Giustinian appeared to be disgusted by the seeming embrace of homosexuality in England, or at least the easing of social norms surrounding it. Remember, this was the England of Shakespeare, of cross-dressing on stage, of wild poetry and all kinds of debauch. Now, Giustinian would never see the England of King James' grandson, Charles II, the merry monarch, which was even less sexually inhibited than King James, and he certainly would never see the court of Louis XIV, which was another step above entirely. But the England of James I was still a lot of fun. James cared more for plays and parties and the hunt than he did for ruling, and it showed. Extramarital affairs had always been the norm, but at one time they had been something to keep secret and quiet. But they became the norm in England out in the open, and same-sex relationships between the nobility were accepted, as long as they were kept quiet and children were still produced by marriage. Now, all of this disgust and vitriol may have been just a ruse to cover Giustinian's own homosexuality. Or perhaps not. Reports show that while he may have condemned the lax morals that led to all of those extramarital affairs, well, he took advantage of that culture. He was a dusky, charming, young Italian in an England that was, at the moment, somewhat idolizing dusky young Italians. A noblewoman might go out to see a production of The Merchant of Venice and see herself as Portia, beautiful, wealthy, and wildly desired. And the closest analog she might find to any one of her 3 handsome suitors in the play was likely to be the Venetian ambassador. Reportedly, Giustinian was more than happy to take advantage of all that. He could speak Italian. He could serve the best Venetian delicacies to be found anywhere in England, and then he could woo these women with bad poetry and fine wine. And he did, but something about it seems almost grudging, almost as though he felt it were a responsibility to his homeland as the handsome young Italian representing Venice to engage all of these women. They were a diversion for him, to be sure, but not a diversion with which he was particularly happy. He seems to have liked the women of England only slightly more than the climate and food, but perhaps that was because he was more interested in their husbands. That might be the sort of thing that wouldn't even make it into a private journal, though. But perhaps he didn't begrudge these women the time spent on them because he was more interested in their husbands, but because he was more interested in his job. He focused on his job more than women or food or anything else in his life. He spent most of his time and his resources learning everything he could about this arch-pirate, John Ward. In fact, he may be the original source calling Ward an arch-pirate after the capture of the Sodorina. And it's very much thanks to him that we have as much information as we do about John Ward. It seems very much that the Privy Council of King James would have been happy to send a squadron of ships or 2, take care of Jack Ward, and sweep all of this trouble under the rug. But then, every couple of weeks, Giustinian would arrive before the council with a new report about the crimes of Jack Ward. And unfortunately for the council, that became official record. It couldn't be swept away and dealt with quietly. What's more, Giustinian wasn't just complaining about this to the council, he was sending all of it back to Venice. George Bach again writes in Barbary Pirate, quote, Giustinian issued letters and diplomatic dispatches like a paper mill, a torrent of ink, paper, and sealing wax, end quote.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay, things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
In all human history, there are few stories like that of ancient Egypt. On the banks of the Nile, these people created one of the most enduring and significant cultures. Their tale comes to life in the History of Egypt podcast. Every week, we explore the tales of this amazing culture, from the legendary days of creation and the gods, all the way to Cleopatra, and everything in between. The History of Egypt podcast is written and produced by a trained Egyptologist. We go much deeper than your average documentary or magazine article to uncover tales of life, great endeavors, and the amazing arc of a mighty kingdom. The History of Egypt podcast is available on all podcasting platforms, apps, and websites. Come, visit ancient Egypt and experience a legendary culture.
Now, without all of those dispatches, most of them stemming from Giustinian, we would likely know much less about Jack Ward. Had not he captured the Rainiera y Sodorina and turned himself into that arch-pirate, John Ward would probably have blended into the mist of pirates. But Ward did capture that Venetian giant. He did become the most infamous Englishman of his age, and he can serve as the first real English pirate of the Age of Sail. There were certainly other English pirates during the Age of Sail before Jack Ward, but none of them are as well known. None of them achieved the fame, the infamy of John Ward. There are probably better arguments to be made, but I think that Jack Ward captures the spirit of pirates and piracy better than anyone before him. He was someone who captured the imagination and who inspired stories. That's half of what a pirate is about. But remember that this story here in Barbary, including John Ward, Simon Danziger, Francis Verney, all of that is taking place long before any of the other pirates we've talked about, except for Drake. It took place 50 years before Henry Morton or Francois l'Olonnais, and John Ward absolutely informed those later buccaneers, especially the English. Think about the allusions that we see in modern-day hip-hop to someone like Al Capone, or Bugsy Malone, or maybe Scarface, a fictionalized version of Capone. They were legends, but the gangster rappers of the early 90s especially seemed to idolize them. John Ward was much the same with later pirates. Maybe not to Al Capone levels, that would probably be Francis Drake, but, in the same game. But there is another major reason why we know as much as we do about John Ward. There are records from the Admiralty Court. See, when John Ward returned from capturing the Rainiera y Sodorina, his men cashed out their shares. They were worth, from those Admiralty records, about 15 pounds a share. At least two of the men who were involved in the Admiralty Court proceedings owned 5.5 shares each. That's about 83 pounds sterling. And that's on top of whatever money they may have already stashed away. Those two men were named John Key and William Longcastle. Now, we've mentioned their trial before. They were both captains under Jack Ward, and those 5.5 shares, those 83 pounds sterling, well, that was a lot of money back in 1607. It was enough to feed a modest family for maybe 5 or 6 years. It was certainly enough to buy land, to start a life, to start a family, and to retire from piracy. And that's what John Key and William Longcastle intended to do. After the capture of Sodorina, they cashed out and booked passage back to England on board a merchantman called the Unicorn. And they weren't alone here. They sailed with Thomas Mitten, Walter Hancock, and probably 8 or 10 other unnamed crew members. I can't say that I fault them for this. It seems like a good time to leave. Now, all of these men may have been able to sneak in under the radar. Perhaps they'd bribe a few officials, but most of them could carry their money wherever they chose in England. It was easy to change your name in those days, especially if you weren't already tied to land and family. But that wasn't what happened. These pirates were found hiding off the Cornish coast in a small boat. Presumably, at the moment, they were planning their re-entry into England, but they were arrested and dragged off to the Admiralty. Strangely, These pirates were not tried for their association with the arch-pirate John Ward, not officially, at least. It was certainly noted and added to the mountain of character evidence against the pirates, but it was not the charge for which they were on trial. That's mostly because any piracy that they may have allegedly committed under John Ward down in the Mediterranean would have been hard to prove. It would have been expensive and time-consuming and even potentially impossible to find witnesses on the Barbary coast that would testify against them. The Admiralty probably could have done it, but they didn't have to. Instead, they stuck to these pirates' very first act of piracy, an act that happened before any of them met John Ward and one for which there were already witnesses. A few years earlier, the merchant ship Ulysses sailed out of London with a mission of trade in the West Indies. Now, the Ulysses had no proper captain, but she was under the authority of the factor of a man named Mr. Howe. A factor was something of an accountant and a lawyer, a little bit more power than a secretary, but someone with the power of attorney. And it was typical to have one of these sort of representatives on board any merchant voyage. They had exceptional power in the name of the merchant in question. They decided where to sail and where to trade and what to trade. In many ways, they were the boss of even the ship's captain on most merchant vessels. But it was an exceptionally bad idea to leave an accountant in command of a sailing vessel, unless he had some prior expertise in that matter. Especially, if you're going across the Channel to France or the Netherlands, that's not that dangerous. But if you're taking them on a transatlantic voyage to the West Indies, you need experienced commanders and sailors. Almost immediately, the Ulysses started having trouble. There was tricky sailing immediately after leaving the strait. There were storms, and then there were serious issues with basic ship maintenance, something that this factor had no idea how to deal with. The factor was not a prideful or foolish man, however. He ordered the ship to turn around and to head back to England, to Plymouth on the southwestern tip. He realized that he wasn't the man to lead this ship. So in Plymouth, they picked up 4 sailors: William Longcastle, William Taverner, John Moore, and a slave that belonged to William Longcastle. All 3 of them were adept seamen, and this factor decided to hire them on as the captain, first mate, and pilot, respectively. At face value, this was a smart move, and it seemed to pay off very quickly. As soon as they got out to sea, these 3 experienced sailors noticed additional problems on the Ulysses that would prevent the Atlantic crossing, or at least make it significantly more difficult. At least, that's what they told the factor. They told him that before they began the crossing, they would have to stop on the coast of Morocco at a seaport called Salé. At the port of Salé, the Ulysses met another English ship, the Susan. They hailed Susan and invited her to pull up alongside to share a banquet. Now, this wasn't uncommon behavior, especially in port between 2 ships of the same nation. Naturally, the master of the Susan, Captain Anthony Y., thought nothing of it. The crew of Susan came aboard Ulysses and sat down to a feast, complete with fresh meat, exotic fruit, and copious wine. During the feast, William Longcastle, the captain, along with his companions William Taverner and John Moore, slipped away from the table. Perhaps a couple of other men that they had talked into doing so did as well. It's notable that Captain Longcastle's slave did not slip away. Perhaps it would have been a giveaway. It would have been too obvious. He was more than likely serving table at the time. While the festivities were still going on below decks, these Plymouth sailors sneaked aboard the Susan, cut her free, and sailed off into the night. Longcastle and his fellow, now they were pirates, sailed out of the harbor without the alarm being raised, and would sail on to Tunis to join up with Jack Ward and take place in all of his exploits. But on board the Ulysses, the festivities were still going strong. I would love to see just how the discovery that the Susan was gone went on aboard the Ulysses. I imagine maybe a lone sailor going above board to relieve himself, only to find that his ship was, well, not there anymore. Maybe he raised the alarm, or maybe he quietly got word to Captain Y, but either way, I wish I could have been there for the long moments of searching the harbor, followed by the accusations that followed. Captain Y was most certainly not pleased, and he blamed the crew of Ulysses. The factor, who was the focus of most of the blame, turned to find Captain Longcastle to see exactly what he should do in this situation, but William Longcastle seemed to have gone missing, along with his two companions. Everyone knew immediately what happened, and the Ulysses actually carried those men around looking for Ulysses and eventually carried them back to England. But Captain Longcastle took the Susan all the way to Tunis. He gathered more crew there, including a corps of Janissary warriors, and went out on the account as a full-time pirate. Now, his exploits following the capture of the Susan were less well recorded, at least until after the capture of the Reinieri Soterina. That's when he cashed out, sailed for England, and got himself arrested for high seas piracy. Now, had he gone about it properly, it's still very possible that he could have made it into England unnoticed. But considering how he did so, I tend to think of his decision to sail to England in a stolen ship and apparently using his real name, I tend to think of that as a really dumb decision. But remember, this was the first generation of major pirates operating in the Age of Sail. There wasn't really any institutional memory here. No pirates knew what would happen to them if they tried to go back to England. They could assume, of course, but privateers, and most of these men had previously been privateers, rarely faced any real consequences. Most of these men may have expected the same sort of reception. And then, Captain Longcastle didn't commit any piracy in or around England. He captured the Susan, an English ship, but that was all the way down in Morocco. I mean, who's going to remember that anyway? And he committed acts against the ships of other nations, but rarely from England, and always far away from English shores. So he assumed, I think, that he was in the clear. The problem here with this particular brand of out-and-out piracy being so new, at least to the English and the Dutch, is that there wasn't anyone there to teach them that institutional memory. There were no old, grizzled, haggard, out-of-work pirates drinking away their days at the bar and telling old tales, in many cases cautionary tales. There was no one to hear them talking about their plans to return to England and say something along the lines of, "Going back to England, huh? Yeah, I know a fellow went back to England. Good man, good pirate. Name of Longcastle it was. Saved my ship, my men, more than a few times out there on the blue. But he cashed out, retired from the life, planned to go start a family back in England. We all wished him luck. Man never even made it to shore. They found him and hauled his whole crew away. But he was clever, Longcastle was, had a plan, always had a plan. When they found him, Longcastle had a man made his way to Cornwall, deep inland, deep cover. He found the merchant captain, the fat one, Y, if I remember right. He was going to testify. And this man, he didn't kill Y. No, that was too dirty. Too many fingers to point. This pirate, he paid Y off. The cost of one of his ships, the one that Longcastle commandeered, and then he paid him a whole heap of coins to make sure that Mr. Y forgot all about it. And that's exactly what happened. Probably, at least. Mr. Y, the primary witness, never showed up at the Admiralty Court to testify against Longcastle or any of his men. The generally accepted explanation here is that Longcastle paid him off. But I kind of like this storyteller, this hypothetical man in a bar telling tales. Maybe we'll call him Captain Exposition. He could go on in that dingy seaside bar. Yeah, Longcastle was clever. Even read books sometimes, knew a little Roman talk. Liked to sit down and think about things till he figured out a course. He thought he'd figured this one out too. Thought he'd walk free. But the courts, they're always one step ahead. They brought out his man, a slave he got over in Plymouth that he had to abandon years ago. Everything he saw, every detail of every last crime. Longcastle said to him, you couldn't trust one of those dark-skinned heathens. But that was his mistake. He trapped himself. Longcastle was there when his man was baptized. They had the church records to prove it. Like I says, one step ahead. So they took Longcastle to the docks, him and all his men, all of them friends of mine. And there they strung him up, hanged him and left him there for a week as a warning to men like me and men like you. Now, Captain Exposition here is exceptionally well informed for a dockside drunk. I don't know how he learned the ins and outs of Captain Longcastle's court appearance. However, later pirates in the decades to come would have characters similar to that sitting around. Older pirates, veterans who had seen everything. They had the usual rung of fantastical tales to tell, as well as the battle stories. But these old buccaneers had more utilitarian tales to tell. Those stories were how young and foolish pirates who were new to the game learned just what to do and what not to do. For example, these old pirates might tell stories about dangerous waters that usually had a heavy Spanish presence. It was a warning. Or they might tell tales about certain less than chaste women who would make one night very fun, but make the following weeks quite torturous. There were tales of bartenders who watered down drinks, and then they would almost certainly have a warning for anyone planning to sail back to England. It was almost always a bad idea. Longcastle, Key, and all of their friends, well, they didn't have anyone like that. However, anyone who thought to follow them to England would have had someone like that. See, everyone on Barbary learned about the death of Longcastle. And it wasn't just rumor spreading or even news that brought them word of Longcastle. It was official policy. King James I had agents operating in Barbary. Most prominent among them was Henry Peploe. They were, well, some of them were spies who were sent to integrate themselves into the pirate ranks. And then there were more traditional intelligence officers tasked with gathering intel on Ward and his compatriots. Most of that intel was gained from the spies within Ward's ranks. There were occasional plans set down by some of these men, including Pepwell, to harm the operations of the pirates, but they never materialized. We're going to talk about one specific example of that next time. Instead, Pepwell and his compatriots were there to learn as much as they could until an all-out military campaign could be raised to deal with the pirates. But since they were unable to engage the pirates violently or even secretively, they engaged with another weapon, propaganda. And Pepwell wasn't alone here. All of his compatriots from England were doing it, as well as the Venetian Senate, who had their own agents there. There were agents of the Doge as well, and there were additional agents sent by Zorzi Giustinian and Henry Wotton, the two ambassadors from England and Venice. That's to say nothing of the French or the Spanish or the Dutch, who had their own people operating there. But those ambassadors, the English and Venetian, proclaimed the death of Longcastle from the rooftops. They proclaimed it in the city squares and handed it out in written form, in English and Venetian and Arabic and Turkish. They let everyone that was there know that Longcastle and Key and all of their associates were dead men. This was intended, in part, perhaps, to turn the people of Barbary against the pirates, to show the craftsmen and farmers that these men were criminals, not friends. But more than that, it was intended for the eyes and the ears of the pirates, to scare them, to intimidate them, and to remind them that justice was coming. And on one level, at least, it really seems to have worked. Around this time, a little bit later, but around this time, John Ward got Rainiera Isodorina outfitted as a proper man of war and got her ready to set sail. His men were feeling comfortable and protected and powerful. Mostly, those that hadn't cashed out were staying put. A few may have gone over to Danziger while he was refitting the Rainiera Isodorina, but once he got it under sail, even more came to join his ranks. On the other hand, the man himself, the admiral, the arch-pirate, John Ward, well, he seems to have been hedging his bets. What happened here with a broad brush is Ward sent a messenger back to England, perhaps several messengers, sometime after the execution of his former followers. Later evidence will suggest that he had agents of his own operating in England and Venice. He knew a surprising amount about the mood and the activities in the royal courts there. So he didn't have to get men to the king, only get men to the coast to meet his men who were living in England already. Men who could prove that they had not operated as pirates in the Mediterranean. What these messengers were seeking was pardon, specifically a pardon for John Ward, but also a general pardon for the English pirates operating in Barbary. All of them if possible, but at least those operating under Ward. Ward wanted a proclamation that would declare any of them wayward privateers rather than pirates. Sure, maybe they would face a fine or maybe even a short sentence, but not life imprisonment and absolutely not execution. Now, most historians agree, and their argument has merit, the dates seem to line up best here. They agree that Ward sent this missive off after he heard about Longcastle and Key and their execution. Perhaps he didn't want that to be the end to his life, and perhaps he wanted to secure a peaceful end to his life. However, not all historians agree that that's exactly what happened. But really, it's kind of a non-issue. Even if that were the case, even if he did send it off immediately after receiving word about his friends being hanged, King James wouldn't receive this word until after the events that we're going to discuss next time. Or at least King James was unable to reach a decision until after those events reached England. His response, therefore, was tempered by it. So we're going to wait on that response until next week. We're going to continue our discussion of the ambassadors, Justinian and Wotton, who played a major role, as well as the roles of the Doge of Venice, King James of England, and John Ward the Pirate. I'd like to thank everybody for listening. I'd like to thank everybody who has helped to support the show. Everyone who has become a patron on Patreon, everybody who has left us a rating or review, and everybody who has suggested this show. Without all of you, I wouldn't be able to do this. So thank you. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you haven't checked them out yet, you certainly should do so. You can find them at brillig.com.au. That's brillig.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can get in touch with us on Twitter, SoundCloud, YouTube, or Reddit. As always, and most importantly, thank you for listening.
Robin, we were all hypnotized by the sound of his tales from the old country, told for a night and a pound. The stories of battles at sea, from a voice that could shake down the trees, and the face of an angel all battered by ground tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For a curse like this one, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Today's episode is brought to you by our Patreon supporters, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Scurvy Pete, Kane, Kinway, Hefe, Zuman, Nopales, Matthew the Navigator, Bull, Vertigon, Conic Valende, Rumgut, and Bootstrap Spade. And of course, our Quartermaster Heather. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. Last time, we talked about the English ambassador to Venice and the Venetian ambassador to England, Henry Wotton and Zorzi Giustinian, respectively. Today's episode is going to be almost a direct continuation of last time. We're going to continue our story of Wotton and Giustinian. We're going to throw in a dash of Henry Pepwell, the King's Man in Barbary, and we're going to tie in John Ward and the Pirates of Barbary on a much more concrete level. The reason I wanted to talk about these two men at all, Wotton and Giustinian, is because their documents, along with the Admiralty Court, are the best sources we have on John Ward. There are a number of others, which we've used on this show. Pamphlets, plays, and poems, all about Ward, but all of those are, at best, secondary sources. They attempt to tell a complete narrative, and they may have had access to sources that we don't, but they aren't perfect. The ambassadors, Wotton and Giustinian, they really only got involved after the capture of the Rainieri Soderini. But then they got really involved. It was a contentious time between them, when a breakdown of diplomatic relations seemed imminent. Both of them talked openly, at least to their governments, about the possibility of war. And that potential war was due almost entirely to the piracy of John Ward. See, in the opinion of Zorzi Giustinian, Ward was not an anomaly in English society. He was a natural product of it. Giustinian considered the English a nation of pirates. Those that weren't pirates were either lowly peasants who had no effect on society, or they were direct profiteers in English piracy. And Giustinian was far from the first to suggest this. The Spanish called Queen Elizabeth the Pirate King, due to her policy of employing privateers. Now, in Elizabeth's eyes, that was legal, and it was in England, but basically no one else in Europe agreed with her. The Spanish, her greatest enemy, considered Sir Francis Drake you might consider her champion on the high seas. They considered Drake the worst pirate ever to sail, and they were going to continue to. Whenever Henry Morgan or Black Bart Roberts or any other English pirate would attack Spanish possessions, it only served as further evidence in the eyes of the Spanish that the English were all pirates. Now, that narrative struggled whenever the Dutch or the French were ascendant in the pirate game, when they were a bigger threat than the English. And Giustinian had the same problems. In the case of the Spanish, and as we're going to see in the case of Giustinian, it was a lot like many modern opinions about foreign peoples, or, maybe even better, about wild conspiracy theories. Whenever someone, in this case someone like Giustinian, or whenever a whole nation holds a certain opinion very strongly, any evidence that supports that opinion will be embraced, while any evidence that conflicts it will be tossed aside. No, I'm not trying to be controversial here, but we've all heard opinions or theories that we find absolutely impossible, utter nonsense. Of course, your mileage may vary, depending on your point of view of what is absolutely impossible nonsense. You could look at an example, an older example, a classic example, something like the Roswell aliens, Area 51. Those theories can range from the absolutely insane to the almost plausible. The sort of theories where you can find a nugget of truth. And in a lot of ways, that's similar to Giustinian's views on the English and piracy. He really did see this vast conspiracy between the English people, who were all pirates, and the nobility, who all profited and protected the pirates. And he wasn't really wrong here. For decades, the English had been employing privateers, and rich nobles had financed many of those privateers for a cut of the take. The future will see scores of pirates who were either commissioned or protected, or at the very least forgiven, in the case of someone like Henry Morgan, and then rewarded because the damage they did created a suitably unstable environment. It was an environment that those nobles could exploit to grab up land and make a huge amount of money. And it wasn't just the nobility. Admiralty officials, the actual admirals were usually nobility, but most of the bureaucracy were not. And then there were dockmasters and magistrates, and they were all too often all too willing to look the other way if the price was right. They would allow goods to be brought into England or Port Royal or Nassau before it was a pirate republic, so they could be fenced there. And oftentimes it wasn't just goods, it was the pirates themselves. We know all about the captains and the famous names that make up the story of piracy, and very few of those stories end happily. But how many pirates made good? How many names do we not know because they made a killing on one voyage, settled down with their earnings, and bought land in Jamaica or maybe South Carolina? How much wealth was transferred via piracy, illegally, from Spain or Venice or any other nation to enrich England and her people? And aside from a few very high-profile examples, we don't really know. The popular image, the generally agreed upon image of a pirate is somebody who drank and gambled away their money, who spent it on women and foolish clothes, and that was often true. But how many pirates were smarter than that? How many pirates left the pirating life when they had the chance to start a real life? It may be more than we think. But it kind of reminds me of how there are a few very powerful families here in the US that made their money through deals with Nazi Germany or maybe bootlegging. Now those families are respectable, admired, powerful people, but they got their start through very illegal means. In Be More Pirate, Sam Conifalende quotes Bernard Williams saying, quote, "The average man will bristle if you say his father was dishonest, but he will brag a little if he discovers that his great-grandfather was a pirate," end quote. I really dig that quote. The point I'm trying to make here is that Zorzi Giustinian wasn't necessarily entirely wrong. The English were profiting off piracy, and they would continue to do so for the next century and a half at least. And Giustinian took that truth, and he took it, well, I've been talking about the reality of it, but I think he took it a little too far. He took it from that nugget of truth we might find about communist spies and the Area 51 conspiracies to a place that most people couldn't follow. Places where the evidence worked against him. Much like those conspiracy theorists, he was unwilling to accept any information that might contradict or discredit his theory. And Giustinian saw evidence to support his theory everywhere, even when it wasn't really there. So Giustinian's communiques, his letters and reports back to Venice, are something of a minefield. We have to walk very carefully while reading them, because oftentimes we will find what we need, but oftentimes we will be presented with something that is absolutely impossible. But if we look at the bones of his theory, John Ward, the arch-pirate, was English, and some Englishmen were almost certainly profiting from that piracy. We're going to find that nugget of truth. In some ways, that will vindicate the beliefs of Zorzi Giustinian, until his entire theory was shaken and nearly shattered by one cataclysmic event. This is episode 92, Impending Peril. In October of 1607, King James I of England received an official petition for formal pardon from the pirate John Ward. This date, October 1607, is the crux around which much of our story today is going to focus. It's going to bring into question how much any of the players involved in this story knew at any given time. How much did King James I know? Well, personally, he knew very little usually, but how much did his advisors know? How much did Giustinian know? Usually more than he let on, but almost certainly less than he himself believed he knew. How much did Wotton know? Usually not very much. He was a poor diplomat, or he was a fine diplomat, but he was a poor spy, or at least he didn't care to employ spies, which is a large part of what this question, this crux of October 1607, revolves around. In a lot of ways, it's a lot like the Cold War. You know, the story of East and West Berlin, spies giving, receiving, and sharing their information before anybody would officially recognize that it had been shared or learned. You lose the advantage once you admit that. And how much did John Ward know? Now, of course, in the case of John Ward, we don't have mountains of communiques that he sent off to the Doge or the King or the Privy Council or the Senate. We only have a very few pieces of second-hand information about what he may or may not have known. But those pieces of information suggest that he knew significantly more than anybody back in Europe would have expected. And the problem here, especially in the case of Justinian, is how he appeared on occasion to have information, at least to be acting on information, before anyone should have had access to it. You know, news traveled slowly in the early 1600s. Traveling by ship, a ship might bring in information that they had picked up along their voyage, but even with that, you had to be unsure about the validity of the information. Perhaps you had to wait for confirmation, which might take days or weeks, which might be why the king and council seemed to be so much less well informed. An ambassador could make recommendations based upon rumor, but a king or a doge could not take direct action without at least 2 or 3 pieces of corroborating evidence. So let's step back a few months from October 1607 to July 1607, when a ship arrived at the dock of London. That ship bore an Ottoman official. From G.B. Harrison's A Second Jacobean Journal, being a record of those things most talked about in the years 1607 to 1610, this Ottoman ambassador's name was Mustafa. Now, Harrison described Mustafa and his retinue. There were a few janissaries in the retinue, along with a number of, quote, Turks, whereof 3 only are decently apparelled, the rest looking like the ambassadors that came to Joshua with old shoes and threadbare apparel, end quote. And then Harrison goes on to say that Mustafa himself, quote, hath many changes of garments, very rich, and several turbans, end quote. Now, Mustafa was an Ottoman official, but more specifically, he was a messenger from the coast of Barbary. He seems to have been a secretary to either Pasha Redwan of Algiers or of Murat Rais, the naval official in the city of Algiers. Now, careful listeners to the show might say, hey, I thought Simon Danziger was the admiral of Algiers, and that's true. And actually, Murat Rais may actually have been Simon Danziger. Perhaps he was using an alias, and later, Danziger would be known by a Turkish name. However, it's equally probable that this wasn't Danziger. Murat Rais was probably just a high-up galley commander in Algiers, perhaps an equal or very, very nearly equal subordinate to Danziger. Either way, this Ottoman official, Mustafa, carried letters of introduction from the Pasha, Redwan, and from Murat Rais to King James. Now, Mustafa requested an audience with the king and with the council, but he was mostly ignored. He wasn't an ambassador, per se. He certainly wasn't the Ottoman ambassador from Istanbul, and he wasn't even an ambassador from Jerusalem or Alexandria. He was the secretary of a second-rate pasha known to conspire with pirates. This sort of messenger wasn't uncommon, of course. James was a new king in England, 3 years on the throne only, and by that point, nearly every king or queen or emperor or doge or sultan that the world had to offer, or, at least the world that had any dealings with England, well, they would have sent a formal introduction with a proper ambassador. But after that would come the turn of the dukes and barons and senates and parliaments and councils. Lesser governing bodies and nobles from all over Europe, they would all send representatives to the king as well. That would take longer, significantly longer than it had taken for the ambassadors of every monarch in Europe to reach King James, but a couple of years is plenty of time. Then, lesser nobility, as well as any governor or any mayor that thought it might be useful to have some official contact with the King of England, began to send their own letters to King James I. Most of these messengers were politely received by one of the king's underlings, someone with virtually no power. They were thanked by said underling, given a few nights' food and rest, and then sent packing back home. And that wasn't rude. I mean, does the President of the United States have time to meet with every mayor in America? Of course not. You'd almost be concerned if he was doing so with what he was spending his time on, right? Now, the President is likely to shake hands with the mayor whenever he visits a town, and the king would almost always meet the local lord, but certainly not every emissary from every small-time official that came to London. And that's what those letters of introduction were about. Some secretary, some undersecretary, would read that letter, and if it had any importance, say the governor in question was, the Sultan's nephew, or perhaps it was a strategically important location on the continent, then that undersecretary might bring it before the council. But if not, that undersecretary would just file it away. If, in the future, that place or person somehow became important, they would have that letter of introduction indexed and be able to pull it out. However, this Ottoman official from Barbary wasn't like a messenger sent from the mayor of some Bavarian town. There were pirates there in Barbary. They were a problem for the entire Mediterranean. And Barbary was a place of great strategic importance to anybody who had an interest in Mediterranean trade. So this messenger was a little more important than the norm. Not so much that the king or even the council really would waste time on him, but he was given a temporary residence in London, something that would last a lot longer than room and board for a few days. He was also given a stipend on which to live, and then he was told to wait. Now, Mustafa was treated much the same way in France, and it appears that he was actually quite happy to live this life. A free house, free money, and plenty of entertainment. See, Mustafa was feasted and feted all across London, all across England. He was reportedly quite handsome. He was charming, and he was exotic. He was a very popular man in the court of King James for the time that he spent in England. Not popular with James himself, of course, but with many of the nobility that surrounded the king. Part of his popularity came from the tales he would tell. Tales of great deeds done in the Ottoman Empire on the Barbary coast. Tales of mythology that were common in the Islamic world. But what received the most attention of all of his stories was of his meeting with Captain John Ward. See, Mustafa traveled around Barbary for some time alongside the French ambassador to the Ottoman Empire. He was there to show the French ambassador around. That French ambassador, along with Mustafa, were visiting the city of Tunis at the same time that John Ward was still outfitting Rainieri Soderina, and they met with the corsair. The French ambassador was, at least possibly, specifically there to meet with Jack Ward. You see, the French had always been immune from any Ottoman piracy. The Franco-Ottoman alliance was still in effect, and the French ambassador wanted to secure the favorable protection that they had once had. He wanted to ensure that French shipping would be safe from any pirates operating out of any Ottoman Barbary city-state. Now that should have been a relatively simple piece of diplomacy. In any other time it would have been a bag of coins in the right hands, and all of a sudden you have nothing left to worry about. But when he brought up that possibility to Jack Ward, the pirate responded to him, incredulous at even being asked, quote, "I, favorable to the French? I tell you, if I should meet my own father at sea, I should rob him and sell him when I had done." End quote. So that didn't go over. But even though the Frenchman had been rebuffed, the Ottoman, there in Tunis, Mustafa, was planning a trip to England, the homeland of Jack Ward. So Mustafa asked Jack Ward if Ward would like Mustafa to see if he could secure a pardon from the King of England. Ward's reply seems to have been a bit less vitriolic, but still negative. He said, quote, that he would never see England again, but he would be buried in the sea. End quote. Now, this story reached England at the very earliest in July 1607. That was when Mustafa arrived in London. However, just a few months later, in October, we would find out that John Ward was seeking that official pardon. So, what's the deal with Mustafa's story here? Was he Lying? Was he just not telling the truth? Perhaps he may have been weaving a tale that would delight and shock his listeners with this callous, fierce, uncaring pirate Jack Ward. Or perhaps John Ward was playing some sort of devilish and intricate game with his men and Mustafa and King James himself, a game to which only he knew the outcome. Or then, it's possible that in the time it took Mustafa to go from Barbary to England, and remember he spent time in France and visited with all sorts of the nobility there as well, so it took him a while, but perhaps in the time it took him to get to London, something had happened. Something that gave John Ward a change of heart. And right there is where the timeline starts to get all screwy. If that were what happened, and there is an obvious event coming up to make John Ward change his mind, it would make sense, but it doesn't quite fit the timeline. Regardless, some historians still believe that due to some of these questions of spies and how long it took official communications to move, that might actually be what happened here. But more on that later. Let's look at the first two options. First, it is entirely possible that Mustafa was just spinning a yarn, and John Ward never said any of those things. That would be a very easy answer. It would explain quite a bit. Mustafa arrived in July, word of John Ward's request for pardon in October. So if he were lying, it seems that, however exciting his tales may have been to the people of London, John Ward just blew a hole in it. However, as easy as that answer is, we can't verify it. We can't prove that he was lying here. So we have to operate off of the assumption that Mustafa was telling the truth, and that Jack Ward really told him that he never intended to see England. So let's look at the second option, the possibility that John Ward was spinning that web of deception. Author Greg Bach writes in his book Barbary Pirate, quote, "Whatever the true nature of Mustafa's mission, he had unwittingly become the pawn of a more subtle player. John Ward had relied on this garrulous charlatan to spread word of his publicly declared intention to live out his days in Tunis and be buried in the sea. In secret, however, Ward had matured a plan to negotiate the purchase of a royal pardon from James." End quote. We've talked before about John Ward's declarations upon receipt of the Soterina that he was the master of the seas and of his belief that no navy would dare stand against his new warship. And if that were true, if John Ward actually held those beliefs, why would he be seeking pardon now? There are some potential reasons. Maybe he was homesick. He still had a wife living in England after all. He might just want to die by her side, in his home country. That's a reasonable assumption to make about any person. However, Zorzigi Justinian's conspiracy theories begin to pick up steam here and contradict that possibility. See, he actually received a copy of John Ward's request for pardon on his desk. It was his right as the Venetian ambassador. He was personally engaged in all of the business with John Ward, so he didn't even have to ask for it. But he didn't like anything about this request for pardon. Regardless of his opinions, though, that pardon request was working its way up the chain of command in the Admiralty. Now, naturally, King James could have just granted it. He was the king after all, but he was wise enough, or at least he was weak enough, to put the request for pardon through the rungs of diplomacy in the government body that dealt with ships and the sea, and pirates. And, perhaps shockingly, most of the Admiralty seemed to support it. Justinian's belief, and he was probably right here, was that the Admiralty planned to agree to the pardon. They planned to allow Ward and his men back into England. In return, though, each man, from Ward on down, would have to pay a hefty fine, amounting to a significant percentage of their stolen wealth. The Admiralty would allow them in and then gather all necessary information pertaining to their crimes, including the prizes captured and how many shares each man was owed, and then the Admiralty would have them pay back a percentage of those shares. But, and this is a big but here, these pirates wouldn't be paying those fines to the injured parties, to the ship owners or those enslaved. They would be paying those fines, that retribution money, to the English Admiralty. Say John Ward and his men captured a Venetian ship. They took all of the cargo on board, as well as the entire crew prisoner. They stole the ship, sold all the men into slavery, and then all of the profit made on all of those ventures would not go to the Venetians, not to those enslaved. It would go to a few rich people back in England. And in a, sort of greedy, mercenary way, it makes sense. See, the Admiralty hadn't been receiving all of the income that they once had. A huge percent of the Admiralty's budget under Queen Elizabeth had come from privateering. In fact, most of it had. Elizabeth never spent her own money on the Admiralty. Not really. She would graciously accept everything that the privateers owed to her, the monarch, and then the Admiralty would go ahead and get most of it. That's how it worked in theory. In actual fact, the Admiralty was the body responsible for deciding just how much the privateers owed and collecting it. So, in theory, the Admiralty collected all of the money, gave it to their monarch, and then she paid the Admiralty their due. But in point of fact, the Admiralty just decided how much they were owed and collected the money, and then gave Elizabeth a percentage of that. That was a simple system that kept everyone moving through in a timely manner. It made everybody happy, it made everybody money, and it kept Elizabeth as the most powerful and most respected and most loved person in England, without her actually having to do anything aside from occasionally collect some money. It was perfect. But then King James outlawed privateering. Hence all of the pirate problems that the Admiralty suddenly had to deal with. In essence, what James did here was massively cut the budget of the Admiralty while giving them an endless number of headaches that they had to deal with. So you might not be surprised to learn that, later on, many within the Admiralty, in fact the majority, at one point, sided with the rebels in the Civil War. Now, James did up the budget that the Admiralty actually received from the Crown, but that's from virtually nothing to very, very little. It was pennies compared to what they had been getting from the privateers. So when James sent this request for pardon across the decks of the officials at the Admiralty, they all realized that they might just be able to have a little taste of the old days, to get some of that sweet, sweet foreign money. But then, of course, it didn't belong to them. It was mostly Venetian, with bits of Spanish and French and even Ottoman loot sprinkled in, among others. So why should the English get this windfall when almost none of the money actually belonged to them? That was the question that Justinian wanted answered. When he received that request for pardon from John Ward, let's for a moment overlook Venetian honor, his own personal honor, the need of the Venetian people to get their loved ones back from the slavery into which they had been sold. Let's overlook all of those things, which this pardon did as well, and just look at the money. It's absolutely unacceptable in the eyes of anyone from Venice, especially the ambassador. So he wrote back to Venice about that pervaded the English government. He wrote, quote, "The king is so devoted to the chase," and when he says the chase here, he probably means the hunt at this value, but he also may be alluding to King James' many affairs. "The king is so devoted to the chase that he leaves all to his counselors. The power of the Privy Council was never greater than now, by reason of the king's carelessness of rule. The council dealeth with all things. He must be protected by the lords of the council, and that by means of presents and gifts." And he goes on, quote, "These gifts they take not only from the subject, but as well from strangers and ambassadors and princes, which breeds a great hatred for these lords. Of the lords of the council, the greatest is Sir Robert Cecil, Earl of Salisbury, Secretary of State, whose authority is so absolute that he may be called king indeed." End quote. We've talked about Cecil before, in the lead-up to the English Civil War and the 30 Years' War in particular. He was almost certainly the most powerful man in England. But Justinian conceded that there was another man of perhaps equal importance in England when it came to dealings with Ward, a man named Charles Howard Effingham, 1st Earl of Nottingham and Lord High Admiral of England. Effingham had a long and distinguished career. He had shared power with Admiral Francis Drake during the invasion of the Spanish Armada, but after the invasion, when Drake had gone on the offensive, back to privateering essentially, Effingham had been promoted to Lord High Admiral, and that made him officially Drake's boss. And that was still the role he served in, the most powerful naval role in England. And remember, there still wasn't a Royal Navy of England. King James had his own private navy, of which he was commander, but so did Effingham, and Effingham's navy was significantly larger. Many of the Lord Admirals had their own navies, but Effingham's eclipsed all of them. That's what made him the most powerful naval official in England. Cecil, the most powerful man in England, typically deferred to Effingham on any matter that pertained to the sea. Thus, so did the king. And now, Effingham was pushing to accept Jack Ward's request for a pardon. Now, King James, or, in reality, Lord Cecil, was no fool here. This went beyond typical Admiralty business. This was something that could potentially affect international relations. He couldn't just sign off on this as he would most things that Effingham suggested. So before agreeing to anything, Cecil sent off word to Henry Wotton, the English ambassador in Venice. Wotton was to go before the Doge of Venice and the Senate, and he was to present to them the potential pardon of Jack Ward. Now, he wasn't to be an idiot about it, of course. He was to use hints. He was to make suggestions about the possibility of a pardon, and to imply, but by no means to make anything even resembling a promise to which England could be held, that the Venetian Republic could receive a sizable payment for the return of Jack Ward. And here's where the conspiratorial nature of Zorzig Justinian and reality begin to come into conflict. It was common sense for Wotton not to broach the subject of John Ward's pardon directly. It was really just how business was done. See, if the pardon was directly rejected by Venice, then King and Council would have an out. They'd be protected. They hadn't actually told their ambassador to say anything about this. Of course not. They had no intentions of pardoning Ward. The ambassador was just being an industrious agent who merely heard about the possibility and brought it before you on his own merit. And of course he's not to make any direct mention of recompense. First of all, that would just be crude. But second of all, anything that he said could potentially harm any future discussions that might be had about exactly how much Venice was owed. Now, Wotton did as asked, but Wotton was not a clever or subtle player of this game. Even worse, because of his counterpart's many letters insisting upon the dishonest, criminal, and piratical nature of all Englishmen, the Doge and the Senate, well, they believed that Wotton was hedging and lying. They believed that they would receive no payments at all. They had an attitude sort of like, can you guys believe how stupid he thinks we all are? So the Venetians countered. They said that they would only consent to the pardon of Jack Ward if Venice received the full cost of all men, ships, and cargo that had been lost at sea. In addition, they required a payment for damages to use in rescuing their enslaved countrymen. And then they required a compensation for all of the work that they were going to have to do in that regard. That's a lot of money. And they said that they were unwilling to budge on any of it. That's impossible. That's an impossible demand. Ward certainly didn't have that kind of money, not equal to everything he'd taken. All his wealth, all the wealth of his men, all of that combined, well, that wouldn't even come close to everything that had been taken from the Venetians. Remember, they all spent a lot of it. They all gambled a lot of it away, drank a lot of it away, spent it on women. And some of them, as discussed earlier, may have settled down there in Tunis. So any of those shares for the people who didn't want to accept this pardon, well, that's just automatically out. As I said, it's impossible. That money just didn't exist, not at that level. And even if it did, John Ward would never have consented to anything like that. And even if he did, let's pretend that he did have all that money and he was willing to pay all of that money back to Venice just to get back into England. Then there's the extra money. the damages that would be required, the extra fee for all of the work required. England would have to cover that, the Admiralty in particular. This was, well, it was just a non-starter. They'd essentially said, no, if you can give us this, we'll take it, but we know you can't give it to us. And that was on purpose. Venice had no intention of allowing John Ward to go free. See, they had already assembled a fleet of dozens of giant Venetian warships. They were all equal to, or in some cases larger than, the Rainiera e Soderina. And every last one of them was intended for war, built for war. It wasn't just some refitted merchant like the Soderina. This was a fleet built to kill a pirate. They wanted Ward dead. So John Wotton, having received this information, hung his head and left. And then, on the next day, 15 November 1607, Wotton returned to the Senate. Perhaps all of his dancing around the subject with hints and suggestions had backfired on him. It had, and that's actually a good thought on his part. I give him some credit for it, but he took that idea the wrong way. He got a lot more direct about the whole, look, you guys are still going to get some money thing, but he was still vague about it. And the Senate was displeased. He was wasting their valuable time. They'd told him they were unwilling to budge. At some point, they may have been willing to budge, even accept the pardon of John Ward had the payment seemed fair. But Wotton had lost their trust, and now, coming back to them, he seemed like a con man. And what's worse, a con man who had no respect for their intelligence. And then they dropped a bombshell on the ambassador. Everything that Wotton had presented relied upon John Ward waiting for this pardon. And they told the ambassador that Jack Ward wasn't even into this anymore. Wotton's information was out of date. Not only was it out of date, it appeared to be a lie. See, if Jack Ward was indeed seeking a pardon from the King of England, then why had word of the Rainiera e Soderina, a Venetian ship capturing 2 additional Venetian ships, reached the ears of the Senate since they had last spoken, since last night? This had just come, and Wotton was attempting to convince them to take a pittance. Well, he didn't have a leg to stand on. His information was out of date. He didn't know about any of this. But the Senate, the Venetian Senate, said they knew just where Jack Ward was, and they knew where he was going to be. They hinted, much more cleverly than Wotton would ever have been able to, that this spelled the end for the arch-pirate, John Ward.
This episode is brought to you by Amazon Business. We could all use more time. Amazon Business offers smart business buying solutions, so you can spend more time growing your business and less time doing the admin. I can see why they call it smart. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com. She stole $6 million from the award-winning podcast.
I'm Lacey Mosley.
A new true crime series.
They call me Scam Goddess. I'm going on a journey across America to dive into small-town swindles.
How can you not trust this local farm girl?
And big city cons.
He was pimping the congregation.
People say that would never happen to me.
Never say never.
Scam Goddess. New episodes Thursdays. Stream on Hulu.
The records of this encounter between Wotton and the Venetian Senate have sort of a spitting, violent quality, as if the Venetians took every word that their ambassador, Justinian, had told them about English greed and English bribery. They had taken every bit of it, eaten it up, and they were outraged by it. They had refused to let the Admiralty profit from their loss, and Henry Wotton had failed. So if the English ambassador to Venice wasn't going to get anywhere, they had to take another tack. In later November 1607, King James summoned the Venetian ambassador, Zorzi Giustinian, to a meeting. Naturally, Lord Cecil, the man who told the king that this meeting was necessary and planned it in the first place, was there, silently waiting behind the king. The letter that Giustinian would later write back to the Doge and Senate about this meeting is fascinating. Half of the letter is written in Italian. That's a language that anyone in England might be able to read. The other half And it's not split directly in half, it'll go sentence by sentence sometimes. The other half is written in a cipher, known only to Giustinian and a few agents within the Venetian Senate. The parts written in plain Italian are, well, they're boring. Giustinian praises the English king as a wise ruler of his people, even though, of course, he wasn't, and in theory, the king should never ever see this letter in the first place. But Giustinian knew that Cecil spoke Italian very well. So, Giustinian says that he impressed upon the king, in plain Italian, at this meeting that there was a need of any king, of any ruler, to follow their law, to keep their realm secure. This was, of course, just a random platitude that came to the mind of the Venetian ambassador that had nothing to do with the pirate Jack Ward. It would have been uncouth to discuss matters of royal policy directly with the king. So instead, he just delivered all of these vagaries about piracy. It's bad. Of course, that had nothing to do with any real pirates out there, just my thought on the pirates, And then there were suggestions, delivered much more tactfully than Wotton, even more tactfully than the Venetian Senate, but suggestions that the continuing peace and friendly relations, as well as the preferential free trade agreement between England and Venice, hinged on some of these vague platitudes about the pirates at sea. But of course, Giustinian never said any of that. The king was receptive to these arguments. Of course he was. The king was a wise ruler, didn't I say? Oh, and he's handsome too, just a dashing figure, that King James. And then Giustinian starts in with the cipher. Earlier, when he was writing back to Venice about how the king was an idiot who loved the hunt more than governance, and how he was so weak that Cecil was basically running the show, yeah, that was all in this letter, in the cipher. Giustinian said, in cipher, that after the meeting with the king, Lord Cecil pulled him aside. Cecil could be much more direct, and vice versa, about the realities about which they had been speaking in, well, almost in code. Cecil suggested that he had a personal word from Venice, that the Doge and Senate intended to agree to the pardon. The word they had sent following the disastrous meeting with Wotton had been overturned. No, of course, he had no evidence of this. You couldn't just release things like that. This was a personal word from one of his personal agents. That spy versus spy, Cold War intrigue starts to seep back in. And then Cecil suggested, in fact, Cecil threatened, that the pardon was ready to go here. Everyone had agreed to it, all the lords of the Admiralty, himself, the king, as well as the Venetians, remember, as he said, though he couldn't prove it. And if Giustinian refused to give his consent, if he stood against the tide, that tide would wash him away. And not only Giustinian, but the entire Venetian Republic. He promised, in a roundabout way, that the Venetian Republic would be sidelined in the world of international trade if they did not agree. This was kind of a bold assertion to make. I mean, sure, in a few decades, yeah, England would eclipse Venice in trade almost entirely. Once sugar and slaves and overseas colonies became the name of the game, Venice really wasn't in the game. Not on any substantial level. They continued to be a major player in the Mediterranean, but the game had become much bigger than that. But back in 1607, England was a joke compared to Venice. It's kind of like, imagine you met a meek man named Dr. Jekyll, and you hear him making threats and giving warnings, and naturally, because he is a meek and weak little doctor, he's laughed at. But of course, with hindsight, this Dr. Jekyll would drink some serum, come back, and bludgeon everyone to death with a giant staff. But at the time, this tiny little Dr. Jekyll shouldn't have been able to do that. That would have been impossible. So Giustinian stood firm. He stuck to the plan, what his bosses in Venice had told him to do, and he refused to give any sort of consent to the most powerful and dangerous man in all of England. Giustinian said to Lord Cecil, quote, "You may imagine, then, that the Republic will never consent towards pardon. Nay, I am sure that thanks to the provision that is being made to clear the seas of this pest, Ward will too easily be wiped out." And it turned out he was right here. He just didn't exactly understand how. And that was the end of that meeting. But of course, If the first tactic hadn't worked and the second hadn't worked, the king, but actually Lord Cecil, decided to try a third. He called on Sir Henry Pepwell, that agent who had operated in Barbary, gaining all the information he could about Jack Ward, who had recently returned to England. Now, we don't know what Cecil actually told Pepwell. Possibly he just wanted to interview him about any further information that could be gleaned about the pirate before moving on with his pardon. However, ever since getting back to England, Pepwell had been sort of just sitting on his hands and biding his time while all of the diplomats were busy trying to work things out. Until after whatever happened in that meeting happened. Pepwell wrote to Ambassador Wotton in Venice and made a suggestion. He said, quote, that on the strength of his knowledge of Ward and even of a certain friendship for him, he was prepared to kill him and burn all his ships, end quote. Wotton was abashed. That talk of this sort of assassination should even cross his desk was dishonorable, downright amoral, I tell you. Remember, in my estimation, Wotton seemed to be a dull, boring, polite, and, I think, not particularly intelligent, if well-educated man. So, rebuffed again, Cecil took additional steps. He asked the Lord High Admiral to contact Houston. Charles Howard Effingham did so, and he was less diplomatic than Cecil had been. The Admiral met with the ambassador, ostensibly to discuss and relate news about John Ward's preparations for battle and his strength. Giustinian gives no specifics about the meeting, but apparently the Admiral had access to numbers of ships and men and guns that didn't match those in Venice. He puts it diplomatically, but says they had not yet reached Venice. It was a truly terrifying fleet. John Ward had joined forces with every corsair in the Mediterranean, apparently, and even, potentially, the entire Ottoman Navy. Now, none of that was true, of course. This was bluster on the part of the Admiral, and Giustinian knew it. He wrote, in the plain Italian that he suspected would be read by the English, quote, "Here they magnify Ward's preparations, and the High Admiral sent to warn me to take steps to avert the impending peril," end quote. Giustinian never outright said it. He never even said it in the cipher, and the Lord High Admiral never said it either. But there was an implication here. It was an implication that Ward was strong enough to destroy the Venetian fleet. And digging deeper, there was an even more subtle implication that even if the Venetians defeated Ward, if Venice refused to allow this pardon to go forward, if they said no, England might just sweep in after Ward and finish the job. But of course they weren't going to say no, because of the implication. The impending peril of which the Admiral spoke wasn't just Ward, though, but it was again, on another, deeper, more subtle level, it was the potential for war. However, as subtle as it was, this threat was there. That's how much the Admiralty wanted that money that John Ward possessed. But Giustinian stood firm. He informed the Lord High Admiral that Venice was more than capable of dealing with a pirate like John Ward. Remember, the ambassador, Giustinian here, had personal knowledge of both Venetian naval strength and English sea power. And his reports on Ward were at least as current as the Admiral's, if not better. So Giustinian told the Admiral that he could rest assured that the English pirates, offered no threat to the Venetian Navy. This was a moment where they came perilously close to war, when even subtle threats of an impending peril were being made to the Venetian ambassador. Things had gone beyond serious. And in case the timeline here is a bit confusing, we've actually gone back in time a bit. I've been talking about Simon Danziger and the Charity and the Pearl and their ordeal for the past several weeks now. All of that happened in the spring of 1608. All of this diplomatic wrangling was happening in the aftermath of Ward's capture of the Rainiera Isodorina, and that's in late 1607. Right now we're in early December. But as 1607 turned into 1608, things really began to heat up. There were continued meetings between Cecil, the Lord High Admiral and Zorzi Giustinian. Giustinian was, finally, offered a bribe. He was offered a decent amount of money. Venice would receive their cut. All of the English swore upon it, and personally I believe them, but so would Zorzi. And if that wasn't enough, if this decent amount of money wasn't enough for him to potentially betray his honor, well, how about this? If Giustinian wished, he could retire to England. If the Venetians would no longer have him, King James would protect him. Giustinian would be given land, a title, a pension, and his pick of any bride in the land. Well, almost any bride in the land. And remember, Zorzi, a noble bride is a wonderful thing. They come with lands and monies of their own, including a substantial dowry, should you choose wisely. Plus, they come with a full retinue of retainers. Imagine it, dozens of nubile serving girls who would certainly be enamored with their handsome new Italian lord, or, if he preferred, they could ensure that Zorzi's household staff would be stacked with young, handsome serving men known to share certain proclivities. All of them willing to do Zorzi's bidding, of course. Or, why not both, Giustinian? He would be a lord, and there would be nothing to stop him from enjoying all of the flavors life had to offer. And speaking of flavor, it was well known that Zorzi Giustinian didn't care much for English cuisine. But this was the Lord High Admiral talking, after all. I mean, he could ensure a train of merchant ships that never stopped between England and Venice. They could pick up Spanish and Italian and French delicacies all along the way. Of course, there was one potential hiccup to that train of merchant ships. Pirates might be a problem. Of course, not if Giustinian played ball. Giustinian was not outright about all of this, but he suggested that he had been offered anything he wanted. But he refused. In one of those meetings that came a little bit later, in February of 1608, it was suggested in the letter via a cipher that the threat of impending peril had become a lot more personal. Perhaps if Giustinian was unwilling to play ball after a very reasonable offer, an accident could be arranged. The sort of accident that could never be traced back to England, but that would send a clear message. Perhaps the Venetians would be wise enough to send an ambassador who was more receptive to the English. That is how much Ward and his treasure was worth to England. Now think about that. For how many other pirates would England have gone to this level of trouble throughout their entire history? This level of trouble just to give them a pardon. They really wanted these fines paid. Who else in the entire history of English piracy was worth this level of trouble? There are a few that come to mind that would have potentially been worth it. Henry Avery, maybe, or Bartholomew Roberts. Henry Morgan, certainly, and they really kind of got that one. But would they have done all this for Blackbeard, or Vane, or Calico Jack? Of course not. That should tell us just how much John Ward was worth, not only to the English, but to the Venetians. Everybody thought in late February 1608 that they were on the verge of getting their way. Giustinian certainly thought so. Wotton was unwilling to make such a bold declaration, but Cecil and the Lord High Admiral certainly thought so. That Venetian armada was out there hunting down John Ward, or attempting to, and they certainly believed that they were hot on his trail. Everybody thought that they were going to avert war by getting exactly what they wanted. But before long, all of the threats, all of the political wrangling, all of the bribes made, all of that came to naught. Word reached Venice, and then London, that in early March of 1608, Jack Ward had set sail once again. This was the beginning of the voyage of Jack Ward that would lead into the tale of the Charity and Simon Danziger. Near the end of that leg of the voyage, I told you that Jack Ward fell off the radar. He disappeared. The Spanish, the French, the Italians, nobody knew where he had gone. And I told you that I knew where he had gone, but I would not tell you quite yet. Well, we're about to discuss that. There is one confirmable account in that leg of the voyage about Ward's whereabouts. Ward hailed a merchantman off the coast of Italy. That merchantman was captained by a man named Moore. But Moore's ship wasn't captured, just called over. Moore reported that when Captain Ward learned that this merchantman was bound for Venice, the pirate exclaimed, quote, "Tell those flatcaps who have been the occasion that I am banished out of my country, that before I have done with them, I will make them sue for my pardon." End quote. Now, this little meeting at sea between Captain Moore and Captain Ward was happening concurrent with word of Jack Ward's sailing reaching London. As in, Jack Ward went out on the account for several weeks, and word finally reached London that he had done so. And about the time it did, this meeting occurred, so they wouldn't find out about this in England for some time. But it does beg a couple of questions. How was Ward so well informed? He appeared to know that the English were willing to make this deal with him. Now, it's possible that he had received word from the English, but there had been no official declaration of an acceptance of his pardon. However, Jack Ward in this statement appears to have assumed that the English were going to let him back in. Somehow, he had received word. Whether it was from the English or from one of his spies in England, we don't know. But it also makes me wonder how he knew that the Venetians were responsible. Those flatcaps have been the occasion that I am banished out of my own country. Somehow, Jack Ward knew that the English would have let him in, and it was the Venetians that refused to allow his pardon to go forth. This suggests to me that Ward may have had spies deep in Venetian territory, deep in English territory, perhaps a vast network of spies that is greater than anything the world had yet seen out of a private pirate. He knew spectacularly fast that his old comrade, Captain Longcastle, had been executed. He knew everything spectacularly fast. It appears that in addition to Jack Ward's fleet, the Rainieri Soterina, the Ruby, the Little John, all of those ships, and in addition to the many ships that sailed under him, led by other pirate captains, there was a vast network of smaller ships, moving to and fro, smugglers really more than pirates, but smugglers of information. They were likely smugglers of real goods as well. It's probable that it was one of these crews that actually managed to get payment to Jack Ward's wife there in England, which she is reported to have received, although nobody ever proved it. In fact, if we are still working off of the assumption that that second hypothesis was correct, and Jack Ward was in fact playing a deft game about which only he knew the outcome, it appears that he was well prepared to do so. He may have been better informed than Wotton, or the Doge, or the Senate, or the King, or Cecil, or maybe even Giustinian. He may have been the best informed man in this entire drama. He may have been playing the English against the Italians the entire time for motives that we'll never understand. But it appears, if this quote can be believed, that he did legitimately want to return to England, and he was furious that Venice had refused him that right. So Jack Ward, there, after avoiding Italian detection for some weeks, he went to war. As he rounded the Italian peninsula, he avoided capturing ships of any nation except for Venice. Spanish, Genoese, Papal, Nepalese, French, all of them. He just passed them by. That was probably what saved Captain Moore and the merchantman. At that moment, Ward needed supplies, but he was willing to buy them. He didn't have the time to waste on capturing any ships that didn't belong to his now sworn enemy, Venice. There are other accounts of Jack Ward hailing ships, stopping them but not attacking them, calling them over because he needed supplies. But, of course, who's going to say no to the Rainieri Soterina, captained by the most feared pirate in the world? The reason he needed so many supplies is because of his sudden offensive. Ward captured maybe a dozen ships in a week, maybe two. But when word reached Venice that Jack Ward was on the warpath, they scrambled their fleet. They intended to intercept Ward and to sink him to the bottom of the sea. English fleets in the region were scrambled as well. They wanted to get to Jack Ward before the Venetians were able to. They realized it was probably a fool's errand, but if they could capture him, they could still offer him the pardon, get the money, and deny Venice what they wanted. But both fleets were beaten to what they sought. On 18 March 1608, word reached England. That word had traveled fast, perhaps faster than any word had traveled to England so far. But England was still just about the last place in Europe to hear about it. This time it came from one Mario Logoletti, and it read, quote, "At Marseille there is a report spread by the men of a vessel which put in there that about 100 miles off Sergio, that's modern-day Cytherea in southern Greece, which was under Venetian control in 1608, that about 100 miles off Serigo, they had fallen in with wreckage that had 4 men and a boy on it, that said they were part of the crew of a ship that had gone to the bottom because she was rotten. She was a ship taken by the corsairs from Venetians and manned in Tunis by Turks and English." End quote. The scramble to reach John Ward meant that there were agents everywhere. Pepwell was on the continent dealing with the Italians. Wotton was in Austria, dealing with the Holy Roman Emperor, trying to get him to make the Venetians see reason. But in the days following the receipt of that letter by Lord Cecil, Wotton, Justinian, Pepwell, anybody who had an interest in Jack Ward that was currently not in England was summoned to England. Along with the king and the Privy Council and a few of the higher-ups in the Admiralty, this small group attended a meeting of Parliament. Now, this was still early on in the reign of King James I of England, but already he was rubbing a lot of people the wrong way, including the Parliament. There was tension there, real tension, the tension that would grow until a civil war broke out. But Jack Ward was important enough. He was big enough news that they were able to put all that aside, put aside questions of religion and taxation, because what had happened to Jack Ward was that big. Not only to the people of England, but to the people of Venice, and in a very real way, the people of continental Europe. A war between Venice and England would have been a dirty and disastrous thing, and it had gotten to the point that they were drawing up battle lines and choosing sides. However, at this meeting of the Parliament, all of that fell away. A speech was given there that read, in part, quote, "We take this occasion to inform your excellency that we have news from Marseille that the Venetian ship Soderina, which was fitted out as a privateer by Ward, appeared off the coast of Crete, where she was sunk with her crew, including, it is supposed, Ward himself." End quote. All of the drama, everything that we have talked about today and last week, everything that occurred in England and Venice and much of it across the continent between late autumn 1607 and early spring 1608, talk of war, impending peril, murder, and bribery, all of that with this short speech fell away. The Venetians, who had been so sure that they would have their way, would get neither Ward nor their reparations. England would not receive their cut from the pirate. But there was a bright side. The tension, the threat of war, it had passed. Peace had been restored in Europe. That is, of course, until a few weeks later, when even more shocking and disastrous news arrived in London. But we're going to save that until next time. For now, at least for a while, everyone was able to get a good night's sleep. Next time, we'll tell the truth of what actually happened to Captain John Ward. I'd like to thank everybody for listening. I'd like to thank everybody who has helped to support the show, everybody who has become a patron on Patreon or left us a review on iTunes or wherever it is you listen to the show, everybody who has shared the show on social media or in real life. Without all of you, I wouldn't be able to do this, so thank you. I'd also like to wish everybody a happy Halloween. I didn't have any great inspiration for a Halloween episode this year, so I hope nobody is terribly disappointed. I have ideas for the future, but they involve topics about which we haven't yet spoken, so I don't want to get too deep into them yet. However, safely enjoy your Halloween. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you have yet to check them out, I certainly suggest you do so. You can find them at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can get in touch on Twitter, SoundCloud, or YouTube. As always, and most importantly, thank you for listening.
round and round. We were all hypnotized by the sound of his tales from the old country town for a fight and a pound. Stories of battles at sea, from a voice that could shake down the trees, and the face of an angel all battered by grand tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For at first light is born, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Today's episode is brought to you by our Patreon supporters, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Scurvy Pete, Kane, Kinway, Hefe, Zume, Nopales, Matthew the Navigator, Bull, Vertigon, Conic Alende, Rumgut, and Bootstrap Spade. And of course, our Quartermaster Heather. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. The news that the captured Venetian ship Rainiera Isodorina had been lost at sea, along with her captain, sent Europe into a frenzy. John Ward was Europe's most wanted. He was a menace, a pirate. He was the pirate in the Mediterranean. Countless lives had been lost due to slavery or death on his orders. Mountains of treasure had been lost as well, not to mention the ships. If he were dead, that should be the best news anyone with an interest in Mediterranean trade had heard in some time. And yeah, for most of them, it was great news. The merchants and sailors that carried out trading voyages, for example, not to mention the investors that financed them. All of those people were pleased and relieved that John Ward was no longer a threat. But not everyone shared that sentiment. Everyone said they were greatly relieved, but the English ambassador to Venice wrote, quote, "Were to God the news were true. If it be true, this may free the seas," end quote. And that sounds kind of like relief, but it's not really. The obvious problem here is that nobody had a body. No one had a ship. Everyone seemed to be saying that John Ward was dead, and there were reports from a number of different ships from all of the Mediterranean nations that confirmed it. But still no one had any proof. So there was the question of legitimacy, and that was a big one. But then there was the question of the aftermath. of the consequences. The question of what the practical outcome of Jack Ward's sinking and dying would be. The traders and merchant companies and those investors all had a lot to lose with John Ward sailing the high seas. But in a very real way, many of the people much farther up the social ladder had a lot more to lose. That is, more to lose if Jack Ward had had his last wish fulfilled, to be buried in the sea. The crowned heads and the power brokers of Europe were gearing up for a war here. King James and Lord Cecil and the Lord High Admiral had big plans simmering there in England, and they revolved around that question of their very own homegrown arch-pirate. In Venice, the Doge and Senate were in a similar situation. They were gearing up for that conflict, and now all of that was dashed. And then France, Germany, Spain, Austria, and the Netherlands, they were all on the alert as well. They were calling up reserves. They were having discreet conversations in dimly lit hallways about who might be the smart choice when it came to allies. Venice was the obvious choice here, but remember, Europe wasn't far removed from England's miraculous victory against Spain in the Channel. England might be the underdog, but sometimes it pays to bet on the underdog. And that's really what this was all about. There was a lot of money to be made in this war. Even if you were on the losing side, it was entirely possible, through some smart diplomacy, to walk away with an acceptable peace treaty that grew your own honor, and grew your prestige and your power and your wealth. Now, one might expect Spain to side with Venice against England, but maybe not. Venice was at odds with Rome at the moment, and the Pope might not look too kindly on either Spain or the Holy Roman Empire siding with them. England was, in many ways, a much better choice, despite their recent enmity. King James was rumored to hold a certain sympathy for the Catholic faith and the Catholic people. Perhaps he would make a very good ally. Really, though, it all depended on what France decided to do. That's what they always did here anyway. France and the Habsburgs would be at odds in this war as they were in nearly every war. They could fight over their shared border and contested territories in the lowlands again. And it was about time Europe had a good old-fashioned war. It had been a few years, and there were a few new monarchs sitting on the thrones. And there were a lot of lingering questions about religion and succession and colonial holdings. It was really a perfect time for war. Perhaps the only monarch in the European sphere, or, council or senate or whatever, but perhaps the only one who was genuinely relieved to hear that Ward was dead was the Ottoman Sultan. The Venetian ambassador in Istanbul wrote the Doge inquiring about the fate of Ward. The Sultan was deeply concerned about an impending war based upon pirates operating out of lands that he still technically ruled. Without question, Istanbul would certainly be roped into all of this. And currently they were fairly weak, at least at sea. The loss of Tunis was likely, maybe even Tripoli, or maybe even Algiers. The loss of the whole of Barbary might just be imminent. But if John Ward was dead, he was off the hook here. So that one question lay on the lips of everyone in Europe, from King John and Lord Cecil to the Doge and the Senate, from the Pope in Rome to Madrid to Paris to Vienna. Was John Ward really dead? This is episode 93, Bound to a Dead Man's Back. I've been dancing around that question for weeks now, talking about all of the players and ambassadors and nations and the other pirates that had a very real interest in the fate of John Ward. Many of you have probably already figured out something of the truth here, but no one in Europe had that kind of insight. All they had were the rumors passed on by sailors that talked to other sailors that claimed to have seen something. Now, there were enough of them that a pattern seemed to be forming. Say you were in charge of planning for the upcoming war, and you repeatedly heard that the cause for that war was currently somewhere at the bottom of the sea. You might just think about putting those preparations on hold. War could be very profitable, but it was still expensive. And if the war wasn't going to happen, all of that expense would just be a waste. So most of those in power started quietly putting their armies away. But two nations were already too far along in their plans and preparations for any of that. England and Venice were at the heart of this conflict, and they both had substantial interest in it. For them, it was more than just a few potential territorial gains. It was more than the promise of sharpening their claws and terrorizing a few peasants and raiding some coffers. They had real stakes in the game. For England, those were twofold. They really wanted all of that money that was supposed to come with the pardon of John Ward, especially the Admiralty. Cecil and James were much more interested in securing a dominant place in Mediterranean trade, but that made them no less interested in this war. In a lot of ways, England was forged and tested in this Anglo-Spanish War under Elizabeth. And now many of the men who fought that war wanted to put some of that experience to use. To that end, supplanting the Venetians was a good geopolitical strategy. Plus, it really was a good time for war. For much of Europe, it had been some time, and they had plenty of men ready to go die on a distant battlefield. And then the rift between Venice and the Pope, well, that could change the power structure in Europe significantly, involving Spain and the Holy Roman Empire, the entire Habsburg dynasty. But all of that informed a bigger question. Could King James potentially smooth over some of those old enmities that Queen Elizabeth had left behind? Could James put England on a peaceful footing, or maybe even a friendly footing, with Catholic Europe? That would be a major upset, and it would secure the Stuart dynasty a lot of powerful friends in Europe. And as we know from later events, that's something that he would have been happy to do. But Venice was facing that same question from the other side. If England did manage to secure those alliances, or even promises of peace from some of their old enemies, Venice might fall squarely in their crosshairs. England might actually be able to make good on the threat that Lord Cecil made towards Zorzi Giustinian. They might actually be able to push Venice into the periphery. They might be able to supplant Venice's place in the Mediterranean. They had the ships to do it, and with the blessing of the Pope, they would have the friends to do it. But then there were the bigger, more ethereal questions: honor and duty. The Venetians had been shamed by English pirates over and over and over, and then they were insulted by English officials when they looked for their proper retribution. And that was an insult that required an answer. And what about their losses? I mean, there were ships and treasure, and all that was important. But what about the people? How many Venetians had these pirates killed? How many untold thousands were currently enslaved somewhere in Barbary, working as laborers or concubines? And even if they couldn't be rescued, Venice had the opportunity here to deal such a blow that no one else might suffer that fate. They would begin with the pirates of Barbary, but they would move on to anyone who dared interfere with that justice, including the English. So, England and Venice both needed to know. They needed to know if there were any truth to the rumors of John Ward's death. The most reliable account came out of France via Marseille. An Italian ship's captain claimed to have picked up 4 sailors, 3 men and 1 boy. When those sailors were found, they were clinging to the floating debris of what had once been a ship. There had been a storm a day or so ago, but these castaways were clearly corsairs. The real bombshell, though, was dropped when they told the captain of that Italian vessel that they had been sailors aboard the Rainiera Isodorina. That was the most infamous ship in the Mediterranean, perhaps the most infamous ship everywhere, and it was helmed by the most feared pirate in the entire world. If these corsairs were to be believed, that ship was currently lying on the seabed off the coast of Greece. Their story was confused, though. They couldn't keep it straight. Each of the men had a different version of the story to tell. It was a sudden squall that sank them. No, it was an ambush that did them in. No, wait, it was a mutiny. Had the English authorities been given the chance to interrogate these men, they may have been able to smuggle out a nugget of truth. But that was impossible. After their rescue, these pirates disappeared. No one knew where they had gone. One can presume that they jumped ship in Marseille or maybe stole a boat, but nobody knows. I can't actually verify that these Barbary corsairs ever even existed. We have only the single account of these men in particular. But try to look at that tale from the point of view of the English. An English ship arrives in London, bearing the testimony of an Italian captain that he met somewhere in southern France. That Italian captain told a tale of shipwreck and death that could not be verified. And then there were at least 3 versions of that tale. Would you believe that? When the Venetians, who were themselves Italian, remember, had so much writing on denying John Ward to the English government, would you believe that Ward just sank somewhere in Greece? And remember, the region of Greece in which John Ward allegedly sank was currently under the occupation of the Republic of Venice. So isn't that all just a little bit suspect? But here's the rub. It was true. At least, it's generally agreed today that there is some truth in the account of these 4 sailors. It's still virtually impossible to verify, but later evidence would come to light that supports it a bit. But that's with hindsight. And in 1608, the English didn't have that luxury, and neither did Venice. They were suspicious of this story as well. You know, who's to say that that Italian captain wasn't paid off to spin this tale? Who's to say that the English didn't send a squadron of ships to Tunis to pick Ward up, then create an elaborate ruse of this supposed shipwreck? They could sneak Ward and his men back to England, collect the hefty fine that Ward had already agreed to pay, and then set him free. Now that might sound a little far-fetched, but I didn't just make that up. That was the firmly held opinion of one Venetian in particular, Zorzi Giustinian, the ambassador to England. As we discussed last time, Zorzi Giustinian deeply distrusted the English people and their officials. He considered the English to be corrupt and pirate sympathizers. And, he wasn't really wrong about that. Corruption was rampant in England. And some within the government, nearly everybody within the Admiralty, was very invested in pardoning Ward to secure some of his plunder. But then again, Giustinian only had a passing familiarity with the truth. He was prone to conspiracy theories and jumped to a lot of conclusions. Sometimes those conclusions worked in his favor, but not always, not even most of the time. A good spy should suspect everyone and everything until proven otherwise. Every parcel of information should be examined and dissected from every angle before being believed. And Giustinian had that down most of the time. But then, a good spy should also hold their own conclusions to the same standard. They should be examined and dissected before being agreed to, even in your own mind. And that's something that Zorzi Giustinian did not do. When word came to England that John Ward was rumored dead, Giustinian dismissed it immediately. He wrote, quote, "At court this morning I found a rumor that Ward and his ship had been wrecked and lost. Some say that this rumor was set about on purpose by the merchants interested in the goods." End quote. The goods in question were, some of them were probably the goods that arrived in England a few months earlier that Ward had pillaged from the Rainiera e Soderina. They were currently locked up in London, and with Ward dead, they would go up for auction. But also the money that was involved if the English had created this elaborate ruse. Now, on face value, that's a good instinct for a spy. Suspect, distrust, and question everything. But he allowed the rumor spoken by some elusive people to shape his opinion. This worked for Giustinian. It allowed this new development to fall into his predetermined conclusion. But his masters in Venice saw his mistake immediately. They were receiving up-to-the-minute information with every ship that came in. And as the evidence piled up and piled up and piled up, it really did appear that the tale was true. The Rainiera e Soderina had wrecked off the coast of Greece, and nearly every soul on board had been lost. Except for those 4 survivors, that's almost 350 pirates. And that made Zorzi Giustinian look terribly foolish, but it did serve to lessen the tension between England and Venice. Now, the English didn't believe the Venetian reports, but they had their own agents looking into it, and they brought back similar conclusions. The ship did appear to be long gone, as did Ward. For now, the threat of war was well and truly averted. And that's generally a good thing, but in this case, with the ability to look back on things, it really might not have been. Now, this is a big what if, and all of it is coming from me, so take it all with a grain of salt. But there hadn't been a good general European war for a while now. We're only 5 years removed from the end of the Anglo-Spanish War, but that was mostly a naval war, and much of it was fought in the West Indies. The Dutch and the Portuguese were currently embroiled in a war, and that would last decades, but again, that was mostly a naval war that took place mostly in the East Indies. The Ottomans and the Holy Roman Empire had a conflict over in Wallachia, and then there were a few rebellions and dynastic struggles, but those were all internal wars. And there were some close calls, much like this conflict that almost erupted between England and Venice, but nothing that came to pass. However, this is 1608. We're only 10 years out from one of the most destructive wars that Europe had ever seen. In 1618, Europe was going to explode into the 30 Years' War. Now, there are a lot of causes that one can point to for the 30 Years' War. Religious strife and economic equality, territorial disputes, and everyone in Europe generally hating the Habsburgs, even other Habsburgs. Those seem to be the big ones. And then there were the smaller wars that were roped under the umbrella of the 30 Years' War. Spain, France, and the Netherlands would fight over that piece of ground that they had been for centuries and would continue to for more centuries. Denmark and Sweden would have a war up north, and a lot of colonies would join in the fray, but close to home. This was a big war. Many consider it the First World War, although one has to perhaps stretch your definition a little bit. Hundreds and thousands of people would die. More than 200,000 soldiers at the least would die due to fighting, probably more. But then there were the common people that died due to famine or plague or witch hunts. Everything that was there to cause this war was already there in 1608. Nearly everything, at least the big power politics and religion stuff. But maybe, had a general European war broken out over the conflict between Venice and England, those tensions would have been a bit less pronounced. Maybe the war would have been less terrible. If some of the pressure had been released in 1608, it's possible that a lot of questions would have been answered in less terrible ways. Now, they may have had to have another war in 1618, but if many of the problems had been solved a decade earlier, it might not have been as bad. Or, maybe not. Maybe this war in 1608 would have been a small, quick naval engagement in the Mediterranean. After all, it was only about two countries arguing over a pirate and vying for slightly better positions in trade. But I do wonder what might have been. But in the end, it's a pointless question. War didn't break out. Everyone put their guns away. The cause of the war, at least the stated cause of the war, was dead and rotting somewhere in the Mediterranean. Only John Ward was neither dead nor rotting. I wish I could tell you that everything here was all an elaborate ruse on the part of John Ward, that he was actually waiting somewhere in the Mediterranean on board the Rainiera y Soterina to pounce on, whoever, probably Venice. But I can't. Rainiera y Soterina was, in fact, sunk and destroyed. There was a storm out there off the coast of Greece, and the greatest pirate ship Barbary had ever seen was gone.
You can save every day by shopping at Whole Foods Market. Seriously, don't just go for their big sales. Walk the store and see the savings for yourself. In the meat department, look for yellow low price signs on Whole Foods Market no antibiotics ever chicken breast and ground beef. Quality flavorful meats, priced just right. Perfect for big dinners with plenty left over for tomorrow's lunches. There are so many ways to save at Whole Foods Market. Now you know.
She stole $6 million from the award-winning podcast.
I'm Lacey Mosley.
A new true crime series.
They call me Scam Goddess. I'm going on a journey across America to dive into small town swindles.
How can you not trust this local farm girl?
And big city cons.
People are simply the congregation.
People say that would never happen to me. Never say never.
Scam Goddess. New episodes Thursdays. Stream on Hulu.
But John Ward survived. How he survived, though, is the big question. The writers and storytellers and pamphleteers, in London mostly, all tend to agree on one narrative. It's a compelling story, and there's probably some truth in it, but it's also steeped in the sort of religious symbolism that the clergy would approve of. They tell us that Jack Ward was puffed up with pride over his big new warship. Andrew Barker tells us, quote, his mind was so inflated with pride and puffed up with vainglory that he now thought he was the sole and only commander of the seas. And then he goes on, quote, he was lying in wait for more booty. It pleased God to prevent them by a storm that arose, in which the great Argosy sunk suddenly, and all the men in her being drowned, save only 4. End quote. But they paint Ward as this foul, devilish creature who slipped away at just the right moment to avoid the storm and God's wrath. And there are nuggets of truth in there, but not the whole truth. The investigators that would later on be sent to Barbary to look into the events surrounding the shipwreck, along with historians, have pieced together a much more plausible account of what actually happened out there. What we know looks like this. Ward sailed from Tunis aboard his refitted Rainiera e Soterina in late 1607. She'd been stripped of all of her excess weight and had a couple of dozen new guns installed, including gun ports. Ward sailed out with a fleet, including Ruby and Little John and all of the ships that he personally owned. And then there were a number of pirates sailing their own vessels, sailing along with her, men like Captain Foxley and Francis Vernon. That fleet sailed for the coast of France, and that was where John Ward turned around and left everyone but Ruby and Little John behind. The rest of the fleet headed towards Spain and the Balearic Islands, where they terrorized the Charity and the Pearl, and you know that whole story. But what we know about Ward here is limited. I mentioned the English merchantman that Ward hailed over near Naples. The captain reported there that Ward cursed the Venetian flatcaps and swore death and vengeance on them. And that's really the only account we have of Ward happening concurrent to the events closer to Spain, until he begins to dole out that death and vengeance. It's plausible that John Ward heard about the Venetian ploy to block his impending pardon somewhere off the coast of France. He had spies and agents all across Europe, certainly in Marseille, so one of those spies probably brought him the news about his pardon being blocked by Venice. And that's what set him off on his revenge crusade. He sailed for Venetian Greece and began taking every ship he could. He took a number of them in very quick succession. That was when Venice began to prepare their fleet. They were ready to send out their ships and destroy John Ward. But then that storm caught the Rainiera e Soterina and sank her. Now, why did she sink? The generally accepted story is that all of the new gun ports that Jack Ward had cut into the hull weakened it. He had turned her cargo deck, or upper cargo deck, into a gun deck. He may have overdone it here. And then there's a question about the state of the hull outside of the gun ports. Those 4 sailors said that the Soterina was rotting. That seems like a bit of a stretch to me, though. Remember, John Ward was an old sailor. He grew up a fisherman, and then a privateer, and then a Navy man, and now a pirate. Would he allow his baby, this pride and joy with which he was puffed up in vainglory, to fall into such disrepair? Would the Venetians allow one of their great Argosy to fall into disrepair? I don't think so on either count, but that's the story we have, so we have to accept it and work from it. But those sailors had other claims to make. We had 3 different stories from 3 different people. That it was either the storm that sank them, or an ambush, or a mutiny. We could extrapolate what might have happened here. We can use those 3 stories, along with the reports of contemporary agents, the English writers later on, and what modern historians have concluded. Now, I say what might have happened because, well, what I'm going to do here is stitch together a possible narrative, my own possible narrative. It's going to fit all of the evidence, but it's also going to build from it. It will weave a number of different conclusions reached by different agents into one story. Now, the Soterina was carrying around 350. Well, it's commonly reported that she sank with 350 men on board, but upon leaving the port at Tunis, she was carrying 350 well, Turks is probably the best word here. There were Berbers and Jews and Turkish people and Armenian and Greeks, all in that lot, all of them Muslim, including the Janissary contingent. Now, there's no easy shorthand here, and I don't want to call them Turks. So moving on, when I say Muslim, I mean that ethnic and national and religious blend right there. When I say European moving forward, I'm referring to the Western European pirates, English, Italian, and Dutch mostly. There were 40 or 50 Europeans on board the Rainiera y Soderina, in addition to the 350 Muslims. And I'm aware that the umbrella of Europeans should include the Greeks and Armenians and maybe the Turks, but I can't call these men Christians because, well, we'll discuss that next time. The Europeans on board Rainiera y Soderina comprised a sort of elite officer class among the crew. The Janissary were sort of their own thing. They had their own position of power as representatives of the day back in Tunis, but the rest of the crew, the Muslim majority, were sort of second-class crew. See, Ward didn't subscribe to the later piratical ideas of equality among the crew, or that almost democratic system that would be a cornerstone of pirates and piracy. His ship, his fleet, was delegated into more traditional power roles, similar to the English Navy. The Europeans, in this case, were the officers, and the Muslims were the regular crew. Now, Ward was, well, he was responsible for a lot of firsts in the pirate world. For example, he was among the first pirates to adopt that practice of electing the captain. But his shipboard democracy apparently ended there. His idea of the captain's role was much different from later pirates and much more similar to the English Navy. The captain, Jack Ward in this case, appointed all of the officers himself and made all of the rules. As you can imagine, the majority Muslim corsairs here weren't too happy with that arrangement. They were forced into subservient roles, and on board Rainiera y Soderina, on this, her first voyage as a pirate ship, there were a lot more of them than there had been before. They were recruited in large numbers to flesh out the crew of the ship. So there wound up being a number of squabbles between the crewmen and the officers. Sometimes those broke down into brawls, and occasionally murder. Barker tells us of Jack Ward's rules, quote, "His laws were that in several places in his ships there should be wine sold, as there is in taverns. But with this law, which himself he made, if any one in his drunkenness or otherwise falling out should kill or stab any man, he should be presently bound to the dead man's back and cast into the sea." End quote. Now, outright murder was always punished harshly on pirate ships. It had to be, or else things would break down into chaos and disorder. But there's a big difference here. On later pirate vessels, the accused had the opportunity to tell their side of the story. You know, a pirate might be found standing above a corpse on deck, even with the murder weapon in hand, dripping blood. Obviously, they killed the deceased here, but they would have the chance to explain why they did it. Was it self-defense? Was there a debt involved, or maybe theft? Early in her career, Anne Bonny had to kill more than a few pirates who sought to take advantage of her. Everyone learned better very quickly, of course, but Anne Bonny never faced punishment for it. That was obviously a case of self-defense. But all of the other factors were taken into account as well, things like theft or debt. Now, if that were the case, the perpetrator wouldn't get off scot-free, but they might face a beating or limited rations or something to that effect. But here's the thing. The killer was allowed to tell their story to the crew, and the crew decided their fate, usually at least. It was the crew that decided the guilt or innocence of the accused, and then they followed the rules set down in a code that everyone had already agreed to. That's how it worked later on, usually. But on this voyage of Jack Ward, when tensions between the Europeans and the Barbary natives were running high, the captain personally set down judgment and punishment. Now, we don't have a lot of details, but there was at least one killing on board the Rainiera y Soderina. That's why we know about Ward's policy toward murder. A Muslim sailor murdered a European officer, and Ward decreed that that murderer be strapped to the deceased man's body and thrown overboard. His hands were bound to the dead man. He was unable to swim. He was strapped to a stone. That stone was dragging the man down to the bottom of the sea. I think he may almost have hoped that a shark would come along and finish the job quickly. But we don't know why that sailor killed that officer. Maybe it was an unfair punishment. Maybe it was theft or self-defense. But it didn't matter. That sailor didn't get the chance to tell his story. Ward made his decree and the punishment was carried out. This made the tension on board Rainiera y Sodorina even worse. Things began to boil over. It was clear that Ward was losing control of the crew here. And here we're going to find our first major divergence in the story. See, Ward might have been on board the Rainiera y Sodorina the entire time. He was the admiral of the fleet, and it was a very big ship, should be his flagship, maybe. But the ship did have another captain, William Graves, Bill Graves. God, that's a great pirate name. Bill Graves was Ward's first mate early on. He was the pirate that told Ward that one day he would kill him, and God would send down an angel to bring him directly to heaven for doing the world such a good service. Now, I dispute the legitimacy of that story, but Graves was the master of Rainiera y Sodorina here. Now, Ward, serving as admiral, may have been on board alongside him. That's what the English tell us. But the Venetians have another version of the story. They say that John Ward was admiral of the fleet from on board the Little John. They tell us that when that officer was killed on board the Sodorina, Ward came over to dole out his judgment, or perhaps he came out after the judgment had been handed down to quell the growing threat of mutiny on board his big ship. Either way, according to the Venetian version of the story, Ward came over to deal with some problems and then went back to his ship, Little John. Now, in normal times, that wouldn't be such a big distinction, except for the fact that the Rainiera y Sodorina was about to sink with 350 men on board. The English, who tell us that Ward sailed on the Sodorina most of the time, paint their arch-pirate as a terrible villain who abandoned his rotten, leaky ship right before a big storm and heartlessly let 350 men die. They think that he abandoned ship for the Little John and just let fate take its course, which is a commonly accepted version of the story. You could use that in your term paper and be fine. But I think things went a little bit differently than that. Personally, I agree with the Venetian view here. I think Ward was captain of the Little John with Bill Graves on board the Sodorina. I think that Ward came over to Graves' ship to deal with the murder and to pass judgment on the killer, to tie him to a corpse and toss him overboard. But it was probably even before the man was thrown overboard that the tension that had been bubbling, the potential mutiny, began to break free. I imagine the crew milling about uneasily when the judgment was passed, grumbling. And then, when they found out what the punishment was to be, I imagine open anger, I imagine shouting and protests. But Ward was still that larger-than-life figure. He was their admiral, and he was a personal friend of the day back in Tunis. And I wonder who the Janissaries would have sided with here. Would they back their brothers in Islam, or would they back the man that, frankly, made them very, very rich? Remember, Ward was the de facto vice treasurer of Tunis. He brought in huge amounts of plunder, and he shared it with the Dey, who then shared it with the Janissary. So they very well may have sided with Jack Ward and tried to quell any violence that appeared to be breaking free. And perhaps it came to that. Perhaps the crew began to draw swords and line up for battle. Perhaps the English did the same, although there were many, many fewer of them. But then maybe the Janissaries stepped in to calm everyone down. And what comes next is where my narrative, my personal story here, starts to truly deviate from any other historical accounts. But it does work with the stories told by those pirates who would be rescued a few days later. Just keep in mind that this is my speculation. So things clearly weren't going well between the Muslim crewmen and the Europeans. Why not offer up a solution? Were I in Ward's shoes here, I might come up with something kind of like this. The Rainieri Sodorina was a large ship. That's why there were so many new Muslim faces on board. Since there were conflicts with the Europeans, who were the officers on board, why not just give command of the Sodorina over to the Muslim corsairs? Now, the Little John was pretty full, but if Ward were to, say, send the Janissary warriors from Little John on over to the Sodorina, that would free up plenty of room for Captain Bill Graves and all of the European officers to come aboard Little John. The Janissary, who had a position of power in the fleet anyway, could choose their own command structure aboard the Sodorina. They could choose their own officers, or make it democratic rule, however they wanted to do things. Now, they would still be in Ward's fleet, obviously. That's not going to change, but Ward did magnanimously grant them the right to make their own rules and to enforce them how they saw fit. Now, if this actually did happen, and no one is saying it did but me, but if it did, it would have been an elegant solution. It would keep the Sodorina sailing with a competent crew and commanders, and it would keep her in the fleet of Jack Ward. Now, whether or not that did happen, it was around that time that Jack Ward, and we do know this, left the leaky, rotten giant behind, along with Bill Graves and the other Europeans, and boarded Little John. Now, this might just be good timing on the part of Jack Ward. He may have suspected that his big ship might sink in the upcoming storm. Or maybe there was something more nefarious going on. I mean, that's nefarious enough to leave 350 men to die. But what if all three of the tales shared by those rescued corsairs turned out to be true? Maybe not the whole truth, but a part of it. There was a storm, that much is verifiable, but what if there was also a mutiny? And what if there was also an ambush lying in wait? Imagine, and I may be giving John Ward more credit than he deserves here, but imagine that he took his European crew back to Little John. Then he ordered the fleet to wait offshore while the storm passed. This was normal procedure. You didn't want to be tied down through a storm. But when night fell, maybe Jack Ward sent over a boat or two of experienced killers to do exactly what they were best at. Or maybe he had a few men on the inside, perhaps some of the Janissary who had significantly more loyalty to him than their brothers in Islam. Maybe they crept aboard the Rainieri Sodorina under cover of nightfall and rainfall. Most of the crew would have been hunkered down in their cabins or asleep. Maybe they killed the watchman. Maybe they sliced a few key lines to disable the sails, or maybe they damaged the wheel. Imagine that small group of hardened killers sneaking into the quiet parts of the ship. Maybe they lit a few fires, maybe in the magazine. And then, maybe they made their way back to Little John. Or, it's possible that they stuck around and hid somewhere on board. After an agreed-upon time, that's when Ruby and Little John crept in on either side of Rainieri Sodorina and opened fire. Imagine a ship filled with sailors preparing to weather out a storm. They were being tossed about by sudden winds and sudden waves, and then all of a sudden, coming under fire from both sides. Imagine their surprise when they rushed to the deck to find that all of the lines had been cut, or maybe the wheel didn't work. They were unable to maneuver. Imagine the shock they felt when they found their leaders on board with throats cut open. And imagine the panic that would have engulfed the men when they rallied to fire back on these two ships that were attacking them, and a party of their former comrades burst out to cut them down where they stood. Try to picture being on that deck, fighting for your life with cannonballs flying and wood shattering and men screaming as the storm picks up strength and batters you with rain and throws you about the deck. Your friends are tossed overboard. Some of your former friends are slicing open their throats. And then someone yells over the din of battle and the storm that the ship is sinking. You can't get to the boats. You can get to them, but you can't take them down to the water because Ward would blow you out of it. But you can't stay here. When the ship goes down, and she is most certainly going down, everything around her is going to be taken down with it. Imagine diving overboard through the smoke and through a film of blood into the turbulent waters with the sinking ship pulling at you from behind. Imagine, in that situation, finding a piece of flotsam and clinging on for dear life. Imagine waiting out the storm and the battle and the sinking ship with only a piece of wood keeping you afloat and alive. Imagine dealing with that for an entire night. And then dawn comes. Maybe you have to take a deep breath and slip under the water to avoid notice when Ruby comes close. That's a dramatic representation of something that might have happened. However, 4 crewmen and 1 boy may have experienced something like that. At the very least, we can say that Ward did leave Rainiera y Sodorina shortly before the storm, possibly knowing that she was going to sink. All of the blood in the battle may not have happened here. That's my invention, working from the stories of 3 anonymous Barbary pirates who may not have existed according to an Englishman who heard it from an Italian, neither of whom were actually there. But the turbulent seas, the sinking ship, and the clinging on for dear life did happen to many men, and only 4 survived. Around 350 pirates and janissaries lost their lives in this disaster. Even if Jack Ward didn't treacherously abandon ship and attack her in the night, he did abandon those men to die. And somehow that's almost worse. I mean, if he were a pirate admiral attacking a mutinous crew, there's some sort of valor to be found in that, even if he did so with trickery and ambush. But if he just realized that his ship was sinking and decided to slip away, if he just left his men to die while he sailed safely toward the horizon, I mean, there's no valor in that. There's no excuse for that. That would make John Ward nothing but a coward. And maybe that's all he was. That's the story that the English tell us after all. Whatever the truth here was, John Ward wasn't going to walk away from the loss of his flagship, the loss of Rainiera y Sodorina, unscathed. In terms of strength, losing his biggest ship and 350 men, well, it weakened him. Many of his allies left him and sailed off for Algiers to sail under Simon Danziger. And now that, at the end of his voyage, he had no pardon to look forward to, he didn't really have any choice but to slink back to Tunis. And Tunis was a city filled with the family and friends of the men who had just died, men who Jack Ward had failed to bring back safely. Many of those family and friends blamed him personally. He was going to suffer through that blame. But when he did return, he discovered the worst news yet, at least for him personally. The day his strongest ally had died. Next time, we're going to follow Jack Ward to Tunis and discuss everything that he faced. We're going to discuss how he coped with the new reality in which he found himself. And then, at long last, we are going to discuss the end of the arch-pirate, Jack Ward. I'd like to thank everybody for listening. I'd like to thank everyone who has helped to support the show, everybody who has signed up to become a patron on Patreon, everybody who has suggested this show, either in real life or on social media, everybody who has left us a rating or a review wherever it is you listen to the show. Without all of you, I wouldn't be able to do this, so thank you. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the absolutely fantastic band Brillig. If you'd like to hear more, you can find them at brillig.com.au. That's brillig.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can get in touch on Twitter, SoundCloud, YouTube, or Reddit. As always, and most importantly, thank you for listening.
Round and round, we were all hypnotized by the sound of his tales from the old country told for a fight and a pound. The stories of battles at sea, from a voice that could shake down the trees, and the face of an angel all battered by grand tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For at first light this morning, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Today's episode is brought to you by our Patreon supporters, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Kane, Kinley, Aphid, Zoomer, Matthew the Navigator, Bull, Vertigon, Conopalinde, Rumgut, and Bootstraps Bailey. And as always, our Quartermaster Heather. A special shout out this week to our newest patrons. That's Josh Ross, Peter Haywood, Scott McDougall, Matt the Hat, and our 2 new officers, Greg Emelos and Captain Novi. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. Throughout the history of this show, we've talked about nearly all the major sea powers that somehow impacted the story of pirates and piracy. Excepting the Asian nations and Portugal to some extent, which we've yet to discuss, and we're going to discuss them a lot more in the near future, the big 4 here were Spain, England, France, and the Netherlands. There are obvious reasons there. So far, most of our story has taken place in the West Indies. Those 4 nations commanded the sea power necessary to claim their own slices of the New World. But 3 of them were relative newcomers to the game. The Netherlands, as an independent nation, were a newcomer to the world, and once they gained their independence, they did build a navy, but they still had to rely on pirates and privateers for some time. Nationally speaking, France had virtually no navy to speak of outside of a basic coast guard. They had 2 coastlines to protect, as well as 2 borders with enemies on either side. They were more interested in naval protection and land-based warfare for most of their history. That is, until Cardinal Richelieu came along. And England, surprisingly enough, wouldn't even have a royal navy until 1660. And the rise of the Netherlands and France and England all happened in the 17th century. But before that century, before most of the events around which this show has so far been focused, European sea power looked a lot different. We've looked at some of that since we began our discussion of the Barbary pirates. The big player in the 1500s was Spain, obviously, and that included their subordinate nations, countries like Portugal and the Spanish Netherlands and Naples, all of that thanks to Charles V. Beyond Spain, though, and discounting Northern Europe and the Baltic nations here, there were basically only 3 other nations with any real sea power to speak of. There was Genoa, once they became an independent republic, and that was thanks to Andrea Doria, mostly. Then there was the Ottoman Empire, thanks to the Barbarossa brothers and Suleiman the Magnificent, mostly. And then there was Venice, and it's Venice that concerns us today. You'll notice that these are all Mediterranean nations, and that's not by accident. Until the age of exploration really got going, the Mediterranean was the focal point around which European and most Middle Eastern civilization was centered. And we'll come back to that a bit later. But for now, Venice. Venice became the eminent sea power sometime in the mid to late medieval period, mostly due to the Crusades. Spain, during the Crusades, was a bit preoccupied with the whole not really existing thing, and then the Reconquista. Venice, though, they had to have a strong navy. They were close to the Byzantine Empire, as well as Jerusalem and the Muslim world. They were close to the Crusades. But Venice excelled throughout her whole history when it came to naval power. In truth, their navy was their strongest asset. Well, their wealth, but then their navy. Venice attempted to, and occasionally even succeeded at controlling the Adriatic Sea, the sea between Italy and the Balkans, and they would extend that control to the Aegean and the Ionian seas whenever they were able. There was a lot of talk of rebuilding the Roman Empire in those days. Of course, there was the Byzantine Empire, they still existed, but Constantinople found themselves kind of between a rock and a hard place here. On one side, there were the encroaching forces of Islam, but on the other, there were the encroaching forces of Catholicism. The Byzantine Empire may have been a Christian state and may have been an extension of the Roman Empire, but those in Catholic Europe saw them more than anything else as a Greek Orthodox state. Rome especially wanted a Catholic successor to the Roman Empire, not this Greek Empire. They'd tried to build one several times throughout the medieval period. Now, I don't want to get bogged down in medieval history here, but Rome created what was later called the Latin Empire in much of Greece and Eastern Europe. The Latin Empire as opposed to the Greek Empire. Venice, though, oversaw most of the Latin Empire's sea power, including the ports. Now, the Latin Empire fell apart, fairly quickly actually, but the Pope granted Venice continued control of many of the ports and islands that they had been in charge of. But with the fall of the Latin Empire, the Venetians needed a name for their own empire, and they called it the Domini del Mar, or the Dominion of the Sea. Now, keeping control of those imperial possessions was integral to the later Crusades and eventually to the struggle against the Ottoman Turks. They were the entry points into Greece, Eastern Europe, and the Crusader states. Spain, Rome, France, everyone agreed that they were integral to their plans, but it was Venice's job to keep those ports safe. Everyone sent soldiers to help. They would man the barricades of those Venetian ports, but more than anyone, it was Venice and her exquisite navy that really kept them safe. If those barricades did fall and an invading army came in and took over, the Venetians could bombard them from the sea until they left. At the time, before Barbarossa, before Suleiman, really there was no one in the Mediterranean who could compare with the Venetian Republic for their sea power. But that raises the question, if Venice was such a big deal when it came to oceanic power, why didn't we talk about them until we went back in time? Why haven't we mentioned Venice until we went to talk about Barbary? Why didn't Venice have a stake in the New World? Why weren't they a competitor of Spain in their global empire? As for that question, it might have made more sense for them to travel to the East Indies, but they didn't do that either. So what happened here? What was the fate of the Domini del Mar? This is episode 94, Pride Coming. With the fall of Constantinople in 1453, things began to change rapidly for Venice. It was suddenly on the front lines of an increasingly violent conflict with Islam. There is an almost perfect analogy for what happened here, but I'm not going to use it. It's a little too nerdy and a little too obscure for most of our listeners. For anyone who would get it, all I'll say is Tai Shar Malkia. And if you're nerdy enough to get that reference, take this into account. The crane, for example, the golden crane, has long been a symbol in Greek and Roman tradition, as well as in European heraldry, for a century. Way back in the day, Pliny the Elder wrote that cranes would appoint a sentry to stand guard all night, and that sentry would hold a stone in its mouth to keep from falling asleep. That image as a sentry or a guard became the central image for the crane in most of medieval history, kind of like the Byzantine bulwark against Islam. But the fall of Constantinople was bad news for Venice. Being on the front lines is never as good as having someone to take the brunt of the attack while you support them from behind. But it actually spurred Venice to build and maintain a stronger naval presence. For years, for decades even, the Venetians fought hard alongside the Knights Hospitalier to defend and recapture parts of Greece and the Balkan coast. Then, Venice was introduced to the brothers Barbarossa. Now, we've talked at length about that story already. For Venice, though, it was a trying but ultimately rewarding experience, if a bit bittersweet. They had an armada of galleys who were top-of-the-line galleys, really. Some of them, many of them even, were larger than any ship that would be seen for decades to come. It was Venice that was at the center of, and oftentimes the head of, the Holy League that, well, they lost the Battle of Prevesa, but they were also the head of the Holy Alliance that won the Battle of Lepanto. Spain, Genoa, Naples, the Papal States, they all played a major part, but it was Venice that had the most ships invested in both of those large battles and the entire war against the Ottoman Empire. Ultimately, the Catholic world came out on top, and Venice appeared poised to control the Mediterranean. However, the Battle of Lepanto is famous not just for the victory of Catholic Europe, but also for being the last major sea battle that utilized the galley, at least in any numbers. Spain didn't even bring any galleys to the Battle of Lepanto. They brought in an armada of galleons, and Spanish galleons were busy conquering the New World at this point. England, France, and the Netherlands were building their own fleets to follow suit. But Venice, the power in the Mediterranean, well, they were lagging behind in the arms race. Venice's fleets of galleys were quickly, very quickly, growing obsolete. Now, they did have a few galleons, but not enough to compete. This became undeniably apparent when a pirate named Simon Danziger brought the round ship to Barbary. This was a problem of location. The Venetians and the Ottoman empires still relied mostly on galleys, and that's because they were centered in the Mediterranean. Most of their sea travel was based in the Mediterranean, and galleys were great for the Mediterranean. But Spain, England, France, Portugal, and the Netherlands, they were all Western European countries that touched the Atlantic Ocean. The galley was okay, but it would not cross the ocean, which was their ultimate goal. For that, they needed larger round ships, which is why a Dutchman, Danziger, brought the round ship to the pirates on the Barbary coast. Now, the Ottomans were aware of the round ship at this time. Any that they built at their seaports were used in the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean, rather than the Mediterranean, where they were seen as somewhat unnecessary. And these European pirates, namely Ward and Danziger, to start off, were very, very successful. It showed the superiority of the round ship to the galley. So Barbary began, well, at first the pirates would steal ships and bring them to Barbary to be sold, but eventually they started building their own. Now, Venice did have those few galleons that I mentioned, but not enough to combat the fleet, the armada that was being built there in Barbary. Their only saving grace, and it really wasn't much of one, is that this armada was fractured. There wasn't a central command. Despite the fact that they were all technically part of the Ottoman Empire, they were really independent city-states building their own fleets. But then, John Ward, at one point in his career, set out to raid a convoy of Venetian merchant ships. This happened on that last fateful voyage of his, after he heard about the Venetian plan to block his pardon and went to attack as many Venetian ships as he was able. But the Senate of Venice caught wind of this, and they sent two of their top admirals, Girolamo Memo and Cristoforo de Canal, to stop John Ward, to capture him if possible, but to sink him and kill him if necessary. John Ward embarrassed them. These were skilled admirals, but John Ward outplayed them completely. And it's not that John Ward was necessarily a better sailor or a better commander. It's just the tools of those Venetians were inferior. They were sailing on board galleys. Ward chased them off. They came to sink him and he just chased them away. And then John Ward just sat in the shipping lane where he knew they would be coming, that merchant fleet, and he captured any vessel that he fancied. Now, he stopped and boarded a number of vessels and took any treasures on board that he cared to, but he only took 2 ships for his own. They were the galleons Balbi and Spelegato. They were the only ships that, in Ward's estimation at least, were worth taking. He didn't want any of the galleons. He wanted their cargo, maybe some of the crew, but the ships themselves were just a liability, and expense that wouldn't pay for themselves. While John Ward did as he pleased with this entire armada of merchant ships, those 2 admirals on board their galleys, well, they were just kind of sitting off to the side and watching. They were able to aid and abet those who had just been attacked by John Ward, but not to stop them at all. They tried to go and warn some of them, but John Ward prevented them from doing so. As I said, it was an embarrassing situation. The Venetians could no longer ignore their need for a fleet of war galleons. But at this moment, they only had a few that were seaworthy that could hope to compete against John Ward. They ordered their best 3 to head a fleet of galleys and to go hunt Ward down. This was that Venetian fleet intended to destroy Ward and then sail on to Tunis, potentially to engage the English fleet in the Mediterranean. But that was when John Ward left Ionian waters and sailed on for the Aegean, and that was where he would lose his flagship, the Rainieri Sodarina, in a storm. And when Venice heard about this, as we discussed last time, Venice called their ships back. And that proved to be a fatal mistake for them. Not a mistake that was obvious quite yet, but it was. See, one of John Ward's lieutenants stayed behind in those Ionian waters, near where John Ward had captured those 2 galleons. Now, those 2 galleons were given into the command of this captain, a man named Jan Kasten, a Dutchman. And he thought that these were prime hunting grounds, so he stuck around. And for the most part, Jan Kasten was right here. He did well out there on the Mediterranean, capturing a few merchant vessels, until he was happened upon by 3 Venetian warships. They surprised him. They got the jump on him. Now, these weren't monsters of warships, nothing like the Rainieri Sodarina. They weren't even galleons. They were galleys, but they were large ones, and they were under the capable command of Admiral Julio Venier. He was in the largest of the 3, and the other 2 were actually those same 2 galleys that Ward had chased off just a few weeks before, so they knew where this pirate would be. Now, the galleys engaged Jan Kasten, but to little effect. They were in close with the pirate fleet, and even though the Venetian galleys had the best guns that money could buy, the pirate ships could carry far more, even if their guns were less powerful. The Venetians were forced once again to turn tail and run. They fled up the Peloponnesian coast for several leagues, but they did, apparently, have a plan. Author Greg Bach writes, quote, Kasten, no doubt inspired by memories of Ward's great lopsided encounters, then made one fateful error. He pursued the Venetians. His decision to do so is so utterly at odds with the privateer's code, which dictates no pursuit of prizes whose capture would cost more than they were likely to yield. Nonetheless, Kasten, perhaps intoxicated by having, like his master, put the Venetian war galleys to flight, thought to press his advantage. In doing so, he fell into Venier's trap. End quote. See, there were a lot of advantages that the galleons and all the round ships had. That's why they were quickly becoming the norm in the Mediterranean, but there was one thing that galleys still had, and really, in a way, always had above them, and that was maneuverability. The oars on board, though costly in weight and manpower and space, just couldn't be beat when it came to quick, sharp turns. Jan Kasten was chasing the Venetians up the coast and closing in fast, but Admiral Venier was, well, historian Alberto Tiniti writes in Piracy and the Decline of Venice, quote, the Venetian admiral acted with great cunning. He knew that his own guns had a longer range than those of his opponent and pretended to flee, end quote. And that's what Greg Bott calls Venier's trap. Now, I think both of these authors may be giving Admiral Veneer a bit more credit than he's really due, especially Taniti. When he says that the Venetians pretended to flee, I don't think that's accurate. I think they were fleeing. Jan Kasten just had them outgunned. But a good admiral, a good commander on any battlefield, knows when to run and when to fight, and they know how to set up the potential for victory. But for that potential to be realized, the enemy has to play along. So I don't think he set up this trap by pretending to flee. I think he fled. Veneer was running. He had to run, and he didn't know that Jan Kasten would follow him. But Kasten did follow, and the admiral was aware of what he could do in that situation, and that's when he sprang the trap. Right when Jan Kasten came in range of those top-of-the-line guns, but when he was still too far away to fire on the Venetians himself, that Venetian admiral used those spectacular oars to stop and turn on a dime, and that's when they opened fire with everything they had. They opened up with what Bach calls, quote, a fearful and furious torrent of great shot, end quote. But then they followed that up. They had a volley of chain shot that tore through the rigging of the pirate galleons, and then another volley of grape shot that tore through the pirates on deck. This was a flawlessly executed maneuver, and it ended in a slaughter. Blood poured through the scuppers and tattered sail drifted listlessly down into the sea. A total of 50 pirates were killed in just a few minutes of firing, no more than half a dozen volleys. But when the smoke cleared from all of that destruction, Veneer, in his untouched galley, made for Kasten's galley, and he captured the 45 men that were left on board. The other two vessels, the two ships that had been forced to watch as John Ward made fools out of them, they sailed on the other two galleons in Kasten's fleet, the same two that John Ward had captured, and then they took those ships back. In truth, this was a great victory. The Venetians had triumphed completely, and their galleys had won the day over the galleons of the pirates. And that right there, this miraculous victory, was the nail in Venice's coffin. Some centuries later, not so far away from this battlefield, Winston Churchill would attempt to capture the Dardanelles in World War I, and he would fail to do so. He would occasionally blame this on the sentiment of the captains that were working under him. See, they had old wooden sailing vessels that were intended, according to Churchill, to be used to clear the mines from the water by running into them. They were supposed to run in as suicide ships. That was the plan. But Churchill said that their captains were reluctant to sacrifice the ships that they had first sailed on. These were ships that they loved dearly, and they didn't want to see them sunk, at least not so gratuitously. And I can understand that. It can be hard to give up a tradition to which you are attached, but it can be especially hard when you have one very convincing piece of evidence that tells you that that tradition is better than the incoming replacement. Now, the captains working under Winston Churchill didn't have anything like that, but the Venetians did, right here, in this battle that they won so spectacularly. The cunning of Admiral Veneer in using his galleys to overpower the much more powerful galleons became something of a parable, sort of a David and Goliath story for the Venetian Navy. Clever cunning and the proper use of tried and tested tools overcame brute strength. So, on the strength of that one victory, Venice made the decision to sideline their galleon building program and focus on bigger and better galleys. And that seemed to make sense. It made sense to the heart, obviously. They loved their galleys, but it made sense to the head as well, considering the strength of this victory. The name of today's episode is Pride Cometh. That's actually the beginning of a misquote from the King James Bible. That verse correctly reads, quote, "Pride goeth before destruction, and an haughty spirit before a fall," end quote. But growing up, I always heard it simplified as pride cometh before the fall. And that proved to be the case for the Republic of Venice. In many ways, Venice was the heir of Rome. Not the Roman Empire necessarily, but the city of Rome and the culture of Rome. Of course, Rome itself still existed, but so many of the families that made up Rome, once Rome fell to the barbarian invaders, left for Venice. Many of the families that were the most powerful in the Venetian Republic were the same, although by different names, that had led the original Roman Republic. Admirably stubborn, these noble families resisted the Carolingian dynasty of Charlemagne to forge their own republic out of the ashes of Rome, and they built alliances with the surviving Roman Empire, the Byzantines, and that made them essential. They became a waypoint between the Greek Empire and the Latin Empire, the Holy Roman Empire under Charlemagne, a republican core to the two halves of the former Roman Empire. Venice was at the center of that. Now, lofty ideas aside, the reality of this meant that they became a trading nation. They had access to water and land routes between both halves of European former Roman society, and all of that rested on their galleys. And those galleys were not so different from those that had been used at Troy by the Greeks. They weren't so different from the galleys that the Phoenicians had used when exploring and colonizing the Mediterranean and, founding Carthage. They weren't all that different from the vessels that Pompey Magnus used when he defeated the Cilician pirates in modern-day Turkey. They were similar, much more similar than those others, to the ships that were used at the height of the Roman Empire, and that were used by the Byzantines against the encroaching Islamic forces. And once again, throughout all this history, once again they had proven their worth. But of course, if this was an experiment, a scientific experiment, this would be called a false positive. Ships, sailing vessels, and in particular the galleon, were so superior to the galley in so many ways that to ignore their virtues, as the Venetian Republic did, well, that's at least a part of what brought down this vestige of Roman power. The influence and prestige of Venice would decline, but the Republic clung on for a couple more centuries. All the while, their great republic was being chipped away piece by piece until, finally, a conquering emperor who saw himself in many ways the heir of Rome, a man named Napoleon Bonaparte, conquered and destroyed them. Naturally, that is an extremely truncated and oversimplified rendition of the fall of the Venetian Republic. Economically, they lost much of their power because the Mediterranean was no longer the center of trade in the world. The Atlantic and Indian and Pacific Oceans became huge in trade, and it was so much cheaper for Spain or Portugal or England or the Netherlands or even France to do it than it would have been for them to do so. So yeah, it's a lot more complicated than pirates did it, but as a sort of historic parable, that story works really well. And it even has a moral at the end. Pride cometh before the fall. Who else do we know in this story to which that idea applies? Who was puffed up with vain glory, only to have that dashed and taken away? Who thought that they were at the top of the world? Who was, in many ways, at the top of the food chain, only to find themselves at the bottom? Whose story so perfectly mimics that of the fall of Venice that it's almost as though some extraordinarily clever and handsome podcaster came along and made that the theme of an episode? Of course, I'm talking about John Ward, the arch-pirate and most feared captain in the Mediterranean. But we're going to wait until next time to finish that half of the story. I tried to do it all in one cohesive episode, but as you'll see next week, things went a little bit off the rails, and it became extraordinarily bloated. So we'll finish the story of Jack Ward next week. I'd like to thank everybody for listening. I'd also like to thank everybody who has helped to support the show. Everybody who has become a patron on Patreon, including all of our new patrons. Everybody who has given us a review on iTunes or wherever it is you listen to the show. Everybody who has given us a shout out or a recommendation in real life or on social media. Without all of you, I wouldn't be able to do this, so thank you. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you haven't checked them out yet, I certainly suggest you do so. You can find them at brillig.com.au. That's brillig.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can get in touch on Twitter, SoundCloud, or YouTube. As always, and most importantly, thank you for listening.
Round and round, we were all hypnotized by the sound of his tales from the old country, told for a fight and a pound. The stories of battles at sea, from a voice that could shake down the trees, and the face of an angel all battered by grand tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For at first like this morn, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Today's episode is brought to you by our Patreon supporters, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Kane, Kinway, Hefe, Zoomin, the Pirate Nopales, Matthew the Navigator, Bull, Vertigon, Conifalende, Rumgut, and Bootstrap Spade. And of course, our Quartermaster Heather. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. Before we get started today, I'd like to address a couple of things. First, a touch of housekeeping. Last time, I neglected to mention one of our Commodores at the opening of the show, the Pirate Nopales. So I'd like to apologize for that and offer them an honorary captaincy for the day, maybe. I really appreciate all of your support, and I do apologize about that. But secondly, about last time, I cut the episode a bit short. I had a much longer episode outlined, and it involved a lengthy segment of quotations. Those quotes were intended to showcase another point of view about the topic around which today's show is centered. A point of view that's different from my own or the other Western historians who I use as sources. But a couple of things happened. First of all, it felt incomplete at the end of last week's episode. I didn't have the time to get the entire story I wanted to in there. And secondly, I got really annoyed while reading one of those quotes, and instead of staying on topic as I had intended to, I just sort of jumped headfirst right off the rails. The topic here is, well, a bit more on that in a little bit, but it can be a sensitive topic. And I worry that my response to the quotes I read and their authors might come off as less than sensitive. I thought about not including what I recorded for last week's episode, just getting rid of it entirely, but then I realized that's my honest reaction to a scholarly opinion. Rather than dance around that or censor myself, I've chosen to leave it in its complete form in today's episode. My reaction to their opinion, when we finally get around to it, should be taken as just that. A reaction, maybe an overreaction even, but a reaction to some bad history and what I see as poor historical analysis. And maybe even a criticism of the reckless choices that the author made. What it is not is a slam against the author themselves, who I'm sure is a lovely person and an intelligent scholar in other regards. Nor is it a larger commentary on any community or creed. If you'd like my personal views on that sort of thing, they're very simple, and I'll give them at the outset. I believe in the golden rule: do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Follow that, and your business is none of mine, and I wish you all the best. With all that said, and hopefully with all my bases covered, I'm going to jump in and begin with the second half of last week's show before moving on. This is episode 95, Pride Cometh, Part 2. Pride cometh before the fall. Who else do we know in this story to which that idea applies? Who was puffed up with vainglory, only to have that dashed and taken away? Who thought that they were at the top of the world? Who was, in many ways, at the top of the food chain, only to find themselves at the bottom? Whose story so perfectly mimics that of the fall of Venice that it's almost as though some extraordinarily clever and handsome podcaster came along and made that the theme of an episode? Of course, I'm talking about John Ward, the arch-pirate and most feared captain in the Mediterranean. He returned home to Tunis with his tail between his legs. He lost his great warship, the Rainieri Soderina, and with her, he'd lost a significant investment in guns and time and labor. All of that, though, was nothing compared to the loss of human lives. 350 sailors died when the Soderina sank. All of them were Muslim. All of them were native sons of Barbary. However, Ruby and Little John, his other ships, made it safely back to Tunis with crews full of European pirates. And all of them were very safe, very dry, and very much alive. Adrian Tenniswood writes in Pirates of Barbary, quote, Ward faced a bitterly hostile reception when he sailed into Tunis without the Soderina and without her crew. The friends of the lost men wanted to know how it was that the English admiral had survived when their loved ones hadn't. End quote. I do wonder how that initial reception went for John Ward. I mean, right after he put in and everyone crowded the docks, what happened? The return of someone like John Ward was always a moment of celebration. Not only did they usually bring in plunder and plenty of money to spread around, but they usually brought friends and family home. They shared happy reunions. Now everyone who lived in Tunis knew that sailors in that line of work lived a dangerous life. Any sailor, even legitimate sailors, might not make it back home due to storm or sickness or a myriad of other causes, and corsairs in particular were more likely to die in the pursuit of their prizes. All of those friends and family members who were there at the dock, well, they were aware that bad news might come home with Jack Ward. They were, you might even say, prepared for it. But the Soderina wasn't there at all. I wonder if they had a moment where they thought, was she lagging behind, or was she on another mission? And I wonder if Jack Ward broke the news there on the dock, or did he rush home to his alabaster palace and her tall, strong walls? Did Ward forbid his men from speaking of anything that had happened out there? At least, until he and the officers had been safely hidden away, or did the news break immediately? Did the people that were there waiting for their loved ones at the docks Did they storm Ward and his men when they realized what had happened? Were they demanding answers of him? Were Ward and the other officers hounded back to the fortress? Maybe they had their swords drawn. Maybe they were incurring curses and stones and wrath. Well, Tennis Wood continues, quote, "For a time, Ward didn't dare walk the streets for fear of the outcries and cursings blown in his ears of wives, fathers, and kindred, for the loss of so many of their friends at one blow. And it was only the continued support of Uthman that enabled him to recruit a crew. Even then, no Turk would sail with him." End quote. Holed up in his mansion, unable to walk the streets and unwilling at the moment to go back out on the sea. This was a desperate time for John Ward. He was at his lowest and his weakest. Oddly, despite his desperate fortunes, back in England, his legend grew even larger, thanks to the English agent Henry Pepwell. Pepwell spent a lot of his time in Barbary, and he was there on a number of missions, but one of them was to find out as much as he could about Jack Ward and what had happened to the Sotarina. And that's when he heard that John Ward was alive. He wrote back to England to tell the Crown and Council all about it. He told them that John Ward, quote, "beyond a doubt the greatest scoundrel that ever sailed from England," end quote, had escaped death, somehow. Now, Pepwell and John Ward had a sort of relationship. Pepwell had been behind giving messages to the Crown and Council about John Ward's request for pardon. They knew each other and were, on one level, almost friends. But not quite. You aren't usually friends with someone who you consider to be the greatest scoundrel ever. But the news that he was alive was big news in England. And it was around this time when word of that broke that the writers and pamphleteers in London and all around Europe really picked up on Ward's story. This was no longer just a curiosity for the newspaper or something to be discussed in the halls of power. This was a story. In the mind of those writers, Ward was some kind of unnatural creature, someone who was beyond evil and perhaps unable to be killed, perhaps quite literally in league with Lucifer. Tennis Wood continues, quote, "Europe still regarded Ward as a sinister puppet master, directing a vast pirate fleet from his stronghold in Tunis." End quote. And of that stronghold, the pamphlet News from the Sea writes, quote, "Uthman gave him a ruined castle in the city, and on the site he built a mansion, a stately house far more fit for a prince than a pirate." End quote. That's not exactly how it went. The palace was already in fine repair. John Ward just inhabited it. It was that same treasury fortress that he had been living in for some years now, but they wanted to build Ward up in these stories. See, the image they portrayed about John Ward was, well, first of all, it was in stark contrast to the scared and broken old man that was hiding in that palace in Tunis. But in their minds, in the minds of the writers and the people living in Europe, every pirate that was operating in the Mediterranean was, they were described as a follower of John Ward, from Francis Verney, who actually was, to Simon Danziger, who was at best an associate, to pirates that were operating out of Egypt or Greece or Morocco, people who had likely never met John Ward, maybe never even heard of him. But in reality, John Ward was hemorrhaging followers at a truly alarming rate. Greg Bach writes of that time, quote, "Ward had lost the trust of his men, and they would not abide his command without muttering and mutiny. Among Christian seamen it was said that Ward favored Muslims, while Muslims held that Ward was using them as swabs and cannon fodder. Nonetheless, the fact remains that Ward was unwilling or unable to put to sea following his disastrous outing on the Sotarina. Instead, Ward spent his days ashore, isolated in his mansion." End quote. See, the storytellers were building this image of Ward up to be this caricature of an evil pirate, but the reality was kind of depressing. And it's at this point, looking at the reality of the story, that some modern, and not quite modern, but after the fact, historians choose to bring up the question of John Ward's pardon. Now, we talked at length about his pardon already, but I mentioned that there was another theory or another idea. But really, the reality is that some authors, rather than historians, choose to do this. And dramatically, this makes a lot of sense. Of course, Ward would seek pardon from King James when he was at his lowest and weakest. It doesn't make sense when you're crafting a narrative for the arch-pirate to seek pardon when he was at the height of his power, when he had a warship and a fleet and hundreds of loyal men. Why would he do that? So, many of these writers wait to tell that part of the story until Ward is weak, and it makes sense on a dramatic level. No, I'm not saying they misrepresent the facts necessarily, at least the modern writers don't, but they do choose to talk about the pardon after they talk about the loss of Rainieri Soderini, and that can be a bit misleading. It's almost certain that John Ward did bring up the question of the pardon again, probably to Henry Peploe. But England, this time, was having none of it. They'd narrowly averted a war with Venice, and without the Rainieri Soderini, John Ward was much less of a threat. Both of those were good reasons to ignore John Ward's request, but that money was still a potential, a possibility. But there was another reason, a reason above all others that England refused to even hear of a pardon from John Ward, a reason that outweighed even their greed. John Ward had converted to Islam. When I said that many of those writers believed that John Ward was quite literally in a pact with Satan, they believed that this conversion to Islam was evidence of such a pact. The assumptions and the denunciations that followed the news were fast and fierce. The reason that flood of writers and pamphleteers and poets all decided to write about John Ward was this. It was what they considered his singular betrayal. And they really saw it as a betrayal. I mean, yeah, he'd already jumped ship and turned pirate and chosen the outlaw's path, but there was that little corner in every English person's mind that sort of admired that sort of audacity. The sins of John Ward were obviously many, but the English have this tradition of folk tales like those about Robin Hood, which Ward actively embraced. The national heroes of England weren't men like the King or men like Cecil. They were scoundrels who made good, men like Sir Francis Drake and Thomas Cavendish. And on the other hand, yeah, the better angels of the mythological nature of England strove for the chivalric ideals of King Arthur, but when the ruler was unjust, take Prince John from the Robin Hood tale, or hypothetically say that the king was a foreign king who was a suspected Catholic sympathizer and the son of a French Catholic woman who good Queen Bess herself had imprisoned more than once and who had single-handedly destroyed the entire privateering industry. Say that hypothetical king was on the throne, the English might see something a bit almost patriotic about, going rogue, going pirate. And in America, this is something I think we all understand, this ideal of the noble outlaw, of the reluctant rebel. It's a trope in most of our greatest stories. All the best cowboy stories and, pirate stories, well, they didn't come down to the U.S. with our revolution. We inherited that from the English and built upon it. So that little bit of sympathy remained in the English mind for John Ward until it came out that he had converted. There was nothing remotely patriotic about abandoning the Anglican faith and the very last vestige of what made him English in the first place. And what's more, reports were coming in that John Ward had abandoned his own name. He was calling himself Yusuf Rais, and he was holding court over his pirate empire from his alabaster palace. And in these tales told in England, John Ward had begun to exhibit all the cliches of both Islam and North Africa, as told in Europe at the time. He had harems filled with scantily clad concubines, both men and women, and scandalously young. There were silks and opium and sumptuous food everywhere. The bacchanals thrown by Ward and his associates had become things of legend. In the minds of the English, at least, he had a team of chefs, over a dozen of them, including 2 to prepare his meat, not to mention all of the undercooks working for those chefs. And they would prepare feasts the likes of which no one in England had ever seen. Ward himself had 2 personal food tasters, just in case one was tempted to sacrifice his own life to kill the pirate. Mind-altering substances that were known to be prolific in Barbary flowed freely at these bacchanals, and armies of young men and women attended to the pirates to see to their every need. The writers who were inventing these tales hinted at everything, but they always demurred and claimed that everything that happened was too scandalous for any good Christian to put to paper. So you can see why the play about John Ward, a Christian turned Turk, was such a hit. It was a bestseller, and there were ample opportunities when it was put on stage for a good bit of violence and sex and all manner of depravity, so they always put on a good show. But don't forget that there was a moral here that all of that stuff was of the devil, so no one had to feel guilty to go see a production of the play. But there's one piece of evidence that might suggest that there's some truth in these rumors. I say might, it's not proof, but there was a merchant named John King that arrived in Barbary later that year with a hold full of cheap English ale. He traded a ton of that ale, and when I say ton here, I mean T-U-N. That's an old English unit of liquid by volume rather than weight. It's equal to about 240 to 250 gallons. Now, John King traded a ton of cheap ale for an equal amount of good and very expensive Alicante wine. The man on the other end of that trade was John Ward. Now, this was given as proof of John Ward's debaucherous ways, and 250 gallons of ale does seem to suggest that, but how about this? He had already taken this ship full of wine. He had plenty of it, but he and his men, they wanted to go home. At least we know John Ward and some of his captains did. Maybe they were missing England a little bit, and maybe that cheap English ale, maybe the profit they could have made on selling that wine elsewhere was worth the loss to have a taste of home. That debaucherous image of Ward is counter to the facts that we have, which are slim. As evidence of the English attitude towards this pirate Yusuf Rais, formerly known as John Ward, you can take the poem written by Samuel Rounds. He says, quote, "Thou wicked lump of only sin and shame, denouncing Christian faith and Christian name, a villain worse than he that Christ betrayed." And he's talking about Judas Iscariot here. The phrasing is a bit confusing, but he goes on, quote, "Receive this warning from thy native land. God's fearful judgments, villain, are at hand. Devils attend. Hellfire is prepared. Perpetual flames is reprobate's reward." End quote. I'm curious as to whether prepared would have been pronounced prepared or whether reward would have been pronounced rewared. But when the author writes reward, at the end of that, it's written R-E-ward with a capital W. Now, reward was originally a compound word, and R-E-ward is the traditional spelling, so it kind of fits here, but even by 1600, it was an archaic spelling. And when you add in the capitalization of the W, it makes it a pretty clear, clever little indictment of John Ward. So that was the prevailing attitude there in England. John Ward had a future of eternal damnation to look forward to, but that does raise the question of, why did Ward convert in the first place? And we're going to look at that, but before we do, I'd like to look at John Ward's conversion to Islam from the other side, from the side of Muslim commentators on Yusuf Rais. I'd like to, but I had trouble with this. I'm certain that there are probably a ton of interesting takes on John Ward from the point of view of Islamic scholars out there, both in the past and in the modern day. But I couldn't find any of those. If they exist, they're probably either hidden in books I don't know about or in other languages. I do have two sources, though, that are distinctly from the point of view of Islamic scholars. However, one of those sources is reputable, and the other is not. Both of them, though, are Western academics who were born into a more traditional Judeo-Christian society that then converted to Islam. So we have to take that into account. Now, one of them is a writer who I've mentioned on the show before that I find to be a reprehensible human being, and his views are not worth discussing, so let's throw that out the window. But the other is a respected English academic. He was born Timothy Winter, but he took the name Abdal Hakim Murad, and he's something of a leader in the English Muslim community. I don't know terribly much about him, but his Wikipedia page tells me that he had a fantastic education both in England and in the Middle East, in Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and Yemen. And now he's a professor in England, focusing on Islamic studies. But that gives him a unique perspective, I think. Writing about an English pirate who converted to Islam, well, there's very few other people who would have the same point of view about that. But it's far from impartial. He's, at best, a flawed source, so I hesitate to use it, but I'll let his own words speak for themselves. He published a paper in 2003 about John Ward the pirate and wrote, quote, "For centuries, historians have debated the significance of one of the most stirring episodes in the history of Britain's Muslim minority. Men such as Captain John Ward of Kent astounded their compatriots by proudly adopting Islam to fight the Inquisition and the expansionist powers of Europe. Contemporaries called such men corsairs. They themselves considered themselves mujahideen. Some were among the most pious Muslims this country has yet produced. The adventurer John Smith, later Disneyfied thanks to his romance with Princess Pocahontas, was one English traveler who saw these Muslims firsthand. He wrote a book, The True Travels and Adventures, to describe the European Muslims who were fighting for the crescent against the cross. Leading the list were men of Holland and England who, disgusted by religious wars in their own countries and unpersuaded by trinities and vicarious atonements, took the turban of the Turk." End quote. I do question how the author knows what these men considered themselves, mujahideen or otherwise, considering very few of them could write, and neither John Ward nor Simon Danziger left written records behind. The only things we have at best are second-hand accounts. Now perhaps he has accounts in Turkish or Arabic that I don't. I don't know that to be the case, though. But then, this particular scholar goes on to spout a whole bunch of nonsense. He calls, first of all, Captain Danziger one of the mujahideen in question, and that, as we will shortly see, is not the case at all. But then he says, quote, "Until the arrival of these European adventurers, the coastal ports of North Africa had been unused to war." End quote. And when he's talking about those European adventurers, he's clearly talking about John Ward and Simon Danziger. I'll read that again. "Until the arrival of these European adventurers, Ward and Danziger, the coastal ports of North Africa had been unused to war." And okay, how far back do you want to go here? Do you want to go to Rome? How about the fact that Scipio Africanus gained his name due to a war in North Africa, which is one of the most important conflicts in all of world history? But sure, that's a long time ago. So let's look a bit later. How about the Vandal invasions? Was that war enough for you? How about the violent conquest of those lands and those port cities by the Umayyad and Abbasid caliphates? How about the horrific way that they both put down Berber rebellions in those cities? What about the Ottoman Empire and their conquest of North Africa? And then, how about the century of war between the Corsairs and all of Catholic Europe? My mind is boggled. I can't believe someone with those kinds of qualifications and that level of education would say something so stupid. I want to blame this on apologism. I want to say that the author is trying to divert any blame that might be leveled toward any Muslim corsairs on their Western counterparts. That would be false. That would be misleading. That would be disingenuous and hypocritical. But at least it's a motivation that I can wrap my mind around. I can understand why somebody would do that. But two things. First, if Abdal Hakim Murad wanted to blame all of the warfare that came to the Barbary coast, wanted to say that it was all brought down upon the, poor, oppressed, downtrodden, Ottoman-appointed overlords of those cities, even if the author wanted to blame all that on the vile and detestable European Catholics, Charles V is right there. The Holy Roman Emperor himself And he goes on and on about how bad the Inquisition was, and they were, but this guy was the head of the Inquisition, literally the leader of it, and he personally invaded Barbary twice. So he could stick to that narrative without saying that these pirates brought war to North Africa. And then second, if there were a Muslim apologist that wanted to paint men like Hizir Barbarossa in a flattering light, I could understand that. Hizir Barbarossa was, in many ways, kind of a founding father to Barbary, and he was an impeccably talented seafarer and, in many ways, a talented governor. So if you want to paint him as an admiral and a pasha rather than a pirate, I can understand that. The English for a long time did the same thing with Henry Morgan. But his entire career, and his brother's career, and the people that came before him, well, it was built on war. Barbarossa led armies. He was the military governor of Algiers. So how can you say that these cities were unused to war when he personally captured them himself twice? I just can't. That's just so unbelievably dumb. Now, I should say this author is an Islamic scholar, but not a historian. But come on, that's just such obvious crap. I don't see that as an excuse. It just exhibits a fundamental misunderstanding of the time and of the players, and all I can see is just a blatant attempt for the most biased kind of historical revisionism. You know what? I'm not going to bother with that other source at all. I was going to use an example from it, but it's just the same kind of utter drivel that calls Ward a brave and honorable jihadist for the Crescent against the tyrannical forces of Christian Europe. And it's frankly the same kind of poor, biased excuse for history that was taking place in Europe in the 1600s. Any modern historian with a lick of shame, and I presume any of the Islamic scholars to which I do not have access, but any of them would absolutely discuss all of the horrible atrocities that Europe was willing to dish out on other people. The Inquisition was terrible. The religious wars were terrible. But you also have to talk honestly about the other side of that equation. And this, I know it's all my fault. I couldn't find better sources, and that's my job. I wanted to find a good Muslim perspective on John Ward, but I failed to. If anybody out there can point me in the right direction, please do, and I will rectify this in the future. But, well, for now, that's what I've got. And that was essentially where last week's episode ended. So, yeah, I clearly wasn't very fond of that quote, and as it happens, I'm still not. But I've calmed down a bit, so I'd like to return to that essay with a clearer head. In that essay, entitled Ward the Pirate, Sheikh Abdal Hassan Murad, and I should have given him his proper title earlier, he writes, quote, "Most Moors knew little of the sea, and still less of the infernal arts of gunpowder, but they welcomed Muslims from the Mediterranean lands and from the seafaring nations of the north." End quote. Okay, so I'm going to stay calm this time. Let's unpack that a bit. The Moors, a people who lived in North Africa primarily, with hundreds and hundreds of miles of Mediterranean coastline, according to this author, knew little of the sea. If we look at that from a certain point of view, that is possibly factually accurate to a point. The word Moor, or Moorish, is somewhat fluid in definition here, so if we take it to mean perhaps the Berber people specifically, then, well, they were never really known as a seafaring people. They fished, absolutely, but they weren't much for seaborne trade and certainly not for naval warfare. But then, when we look at the larger and more commonly accepted definition of the word Moor, what we find is an archaic term for the Muslim inhabitants of Spain and North Africa during the Middle Ages. That includes the emirates and caliphates set up by the Umayyad and Abbasid conquerors, as well as the Ottomans. That includes the emirate and later the Caliphate of Cordoba. They were, especially the Caliphate of Cordoba and later on the Ottomans, they were among the most skilled, experienced, and prolific sea traders in the history of the classical world, up there with Carthage and Rome and even China, seriously. So if we look at the more commonly accepted definition, that quote is also factually inaccurate. But as for the gunpowder bit, saying that the Moors knew less of the infernal arts of gunpowder, well, let's unpack that as well. Gunpowder originally came to China, and before moving on to Europe, significantly before moving on to Europe, it traveled through the Middle East. Arabia and Turkey and Persia all certainly had access to gunpowder, and the Janissary warriors in the Ottoman Empire were a skilled and elite class of warriors that used cannon and firearms almost exclusively. But those trading routes would have traveled through Constantinople to get to Europe, so the author could almost be forgiven for saying that the Moors in North Africa would have known little of the infernal arts of gunpowder, except that Hayreddin Barbarossa brought gunpowder to the Barbary coast. He built gunpowder manufactories in Algiers, and later they were set up in Tunis and Tripoli as well. And they were in almost constant use between the time he started them and our story today in the early 1600s. So I don't know why Sheikh Abdal Hakim would say something like that. Were he not a respected proponent of Islam, I would think that all of that sounds kind of like the ramblings of a deeply racist Englishman. But that doesn't appear to be the case. He's just, poorly informed. As I said, I'm staying calm here. When speaking about the conversion of Christian Europeans to Islam as mujahideen, the author continues, and this is a long one, quote, English Muslims were at the forefront of this movement, ranging the seas to capture first Spanish and then any Christian ship, enslaving the crew and selling the cargo as spoils of war. To this day, there is a building in the Moroccan town Salih known as the Englishman's Mosque. Most of these individuals took the secret of their lives with them to the grave. And I'd like to pause right here. He's talking about Muslims who were converted from Christianity that became butchers or bakers or herders or anything more mundane than pirates. But he goes on, quote, Thanks to the Spanish Inquisition, however, historians have access to information about a good number of them. One Inquisition court in the year 1610 investigated no fewer than 39 Britons. 12 of them were from the ports of the West Country. 10 were Londoners, 6 were from Plymouth, and others originated in Middlesbrough, Lyme, and the Channel Islands. In 1631, the Inquisition in the Spanish city of Murcia tried one Alexander Harris, who, as Rais Murad, had become a prominent Muslim seafarer. He was convicted, forced to convert back to Catholicism, and sentenced to 7 years as a galley slave. Another unfortunate Englishman was Francis Barnes, who admitted to the inquisitors that he had faithfully prayed and fasted, quote, in the Mahometan manner, end quote, while working as a ship's pilot at Tunis, where he was captured by Spanish raiders. In 1626, Robin Lokar of Plymouth, also known as Ibrahim, was captured by Tuscan galleys and convicted of practicing Islam. Captain Jonas of Dartmouth, known as Mami al-Inglazi, was yet another victim of these dreaded Spanish raiders. End quote. We're finally getting around to the point here. That's why I wanted to continue on with this essay by Sheikh Abdal Hakim. That's a large part of why I wanted to get to this essay in the first place. In one part to discuss John Ward, but then to move on with it. I mean, look at that list of converts, Christian, English converts to Islam. They were all pirates, and that list is far from complete. There were perhaps hundreds or even thousands of Northern European sailors that would sail down to Barbary, they would turn pirate, and they would convert to Islam. Now, we're going to talk a lot more about most of them next time when we talk about that trend in what was called the Renegados. For now, we need to return to John Ward. John Ward was now a Muslim named Yusuf Rais, and everyone hated him. Europe hated him, the Muslims there in Barbary hated him, everyone did. But why did he convert in the first place? Ward was, well, he claimed to be a devout Christian, although he never showed that through his actions. But what led him to Islam? Sheikh Abdal Hakim gives one explanation, quote, Life in Tunis, as in the Muslim world generally, was more refined and comfortable than its equivalent in Europe. and despite several offers, Ward showed no sign of yearning for his home shores. End quote. The second part of that was obvious nonsense. We know that Ward did indeed yearn for his home shores, or at least he worked quite hard to make it look like he wanted that pardon that would allow him to return home. But that first part sort of isn't nonsense. Generally, life in Barbary and much of the Muslim world was a lot more comfortable, and in some ways more refined than life in Northern Europe. Now, the author seems to be comparing John Ward's life in Barbary to his life in England. He says that life is more comfortable than its equivalent in Europe. But John Ward's life in Barbary was in no way equivalent to his life in England. Ward was on almost the lowest rung of society that was available in England, and when he came to Tunis, he rose to the top very quickly. Obviously, life was going to be more refined and more comfortable when you're born a fisherman and suddenly you find yourself at the head of a palace. These are different circumstances, so there's an obvious problem there. But even when it was somewhat equivalent, life in Barbary was still more comfortable than it was in England. The climate, obviously, is going to be a lot better. The food, probably a lot better. And then there were the rising personal circumstances, not just the drastic personal circumstances of someone like Ward, but for all of the converts. Now, the two Muslim writers I have access to credit that comfort to the clearly superior culture of the Islamic world. They will also use that as the explanation for why so many of these Englishmen and Dutchmen all turned Turk and became what these authors consider to be loyal and pious mujahideen. I think there's a lot more to be said for the clearly improved circumstances of these Europeans. Most of them were happy in their lives as privateers, or at least moderately content. They were at least somewhat in control of their own lives and their own fortunes. Was that the case for every person in Barbary? For the butchers and the herders and the farmers and the beggars? Maybe not, but put a pin in that. We'll talk about that next time when we're talking about the other pirates. When that right to be a privateer was taken away by the king and all of those privateers were relegated back to their either naval or fishermen's lives, many of them chose to leave England and seek better fortunes elsewhere, and they found that in Barbary. When the Irish began migrating in large numbers to the United States, or the Italians did the same thing, or the Chinese did the same thing, or a large number of Jewish people did the same thing, or a lot of Vietnamese people have done it now, whenever any large group of people from a certain ethnic or national background begin to move to a certain location around the same time, it's largely because they find that they can improve their circumstances there. This isn't controversial, this is just how it works. And that's why so many of the pirates, so many of these English and Dutch former privateers moved to Barbary. It gave them back control over their lives and their fortunes. But does that explain John Ward's conversion? I don't think it does. It explains his migration, but maybe it was because he found such a warm welcome in Islamic lands. Maybe he did find, while he was living in Barbary, a genuine and legitimate love of Islam. Maybe he just attended services and, saw the light. Maybe he saw that people in the Islamic world lived lives that were more fulfilled than people in his home country. And maybe he decided at that moment that Islam was superior. Any of that could be true, but we don't have John Ward's thoughts on the matter. And life in Barbary was, at least for him, significantly better than life in England. And I don't think that that's an argument that can be entirely discounted, but it also can't really be quantified or proven. So instead, I think we should stick with reputable sources that look at the evidence we do have. Around the time of his conversion, after returning to Tunis, John Ward had a lot of problems piling up on his plate. His one big asset, though, was his close friendship with the Dey of Tunis, Uthman Dey. But Uthman Dey died shortly after John Ward returned. In the incoming day, the man who succeeded him didn't hold Ward in the same sort of friendship. In fact, they had an immediately adversarial relationship. See, the fortune that John Ward brought into Tunis, to Uthman Bey, became the personal property of Uthman Bey. And that fortune was passed down to his children, who weren't in any positions of any particular power. Now, Ward's position in the treasury of Tunis put him in charge of his own fortune and that of Uthman Bey's, now the Dey's children. The treasury of Tunis itself and the Janissary garrison's treasury was the prerogative of a different treasurer, the actual treasurer of Tunis. But that's still a bit too close for comfort for someone like the incoming Dey. So John Ward wasn't exactly forced out, but the new Dey made it very clear that he was not welcome in that position of, de facto vice treasurer any longer. When John Ward bought that ton of English ale, he didn't do so in Tunis. He did so over in Algiers. The Pasha of Algiers, Redouan Pasha, was the same man who, only about 3 or 4 years earlier, had imprisoned at least a dozen of Ward's compatriots and chased them out of Algiers with the threat of hanging, or execution at least, hanging over their head. He despised the English, and there's nothing to suggest that those feelings or his particular anger toward Ward had abated at all, except for John Ward's conversion. Both Greg Bach and Adrian Tinniswood, who I've used quite a bit on these last few weeks, well, they see John Ward's conversion as a decision that he felt pushed into, and I personally agree with them here. I think that this conversion was an attempt to placate the incoming Dey of Tunis, to keep his position in the treasury, but that attempt initially failed. So Ward set out to sea again. But instead of the storm of piracy that the English would have expected, John Ward ran to his old compatriot, Simon Danziger. Now, Simon Danziger was not Muslim, but he was Dutch, and that made him better than the English in the eyes of the Pasha, and he had actually grown quite close to Redouan Pasha. Danziger's friendship with the Pasha, I think, combined with Ward's embrace of Islam here, seems to have placated Redouan, and probably is what convinced him to accept John Ward into the city. John Ward stayed in Algiers for a little while, or not necessarily in Algiers, but operated out of Algiers. He went back to sea, back on the account. These weren't the grand voyages of his past, though. These were smaller missions, of which he was no longer in ultimate command. He was just another captain on most of them. The English, in 1600 at least, would of course tell you that this was nonsense. He was clearly pulling the strings on all of these pirates, but that wasn't the case. John Ward sailed out alongside, but not at the head of, other pirates like Danziger and Richard Bishop and Francis Verney, and a man named Mehmet Rais, also known as George Blake. More on all that next time. However, going back to Ward, the next record we have of his whereabouts that can be verified suggests kind of strongly that his conversion to Islam may have been a bit less than legitimate. In mid-1609, John Ward appeared, out of the blue, off the coast of England. He was trying, not to blockade a harbor or bombard a fortress. He was trying to smuggle himself back home. He was spotted and chased off, but he tried again, and he was rebuffed, and he tried again. That suggests to me, and to most of the historians who have written about Ward, that he was trying to get away from Barbary. He might have had more nefarious designs here, and we'll talk about all of that next week when we talk about the other pirates. But for now, if we are trying to decipher the legitimacy or the meaning of John Ward's conversion, I'll leave you with 2 quotes. The first is from Greg Bach. He writes, quote, "Reviewing Ward's story, it is difficult not to perceive his conversion as opportunistic. In light of his reported attempts to return to Christendom, conversion seems to have been a last resort. Nonetheless, we know that Ward took religion seriously. As he finally found acceptance and respect among the Muslims of Tunis, did Yusuf Rais also find spiritual peace? We cannot know." End quote. And since I spent so much of today's episode speaking poorly of Sheikh Abdul Hakim Murad, I would like to leave you with one final quote that I'm actually quite fond of from that essay. He writes, quote, "Later generations of English Muslims, both at home and in North Africa, admired Ward as a superb mariner, fearless in battle, and a doughty warrior for the Crescent in the free lands of the South, where church, mosque, and synagogue coexisted for centuries, and where humble birth was no barrier to glory." End quote. John Ward will be sailing alongside the pirates we talk about next time, at least for part of the story. However, except for his sudden, unexpected, and frankly terrifying appearance off the coast of England, John Ward really wasn't a major player in any of those stories. After the Sotarina sank, and after all of the hubbub around his conversion died down, John Ward's life grew significantly more quiet. After those voyages alongside those other pirates, John Ward did return to Tunis. Uthman Bey's successor had died, and a new man had come to be raised to the position of Dey, who was less inclined to hate John Ward. John Ward didn't necessarily have the position of power he had once held in Tunis, but he did still own his palace, the alabaster palace that had been handed down to him by the Dey, the palace more fit for a prince than a pirate. A Scottish traveler and travel writer whose life is, frankly, the sort of exciting age of exploration life that I could only dream about, traveled to Barbary in 1615. I do intend to talk more about Lithgow's career at a later date, but in 1615, in the city of Tunis, he met an old man living in a slightly ramshackle alabaster palace named John Ward. Of course, he knew of the pirate, but John Ward wasn't what he expected. He had gathered a coterie of influential Tunisians around him. None of them were natives of the Barbary coast, but from Corsica, Sicily, Sardinia, England, the Netherlands, France, Spain, and Venice, all of them up-and-coming pirates or officials in the city government of Tunis that wanted to bask in the last vestiges of light from John Ward's glory. He still had the ability to set a fine table and tell a hell of a story, but he was no longer the pirate that he had been. He had grown old and tired, and while John Ward still did enjoy a taste for the finer things, according to William Lithgow, his favorite pastime included sitting down in front of a warm oven outside his house, alongside his friends, telling stories and watching those ovens incubate hundreds of hen's eggs and waiting for them to hatch. William Lithgow was particularly enamored with these incubators. He said they were, quote, answerable to the natural warmness of the hen's belly, upon which moderation, within 20 or 30 days, they come to natural perfection. John Ward's life was one of tumult. He was born at the bottom of English civilization. He saw religious conflict in England nearly tear his country apart. He did see good Queen Bess and William Shakespeare rise to prominence, but then he left all that behind to sail for Barbary and become, for a time, perhaps the most famous criminal in the world. John Ward was not a good person. John Ward created almost unimaginable suffering for a countless number of human lives, but there's something oddly touching about that image, about one of the most feared men who has ever lived for good reason, sitting in front of an incubator, watching the hen's eggs hatch. John Ward would live in that fashion for another 10 or 15 years, until sometime in his mid-70s, the grave finally caught up with him. And he did, in fact, have what he stated as his wish. He was buried in the sea. Next time we're going to talk about the other pirates on the Barbary coast. Simon Danseker and Francis Verney you both know a bit about, but it's time to continue and to conclude their stories, as well as talk about a few other major players who would rise to prominence in that last major voyage of John Ward. I'd like to thank everyone for listening. I'd like to thank everybody who has helped to support the show. All of our patrons on Patreon, everybody who has left us a rating or review, everybody who has suggested this show. Without all of you, I wouldn't be able to do this. Thank you. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you've yet to check them out, I certainly suggest you do so. You can find them at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can get in touch with us on Twitter, SoundCloud, or YouTube. As always, and most importantly, thank you for listening.
Round and round, we were all hypnotized by the sound of the tales from the old country told for a fight and a pound. The stories of battles at sea, from a voice like a shake down the dreams, and the face of an angel all battered by ground tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For at first light this morning, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Today's episode is brought to you by our Patreon supporters, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Kane, Kinway, Hefe, Zoomin, the Pirate Nopales, Matthew the Navigator, Bull, Vertigon, Conifalende, Rumgut, and Bootstraps Baby. And of course, our Quartermaster Heaven. If you'd like to help support the show, you can find ways to do so at patreon.com/Pirate History Podcast. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. In the study of history, it seems like important periods all tend to center around certain big events that can be used as a sort of shorthand when discussing or teaching about those periods in history. In many cases, those events serve as catalysts for everything that would come to follow. Take Martin Luther and the 95 Theses, for example. Were his semi-legendary actions of October 31st, 1517, Were they the spark that set off the Protestant Reformation and subsequently the Renaissance? No. Reality is a lot more complex than that. The printing press was a far bigger influence than Martin Luther nailing some theses to a door, in part because the printing press was used to distribute those theses around Germany and the world, as well as the Bible. And on that note, publishing a Bible in German or in English was just as revolutionary as anything that Martin Luther ever intended. Perhaps much more so. Martin Luther intended to have an internal scholarly debate. But all the same, his posting of the 95 Theses to the Wittenberg church door, which probably didn't happen, is seen as the event that sparked a century of radical change in Europe. And even if most historians don't actually see it that way, it's still usually taught that way, as a sort of shorthand. In terms of pirates, well, there are a lot more of these sort of huge, world-shaking events coming up in the future. So far in our story, though, the best example we have is Henry Morgan's sack of Panama in 1671. But the most obvious examples of this sort of thing comes in terms of international warfare, and we have a bunch of examples of that. In U.S. military history alone, we have things like 9/11, the Gulf of Tonkin, Pearl Harbor, the assassination of Franz Ferdinand, and the bombardment of Fort Sumter. And all of these events were important, but some of them were important because of the event itself, and some because the response that followed was such a big deal. Much like Luther and the 95 Theses, it was the fallout that changed the world, not the event itself. You know, no one's going to downplay the importance of 9/11 or Pearl Harbor. They are obvious attacks against national sovereignty that have to be answered. And honestly, Fort Sumter should probably be thrown in there as well. It was a clear declaration of open war against the government of the United States. The others, though, maybe, could be seen as less cataclysmic, not to lessen the impact on the people that lost their lives in those situations, but, for example, was the response to the assassination of Franz Ferdinand equal to the actual events of that day? I think that when World War I is the result, the answer is obviously no. Of course, like Luther and the Theses, it wasn't really the assassination of Franz Ferdinand that started the war. In that era, Europe had often been called a powder keg. This assassination was the spark, but there was going to be a spark one way or another, and Europe was going to go to war. And of course, when it comes to the US in World War I, we didn't really care about the Crown Prince of Austria-Hungary or yet another war between France and Germany, but it was still what began a war that we got involved in. And then there is the case of the incident in the Gulf of Tonkin during the Vietnam War. There are plenty of conspiracy theories about really all of the events that we've mentioned so far. Those theories claim that things like 9/11 or Pearl Harbor were either false flag attacks or that they were given aid from people on our side to further their aims toward war. And you see this kind of thing a lot. The Reichstag fire in Nazi Germany, for example, it used to be generally accepted that agents within the Nazi Party either actually set the fire themselves or arranged for the fire by conspiring with an actual communist revolutionary within Nazi Germany. And I love the story that idea tells. A bunch of hardcore, dyed-in-the-wool Nazis telling a communist agitator that they secretly really hated Hitler and desperately wanted to see his regime fall, and they could help make it happen. They could ensure that the guards weren't there and leave the materials in place for him to go in and deal a severe blow. I think about a movie like that, about double agents with a murky past who begin to question their own actions and their own loyalties. However, these days, the view that the Reichstag was a false flag attack has been challenged, and pretty convincingly. But the narrative of a false flag attack still holds a place in people's minds. So even that conspiracy theory, which used to be accepted, is now being argued against. Holes are being poked in it. But in the Gulf of Tonkin, the conspiracy theory around that event is, well, it's not a conspiracy theory, it's conspiracy fact. See, in 1964, the U.S. was already involved in the war in Vietnam. We had been for years on one level or another, but it was all in a limited capacity. We're not talking about thousands of soldiers. We're talking about a few U.S. specialists going in to aid either the French or the Vietnamese troops there. But then, on the 2nd of August 1964, an American boat was attacked in the Gulf of Tonkin. Sort of. There was a unit of U.S. gunships shelling a settlement on a nearby island when 2 or 3 North Vietnamese gunboats showed up. One of the U.S. ships, the commander, the Maddox, fired off 3 shots. Now they said, the crew and commander of the Maddox, that those 3 shots were warning shots. But the Johnson administration would later claim that those 3 shots never happened. A brief firefight broke out and ended pretty quickly. There was virtually no damage to any of the U.S. ships aside from 1 bullet hole in the superstructure of the Maddox. But then, 2 days later, on the 4th of August, a flurry of reports suddenly came into the Pentagon stating that another firefight had broken out, and this time it was serious. There were gunboats and submarines and dozens of torpedoes, all Soviet-made and commanded by the Vietnamese, and all of them were firing on the American vessels all at once. Again, the Maddox was in command. Back at the Pentagon, the Defense Secretary, Robert McNamara, was already busy firing off memos to the president and his generals and planning the counterstrike. But there's one big problem with all of that. That August 4th attack never happened. Within just a few minutes, the Pentagon learned that the subs and the torpedoes weren't there. They knew almost immediately that this attack hadn't taken place. Reportedly, these reports that initially came in were from what they called ghosts in the radar. But McNamara and President Johnson went ahead with their plan anyway. They acted as though that attack had taken place, and then they told the U.S. people and the Congress that a terrible attack had occurred against U.S. troops, and that President Johnson had to be given full authority to oversee the war in Vietnam. Congress passed the Tonkin Resolution, and President Johnson was given that power. And this isn't just some wingnut conspiracy theory out there. This is from, first of all, the Pentagon Papers, which were written inside the Pentagon as a history and list of objectives for Vietnam, and then were leaked to the New York Times in 1971. Later, the New York Times would say that President Johnson, quote, systematically lied, not only to the public, but also to Congress, end quote. But you could still argue that they weren't valid. That leak may have been a forgery. But any doubts over their validity were dashed in 2011 when the Pentagon Papers were declassified. They went along with a report from a modern team of NSA historians who confirmed that the attack never happened, at least not like President Johnson and his administration said. In short, they confirmed that the Johnson administration lied. They fabricated a vicious attack and used that lie to go to war. Now that's an age-old tactic of those in power. People have been doing it ever since human beings fought wars. At one point in our story, not today, but later on, Spain will burn her own shipyards to get an excuse to fight the English. The gunpowder plot, when Guy Fawkes apparently tried to blow up the Parliament, well, even that's been put into question again and again. And then, in 1608, England may have done the same thing in the Mediterranean. This is episode 96, The War Against the Corsairs. Let's take a step back to the inciting incident in question here in 1608. It was that attack, or series of attacks, against 2 English merchantmen, the Charity and the Pearl. Looking back on those attacks, from today we have only one document to go off of. It was a letter written by an English sea captain, the captain of Charity, from Lisbon. Charity and Pearl, though, well, they were small ships. Generally, they were inconsequential in the vast sea of merchant trading in the Mediterranean. And, well, they were far from the first to suffer at the hands of Mediterranean pirates. Their crews absolutely went through a harrowing experience, but certainly not a unique one. So why did that attack, or those attacks, why did they set off a chain of events that almost shut down English shipping in the Mediterranean? The Dutch and the French as well halted or slowed their shipping for some time. But why was it this attack? Why not the capture of dozens of other ships by Barbary pirates throughout the decades? Now, it might be that the captains responsible for these raids, namely Ward and Danseker and their underlings, were European. Perhaps.
Might be. Of course they were European.
Delicate-looking flowers. She's actually the one who owns this house. Bob told me that he's lived with her on and off for roughly a decade.
She said, the braver ones get fed the most. There's some of them coming from up above.
I have some tour date.
This episode is over. It says it's an update on here.
LinkedIn will help connect you with professionals you can't find anywhere else, even people who aren't actively looking for a new job. In a given month, over 70% of LinkedIn users don't visit linkedin.com/aplate. To bring you only drive into an exciting adventure becomes less of the ultimate driving machine.
Hey, it's Jake. I want to let, in a strange way, connected to the story of bureaucracy and outrage. So what does any of this have to do with Ronnie? Well, Ronnie's original trial took place 7 months after Harry.
Therapy with shotgun at the end.
Harry went. Back in the 1990s, when Bob exposed the corruption that was going on in Chicago, there were ripple effects. And these ripple effects, they played out for decades. Ronnie's hearing in Chicago, it was one of these ripples. It all started back in the 1970s with the trial of Harry Elaman, a mob hitman. Remember him? This was the big case from season 2.
Harry had stone cold eyes. He just did. Harry looked pure evil.
You ever watch the movie Scarface? Kind of reminds you of the guy who walks up behind Scarface with the shotgun at the end.
Harry went on trial for murder, and the mob called in Bob Cooley to fix the case. Bob claimed he bribed the judge, a guy named Frank Wilson. And the hitman, well, he got off. The not guilty verdict sparked controversy and outrage. So what does any of this have to do with Ronnie? Well, Ronnie's original trial took place 7 months after Harry Elaman's. It was another high-profile murder trial, because the guy Ronnie was accused of murdering, he was a cop. The case got assigned to the same judge, Frank Wilson. Now, 45 years later, Ronnie is arguing that he was, in effect, a victim. But the sentence he received was deeply unfair. The Judge Wilson was just trying to burnish his credentials, to show he was, in fact, tough on crime. And that because of all of this and other reasons too, Ronnie is arguing that he should have another shot at justice. So over the next 2 episodes, I'll be telling you this story about someone whose life has been shaped by the corruption that hung over Chicago for decades, and how even now, 2022, it's still playing out dramatically as one man's freedom hangs in the balance. Because, well, Ronnie's been in prison for almost half a century, and now his lawyer is asking all of us to open up the history books, to take a good hard look at what really happened in the shadows, and then to let his client.
All right, I don't care about this part. There's 3 episodes at the end of the season there. I guess the end of the season is like Bob did the right thing late. Kind of like Unit 207, who's not doing the right thing at all, except for the whistleblowers. If you're wondering, well, how come you haven't given any updates really on them for a couple of days? They're doing the same thing they always are doing. They're plotting and scheming. They have really high expectations for Monday. They're going to proceed ahead, which isn't surprising to myself or the FBI, who stated that quite a few of them have been requesting to go to prison for longer than half a year. And the FBI has also said they're going to oblige each and every one of those requests. That's why.
Client
Anyway,
walk free.
I'm skipping ahead to the 3rd season because there's 3 episodes left of this season that aren't called episodes. They're called Camouflage Bias 1, 2, and 3. And it looks like they're just updates on people who, I'm guessing, either went to jail for a long time for a crime that they commit because the judge was trying to camouflage their corruption and their appeal process. So I'm skipping ahead to the 3rd season to see what this story's about. I'm going to not listen to this whole season. I feel like 1 whole season a day of this show is sufficient. But I do want to get an idea, well, what's the next one like? Because the last 2 have been very different. FBI undercover agent in a biker bar. And this one wasn't really an FBI undercover story at all. This guy was just an informant who wore a wire. And then caused a good guy who he corrupted to kill himself. I mean, let's be real. Bob feels bad about Frank blowing his brains out because Bob is part of the reason Frank blew his brains out. So let's try the 3rd season and see at least what this case is going to be about. This one's called The Nameless Man. This one's probably about a real undercover FBI. With that title. Sometimes, because it is very much like that song, Secret Agent Guide. Not every agent's undercover, of course. But the best agents for any federal government agency, usually they take away your name and give you a number.
Times getting better is harder than getting sick. Waiting on hold for an appointment, standing in line at the pharmacy, the whole...
How incredible the journey can be. So buckle up
And at that moment, I always imagine a door creaking open. What's a question I should have asked you?
at bmwusa.com.
I've been a journalist for 25 years, and there's this little ritual that I do at the end of every interview. When it works, it shakes everything up, creates a bit of chaos. I call it the Hail Mary of questions. It's like a last-ditch effort to find something, anything that I might have missed. I just say, hey, what's a question I should have asked you? Most of the time, like 90% of the time, the answer is, I don't know, I think we covered it all. But every once in a while, a person says, well, there is one thing we didn't talk about. And then they drop a bomb, say something totally unexpected. And at that moment, I always imagine a door creaking open. That, in a nutshell, is what this season is about. It's about a guy, 2 guys actually, who come upon just such a door. And on the other side of it is a very dark secret. These 2 guys were federal officers. One of them was an FBI agent based in Delaware named Scott Duffy. And
one
Scott,
was
he has his own version of the Hail Mary question.
One of the things that I will routinely do is there anything that we should be looking at that could be investigated that we're not looking at?
Back in 2004, Scott posed this very question to a woman named Patricia Miller. At the time, Scott was visiting Patricia at her home in Delaware to learn more about her ex-boyfriend, a guy named Tom Gibison. There had been some rumors that Tom, her ex, was plotting to go after a local cop, and the FBI had asked Scott to look into this, to do a so-called threat assessment. Scott didn't get that much out of this interview with Patricia, but before leaving, he tossed out his Hail Mary question. And that's when she told him about the murder.
She mentioned, well, there is this alleged murder to have taken place. That when he was in high school, that he had committed a murder for a black man in order to gain access into this white supremacy group within Delaware.
Patricia goes on to say that Tom, her ex, was proud of this murder. It happened back when he was younger, a teenager, but even years later, he bragged about what he'd done. How he'd driven into Philadelphia late at night and shot a pedestrian, a random black man, all allegedly so he could earn some street cred as a racist skinhead. Scott pressed Patricia for details. Was there any evidence? Did she have any proof? According to Scott, she talked about a newspaper article from the time about the man's death and how it was described as a drug-related killing. She said that Tom held on to this article for a while so he could brag about it, intimating, no one knows, but I did this. I killed this guy. That's what Patricia said anyhow. All of this got Scott thinking, if this murder really happened, maybe it wasn't so random after all. Maybe it was predicated on a callous, cynical piece of logic that no one would care about this victim, or at least no one in a position of power or authority.
If there's no evidence and there's no witnesses, no cameras, so let's move on. And that's what Tom would be banking on. It'd just be a drug deal gone bad. It bothered me. That bothered me.
Scott may have been upset about all this, but he was also at a loss. How do you investigate a murder when you don't even know who the victim is? Eventually, Scott and his partner paid a visit to the Free Public Library of Philadelphia. They wanted to find that newspaper article covering the victim's death. Scott recalled Patricia saying it was in the Philadelphia Inquirer. They felt like if they could just somehow get a hold of that article, it might answer so many questions.
In other words, would this give us a name? Would this give us a location? Would this give us a date? Because we still didn't have a date.
But there's got to be countless articles of people that were just randomly killed in Philadelphia.
Not only countless articles, but then you realize there are other newspapers. What if she's wrong? It's not the Philadelphia Inquirer.
It sounds like a fool's errand.
I'm glad we did it. I'm glad we made the trip. But I don't think we found anything.
No. So, game over, right? I mean, this murder, if it even happened, would have occurred approximately 15 years prior. It was a cold case. And yet, Scott and his partner, a guy named Terry Mortimer, they had this feeling that if they persisted,
we might uncover something we're destined to uncover. That may sound corny, but I felt something. I think Terry felt something, and we didn't know quite what. And it could have been absolutely taking us down another rabbit hole of something that's just never could be proven.
So what do you do with that?
Exactly. What do you do with that? What do you do with something that...
Yeah, and not to be cute, but you can't exactly go back to your boss and say that me and Terry feel a sense of destiny here, right?
No.
So this was mission creep, big time. Plus, it's not like there was anyone that they knew of anyhow demanding justice for the victim.
Terry and I could have easily said, we're done. Let's walk away. Nobody's going to be calling us to say, hey, Terry and Scott, do you have any updates for us? we're waiting. We haven't heard back from you. That was missing.
But is somewhere in the back of your head, are you imagining that, like, there is a mother or a brother who's trying to understand or figure out what may have happened to their loved one that was left for dead?
I think that aspect was the driving factor. We couldn't just leave it alone. Somehow it was making sense that Terry and I were put together for this very reason of solving this hate crime, this murder that took place on the streets of Philadelphia because somebody was black, that we felt like we had a duty to this person. And somehow this person was drawing us.
And that's it. You can almost hear it, the door creaking open. This is a story about what happens when two guys uncover a clue about something terrible, something evil, a crime for which there has been no justice, and they have nothing to go on. They don't have a victim, don't have a body, don't even have a name. I'm Jake Halpern, and this is Deep Cover Season 4, The Nameless Man.
This one sounds boring as fuck. I hope this first episode is better than that synopsis. I don't care about a John Doe story.
Episode 1, The Rumor.
We've all been there. You're sick, and you're trying to schedule a doctor's appointment, only to spend hours on hold. Then you find yourself...
Feel the rush of precision engineering as power meets sophistication. The best of the best. Looking for a balance transfer credit card with a 0%...
About to be released, and the feds had some intel that Tom might be seeking retribution, planning to harm the cop who put him behind bars. This is why the feds were called in, and initially, this was Scott and Terry's top priority, to determine if this threat was real. But they came up short, and at some point stopped looking into Tom for the threat assessment. But they still had this rumor, this side story, that some 15 years prior, back in the 1980s, when Tom was still in high school, that he may have killed a black man in Philadelphia. Who this man might be, they had no idea, but they kept poking around. They wanted to see what they could learn about Tom Guybeson and if he had any connections to white supremacist gangs. And this is where Terry Mortimer, Scott's partner, really came into play.
And this is the thing about gangs is there are gangs and there's not real gangs. There are people say they're part of a gang, but they aren't, kind of thing.
Terry was a special agent with the ATF, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. He worked in intelligence, and he focused heavily on guns and gangs. So, Terry wanted to know, what was Tom's deal?
I knew he, of course, was imprisoned, obviously, for gun charges, spent a good stint in prison federally. He had, I guess, prior contact with the law.
Terry learned that Tom was first arrested at the age of 14 on a deadly weapons charge. A few years later, when he was 19, he was convicted of reckless endangerment after he shot a gun at a moving car full of people. At the time, a local newspaper in Wilmington, Delaware, ran an article on Tom. It described him as a hulking weightlifter with a number of tattoos, including a clenched fist on the top of his scalp and the words "Born in the USA" on the back of his neck. In the article, Guybeson says at one time he was a blue-collar skinhead. Tom defined this as, quote, buying American, not doing drugs, and not drinking. To be clear, There are different types of skinheads. Not all are racists. But in the late 80s and early 90s, skinheads were emerging as the face of violent right-wing nationalism in the US. Their notoriety seemed to really peak at that time. One headline from '89 in the New York Times read, "Violent racism attracts new breed, skinheads." So the possibility that a racist skinhead might have orchestrated murder.
If we're not doing Target,
but that.
If we're not doing Walmart, where we going? Like, where can we go for that one-stop shop vibe that Target and Walmart be having? I'm asking this seriously, so I can just know where to go. Besides Costco, Costco be too crowded, man.
Yes.
I need another option where I can go to get damn near everything I need in one place that's safe. So y'all let me know. Besides Costco, though, Costco is just too packed all the time. The shopping carts are too big, and it's just too bulky just for little old me. Y'all let me know. Real question.
Walgreens, CVS, Lowe's. Pay more for the drugstore if you're voting people.
That alone wasn't a whole lot to go on. Scott and Terry decided to focus on what Patricia, the ex-girlfriend, had told them. They honed in on two clues in particular. The first clue involved a tattoo. Patricia mentioned that Tom had a tattoo of a spider web on his elbow with a teardrop in it, and that he liked to brag that he'd gotten it essentially as a badge of honor for killing a black man in Philadelphia.
I know enough about gang members that sometimes things aren't what they say they are, that they might get a tattoo purported to be something that really isn't true, or just kind of build their rep a little bit.
Terry was skeptical that Tom had killed someone just to join this skinhead gang. Maybe Tom was just posing, building up his rep as a really violent dude. I mean, honestly, maybe this whole thing was bullshit, right?
I couldn't really establish, intelligence-wise, if Tommy was part of the skinhead gang. I didn't think he was. I think he was kind of more of a self-described skinhead.
And this raised the question, would a self-described skinhead acting on his own really murder someone for what? So he could give himself a tattoo? And all of this while he was still in high school? It seemed like a stretch. Okay, here was the second clue, and it was a promising one. According to the ex-girlfriend, Patricia, Tom had bragged about having an accomplice, a guy named Craig Peterson. Allegedly, they orchestrated this murder together, and both of them got those same spiderweb tattoos. Now, if this was true, and if they could find Craig, and if he would talk, well, that'd be huge, but that was a lot of ifs. So they started combing through public records, asking around about this Craig guy, the supposed accomplice. And here's what they found. Craig was an old buddy from Tom's high school days. He also identified specifically as a blue-collar skinhead. Craig had grown up in Delaware, but as far as anyone could tell, he wasn't living there anymore. It seemed like he kind of disappeared. And then they got a lead.
We found out he's in Vermont, like a remote part of Vermont. And I remember I said, this dude's hiding, man. He's hiding. I said, that cat from Wilmington, Delaware, living in Vermont, man. I said, dude, it gets cold up there, man. I mean, that's a cold place, bro.
So they put on their winter coats and headed north. It was now December of 2004. It had been about a month since they first heard the rumor. And now here they were in the car, driving into the chill of a Vermont winter. Temperature was hovering around freezing that night. And as they sped along through the green mountains, past darkened forests of evergreens, They had no idea what to expect. Like, what are you hoping to find out?
Hey, at this point, we're like, man, whatever he's got to give us something, man, because we're spinning our wheels. It felt like, man, if this doesn't come through, I think we're done.
Terry recalls on that drive up to Vermont, they talked a lot about why they couldn't or shouldn't give up on the case.
So we had great discussions, and that's when we both realized, wow, wait a minute, this is not an accident that he and I are teamed together. This is like literally, we didn't do this. We couldn't have planned this.
And there was a reason for this feeling. Turns out there was a strange symmetry to their lives that dated back to before they ever met. So we're going to leave Scott and Terry in the car, heading up to Vermont, and turn back the clock. For Scott, it all started when he graduated high school. He wanted to be a cop, but by his own estimation at the time, he was too small, too skinny. He weighed just 93 pounds. So instead, he opted to become a priest. He was just 17 years old when he decided to join the seminary. But right away, when he put on that priest's collar, it was transformative, both for him and also for the way that other people looked at him.
I would be sitting in a pew, maybe praying in a church. Somebody would come by and start confessing. And people just started pouring their souls out to me.
In these moments, Scott was learning how to listen, how to suspend judgment, how to be patient as people grappled with some burdensome secret, inching their way towards the precipice of truth. He spent 5 years training to become a priest, but dreams are stubborn things, and his didn't go away. He left the seminary to become a cop and then an FBI agent.
It is harder to leave than it is to go in. And that's ultimately because I think now you've entered this relationship with God, and now you're afraid of pissing him off.
For Scott, this shift in careers seemed like a natural progression. For him, the seminary prepared him for this work, prepared him to listen and see his way through a messy world fraught with moral dilemmas. But when he'd tell people about his past, how he'd almost become a priest,
they're like, oh my gosh, I can never imagine. The two are totally opposed to each other, and I never understood that.
But there was at least one person who got it completely. Terry.
I went to college at a very small Bible college and was preparing for ministry.
From a young age, Terry felt destined for the ministry. But later on, when he was in Bible college, he had second thoughts. As graduation approached, a friend asked him, "You ever consider becoming a cop?" The short answer was no, but on a whim, Terry applied and met with a recruiter.
And this guy was a hardcore dude. I mean, he looked at me. Back then I was skinny. He looked at me and said, "You're from where? And you want to do what? Like, you're from Bible college, man. Do you have any idea what you're applying for, what you're trying to do?" I said, "No, sir, I have no idea."
It always blows my mind when people assume because somebody is working in a religious capacity that they must be naive, ignorant. You ever read the Bible, dude? Have you ever read the fucking Bible? If everybody that works in religion, they've read the fucking Bible, and let me tell you, that shit is rated NC-17.
Yeah, I was raised Orthodox Jewish. I don't know if you heard that. Passover commemorates when the Jews left Egypt, were slaves in Egypt. I don't know if you guys knew about that. We recovered. What a fun story that is. Here's the basis of the story. Some woman, she was a slave, and she had a slave son named Moses, and she wanted Moses to be raised like a slave. So she just took a half-court shot. She was like, "I don't know, I'm going to think outside the box here. How about we just chuck it in the river? We'll put it in a little basket." and we'll throw it to the crocodile-infested Nile River and hope for the best. And man, she swished it. Baby did not get eaten by crocodiles or tip over. It went right to the pharaoh's daughter. The pharaoh's daughter, the king's daughter, was like, oh, I love, you know how chicks are around babies. So she raised it like it was her own. She raised this Moses. I don't know how he knew his original name, but same name. And coincidence, lucky coincidence on that. Eventually, he was 19, 20 years old, went to his grandfather, the pharaoh, the king, and he was like, hey, motherfucker, I got news for you. I want your grandson. The pharaoh was like, yeah, my daughter was never pregnant. We know she didn't ever do that. Plus, you're balding with glasses, so I think you came from Slave Island over there. That's my favorite part of the story. The Jews were slaves in Egypt. Egypt was a superpower, and their labor force, their manual labor force, was the weakest, most complaining people in the world. I mean, there's nobody softer than Jews. I think a pyramid's supposed to be houses, and the Jews are like, it's too hot, just pile it up. What a terrible, terrible choice for a slave. And by the way, Egypt is in Africa. Like, there's better options out there. I'm just saying, who do you want picking up stones for you? Dikembe Mutombo or Gilbert Gottfried? Chose wrong, Egypt. That's why your country's falling apart right now. Let's start at the beginning. It's the only way to do this. Adam and Eve. You guys know that story? Okay. If you know that story, this is all going to go over your head tonight. Here's what happened. In 6 days, God created the world. On the seventh day, he rested. You guys remember this one. And then later, God went to Adam and was like, Adam, how do you like it here? How do you like the Garden of Eden? And Adam was like, oh, dude, I love it. It's awesome. Plenty of sunshine, tons of animals to fuck. This place is sweet. And God was like, wait, bro, are you fucking all the animals? And Adam was like, not all yet. You made a lot of animals. You gotta give me some time. By the way, I killed a frog on Tuesday. Yeah, his eyes were bigger than his belly. Split it right open. My bad on that one. And God was like, dude, stop fucking the animals right now. And so Adam was like, who should I fuck then? And God's like, oh, yeah, good question. Fair enough. He's like, tell you what, I'll make another person for you to fuck. Humans should fuck humans. So Adam, with no concept of women, right? There'd never been a woman ever in history before. So when he heard another person was coming, he was just like, sweet, another dude I can fuck in the butt, I assume.
That's exactly what Adam thought. But there we know that.
And God was like, no, you assume wrong. It'll be like a dude.
Ari's totally
It'll
right
have
about a lot of things when he talks
like
about
a
the
front
Bible,
butt.
and it's funny as fuck. Because it's
And
true.
you can fuck the front butt. Adam loved that idea. He was like, sweet, I can fuck the front butt and the back butt. God's like, no fucking back butt. I will never change my mind on that. Adam's like, why not? He's like, that's where shit comes out. I don't want you fucking where shit comes out. I think it's disgusting. You can fuck where piss and blood sometimes comes out, but not shit. Oh, I mean, Adam's so angry. He's like, why would you make shit come out of such a good fuckhole? God's like, where else could it come out? He's like, dude, bottom of the foot. I've been thinking about it. It would be a way better place. Shake it out really easily, wiping as a breeze. Every puddles of the day. It should be bottom of the foot, dude. And God was like, fuck, yeah, that would have worked. Oh, maybe a week was rushing it. What was the time crunch on that? I never understood that. It's an important project. Take your time. There's nobody waiting for you. There's literally nobody waiting for you. So he made Eve. And to make Eve, you guys remember how I made Eve? The rib, yeah, you guys remember this. Yeah, I told Adam I got to crack up one of your ribs. I'm sure Adam was like, why is that the new process for making things? Is from scratch no longer available? Did you lose powers, dude? If you're tired, you can take a nap. That zebra's been eyeballing me pretty hard. I got time. You can get it. Come get it, black and white. But he goes, no, I got to crack up a rib. So he cracked open Adam's rib. Whatever. Abracadabra, he makes Eve out of that rib. And that's the reason, my rabbis always told me, that's the reason that men have one less rib than women have. It dates all the way back to Adam and Eve. Yeah. Then I grew up and found out that we have the same amount of ribs. There's a lie they told little Jewish kids. I don't even know what they had to gain. Do you know how embarrassing it is to find out you're wrong about that at 41 years old? People are like, why would you think it's been a different amount of ribs? Like, I don't know, when I was 9, some guy with beard dandruff told me.
Have you ever done this? Have you ever gotten into a conversation with somebody and as soon as you start talking to them, like as soon as you start talking, you realize, oh,
I hate this person.
I don't want to talk to you at all. Like, no part of me wants this conversation. What do you do at that point?
Walk
what
away.
do you do when that happens? Walk away. You are a liar. You'd like to be that guy. You'd love to be that guy, but you're not that guy. Nobody's that guy, dude. When you just like that much of a sociopath, you're just like, No. You don't do that. You just take it. That's what we all do. It fucking sucks. You can't go anywhere. You can't do anything. All you can do is go and look around the room. Hopefully they get that cue, and they never do. Most people would get that. If I'm talking to you and I'm like this the whole time, you'll be like, oh, I can see you're busy. Because you're a human fucking being. Those annoying people never read those cues. They're just like, where are you looking? Why are you looking away? What's wrong with you? What's happening? Look at me. It's horrible. I should just start walking away. That would be the best thing to do, right? You can't do it, but that would be ideal. I'm done letting people I hate choose how I live my life. I want out of that whole mess. I do it so much. And with those annoying people, it's the same thing. You're just stuck. They're like, hey, is that your time? I'm going to rape it now. Like, no, don't rape my time. My time's like, all right, don't leave me. I'm sorry, dude. You're getting raped by her. Nothing I can do. You can't even stop. Like, I always know I'm about to get into the conversation, but I can't turn it around. They're like, how are you? I'm like, good. How are you? Fuck! Why did I do that? All right, start the clock. 10 minutes. Let's go. You can't stop yourself. You can't. It's like when you lock your keys in the car. You never notice, like, after the door's closed. I always notice when I'm like right there. When it dawns on me, I'm like, oh no. Oh, I'm about to ruin my day. Why? But you're like, I can still see the inside of the car. It's right there. So if I was fast enough, I could reach around and stop the car from closing. But I'm not fast enough. So noticing here, that just makes it hurt way worse. It makes you feel like you had a chance to save it. So it just hurts even more. You never like close the door and then walk away and then go, oh, wait. Oh, no. Oh, I bet I just... Yep, there they are. Well, at least there's nothing I could have done. It's never that. It always looks like this. Minute 5! That's how it's annoying people. You can't stop. I was talking to this girl in Los Angeles, comedian. Her name is Damian Merlino. She's so annoying. She's the worst. We never have anything to talk about. She's not even that annoying. We just have nothing in common. So we talk, I'm just like, you're killing me. She's so annoying. Also, she has one arm. But it's got nothing to do with the story. I'm only telling you because if you ever saw her, you'd be like, wait, I don't know, is that her or not? Because he didn't mention the part about the one arm, so maybe it's not her. That's the only reason I'm telling you. It's not why she's annoying, if that's what you think. I knew her when she had 2 arms. She was just as annoying then. The only thing that changed one day, her arm to annoyance ratio just shot the fuck up. That was the only difference. She was yapping about something I couldn't care less about. I'm doing the look around at all my friends, and she smelled. She stunk. She had that fat smell. You know the fat smell? Ugh. It's not every fat person has it, but it's like 1 out of 12 fat people. They're fat in a certain way, so that when they're showering, they can't reach under to wash under the belly fold. They just can't get under there for whatever reason. I'm sure the one arm didn't help. And so what'll happen is sometimes an immigrant will just crawl up in there and he'll just die. He'll die of heat exhaustion or loneliness or starvation. I haven't read all the papers, but he dies. And then when you talk to them, you're like, there's no God, clearly. How do you smell that way? It's cool out. How do you smell this bad? We should just walk away. God, I really do want to stop letting people I hate choose how I live. It really does suck. I just remember thinking, like, someday it'll get better than this. Like, this is not good. But someday if I become successful or have some sort of money or I'll become a man, like, it'll get better. But there's when I realized that's all full of shit, too. When I heard that Mel Gibson voicemail that he left for his wife. You guys remember that? He was screaming at her, screaming on a voicemail message to suck his dick in the jacuzzi more often. And I'm like, if it's not easy for Mel Gibson, what chance do I have? That guy's won an Oscar. I haven't done shit with my life. Like, my great legacy to the world, if I died right now, my great accomplishment would be that I once beat off 7 times in one day. Thank you. Thank you. I was in college. I was in Maryland. And I had to write a paper, and I'm very ADD about that stuff, so it's hard for me to sit and write. So I had to come up with a reward system for myself. So what I did was, for every hour that I continuously sat and wrote, I just earned 1 jerk off. And it worked for a little while, it did. But by the 4th one, I was like, I don't even want to do this anymore. Why am I obligated because of a promise I made a long time ago? By number 7, I couldn't even feel anything. It was just completely, I was like ringing it. Like, go! Do something! Go! Have you ever seen a penis come when it's completely soft? It's really disgusting. It's really gross. That doesn't exist in nature, that thing. Not even like 5% hard, completely soft. Looks like a hungover frat guy. His friends are fucking with him. He's just like, stop it. Get out of here. Come on, dude. Leave me alone. Stop it. Get out of here. I'm so... Stop it. Dude, I'm not joking. I'm not joking around, bro. Stop. Stop.
If I would have kept making only the minimum payments on my credit cards, my debt would have taken me 47 years to pay off.
These are real National Debt Relief customers.
I knew I wasn't going to be able to get out of debt by myself.
Credit card, medical, or personal loan debt? National Debt Relief negotiates with your creditors to reduce what you owe.
National Debt Relief got me out of debt?
You could be debt-free in as little as 24 to 48 months. Visit nationaldebtrelief.com to learn more and get started. nationaldebtrelief.com.
So let me tell you everything you need to know about chicks. I don't know where to start. I never know where to start. I'll tell you what. Let's start with chicks. Let's start with women. Women in Orthodox Judaism are second-class citizens, for sure. Yeah, you're not a full part of the religion. But, by the way, I can feel you turning on me. I didn't make any of this up, okay? Don't blame me. I do agree with all of it, but I did not make any of this up. It's better than a lot of religions. Like, you can't beat your wife in Judaism, but if you do beat your wife, they'll be like, don't do that. You're just not really a full part of the religion. Like, if this is a synagogue, and all the men down here, and the women would be up there behind a fence, like in a balcony, looking at us participating. What are you guys doing back there? We're like, shut up. We'll talk to you later. So there's all these laws associated with being a woman, especially a married woman. If you're a married woman in Judaism and you're on your period, you're considered unclean. Yeah, which that's actually. I mean, I have a problem with that spiritually, but physically, that's actually a very nice way of describing what's actually happening. Unclean is fine. I mean, like, legitimately, if I put two giant buckets on the stage, and one giant bucket said clean vaginas, and the other giant bucket said unclean vaginas, and then I handed each of you a bleeding vagina, and I said, put that anywhere. Which bucket do we all know would be overflowing with vaginas? So you're unclean until you stop having your period, then you have to have 7 days of no blood, and then you got to go to a ritual bath called a mikvah, and then you're considered clean again. And it's 7 days of no blood in a row. That means if you get spotting 2 days out, fucking, yeah, clock starts over, bitches. Yeah, it's like microwave popcorn. It's gotta be the full 3 seconds, or it does not count. You know, it's like pop, 1, 2, pop, 1, pop, 1, pop, 1, pop, 1, pop, 1, 2, pop, 1, pop, 1, pop, 1, pop, 1, pop, pop, 1, 2, pop, 1, 2, 3, yes. All burned. That's your vaginas in Judaism, just so you know. It's a microwave popcorn of body parts. And while you're unclean, you can't touch your husband. Your husband can't touch you. Oh, yeah. You can't even sleep next to each other. You gotta go sleep in the corner, like the bleeding whore that you are. It's every month with you. So this law, it's called Nida. This is the reason. Sociologically, this is the reason that Orthodox Jews have large families. It's not only so you can fill up our minivans. There's another reason for it. It boils down to this. How long do periods last? What do periods go for these days? 5 days. Okay. She's heavily disagreeing with you in the back. So what do you think it is? 7, said the mansplainer? All right, let's split the difference. 5 to 7. That's what I thought I was going to be a woman saying the answer to that, but 7, I know. 5 to 7 days, I believe she said. Plus 7 days of no blood. That's 12 to 14 days. Okay. Plus another day or two to go to the ritual bath, go to the mikvah. They're not like 24-hour fitness. You know, they're only in certain spots. So now we're talking about right around 13 to 15 days after you start your period is the first time you're allowed to touch your husband. It's also when you are the most fertile in your cycle. Your ovaries are right at the bottom of your pussy. You ever touch your husband in 2 weeks and he hasn't touched you? You're supposed super horny, and right then God's like, go. I mean, there's no chance, dude. There's no chance. Imagine the husband's home washing dishes, comes coming out of his ears. Fuck, I hate this religion so much. Should have been a Buddhist. Buddhists fuck all the time. All the kids like, Daddy, fuck up. Daddy's not in the mood right now. God, I fucking hate this shit. You can beat your kids in Judaism, just so you know. That is allowed. You can't beat your wife, but you can beat your children. And right then, the woman walks through the door, you know, the guy's all cranky, just pent up. He's just like, where have you been? She's like, ritual bath. And he's like, oh, yeah? Why don't you go get that sheet with the hole in it? Jews do love loopholes. That's what makes us such great tax attorneys. We find loopholes and we exploit them. We really do. You know how the women wear the wigs? Loophole. You ever see the women wear the wigs? It's because okay, you can't covet your neighbor's wife, and they say one of the things you covet is their hair. Hair is an attractive quality in a woman, so you have to cover your hair if you're a married woman. So these Jewish women, who were just as smart as Jewish men, they went looking for loopholes. So they went to their rabbis, like, Rabbi, can we cover up our hair with a baseball cap? And he's like, yeah, whatever, do anything. And they're like, can we cover up our hair with someone else's hair? And the rabbi's like, where are you going with this? They're like, well, we propose we cover up our hair with some hair we bought in China. So it's not us they're attracted to, it's Sung Lee from Shanghai. And the rabbis were like, well played. There's two types of Jews. I'm only talking about one type. It's Ashkenazi and Sephardi. So when the Greeks drove us out, or the Romans, or one of the fucking 1,000 times we got driven out, we got pushed in different directions. And some of us went north to like Poland and Romania and Hungary and places like that. And some of us went east to like Syria and Iran, Iraq, places like that. Those are called Sephardic Jews, or as my grandmother called them, animals. She's like, they don't cut their challah, they tear it. Don't have them in our house. And those people are tougher. They're tougher Jews because they got some Arab in them and they're just like tougher. They never had the Holocaust too, so there's no victim mentality there. The Holocaust never got to Syria. So they're all like, what? Why are you a victim? Just fight back. I'm like, you just wouldn't understand. But I'm talking about Ashkenazi Jews, Woody Allen Jews. That's the type I'm talking about. So let me tell you, you Christians, man, your miracles are the tits. You guys got great miracles. God, so I left my religion. I switched to a secular college, University of Maryland, and I met all these Christians, and they told me about Jesus. And I was fucking blown away. They were like, "He walked on water," and I was like, "That's impossible. Can't." I've seen water before, so sell it to somebody else. And they're like, "Yeah, it's a miracle." I don't know. I'm like, "You didn't get wet?" They're like, "I mean, maybe some splashback on the sandal, but I don't think Jesus was waterproof. You know, if he dragged his foot, yeah, probably a little bit of water, but for the most part, pretty dry." I was like, damn, was that his best trick? Like, oh no, it's not his best trick. His best trick by far, he died, and then it was like, nah. And everybody's favorite trick was turn water into wine. That, dude, man of the people, for sure. I heard about that. I was like, what kind of wine was it? And they're like, Ari, you're literally the first person to ever ask that question. What a nitpicky, Jewy thing to worry about. You're getting free wine out of water and you're still complaining? You're like, well, I don't want a dry wine. I don't know. Just see if she's going to do a Malbec. Just ask her. But then they're like, what about you, Ari? What's the Jews' big miracle for the holidays? I'm like, oh, okay. Well, we got this candle, and it lasted hella long. Yeah, our miracles are more like you had to be there miracles. Yeah. People came into the synagogue and 2 days later, it's like, is that fucking candle still going? One more day, that's a fucking miracle. I swear to God, that's a miracle. One more day. That's a one-day candle. Jesus just like, rise. And you're like, what the fuck? I believe if Jesus came back now, he would turn sand into Molly. Yeah. And it would be the best Molly. You know, if somebody's like, hey, I have MDMA, like, well, you got to test it, man. There's fentanyl going around. You can't just do whatever. Where'd you get this from? Like, from Jesus Christ, the Lord and Savior. Yeah. How good would communion be if we were hitting you with a fucking Molly tab? Like, move. God. By the end of the sermon, you'd be like, this guy cares about us. Yeah, Hanukkah's not our biggest holiday. And it's not Black Friday. I heard that too. Passover, it is a big holiday, but it's not our biggest one. That's why, by the way, this whole theory of like don't expect everyone else to live by your rules. That's why I'm for gay marriage. I don't know how you guys feel about it. My feeling. Oh, are you? Okay, cool. I don't know how it was. I just saw a graph recently that said 2 states had gay marriage legal. It was like Vermont and somewhere in the Midwest. It's not Maryland. They're getting to Iowa. Is it really Iowa? Iowa? We should all be embarrassed. We should all be embarrassed if Iowa beat us to anything. Except inbreeding. If they beat us to inbreeding, you're like, I didn't compete. I'm okay. Yeah, all my friends. The weirdest thing is we had it legal in California for like 6 months, gay marriage. And then the Mormons came in and their official stance was, nah. So I was like, all right, Mormons, relax. So they took it away. But the weird thing was that like the vote was split like 50-50. It was down the line. But black people, for some reason, came out like 80% against gay marriage. Which is weird, because all my black friends were like, Obama's running. So they're all finally like, Obama's our president. We're all free. We're all the same. We're all together. Then it's like, no. Not you, faggot. Not you. We're all free and the same and together. Get your own
Gay black
celebration.
guys are the hottest gay guys, though. The hottest gay guys I've ever
Why are you
met
listening to
are
Mormons
black.
anyway? They're the craziest religion in the world. That's a completely made up religion. Not like all of them, I guess, but like more so. Everybody knows it. You're crazy. If you got to vote, I'm not political at all. I just stay home and get high all day and just say I was voting. But like, you can't vote for that Mormon until he renounces his faith. That's a crazy faith. And don't get me wrong, if you're Mormon, I totally stand by those words. Like you're fucking crazy and you need to get out of that fucking cult. This is what Mormons have taught, by the way. This is what they've actually taught. Mormons have taught that Jesus went to America. He was around.
You are my favorite little
They don't really say how he got there. It was a long time ago. Maybe TWA was still around. I don't know. But he came to America with a bunch of Hebrews and left the Hebrews there in America, and they became Native Americans. Hebrews, Jews, me, this is a Native American. I'm an Indian, they're saying. But then, and I swear to God on all this, they taught this, and they don't teach it anymore, but they used to. They taught that Jesus then took another bunch of Hebrews and went to the moon, where he started a race of people called the Lunarians, where they still live to this day. Or at least they were teaching that until we actually went to the fucking moon. And we were like, hey, Mormons, where are all these people you were talking about? Nobody was here to welcome us at all. And they were like, oh, well, you have to understand, 200 years ago, when we made this up, we didn't think anybody would actually go to the fucking moon. That seemed like one of the safest lies in history. Like, what are you going to call me on it? You're going to take your golden ladder to the fucking block of cheese in the sky? Just fucking technology outdid Mormonism, so just drop it now. That's all I'm trying to teach. Black people should not listen to Mormons. He wouldn't let up to it. He goes, no, but there's also this. It's because they're going to teach it in our schools. They're going to teach homosexuality in our schools. And I'm like, wait, do you think they're going to teach the kids how to be gay? Is that what you think? That's not happening. They're not like showing the kids in 2nd grade the footage of the men's Brazilian soccer team with their shirts off. And the teacher's going to hand out like Johnson & Johnson, My First Lube. And just watch him fucking stroke it. And he goes, if something comes up, let's go talk to the guidance counselor. We'll make you a homosexual. All right, let's talk about the Bible. Yeah, the original Bible, the Torah, not your shitty remake. Yeah, I'm not talking about your all-girls Ghostbusters version of the Bible.
L'chaim.
Talk about the OG shit. Yeah, I was raised Orthodox Jewish. I don't know what that is. It's a Frisbee Jew, you know, that kind. Second highest level of Jew. One step down from Hasidic Jew, or as I call them, Mortal Kombat Jews. Yeah, whenever you see one, just go, finish him. And they'll know what you're talking about. It's great. The ones with the, you know, the sideburns, the long, the curly fries, as my black friend calls it. Yeah, my friend Miss Pat, she came to visit me in New York. She'd never seen one. There's very few Hasidic Jews in the black ghetto of Atlanta. She saw her first. We were talking. She just goes like. She was like, Ori. She didn't say my name, but she's like, Ori. Is that an Amish? And I'm like, no. I mean, yeah, more or less. Yeah, it's pretty much the same shit. She goes, why that man has curly fries? I'm like, those are not curly fries. She goes, what they do? And I'm like, first of all, the grammar on you people is on another planet. By you people, I don't mean black people. I mean non-Jews. Yeah, Jews are racist, but we don't see skin color. We see IQ and income level. That's all it goes down to.
Dax, are you?
Tracking all of our cars on Carvana Value Tracker on all our devices? Yes.
I've been looking for my phone for
Value surge. Trucks up 3.9%.
Wait, that's a great offer.
Sell?
Sell.
Track your car's value with Carvana Value Tracker today.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Yeah, goys, that's all you guys are. You ever hear that word? Goy. It's Yiddish for non-Jew. Yiddish is like Jewish Ebonics. Goy means not Jew. And just so you know, when you hear it, you think it's fun and friendly when they're saying it to you. It's not. They're shitting on you to your face. Goy is a derogatory word. Probably my favorite derogatory word. Yeah, because most derogatory words, they single out one race or culture and make them feel bad. Not Goy. Goy is the most inclusive of all the derogatory words. Do you know how pompous that is to have as your term for the other? That means to them it's 0.1% of the world. And then, ugh. Various shades of Goy. Yeah, dude, I was raised way religious. I went to a seminary called the Yeshiva in Jerusalem for 2 years after high school. So you go to study if you want to become a rabbi. Spoiler alert, it did not take. Anybody here raised religious of any kind? Yeah? What were you guys? Jewish, obviously. What? Jehovah's Witness. Hell yeah, dude. The fucking Harry Potter of Christianity. I love it. Who else? What do you got? Baptist, what? Wesleyan? That's a new one, dude. I've honestly never heard of that one. Is that some kind of Christ? Okay. You fucking Christians are hilarious with their separations. Every other religion is just one thing. Just Muslim, Jewish, Buddhist, and there's fucking 31 flavors of Jesus. Lutheran and Baptist and Southern Baptist, which is just like Baptist, but with slavery, I think.
Pentecostal, there's so many.
So funny. And Catholics think they're the best ones, too.
Catholics do think they're the best
They look down on the other ones. From an outside perspective, Catholics think they're way better than the rest of the Christians. And I'm like, based on what? Besides most parents per year. Like, what else is quantifiable? It's weird, though. Ask a devout Catholic, they get older, devout Catholic, ask if they're Protestant, they'll get mad at you. They're like, we're nothing like Protestants. Like, nothing, what's the difference? And they'll hit you with something crazy, like, we believe Jesus carried the cross way up top. Yeah, and they think he kind of dragged it a little bit. It's basically a different religion. Crazy Christians and stupid separations. You guys still religious now? No. Okay, that's good. If you are religious, that's totally fine. It is totally fine. There is a solid chance you're going to hate the next 68 minutes of your life. So, those of you raised religious of any kind, do you ever think about what they taught you when you were little, now that you're a grown-up? Guys, it's all darker than you remember it. It really is. I mean, let's start at the beginning. So after Adam and Eve and Moses and Noah, a few other Bible stories that Jews and Christians kind of share, at that point, kind of split off. Well, no, we stayed right where we were. We split off. You guys wrote an unauthorized sequel in fan fiction. That just you added a superhero out of nowhere with all these miracles. You got us beat on miracles. I'll give you that. You got us beat on miracles. We crush you motherfuckers on holidays. We got a lot of holidays. What's the biggest Jewish holiday? What do you think? Hanukkah. Very good. Goy. Idiot. Stupid. Wrong. Dumb. Goy. Dumb like all of them. Goy. People think it's Hanukkah because it falls around Christmas and we do presents and stuff. Just so you guys know, it's one of our lowest level holidays. Hanukkah's not even our top 40. For real, it's on the level of like Arbor Day for your people. It just feels big because it falls around that time. Presents, by the way, is not even really part of Hanukkah. That's us copying you. Presents on Hanukkah is a modern Western civilization part of the holiday. My dad grew up in Romania before the Holocaust. They didn't do presents back then. That's here in America and England. It's all these Jewish kids. It's all their Christian friends getting presents. And they want it in. Yeah. And when Jew kids want free shit, Jew kids get free shit. So they went to their dads, like, Dad, how come Christopher gets presents and I don't get presents? And their fathers were like, more or less that. So now we do presents. 8 days of presents. It's an 8-day holiday. Oh, some people think it's 8 times the presents you guys get. It's not. We have the same amount of parents you have. We get the same amount, but we just space them out over 8 days. We get better presents than you, because we're far richer than you are. I don't know what kind of white trash presents you always got. Assuming got like a grilled cheese sandwich wrapped in a shopping bag. What do you guys get? Like sock full of pills? Postcard from your dad written in your mom's handwriting? But yeah, same amount of presents though. You're supposed to get 1 present a day for 8 days, and then if you have like 9 or 10 presents, you just double up a day or 2. So 1 year I didn't have 8 presents. I only had 7 presents. My mom didn't know what to do to get me every day a present. Instead of just getting 1 extra present, shit like wrap an avocado, bitch. Instead, her fix was to split a present into 2 and wrap each half separately. Like I wouldn't know. Like I opened up day 1's present. I was like, oh, it's skateboard wheels only. I wonder what's in tomorrow's flat oval box. She's like, you'll never guess. I'm like, it's for sure a skateboard, Mom. I'm the second smartest race in the world, and this is very easy to figure out as it is. Korea. Here's a story of Hanukkah. I'll tell it to you. So you can talk about this in December with your bosses probably at work.
Amen.
A long time ago, the Jews got kicked out of Israel, okay? One of the many times that happened over history. We are the weakest race in the world. Anybody wanted Israel, just fucking took it. For real, Greeks, Romans, people from Alabama. Like, it doesn't matter, man. Anybody's like, get out of here. Like, I'm going. Don't me. It's fucking defeatable. I hate it. Ugh. Here's why I don't really do impressions. Here's my only impression I do. It's the sound of the soul of a Jew. Ready? Yeah, all our stories are about survival. They're never about succeeding. Nobody's ever like, watch out, the Jews are coming. It's like, yeah, Palestinians, we got them. All right, we broke our losing streak on that for sure.
Not funny.
Dude, I saw this Free Palestine march last summer in New York, and they were all like marching. They had a big Free Palestine sign, but the Palestine part was covered. People were like in front of it, so it was covered, so I couldn't see that part. So I just saw the first half. Oh no! Like, this is the worst place for me to be. Oh, I'm so sorry. They're all staring at me. I didn't know what to do. I just started scrambling. I was like, oh, I'm just headed to Little Palestine to get some Palestinian food. They're all like, there is no Little Palestine. And if you ask Jews, there's also no Big Palestine. Yeah, so it's the Greeks. The Greeks drove us out. The Hanukkah story. We were gone for about 100 years, and we came back. They left. They were like, this place sucks. They fucking took off. So they left, and then they fucked up our temple, like our main, church, pretty much. They like messed. I don't know what they did. They knocked over chairs and spray painted dicks on the walls. But the main thing they did was they used our oil candles. Supposed to keep lit all the time. This oil candle, and they only had 1 day's worth of oil left. New oil was 8 days away. And they're like, what are we going to do? How are we going to keep it lit? And the Jew's like, fuck it. Light it up. Let's see what happens. And somehow, 1 day's worth of oil lasted for 8 days. That is when Jews learned how to be cheap. The miracle of Hanukkah, everybody. Yeah, that candle is the miracle of Hanukkah. Dumbest miracle in the history of organized religion. You Christians, man, your miracles are the tits. You guys got great miracles. God, I left my religion. I switched to a secular college, University of Maryland, and I met all these Christians, and they told me about Jesus. I was fucking. Passover commemorates when the Jews left Egypt. Were slaves in Egypt. I don't know if you guys knew about that. We recovered. What a fun story that is. Here's the basis of the story. Some woman, she was a slave, and she had a slave son named Moses, and she wanted Moses to be raised like a slave. So let me tell you, there's a rumor, just so you know, there's a rumor that Jews have sex through a hole in a sheet. And it's not true. But it's not true. So it comes from some racists made it up a long time ago. I'll tell you where it comes from. Jews have this like sort of prayer poncho thing called tzitzit. It goes under, it's like a t-shirt, but it's like made like a poncho. It's like on no sides. It's got these white tassels. Somebody will see that white tassels coming out of it at the bottom. They're called tzitzit. And the white tassels are for like, in times of trouble, we would tie razors to the end of that. Create a fucking bubble of safety. But anyway, I guess some lady was like washing the family's tzitzit and she was hanging them up to dry, and some racists walked by. And dude, say what you want about racists. They're not the best people in the world, but they are very creative. Some of them walked by and they saw one hanging up and they were like, I bet they fucked through that. And it just wasn't even a bad thing. The hole was like that big. So I was like, yeah, spread that. But then it changed. It morphed. The rumor morphed into like a regular bedspread with a little hole cut in the middle of it. And here's how strong the rumor was. I thought it was true. Up until legitimately 2 years ago. I guess they thought like a woman supposed to lie down naked and you cover her up with a sheet like she's dead. And you line the hole up like right over her vagina, and then you got to get in there, and like through the hole. You guys remember the game Operation? Yeah, it's just like that. But instead of using tweezers, use that sweet D. And you just Yeah, I think actually, I don't know. It might be that way. It might be another way. It might be that the guy holds a sheet like over him. Just puts it over and just has his dick out of the hole. Like a walking glory hole. Just the dick. I'm like, stick. Booner. I don't know. I always thought it was the former, but it might be the latter. Yeah. Oh, sorry. For the non-Jews, for the goys. Former and latter means first and second. The reason for the sheet that I always thought was twofold. I thought it was just because these are like super religious people, super pious people, and studying the Torah and the Talmud, which is like Gemara, all day. And they don't want to be distracted, Anybody with a wife or a girlfriend, you think about her naked sometimes. So they're like, combat that, it's like cover her up with sheets. You know, don't fucking look at her. Just don't be thinking about her. Don't be distracted. And then the other reason is
Dave's Killer Bread is ready to rock your January reset with killer taste, killer nutrition, and a chance to win a VIP concert prize pack. Text RESET.
there's a commandment to be fruitful and multiply. In order to do that, you have to have an erection. And Jewish women it's the best way to say this. It's not ugly. It's not ugly. That's not the word. That's not the word. It's not ugly. Here's the word I'm going to use. Inbred. Yeah, we're an inbred race, everybody. The boys and the girls. We've only been fucking ourselves for like 5,000 years. So if you don't get outside genetics, shit starts to get weird. As people ask me, is Judaism a race or religion? And I'm like, it's both. I'm like, well, how can it be a race? I'm like, because you can pick a Jew out of a lineup. You know, if you have 8 men, you're like the Woody Allen one. Obviously, you. Come on, let's go. You know, it doesn't look like other religions. You can't pick a Catholic out of a lineup. Unless you're in, like, the middle of raping a child. I mean, you would have to get so lucky with the timing. Yeah. Or no, I guess what you could do, you could have a lineup and then release a child into the room and then lock the door. And then you just gotta play the waiting game. You gotta wait for the one to start shaking and sweating and like talking to him. Keep it together, Jeremiah. You guys raping that? I'm not. I just want to know if you guys are gonna rape that. I'm not gonna rape it. I'm not even thinking about raping it. I just want to know if you guys are gonna rape. Hey, can I smell his butt? Is that allowed? Dude, I've been making fun of that Catholic pre-sex scandal for like 20 straight years. I can't stop making fun of it. I have Catholic friends. They get mad at me about it, but fuck off. My buddy Steve, he's Catholic. He's a comic, and I made a Catholic joke once, and I got off stage and he had enough of it, you know. So I got off stage. And he was like, "Ari, what do we have to do to make you stop making fun of Catholics?" And I was like, "One thing." It's just that one thing. Are you guys not getting the message? Just stop raping children. Do you have a game plan in place to improve? Can I spitball with you a little? Can I suggest, I don't know, right or wrong, but start raping adults for a while. And see how that works out. 50, 60 years, something like that. And then eventually, maybe no rapes at all. But I think we can all agree, you know you're fucking up as a group when raping adults is a step in the right direction. Yeah, the only problem is, now every time a Jew fucks up sexually, all my friends are like, well. Guess you guys aren't perfect either. Yeah, like fucking, what's his name? Jeffrey Epstein. That was a bad. Epstein is a Jewish name if you don't know. If you didn't know before, now you know. If you don't know what Jeffrey Epstein is, he ran an underage sex trafficking ring. Yeah, had his own private island. He did it. Bill Clinton went there, but just to play golf, I think he said. There was no golf where Bill Clinton lived, so he went to fuck Child Island and get a sweet 9 holes in. So, anyway, they're like, what about Jeffrey Epstein, Ari? He's a Jew. And I'm like, that's fair. That is fair. And I'll answer that from a Jewish perspective. Here's what Jeffrey Epstein goes to show you. It's that no matter what industry Jews choose to go into, we will rise to the top of that industry. He's the #1 name in underage sex trafficking. Anyway, the point is, Jews have a look. That's my point. Everybody's got a look, you know? Even, I mean, continent to continent, people look way different in South America than they do in Africa, you know, Canada, they look different. It's like, whatever. Even country to country, people look different. Like, I've been on tour all over Europe. People looked at. I was in Berlin, 4 days in Berlin, hottest women in the world. I've been to Sweden and Brazil. I thought they used to be the hottest. It's German girls. They're fucking 10s, dude. Every one of them. And the dudes too. Every dude there was like 6'5" and chiseled. I was just walking around Berlin for 4 days, staring at these same beautiful men and women. And for the first time in my life, I was like, yeah, I get it now. I guess I never looked at it from their point of view. Germans are perfect. And Jews all look like we're dying. We are. We're falling apart, man. You need outside genetics, so shit starts to get weird. Same as look at the royal family in England. They're all like, love your leader. You know? They're all half-tards eating their own shit in the corner. Same as Jews, we're falling apart. Every Jew has the same fucking Jew pattern baldness. You know, that's why God's like, try to get laid, do something, cover it up if you have to. I don't know. We're falling apart. Nearsightedness. I had LASIK eye surgery. I still have glasses. Yeah, Dr. Weinberg did a great job. We're all neurotic. We're like Tay-Sachs disease. Falling apart. Feed a glass of whole milk to a Jew. Watch him rain diarrhea for 40 days and 40 nights. Absolutely falling apart. Because we're inbred. It's kind of like, do you guys know what pugs are? The dog breed pug, the most inbred of all dog breeds. You ever seen a pug get excited and struggle to breathe? Throw a ball to a pug 4 times in a row. Listen to the sound of him just going. Yeah, that's what Jews are. We're the pugs of the human world. Anyway, the point is, we have a look. So every Jewish woman I've ever had sex with, there's been like 10, 12 in my life, and every one, for a moment or the whole time I'm looking at her, but at least for one moment, I'll look at her, and she'll look exactly like my Aunt Ruth. And my boner's like, no fucking way. So to combat that, I always thought they just were like, well, why don't you just take a sheet, cover her up? So, yeah, and you just fuck a multiverse of holes and you're fucking there. By the way, here's what I studied. There's 2 types of Jews. I'm only talking about one type. It's Ashkenazi and Sephardi. So when the Greeks drove us out, or the Romans, or one of the fucking 1,000 times we got driven out, we got pushed in different directions. Some of us went north to like Poland and Romania and Hungary and places like that. And some of us went east to like Syria and Iran, Iraq, places like that. Those are called Sephardic Jews, or as my grandmother called them, animals. She's like, they don't cut their challah, they tear it. Don't have them in our house. And those people are tougher. They're tougher Jews because they got some Arab in them and they're just like tougher. They never had the Holocaust too, so there's no victim mentality there. The Holocaust never got to Syria. So they're all like, what? Why are you a victim? Just fight back. I'm like, you just wouldn't understand. But I'm talking about Ashkenazi Jews, Woody Allen Jews. That's the type I'm talking about. So let me tell you what we did in seminary, in yeshiva in Jerusalem. All we did was study the Torah and mostly the Talmud, the Gemara. I'll use those words interchangeably. It means the same thing. And we prayed 3 times a day. We prayed. It's a lot. Muslims go 5 times a day. You got us on that. Christians pray like twice a year. And the Talmud is really just a series of what ifs to help codify the law. So the Torah will say something like thou shalt not kill. Right, you get put to death if you kill. But the Talmud is like, what about self-defense? And you're like, yeah, good question, Talmud. Good question. So here's 2 of my favorite what ifs from the Talmud, and these would still be done today. My favorite 2. Okay. What if you're having sex with your wife, and in the middle of it, she starts a period? You know, that could happen. I know women, whenever I've had sex with a woman, and she's like, oh shit, it's on my period. They always get embarrassed, which is weird, like, it's on my period early. But I'm always like, did you? And chicks always get embarrassed by it. They're like, sorry, don't get embarrassed. At least from my perspective, I'm always like, I love it. You know, they're like, start my period. I'm like, that's why you start your period early. Because I hit that back wall. My dick starts your period. My dick is your god. My dick is your moon. It makes us feel powerful. Don't feel bad about it at all. So, what if you start your period early? I would say, just stop fucking. No big deal. If I was ancient, I was out talking. Or keep fucking. You already got the sin. You may as well enjoy yourself. It's like if you get a parking ticket, you don't move your car. Park for free for the rest of the day. That's not what the rabbis of the Gemara say. They said, no, you're not doing anything wrong until you find out you started your period. And then, when you're inside your vagina, you can't pull out. Because pulling out is a stroke. It's an enjoyable stroke. So where are you going to go? It's like it becomes like a Chinese pussy trap, So this is what they say to do. This is what they say. I think in your Daya or Baba Karma, one of those. But you're fucking, right? And then she goes, I start my period. You're supposed to stop, look up, think of the glory and awe of God until your manhood subsides. Yeah, you have to let your dick exit of natural causes. Oh, what a fun bonding moment for you and your wife. For her to feel you go soft inside of her. And how confusing from your dick's point of view, where you're just plugging away, you're just like this. And then all of a sudden, it stops. Hello? Hello? Little movement, please. A little movement here. Also, definitely stop thinking about God. That's weird. Not my thing at all. All right. Well, probably gonna get out of here then. Here's my favorite. Here's my all-time favorite what if from the Talmud. It's about dietary laws we have. Kosher. You guys have heard that word, right? Kosher. Yeah. Certain things we can and can't eat. And that's what we call kosher. Muslims have halal. Christians just go buck wild. So you can't mix meat and milk. Not allowed to mix meat and milk. The reason for that is God is a cunt. Can't even go into it. But so I never had a cheeseburger until I was 23 years old. Never had a cheeseburger. Yeah, it's weird. Weird upbringing. The closest I got was I had a hamburger, and then 6 hours later I ate a slice of cheese, and then I was like, I had a couple of cheeseburgers coming out, but never going in. Also, no pig products of any kind. No pork, no bacon, no ham. Not allowed at all. Actually, this is fun because I took my nephew for his bar mitzvah. I took him to a New York Rangers game. Bar mitzvah is a Jewish coming of age ceremony. You've heard that. It's like a Mexicans have quinceañeras, I guess, for little girls. It's when bar mitzvah is when a Jewish boy becomes a man, and that's when he can read the Torah for the first time and to live on his own, evict a family out of their home, all by himself. And so for his bar mitzvah, I took my nephew to a Ranger game, my Orthodox Jewish nephew. And during the first intermission, we went and got concessions. And I ordered a bacon cheeseburger. And he was like, I'm like, I don't have to tell you, dude, when you're 19, you can fucking come out of this dumb cult. But until then, I told your mom you'd be good. So enjoy your french fries, loser. But you gotta understand, he's never seen bacon before. 13 years old, he's never been to a non-kosher restaurant. Why would he? He's only friends with Jews. He's only hangs around with Jews. He's never seen bacon. He's never smelled bacon. Never touched bacon. And he just had questions. Look, I was already the cool uncle, I fuck hookers. I do drugs. But dude, bacon? And he was just like, Uncle Ari, what does bacon taste like? And I'm like, oh, it's the greatest thing in the world. How do you even explain bacon to someone who's never? It's like You have no jumping off ground to understand this. It's like explaining freedom to a slave, you know, or hardship to a millennial. He was like, my mom said it tastes like roast beef. She's a liar, dude. Your mom's a liar. It's my little sister. I knew it a long time ago. I thought she stopped lying, but now I know she's still doing it. He's like, why do you think she's lying? Like, because she's never had bacon. And I've had both bacon and roast beef, so I'm the expert here. And he goes, what, so you don't like roast beef? I'm like, you're missing the point completely. Roast beef is fine, dude, but next to bacon, roast beef is like making out with Madonna now. So,
body horror describes a way of being in the world that is intersectional and thoughtful, but to me at least, very, very funny. The people who fall in love with this book get really excited about how it lets you see the connections between very diverse aspects of American culture and sort of feel comforted and not alone. This is Anne Elizabeth Moore. My audiobook, Body Horror, is now on Spotify.
we have these kosher laws, and so here's my favorite what if from the Talmud. What if you're making some soup, okay? Let's imagine a big vat of soup in the town square in Jesus' times, Jerusalem. You know, can you picture it? Some guy's making this fucking cauldron of soup. One of these goys, one of these shifty fucking goys, is just kind of like milling about, you know, just hanging by nearby. What's that goy even doing here? Nobody wants him here. Just shifty, you know, just bringing down property values. I hate when they're here. And he reaches into his pocket. This can't be good. What's this goy getting? He pulls out, yep, some ham. No one's looking. Right. Dunks the ham right in the soup. He's like, fuck off, Jews! Fucking takes it. What if that happens? Can you eat the soup or not? That's what the Talmud asks. That's a legit what if from the Gemara that I studied for 3 weeks in a yeshiva in Jerusalem when I was 19 years old. I get the other ones. I really do. What if you kill somebody by accident? What if you stab a period into your wife? Sure. What if a rogue goy loses his goddamn marbles, breaks through your Jew security, and commits just the softest act of terrorism of all time? It's a hate crime, pure and simple. It's a hate crime, but no loss of life. But ooh, what a possible loss of soup. Well, what if that happens? Totally. So if that happens, the Gemara asks, then what do you do? What do you do with the soup? Can you eat it or can you not eat it? What do you, not the Orthodox Jews, everybody else. What do you guys think? Eat it? A couple hell no's. What? Take out the ham. All right, you're thinking. That's what the Gemara does, by the way. It just teaches you, like, think it out. Logic is out. What can you do? You know, maybe run it through a sheet. Maybe whatever. Like, you know, but all they did, the ancient rabbis just discussed it and come up with the answer. And you're all wrong. You're all wrong. You were never going to get it. The answer is, for sure you were never going to get this. The answer is, it depends on the ratio of ham to soup. Yeah, and that number, and I don't know why, that number, actually, if anybody knows it, on the count of three, say it. 1, 2, 3. 60. Yeah, 1/60th. I'm not making it up. Yeah, a lot of you Christians are like, wait, what's going on right now? Did Ari have 47 audience plants? 1/60. The law is called Bito B'Shishim, the waste of the 60th. And if it's less than 1/60th, you know, if it's 1/64th ham to soup, then the ancient rabbi's like, hey man, let's just soup a little bit of ham in it. That never hurt nobody. Yum, yum, eat it up. But if it's a little less water or a little more ham, it's 1/59th ham to soup. Then they're like, dude, that's obviously ham soup. Pour it out on the street. Don't give it to the non-Jews. That'll incentivize them to do it again. Throw it out. Here's the cool thing, though. Here's what me and all my friends like tapped into. We were 19 and friends, Sheila, who were like, here's the coolest part of the law. The ham in the non-ham soup, you know, if it's 167th, whatever, ham to soup, it's no longer considered ham. Yeah, it's lost its hamness. So you can eat that ham. And that, my friends, is the loophole that we were all looking for. Yeah. Yeah. Jews do love loopholes. That's what makes us such great tax attorneys. We find loopholes and we exploit them. We really do. You know how the women wear the wigs? Loophole. You ever see the women wear the wigs? It's because okay, you can't covet your neighbor's wife. And they say one of the things you covet is their hair. Hair is an attractive quality in a woman. So you have to cover your hair if you're a married woman. So these Jewish women, who were just as smart as Jewish men, they went looking for loopholes. So they went to their rabbis, like, Rabbi, can we cover up our hair with a baseball cap? And he's like, yeah, whatever, do anything. And they're like, can we cover up our hair with someone else's hair? And the rabbi's like, where are you going with this? They're like, well, we propose we cover up our hair with some hair we bought in China. So it's not us they're attracted to, it's Sung Lee from Shanghai. And the rabbis were like, well played. You can't use electricity on the Sabbath. That's when you're not allowed to do. If the light's on, it's on. If it's off, it's off. Friday night sundown to Saturday sundown. All Shabbos long. You can't use electricity. However, you can get a goy to use it for you. You can't ask outright, because that's cheating. But you can hint strongly at it. So maybe you have an Orthodox Jewish family in your building or your neighborhood, and maybe they talk to you for the first time ever. And they're like, this is odd. You're like, hey, neighbor, how you doing? I've lived next door for the last 25 years. I haven't said hi to you ever. Well, it turns out it's very hot out, and we left our air conditioning off. And you'd be like, okay, you should turn it on. Like, oh, I'm glad you brought that up. I cannot turn it on because my God forbids it. However, the goy were to do it for me, by then, it could be a nice, cool breeziness. That happens on the Shabbos. What you should do is just go over there and turn it on for them. Be nice about it. Then you'll be known as a Shabbos goy. And that is the highest level of goy. Yeah, in fact, actually, if you have next door neighbors who are Orthodox Jews, just go over there like, how's your light situation today? Friday night to Saturday, like, can I help with anything? Anything bothering you? Hint, hint. They'll love you, dude. They'll give you tons of challah. So anyway, back to Bita B'Shishim. Back to the ways of the 60th. Me and all my friends were like, that's a loophole we were looking for. What if one of these goys comes to my mom's kitchen? You know, maybe the Amazon delivery guy. And he's like, hi, Mr. Shafir, you should sign right there. Sign the line, if you don't mind. Right there, the line, if you don't mind. Hey, what are you cooking back there? Oh, is it some soup, you bitch? You know, makes a break for it, reached into his pocket, first pocket ham. That honestly, we thought you guys had ham on you at all times. We didn't know any goys. We didn't want to know any goys. We just thought you guys were like, just in case some Jew soup appears, all gonna be ready. Fucking dunks it in the ham, fuck off Jews, you know, and then takes off. Me and all my friends, same exact daydream. None of us were like, I'm gonna go fight that guy. Well, why? You'll lose. There's no reason. No, we all the same daydream. We're going for that measuring cup. And if it's less than 160th, we're eating ham soup tonight. Yeah, what did you guys dream about when you were 19? Same shit or like different shit? By the way, okay, so you guys, I know I'm painting this picture of Orthodox Jews being like very insular and like different, but like we're not that different than you. It's like just like one step down. You know, we did normal shit. We listened to top 40 music. We could watch movies, rated R movies even. No nudity, but violence was fine as long as it was boys dying. It was cool. I played basketball. I was on a basketball team. My league was 3 Jewish schools, a Deaf school, and Sidwell Friends. Yeah, but you had to play with your yarmulke on. The girls had to play with skirts with sweatpants underneath. Yeah, but I played with a yarmulke on. What I would do is I clip my hair, like clip on the yarmulke, just one clip. So So we're like moving around. I'm 6'3". I was the tallest Jew in like 9 years of my school. So I was a center. So there's no, Jews aren't known for their vertical. So what the fuck am I gonna do? So I get the ball in the post, right? And I go like this, and the yarmulke would like move, and it would put like defenders in a trance, and they would follow the yarmulke, drop step to the left, the easy deuce. Yeah, you gotta use what you got. Gotta use what you got. Yeah, we're like you, just like one step off, you know? Like, okay, like Christians, you're not allowed to have premarital sex, but you do it. You're just not allowed. And Jews, we're not allowed to touch women before marriage. But we, you know, we still did. It was like bad kids. We'd meet girls in the woods behind school, and we'd like hold hands. But as we were doing it, we're like, what a fucking slut. Oh my God. Who would marry her now? It's you, but one step off, that's all. Let me talk about Yom Kippur. It's our biggest holiday. It's our most somber day in the Jewish calendar. It's a day of atonement, part of the Aseret Yemei Teshuvah, the 10 days of repentance, from Rosh Hashanah to Yom Kippur. And you have to pray for forgiveness the whole day on Yom Kippur. You have to fast from sundown to the next day sundown. Super somber. God's judging you for your sins. He's deciding on your fate. This is one of my earliest memories. This is me as probably a six-year-old, maybe first grade. Guys, it's going to get weird right here, just so you know. First grade, my dad, before Yom Kippur started, he was like, hey, come with me to the front lawn. We're going to say this prayer called kaparot. And he brought with him to say this prayer a chicken, a live chicken. And I was like, I'm going to name it Big Nate. Yeah, my dad said, oh, we will not be naming this chicken. Yeah, and I should have said, Dad, what's this foreshadowing mean? Here's how kaparot works. You say this prayer over and over again, and then symbolically, as you say it, your sins are supposed to kind of like wash off you a little bit. But they don't evaporate, the sins. They got to go somewhere. So this chicken, yeah, it's a sin chicken. And it eats sins. I know, I get it. It's very strange. We're not the only culture that does shit like that. There's other cultures with similar stuff. There's a tribe in the Amazon, Central South America. Every 3 years, villagers come together, they put their sins on a goat, and they fucking kick the goat off a cliff. Yeah. Catholics, you tell your sins to a rapist behind a counter. And then, you know, he does whatever he wants with it. So let's not judge what's weirder or less weird. It's all pretty fucking out there. And Jews, we got a sin chicken. So 6 years old, first grade, we're saying kaparot, we're saying this prayer over and over again. All my sins, you know, my gossip, eat it, sin chicken. I punched my sister, I stole a pencil. Eat it, sin chicken, you love it, flip it up. My dad's over there doing his kaparot, and his chicken's fucking covering this bitch in sins, you know? It's like a bukkake of regret all over this fucking slut's face. Guys, come on, just Bible talk, you guys. That's all we're doing here. It's just regular Bible talk. We've done this before. And then when we were done, my dad was like, all right, symbolically, we're wiped clean of sin. I was like, oh, so cool. Can we go back inside? Like, yeah, we can go back inside. But before we do, this chicken's got to pay for his crimes. What? Big Nate? What did Big Nate do? He goes, no, there's no one here by that name, first of all. I already told you that. Second of all, he knows what he did. He punched his sister. He stole that pencil. He gossiped. All my stuff. Look, man, Jews are excellent lawyers. And this motherfucker's going to hang for his crimes. Yeah, so he reached down in front of me. 6 years old. I was screaming for him not to. No, please. And he reached down, grabbed this chicken by the neck, and calm down. He didn't snap the neck. He picks it up by the neck and just starts like, oh yeah, way worse than whatever you guys pictured 5 seconds ago. Far, far more barbaric. Whatever you were thinking is like the way I did not see it coming at all. You know who's more surprised? Big Nate. You should have heard like, what the fuck? That's how I died? You asked that chicken 8 minutes earlier, how are you going to die? No way, it guesses correctly. Big Nate, how are you going to die? Like, old age, I think. Probably old age. These Jews treat me great, you know. He's never guessed I'm going to die by swinging over a Hebrew's head in some Northern African voodoo ritual. By the way, it was not only my family. It wasn't like we were the weird ones. If you drive down the streets the afternoon before Yom Kippur, down Teaneck, New Jersey, or Skokie, Illinois, or Kent Mill, Maryland, or wherever you guys keep your Johnny Cash juice, you'll see dozens of them lassoing poultry in front of their horrified young sons. Then he finished, he threw it down right near my feet. Not dead, just hurt bad. Like not gonna recover bad. You know, taking a wing, trying to get away. Like, just trying to get home to see her eggs one more time. And then you can't eat the chicken afterwards. No, not have the chickens. It's got our sins on it, so you can't eat it. So you know what we do with it? You're for sure not gonna like this, but we give it to poor people. We don't tell them about the sins. And we're like, here, here's some chicken. Eat it. No, it's chicken. Go ahead, eat it. Eat the chicken. Eat the chicken. Eat the chicken. It's good. Eat it. Eat the chicken. It's good. Eat the chicken.
Fine. I make a positive. I hit a rook. Don't get beside me.
You are listening to Lizards in 700's new album, Keeping It Cloudy. Listen on Spotify.
With the wood, you should let me drive it. I get rats. I'm feeling each pocket. It's a missile. I stay like I right. With these pistols, they get out of their body. Little whistle, that mean hand trouble. Put my rats down. Made it double. This ain't real drink. It ain't bubble.
Yeah, so here's the weird part. Yeah, that's not the weird part at all. That's not the weird part. That is weird. That's not the weird part. Here's the weird. I took it for granted. Here's the weird part. I went home again for Rosh Hashanah. It's part of the 10 days of repentance. Rosh Hashanah to Yom Kippur. It'll be Sarah Gimei Tshuva. And I went home again probably 7-8 years ago. And at this point now, I'm way out of the religion. Okay. When I was like, I guess 22, 23, I had a crisis of faith. I realized I didn't believe in God. That's like a pretty important part of the religion. It was when I was in that yeshiva, that seminary in Jerusalem. So I left a light on above my bed, a reading light on above my bed in the dormitories, and it was just in my eye on Friday night, on Shabbos night. I couldn't fucking sleep. I was getting so fucking frustrated that eventually I was like, "Fuck this! I'll turn it off." You know. And right when I went to turn it off, I was like, people walk by my window, and I'm like, "Fuck, I'm in trouble." There's no goys to help me, you know, not in Jerusalem. So I was like, "Fuck." And I didn't turn it off, but then I thought about it later. I was like, why would I care if people got me in trouble? You know? I should care about God. And then it hit me, I'm like, oh, I don't believe in God. So I'm like, I'm out. I'm done. I went and got my first non-kosher meal, Taco Bell. Yeah. No, do not clap for Taco Bell. Ever. Oh, I was so...
A female federal felon is happy right now because of somebody else they utilized to perpetrate a felony, apparently, in the last 20 minutes. I felt like someone was possibly stalking me from the exterior. You know, that feeling you get when someone is staring in. Particularly because if you watch the January 10th live stream in the daytime before the last round of 20-minute-long exterior stalking took place, you'll see how I was unsure whether or not somebody was moving a bunch of private property to stalk me and stare at me in the living room, or if it was the wind. I'm inclined to think that it was the former rather than the latter. And the female federal felon upstairs was like, see, very proud and smug of someone who apparently closed their car door less than 5 minutes ago right in the alley. It's 9:44 p.m. PST. Hey, federal felons, did you pray today? Because you're going to prison for the rest of your lives a lot sooner than you think. Whistleblowers excluded. Saturday, January 25th, 2025.
I was so like overcome by like guilt, I threw up after I ate it. But now that I'm looking back on it, I realized it was not the guilt at all. I just thought that then. I thought that was real food back then. It's Taco Bell. Never ever eat there. So I left. I had to leave. I had to my Orthodox Jewish Holocaust survivor father that I was out. Yeah, he wasn't stoked. I get it from his perspective. You got to understand. Like, he sent me to Hebrew school for 12 years at like $15,000 a year. You know, Jews don't love wasting money. I don't know if you've heard about us. And then yeshiva, seminary in Jerusalem at like 30 grand a year for 2 more years. And when I got out, I was like, Dad, I need to talk to you about something important. And he's like, you want to become a rabbi, don't you? And I'm like, oh, quite the opposite. I want to tell dick jokes to drunk people all over America. And he's like, he was mad. He goes, I told him I didn't believe in God. He goes, even a dog believes in God. You're lower than a dog. Which did hurt until I looked it up. I'm like, what research are you quoting on that? So we're fine now. We're totally fine. But I went home again for Rosh Hashanah, the other part of the 10 days of repentance. And before it started, he took me to the backyard. He goes, come to me and say his prayer called Tashlich. He brought a loaf of bread with him. After this creek in the woods, he starts tearing off pieces of bread, saying some prayer, throw it in the creek. And I'm like, what is this? Because I'm out. I don't remember any of this, right? And he goes, oh, well, what we're doing here is we're putting our sins on the bread. And then, and these fish, these sin fish, they eat our sins. They swim away. Yeah, and dude, all these memories started flooding back. And I was like, wait, is this like that chicken thing from when I was little? And he goes, yeah, good memory. Exactly. They're interchangeable. You can do either one. You were on the option? When I was 6 years old, you could have fed goldfish with me? And instead, you killed me, Nick! He was like, in hindsight, it was not the best idea. Yeah, but getting out of the religion, man, I thought I missed a sense of community and stuff, but no, I got my first blowjob, and I'm like, oh, hell yes. I loved it. I experienced new things. Every Saturday morning, I'm fucking flicking on and off. I'm like, you know, in college, like, do you have OCD? I'm like, making up for lost time. Yeah, but I'm way on now. But there are still like Jewish like stereotypes that, well, maybe you guys know them. I'm sure you've heard them, you know, big dicks, great lovers. What have you guys heard? Go ahead, throw it out. Jewish stereotypes, what have you heard? Big nose. Cheap, sure. That, a lot of people said that one, okay. Stinky. Terrible what? Terrible eyesight, not bad. Moronic? Oh, neurotic. Okay, that I will allow. What? They like to haggle. Yeah, these are all correct. Afraid of cats? That's just one Jew you met. No. They control the weather. We do not control the weather. We are working on it, but we're not there yet. We are making plans. Brooklyn, bad at basketball. How about smart, funny, any of the good ones at all? Creative. You guys all went negative for no reason at all. These are all true. Everything you've said is true. Cheap, big noses. Here's how that affects my life. Because by the way, we are cheap, but that's only compared to you. You gotta understand, I didn't grow up with you. So, you know, maybe I'm cheap compared to you guys, but I'm not cheap compared to Chaim and Shlomo. You know? So we were aware of the stereotypes. I told you we watched movies and stuff, but we just had fun with them. We're very funny people, so we just had fun with it. We had this game in high school we played called Get It Juice. And the way you play was, if you had a few pennies in your pocket, you could start the game. Yeah, you guys can all play this if you want. Actually, you would get fired for sure. Do not play. Don't play. I'm wrong about that. But any 3 pennies or more. So in between classes, if you were like, I got some. As everyone's in the hallways, you just go, get it, juice! You just throw it, and I'm like, oh, game on! I got a penny, I'm a Jew, I got a penny! Yeah, our rabbis were like, absolutely not. You cannot play that game anymore. Yeah, and now it comes out with the cheap with the big noses. Every time I'm at a party with my comedian friends and cocaine is going around, like as soon as it gets to me, all my friends are like, well, I guess we're all done with the cocaine now. The guy with the biggest nostrils who loves free shit the most just stepped up to the plate. Come on, guys, cut me some slack. Here's a modern Jewish stereotype. Jewish women, terrible at blowjobs. It's a real thing. Prove me wrong. Pushy, Jews are pushy. That one I hate. That one's the one I see the most. And that's Sephardic and Ashkenazic Jews. We're both fucking pushy, dude. Doesn't excuse all the bad shit that's happened to us, you know? The Holocaust, that's pretty much it. But honestly, not much is going on for Jews. But when it does go wrong, it goes like off the fucking rails. Actually, off the rails would have been a really good thing during the Holocaust. It would have saved a lot of lives. But they are pushing. Dude, I saw this Holocaust footage on the History Channel showing like, this goes like Shark Week and Nazi Month. And so I'm like connected to the Holocaust in a way. My dad's a survivor. My grandfather was liberated from a death camp. He was liberated from a work camp. Him and his two sisters and his mom survived. Every other one uncle survived, and like 30 others were murdered. So we're connected to the Holocaust. We heard stories about it all the time. So I'm watching this line of Jewish men starved and like going into, I think, a gas chamber. I think that's what it was. So they're going to their death and they're like slowly lined up. And I'm thinking like, dude, if my dad's village was invaded a week earlier, then that's him, that's his grandfather, you know, and this guy's like slowly moving forward. These other Jews are like coming in too, and the first Jew was like, I was here first. They're so pushy. So, all right. By the way, you guys, I'm focusing on Judaism just because it's my religion. It's the one I know most about. You probably know most about that. But I'm just one religion in many religions, right? So what I'm hoping you guys do tonight and this whole week and month and shit, go home and examine your own crazy shit from your own religion. Because I just don't know all your crazy shit, but I know you have crazy shit. Everybody does. I just know very little. What's that one kind of Christian that fucking drowns those people? And you act like that's normal. Baptist, yeah, what the, guys, that's not chill. That's very strong. I saw it in a movie at 21 years old. It's a fucking religious leader in a wet t-shirt contest in a creek in Kentucky. And then he's standing there up to his wet, and somebody rushes him, and he's like, yeah, blah, I got Jesus in him. So I got Jesus in him. It's like Kill Bill, where he's like, who's gonna come at me? And then he just ups it. So he was like, hand me a baby. And I'm like, what? No way. Turn this up. I'm like, nobody's gonna hand this guy a baby. And all these people are like, my baby, do my baby. I thought they were gonna start throwing babies at him like fucking Trump in Puerto Rico with the towels. And he gets a baby. I don't know what he says. He's like, no, whatever. By the power of Grayskull, oh, I got Jesus. I love my jaw. Yeah. So you guys got crazy shit too, but none of what you got is as crazy as this thing. This comes from Kabbalah, Jewish mysticism. There's a book in there called the Zohar, which is the most out there mystical book there is. Like it's out there. And they tell you not to study it because it's about ghosts and the afterlife and shit like that. Most of Judaism is honestly just how to live your day-to-day life. Like how to love your wife. We do respect our wives. You just can't participate, but you got to respect your wife. How to love your wife, you know, how to keep kosher, what happens if a goy hams up your soup, you know, all that stuff. And the Zohar is like, why bother? And it drove men insane to study it. Like, so they say you're not supposed to study until you're 35 and married. But I saw it on a shelf in my yeshiva in Jerusalem. And I was, you know, Jews are inquisitive. We're nosy on two fronts. Nobody's looking. I'm like, fuck it, I'm cracking it. I opened it up. I thought ghosts would fly out, like, you know, like one of those Harry Potter books. It's just a book. It's just a book. So I read it, and I read one passage before they found me and stopped me. And it was it's about masturbation. And I got lucky.
I have some tour dates to let you know about. East Lansing, Michigan, February 27th. Explaining the vehicle and stuff, and I reach in my at this time in existence, and here we are. What is going on? I freaking I'm in Los Angeles, right? And I forgot that I have a Jeep Cherokee out here, and it's probably maybe 6-7 years old or something. And I forgot that I wasn't driving my car at home, right, in Nashville. So the other day, I thought my car got stolen. So I called the police or whatever, or, yes, the authorities. They come, the guy, we're standing, I'm like telling him, describing my car, which is a Cybertruck. And I know that's alarming and it makes a lot of people sad, and that's okay. But I'm describing, and it is, it's like driving like a molar filling for the Statue of Liberty. You just feel like you're driving this huge molar filling for some gigantic thing. But anyway, besides all that, I called the police. I'm telling the guy, took a while, waited probably 40 minutes. I'm telling the officer, explaining the vehicle and stuff. And I reach him my pants. I have car keys, right? I have car keys. And the guy, and I said, well, these are the keys to it. And I gave them to him. And he presses the button, and the fucking dude, the car was like fucking 5 cars away. I thought that I was driving my Cybertruck. I just forgot. I thought I was driving my truck, and I forgot because I just hadn't been in Los Angeles in so long, and I just forgot that I was driving this Cherokee, the Jeep. So the Jeep, like I'm a multi-car owner. But anyway, absolutely embarrassing and just ridiculous, and just, I was to describe the vehicle to him, and describe the vehicle. And first of all, when you're describing a Cybertruck, you're like, yeah, it looks like you fucking can't, it's fucking, it looks like a UFO that couldn't make it, that's kind of what, it's just very, it's like, it looks like like you're driving a sand wedge or something. So just that alone is bizarre. And then I was like, yeah, I don't know what happened. I ran inside here for a little bit, and I came out and it was gone. So I'm telling that, and then I have the keys, and then I think that's where my glitch was. I was like, yeah, and I guess I still have the keys, and I give them to him. He fucking presses the thing, the keys to the my Jeep, and bam, it's fucking right there. So anyway, whatever. That's where I'm at. What else? Let's get into it, man. I just got back from the inauguration in the USA, and I was. Let's lead into it, a little instrumental. USA inauguration. Very beautiful. That's canon in D major right there. If you're into that sort of thing. Yeah, I was just I took a red-eye flight, and so I got in probably 6:30 in the morning. Had to get dressed in the car, and took this suit that I have on, got dressed in the car, got dropped off at a hotel, right? And you couldn't go within like 5 blocks of the hotel. You had to, you couldn't drive up to it. So got dropped off. So I was walking, and it's cold, when you're like, you're hurrying because we had to get there by a certain time, by 8 a.m. to make sure that I could be like legit or whatever. So I'm changing in this thing, and I didn't know the driver of the car that picked me up. He was from a United Nations area or whatever. You know what I'm saying? This guy was we probably got him in a trade or something. I don't know how we got him, but he didn't speak a lot of English, and that's okay. And I didn't speak a lot of his language. So we just were, we were different verbally kind of different people. And so anyway, I'm like, and I've never, I'd have to change in this car. And so it's just like, yeah, it's weird. First of all, and I had to change down to complete nudity, down to just, just down to the Lord's matte finish. You know what I'm talking about, baby, that first layer. And so it was just a lot, So anyway, that happened. And so anyway, we get like, you can only get within 5 blocks of this hotel to where I had to go check in by 8 a.m. And it was called Hotel Wilfred, wrote it down. And it was fancy. I mean, you go in and there's like a trump, like somebody has a trumpet or whatever. They're not even playing it, but they're holding it or whatever, like a guy standing by the door. And there's some guy whose job, he stands outside. His only job is to just be cold. He just looks cold. He's like, it's like a nice place. It's like a place you would see on Home Alone where Kevin goes. But yeah, there's a guy out front. His job is just to get cold for the rich people inside so they don't have to do that, right? So he's just outside just being fucking freezing. That guy was out there, dude. And so I go inside and there's nice carpet and everything. And this wasn't where I was staying. This place was probably, I don't even know how much it was. But they wouldn't, it was a lot. But anyway, everything had carpet. The walls had carpet. The ceiling had carpet. Everything had kind of flooring or whatever, everything. But very fancy, like pictures of, somebody rich eating something, like, sirloin or whatever. So anyway, all that shit. So go in there and ask to use the restroom. They had a guy, like the place was nice. They had a guy who was just looking at you who looked like, do we let this dude use our toilets type of dude, like kind of like a shit bouncer or whatever they call it, just a dude. And he looked at me and I could tell he was like visually on the fence, right? But then I kind of gave him like a, I can handle it. Type of thing, and then I went in the bathroom. I'm in there changing or whatever. I'm in there getting my toothbrush, and put some lotion on my arms and legs, right? Because I didn't want to, it was winter time and I get pretty chapped out. So anyway, I go and I meet our group in the lobby. And I meet up. There's a guy named Alex Brushewitz. And he was the guy who got us in to be able to go. And he was a guy also who, his last name, I think Brushewitz, I don't know. It's letters that don't even fucking know each other, right? It's like, you could tell some of the letters, if you write it out, you're like, these bitches, these letters don't know each other, And if you look on the faces of some of the letters, if you had them lined up, you see some of the letters like, I don't know this guy, pointing at the letter next to him or whatever. Yeah, Brookshewitz, something like that. Anyway, I get there. This is the people that is in the group. Okay, it is Kyle from Nelk Boys, right? John Shahidi from Shots and Happy Dad. Jake Pauls, Logan Pauls. Who else? Let me think. Jake Pauls, Logan Pauls. Pam Pauls. Pam Pauls. Let me see. Pam. And then Connor McGregor and Evander Holyfield and Danica Patrick, right? The race car. She was like, at first they had like Princess and Mario Kart, and then right after that they had Danica Patrick. So, one of only 2 female racers ever. So anyway, that is our group. That's our group, right? And like, I don't even know. Let me see. I met Evander's one time. Okay, so I met Evander. I'll tell you this story. I met Evanders. So Evanders is one time I'm at an airport, I think it's Chicago, and they had a McDaniels right there. And they had it all. You know what I'm talking about. They got it all, baby. They got the McDouble, the Whopper, the Nuggets, the Mac Nuggets, everything, you know. They got it all. The McFlurry, you know. The ice cream machine's down. Turn it on, Jack. That bitch ain't broken. Anyway, so one time I'm at the Chicago airport. I see Evander Holyfield sitting right there. He was at a table by himself. He got himself a medium fry. Okay. And I'm the kind of guy who if I'm walking by and I see Evander Holyfield eating a medium fry, I'm gonna stop and watch him. You know, and you don't know you're that type of guy until you're that type of guy. So I'm walking by, I see the fry, I see the Holyfield, bam, brother. You know what I'm saying? It's the fucking thriller for Vanilla McFlurry. You know what I'm saying? Like I just had to watch this. So Evander's is sitting there, he's putting fries into his mouth, and over the years, he's accumulated a lot of punches to his face, right? That's historical facts. So some of the fries, he wasn't even opening his mouth, right? He was just pushing them through the, that pan-of-mouth canal, baby, that, through his face, through his mouth, just putting them in. And there was a girl who had been working at the Cinnabon down about maybe 70 yards, okay? They had a Cinnabon about 70 yards down the terminal. And I saw her run up. And she stopped right in front of Evander's, and he's there. He's in the, he's halfway through the fourth round of a fucking medium fry. And this girl runs right up, dude, and you could tell she'd left the counter unattended. I'm not trying to rat anybody out, but this was a young sister, and she left the counter unattended. Chicago airport, probably 9 years ago, right? Probably 7 p.m. She runs down, she points right at Evander's, and she says, "Ooh, I used to watch you wrestle. So it just goes to show you can work your whole life doing something and somebody they don't know. People don't know. They think you wrestle. You could be one of the greatest heavyweights of all time and somebody thinks you are Coco Beware, right? Somebody thinks you should have a bird on your shoulder. It is what it is. No shade to any of those men. So anyway, that's the group, dude. So now I'm getting on. So you had to go outside. I asked the people at the front desk of the Willard Hotel. Nice, bro. Them bitches, damn. It was old too. Like they had ghosts, I bet. And even the ghosts would have a fucking wallet on them. That's how rich people. You see a ghost in there and he'd be like, "Ooh, I'm rich, motherfucker." He wasn't even scaring people. He's like, "That's for fucking poor ghosts, homie." He was at the strip club, dude. Okay, so we get to the back of the bus, we sit down. So as we're going to get outside to get onto the bus, that's like leaving the hotel. We go out of the area. They have like Secret Service and everything is very show your ID. Like every 30 feet, you're showing your ID to somebody, letting somebody look at you, some people touching your glands, the sides of your neck or whatever. Somebody's asking you who your mother is, that kind of shit. So there's just somebody like every 30 feet you're clocking in with somebody. Every 30 feet you're showing your credentials, showing that wristband, arm, neck brace, everything. They had all kind of wrist brace, neck brace, back brace, everything they had, armband, neck band. They had so many things you had to show to keep going, to keep moving on. So get on the bus. It's a full bus. There was a young lady and her husband right in front of me who were from Louisiana. That was really cool. She knew my friend Mandy that I used to date and we was friends. It was her friend. I I'm sitting next to Danica Patrick from the race car. You know what I'm saying? So you know how I am, bro. I'm trying to meet a wife, dude. She's got a man, no judgment. But yeah, it was great. I sat by her, and she was awesome, dude. We're just clowning around having fun. Oh, I forgot to say this. So right before we start to get into the bus, that's when Conor McGregor's rolls up, bro. Conor McGregor's, dude. And this is you know what I'm saying? And this guy comes up, and his suit, it was like they perfectly fitted, brother. Like he just fucking, like the suit had just been stitched right around him just a second before he walked into our view. And he was just fresh. He was just fucking like he'd been just drinking Irish Spring soap water. You know, he just looked like he was just fresh out the tap, you know. And he was energetic, and he rolls right up, you know. How you going, lad? Hey, class, lad. You know, just nice, great to meet you, you know. Just positive. His energy was, and just a lot of energy. Like a lot of, and it was, honestly, it was a lot of good energy that he rolled up with. Just in right there to the Paul boys. And he didn't know, I guess him and the Pauls had confliction online. And I didn't know. I didn't know that. You don't see me in all the gossip columns and all of that. But they had confliction online, grown men arguing on the internet. They've been doing it. And no judgment, man. But yeah, he just comes in with his energy. He had his energy up like that. And he just had his energy like that. Like he just found all the pots of gold they'd ever hidden. Had a lot. Fair play, boys. And that's how he rolled up, you know? Like the fucking, it was almost like Notre Dame. It's like if he was the guy on the little helmet or whatever, you know, on the hat. He was the Notre Dame guy, but he was twice as bad as that fucking little mascot guy they'd had. He could just fucking, it's like he had 1,000 Joe Joyces in each one of his hands. And he just had fucking legs strong as the Moors, you know? What are Moors? I'm looking at. I think I'm just yelling stuff out of my head. Group of people with surname Moore who originated from Ireland. Oh, well. I thought it was something. It was like a thing. Moors, the cliffs of Moher. Oh, there you go. And he had legs like the cliffs of Moher. And he rolled up in his head. He just had the energy of a fucking. He had the energy. He had his. He just was full of electricity with him. He really was. He had it. He had a voraciousness. You know, his aura was at about 7,000, 8,000. And I'm not even sure what the exchange rate of that is in British pounds. I think they use them there. What money do they use in? Oh. Euros. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's euros or minos, buddy. We're going to figure it out. But anyway, so that's how he rolled up. A lot of electricity. But even just, dude, he knew my name, said something nice. So I was like, you know, I was very just, you know, I was like, holy shit, dude. So then we get on the bus, right? So I'm sitting next to Danica Patrick, okay? We're sitting in front of Evander Holyfield, dude. You know, and people used to watch him wrestle. And he is a legend. We're on this bus. And then John Shahidi, Kyle from Nelk, and Kyle Foregard, Foregard? I'm not sure. Is it Foregard? Kyle, they call him Kyle. Obviously, I can tell why, because it's after that, it's fucking, you're bothering people. But Kyle from Nelk, right, who looked like he was going to court to not get in trouble for a serious crime, like a business crime. Like he looked dashing. He really did. The man looked dashing. And then behind them, Alex Brushewitz, John Shahidi, And then in the back, it was Jake Paul's, Logan Paul. Behind them, Pam, Logan's mom, and Conor McGregor, the fucking Karate Kid of Ireland. And it was just, and it was awkward. You could see also on everybody's face, because I guess there had been issues between the Pauls and the McGregors. They'd been having beef online or whatever. And so they'd been beefing. And so there was issues there. And I didn't know it. But so it was just awkward, you know. So I think there was some energy there. But it was also, people was, they said fair play to each other. Both of those sides said fair play to each other, boys. And we're going to have a good day, and we're here for something bigger than us, you know, for to witness just a country that has freedom. And so the bus took off. Took a while. We probably sat there 40 minutes. A lot of laughter and fun stuff. You know, just crazy, dude. I mean, I can't even believe I'm sitting next to. Hold on. I'm sitting by Evander Holyfield, dude, right? And you could tell he can feel like these other boxers in the back, but we know who the fucking dog is, you know? And I looked at him like, I'm on your team, brother. You know what I'm saying? If shit gets fucking risky out here, you know, if things get crazy, you know, then you know what I'm saying? If he's, you know, he's getting up in years, but if you got to even use me as a white walker just to help you get out of here, make less whatever we got to do, man. So, but yeah, but I truly can't believe that I'm on this, you know, it's a, you know, do you find yourself in certain moments where you're like, this is pretty crazy that you're in a moment, right? And it's just regular people for sure. But you're like, this is like, who did we trick or whatever to get in here? You know, like, how did we, I don't know. I don't know. And we didn't trick anybody, but there's just like, yeah, you're like, what are we, you know, one of these things is not like the other. It just seemed like, I don't know. And I'm not trying to say that like in a self-pity or like pity me way. Or like, oh, I don't deserve to be there. I'm just like, it just was fucking kind of a surprising moment. We're all going to a presidential inauguration. I don't know these people, you know, I don't know. I mean, I know John Shahidi really well. He's actually a close friend of mine who runs Happy Dad. And I know, who else was it? I paid for one of Evander's fights before, for sure, when they had early pay-per-view, I know. And I paid for one of the Paul's fights. And I met Jake and Logan, but I don't know them, you know? So anyway, there we all are. We're on a bus. We get over by the Capitol. And they say, as soon as the thing ends, we have 6 minutes to get out of the venue and back onto the bus before they're going to shut down certain roads. And that was one of the biggest things. All along the outside, when I've been walking towards the hotel and everything, it's probably 10 to 30 degrees or 40 degrees or 34, 6, 7 degrees, right? It's not a ton of degrees, but it's not like no degrees, but it's like some degrees. You know what I'm saying? So, but there's military everywhere. Every fucking, even like there'd be military, there's like SWAT team, you know, police, sheriffs, undercover, like a Marine, there was people in high, there was like I went to use a mailbox, I opened it up, it's a fucking military guy in disguise, dressed up like a male thing. Like, oh fuck, you know. He still took 2 of the letters for me, so thank you. But yeah, everything you got to be careful. There was military everywhere, so you couldn't piss outside kind of vibes, you know. Anyway, so we're driving, but all the roads, there's like barricades everywhere. There's like trucks that they've just brought in to park at all these intersections, all around this Capitol area, like any corner you would pass on the way in, because we circled the entire thing trying to find a way to get closer to this hotel, so I hadn't had to walk just because it was so brisk out. So the thing, but there was, some of them had cement barricades, some of them just had like a big trucks, some of them had SUV, little war trucks or whatever. It's like a little tank, but with and they made them for regular people, but they were fucking sad. It was like H Hummers. They had those real Hummers. They had there was things stopping everywhere, and there was military personnel all over, or police personnel all over. So anyway, the bus ride takes a while. You got to go through these certain streets. They have these big barricades set up, and then you have to kind of like turn the corner and then straighten your bus out to make it through these huge, like kind of cage steel walls that they put up, so the bus can just fit right down the middle of the walls. Like the full intersection the full street is closed, and it's just been narrowed to this one, like the middle lane kind of it. And so that took a while, like doing different turns. Anyway, we pull up outside of the Capitol, probably pretty far off. I'm not sure, maybe 400 yards. We start walking, a beautiful day. Beautiful. I mean, like freezing cold, but just picturesque. The sun's hitting you. You can see the Capitol, the American flag, and it was exciting. All the officers, it seemed, they're all wearing like this, the cold, like headgear. You can just see their eyes or whatever, and just their gun or whatever. Yeah, they look like all like kind of dark snowmen, like kind of like black snowmen, like a little bit, because it was just a lot of them was wearing SWAT gear, tactical. They had everything. They had a fucking gun, handcuff, billy club, Ray-Bans or whatever, just pepper spray, salt spray, just you fucking, you didn't know what was going. Just, one of them would fucking throw a grenade full of lemon pepper, if shit got really bad. So anyway, you have all these officers and everything. You go inside. Let me think, right? So at the bottom, there's all these bikes. They parked all these bicycles and stuff, kind of to make it like you had to go past them, and it was a little bit of like a gauntlet kind of. It was just odd, the different things that they put in place to kind of make it odd to get into places. So you get inside, and then we walked along a hallway, and then you start to see military, like Marines, Army, colonels, generals, sergeants, staff sergeant, Sergeant Pepper. I think it had everybody in that bitch, right? They had and they were standing at attention, and some were at not attention. The lazy ones or whatever. I don't know who they were, but they, and some people were getting photos. I mean,
and for the whistleblowers, in case you're wondering, the last FBI debrief is basically a reiteration of what they've already been saying for months. All of your future plans and prospects further incriminate yourselves.
I mean, if you're rolling with Conor McGregor's, people's fucking topped in lot. That's the most violent, tallest leprechaun they ever made right there. He's a savage, man. And so, yeah, you got him and the Pauls. And so it was kind of nice because I was just under the radar. They're all taller and bigger. And so they have more excitement. I just kind of was, I was just, I was kind of in awe of the situation. My buddy, the wildfires got his home, but I'll tell you this, he had a fish tank, and the fish in it survived, which is pretty unbelievable. But that's just the power of nature and water. It's been estimated that the damages so far from the California fires total more than $250 billion. The loss of life is immeasurable, and the state and city are still in shock. There are claims that insurance companies canceled thousands of homeowners' fire policies in the months leading up to the fires. Were those cancellations legal? Could this catastrophe have been avoided? If the wildfires were caused by negligence, someone must be held responsible. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, has helped millions of families in their times of need, just like now. They were there for the PG&E wildfire and for the Maui wildfires, and now they are here to help again. If you or someone you know has lost a loved one, a home, a business, or property because of the California wildfire, you can check out Morgan & Morgan today. For more information, go to CaliWildfireLawsuit.com/THEO. That's CALI wildfirelawsuit.com/EO to learn more. CaliWildfireLawsuit.com/THEO. This is a paid advertisement for Morgan & Morgan. Getting your sweat on might seem like hard work, but with Symmetry Sauna, it's a work of art. Premium custom saunas for your home or business, plus a series of sleek, pre-built saunas. I just got myself a Symmetry Sauna, and I'm sweating out bad decisions. Why sauna? Well, it relieves sore joints and muscles, improves skin, boosts heart health, and melts stress like hot butter. And I'm finally sleeping like a baby, which is rare since I'm usually up at 3 a.m. wondering if penguins have knees. Pro athletes, fitness buffs, big folks getting small, small folks getting big. Everybody's hot boxing. And Symmetry saunas can help. Designed in the USA, made with aspen wood from ancient Estonian forests. Ooh. Yup, fancy trees. Symmetry Sauna, the perfect balance of form and function. Learn more about how to get your own premium home sauna from Symmetry Sauna at symmetrysauna.com/THEO. So anyway, we go to get, and once they started to open the doors, it was, some areas were kind of first come, first serve seating. That's what it felt like. So it was kind of rushed. It was like on the like last Friday or whatever, when you got, when they got a bunch of, they got a bunch of kind of basketball wives fighting for those TVs or whatever. Like, it's for like whenever Christmas shopping starts, you know what I'm talking about? So they had that. It was that kind of energy. Everybody's running to get a seat, type of energy. And we weren't running, but we were kind of keeping a quick pace, But then we got up in there and we sat down, and they had also with us or by us or whatever was Sam Altman. And he did AI, right? And we'd love to get to chat with him and learn about how the world's going to fall apart. Like, you know what I'm saying? We got to at least learn about it a little bit. And then Sam Altman, Alexander Wang, right? And I don't know a lot of Wangs. I don't know any. Okay, there he is. Alexander Wang or Vong. I'm not sure how they do it. He's New Mexican. So he's kind of the, he's kind of the Asian John Jones, if you will, sort of. But he went to MIT. He's a interesting guy. Anyway, he's there. There was everybody else was governors, elected officials, rich people, people that had cattle or gold, or whatever. And some people don't even call it gold. At first, a lot of times they called it rocks, which is a crazy thing, but I could easily see people calling it that, and that's sad. Anyway, so we all sit down, right? We all sit down, and it's a wait, bro. It is like, and there's a lot of military. You got to meet a lot of military folks. So just to see all of them in their dress garb, that was probably one of the coolest things. You're in the Capitol, and everybody's in their garb, and it's just very regal looking. And and people were amped, and there was fun stuff. And then every now and then you'd shake somebody's hand, and they had a wet hand or whatever, and you're like, oh fuck, somebody get this fella a bag of flour or somebody, or just get him one of those pool chalks and let him just chalk his hand up before he shakes again, before he meet somebody, but yeah. And then so that kind of happened. We sat there for a while, probably 30 minutes. And then and so we all slipped off and just slunk out and got into a special area beneath some stairwells where a lot of the military was back there, and they was drinking chicken broth, hot chocolate, and coffee. And the government would give them a little bag with a banana. You're like, dear God, these people are putting their lives on the line, right? They're here to protect the president, and we're fucking some of these bananas had been, I don't want to say they had been abused or whatever by their owner or whatever, but they had been trafficked. I don't know how they, but some of the bananas had, they're not, they're not going to be put back in circulation. I was surprised some of them were still in circulation. And but the military personnel didn't care. And that was kind of a blast too. That was probably the highlight of the whole inauguration, was seeing all the military folks from all different branches, from police to Army, Navy, SWAT, sweat. There was just some gay guy wearing a shirt says sweat on it. Who else? They had even Stolen Valor. Even the people out there in Stolen Valor, you were like, it was an honor. All of that, that was something great. Sorry, this story's getting long. So anyway, we got over there. We hadn't eaten any breakfast, right? I hadn't. And so I'm just slurping chicken broth and slurping hot cocoa, and anyway, so that was like a nice excursion from sitting there. We go back to our seats, and my chair was bad. I had a bad chair. The chair had been, I don't know, it was probably made in China or whatever. It was been one of those, probably a chair. It was a chair that shouldn't be allowed to chair. They should check these chairs, right? They should breathalyze and whatever they should do. But they did whatever this chair, probably knew somebody or whatever and got in the building. Anyway, it was kind of slagging a little. My chair was kind of like, so when I sit down, I had that fucking lean on me. You know what I'm saying? That shoulder lean, that shoulder lean. So and suddenly, as soon as I sat like that, a lot of black people kind of nodded at me, because once you have that lean on you, brother, it's a little bit of a kind of urban respect going on, So I was like, okay, I'm in, I'm here. So we sit down, the congregation starts, the whole evening starts, the inauguration starts, and it's very nice, man. I mean, it's just, you're witnessing a piece of history and you get to be there. And it definitely felt like a lot of very regal people, and everybody was dressed very well, and just fancy. It was a diverse group, it felt like. I don't know if that's true. That's crazy to say that part. But it was nice. It was really nice. And just just felt lucky to be there. Just to see it. I was saying this weekend on Twitter, but some countries, they can't vote. They don't have voting. You can't go vote. You just live. And you feel like you don't have a say in how, in the template that you operate in, or the universe that you're set up in. You don't have a hand to raise ever. But yeah, so it was wild to see that. It was wild to witness it. And then just the little things, just like everybody just watching, like all the little things at the inauguration, just the little moments of little glances from the different people. And it's like this whole changing of the guard, and it's like this tag team. It's like tagging in, instead of tagging in your partner, it's like tagging in your opponent, which is just such a wild thing to witness in a sport. If you look at politics, almost like a sport. And so we sat there, everything was going pretty smooth. And then at some point my chair broke, right? The chair broke. It fell, right? I fell out. I don't know what to say it. The chair I don't know what happened. Right? But the chair fell and I fell, and it was like, oh dude, it was the worst, right? It was embarrassing. Because at first I thought, oh, people thought I did this, right? Like, I don't like physical stuff. I don't like that. Like, I'm not good at that type of stuff. Falling out of a chair, that type of shit, right? That's for fucking clowns or shitty minds, right? That's for shitty minds. That's shitty mind type shit. I don't do that. So the chair broke, and then I was like, oh man. And Sam Altman looked at me. The guy who made AI, bro, he looks at me like, I was like, oh God, that dude's never going to come on the podcast. I was like, dude, design me a chair right now, bro. I was like, design me some way to get out of this embarrassment. So that was kind of strange. And then I got up and And anyway, the thing carried on. We snuck off one more time to get some more stuff because it got long. You know, some of the benediction got a little, you know, they were up there rattling and shit. And then Trump came through. He gave a very long speech in there. You know, I think addressed a lot of different things in there. That it was kind of like the B-sides, like things he maybe didn't want to say in the actual, you know, main part, but he said in there. And then on the way back to the hotel, our bus kept turning off. It was experiencing breakage or whatever, or it was broken. So we got out and just walked like the last few blocks, and that was kind of hectic. Just because some of those people are pretty recognizable, and you know, just a lot of people were coming up pictures and videoing and asked, you know, people from different places. It was just a lot. It was like a lot of energy, and it was kind of a little scary, you know. Like, I don't have security. I'm not saying I need security, but you're just out there. You don't know what people are, you know what I'm saying? You don't know. You just don't know what's going on. So that was a little crazy. Got back to the hotel, and yeah, went home, went to my hotel, which is maybe a mile away or something. Took a nap for a few hours, and then went to the ball later on. And there was some issues about the chair. You know, I ended up like, well, here, let me talk about the ball. So the ball, I guess they had a bunch of different balls, and I got a ticket to one ball, right? And it was very nice. It was called the Starlight Ball, and it was beautiful in there. And I got dropped off. You had to get dropped off of blocks away. And then they had a very long, like, snake walk that you had to go on to get to the door. And it was probably a 20-minute walk, right? And so it was cold out. It was probably 25 degrees or something. So you're walking out there, and I didn't bring a coat, right? Because I didn't know, you know, I didn't think, I guess. And so I didn't think about a coat, and I didn't have a coat. And so we finally get up to the front, and they let you in, and it was beautiful. You know, it's nice, it's elegant. They got curtains, they got the curtains were, some curtains was 80 feet long, 90, 45, 75 feet long. They had curtains that had carpet on. Like, these bitches, they had, you know, they had everything in there. They had the crazy thing I saw, they had a ceiling fan. It must have been 150 feet up in the air, dude. I was like, what? How would you do it? And so I kind of was like looking for the switch for that low key for a while. Let me see. Inside of the ball, I got to see some people that I knew. Joe Rogan was in there. Ernie Johnson. Who's the guy? Speaker of the House, maybe?
Mike Johnson. Mike
Johnson, baby. Got to talk to him. He's from Shreveport, Louisiana. He had a great sense of humor. We got to joke around a little bit. He had a few of his children with him. Got to talk with them. Wayne Gretzky was in there, the great one. I saw him. Dude, Wayne Gretzky had lost his tooth in there. My tooth got chipped, right? My tooth got chipped or something on a hard appetizer, right? So Wayne's in there. I told him that. He goes, like that, showed me his mouth. He's missing a whole tooth, dude. You know, runaway train, never going back. He had that bitch just gone, dude. I mean, he's a hockey player, so yeah. But then they're like looking on the floor for the tooth. So for probably 10 minutes, I'm helping him and his wife and somebody else, like I don't know if it was a dentist or whatever, but a dental assistant. Basically, I think it was just a dude that liked guys or whatever. But he was trying to help look for it. And then, so we're looking for Wayne Gretzky's tooth. Okay. And I think he's like, yeah, I think he at one point I thought he said he usually kept a couple extra on him, you know, because this is a hockey guy. These guys, you know, you go to bed, they'll have their wedding ring and a tooth on the nightstand. You know, that's just the kind of guys they are, you know. So yeah, he just had that empty net up top, and it was, but it was hilarious, dude. We laughed and we took a nice photo together, me, him, Mike Johnson. And then I started getting to some social anxiety in there. That was a little bit hectic. And what else was it? I mean, it's just like a couple thousand people. You know, when you can't be like, hey, have you seen Wayne Gretzky's tooth? You know, like, so I would do that a couple times. I was like, hey, have you seen Wayne Gretzky's tooth? You know? And I think a lot of people thought it was a euphemism for something or whatever. It was like a kind of like something like that. But yeah, anyway, I don't know if they found it or not. I got to touch base with them, but what a legend, dude. What a legend, bro. That was awesome. So that kind of made my night, I think. What else? I saw Tony Hinchcliffe and Jeff Ross, and we joked around for about a half hour over by the desserts. The things that I did not enjoy, to be honest with you, no judgment, but these are just things that what it was like. There was only probably 25 chairs in the whole place for probably, I don't know, maybe it's 2,000 people in there or something, 1,600 people. Right? Is that the right amount of people? Maybe 1,000 people. So they only probably, they might have had 40 chairs, right? So there was, it was like, if you saw a chair, it was like, it got Squid Gamey in there, dude. It was very, you even heard an ass cheek leave a fucking seat. You could hear that shit. You could hear it at 40 paces. You could hear an ass cheek leave a seat. See people rush in, fly in. Just for that damn 18 square inches of real estate, boy. For that ass real estate, maybe that chair. Who else? Sean O'Brien, I saw, the Teamsters Union president, who came on to the podcast once. Who else did I get to see or not see? Oh, Ben Shapiro, I saw. I didn't get to talk to him. Jake and Logan, I saw. I'm leaving some people out, but it was just a lot. And I was kind of burnt out. There was just like a lot of meeting people, and it was just a lot of energy. So then at one point, I ended up leaving. And at the same time, Lex Friedman was leaving. He does podcasting. I'd never seen him before. And we talked. We walked for about 20 minutes and then caught an Uber for about 15 minutes and just laughed, had a good chat. Yeah. And that was it. That was the whole deal. I didn't get to see, I didn't get to meet anybody of the cabinet or anything like that. And I didn't get to see Barron Trump. I didn't get to see Barron, bro. B-Dog, bro. You hear me? I didn't get to see Barron Trump. That would have been something nice to meet that man. That's a young man you want to meet. You know what I'm saying? He's that. You know, he just is. He's that fucking seer. He's that seer, baby. He's the Lord's lookout, baby. You know what I'm saying? He is. He's that crow's nest of society right there. And so, yeah, that was probably a bummer. I didn't get to see Bobby Kennedy Jr., who's a friend of mine. That would have been really nice. I thought Melania looked really nice and gangster at the same time. Beautiful gangster vibe. I got to see J.D. Vance's wife. Just see her. That's really beautiful. I think she's the first Indian second lady in time ever that we've ever had, Indian American. And if you've never met an Indian person, go meet one this year. I say that wholeheartedly. I met a couple Indian people last year and am still enjoying the benefits of that. And it's great. That's been great. So if you haven't met someone like that, that's a great person to meet. What else? There was some Tim Kennedy I got to see. I just met him a week before, and I wish I couldn't find his number. I was gonna try to meet up with him. It was so hard to go from one thing to the next. So like once you got somewhere, you were kind of there. It was just a lot. It was very tough to kind of move about in the city. What else? You all know I like to keep things cool, even in the winter. And nothing's cooler than a Blue Cube cold plunge. I'm fortunate enough to have one at home. And let me tell you, it's like baptizing your soul, baby. Get in that little crispy bucket, baby. It gets rid of them demons we all have and makes you feel great for 7 or 8 hours afterwards. It's good. My buddy Thomas Schiffer, the genius behind Blue Cube, and I go way back. And he just launched a pre-sale for their new stand-up cold plunges. Wow. These things are the Cadillacs of cold plunge therapy. American-made, full immersion, weatherproof frames, and built like a Sherman tank. I'll say this, they are built well. And because you're listening to me, you can get a sweet discount when you mention my name. That's right. Just tell them Theo sent you, and they'll knock a good bit off the price. So if you're ready to boost your metabolism, eliminate inflation, and blast away your anxiety, give them a call. Head over to their website, cubebaths.com and dive into the details. Opt in on their website or give them a call. I am grateful for the one that I have, and I feel honestly thankful to be able to have one. I know they're not in everybody's price range, and that's understandable. But at the same time, I want to support my friend and his amazing company. Is pornography causing a problem in your life? Do you find yourself watching porno for longer periods of time and having trouble stopping? Is porn affecting your relationship or dating life? Well, you're certainly not alone. Watching pornography has become so commonplace today, and oftentimes men use porn to numb the pain of loneliness, boredom, anxiety, and depression. Shame and stigma prevent men from talking about these issues and getting help for them. I want to introduce you to my friend Steve. Steve is the founder of Valor Recovery, a program to help men overcome porn abuse and sexual compulsivity. Steve is a long-term sexual recovery member and has personally overcome the emotional and spiritual despair of abusing pornography and has dedicated his life to empowering men to do the same. Steve is an amazing person, and he is a close friend of mine. I mean that. Valor Recovery helps men to develop the tools necessary to have a healthier sex life. Their coaches are in long-term recovery and will be your partner, mentor, and spiritual guide to transcend these problematic behaviors. To learn more about Valor Recovery, please visit them at www.valorrecoverycoaching.com or email them at admin@valorrecoverycoaching.com. Thank you. Yeah, I think my biggest takeaway was just that things are just changing, you know. It's like just that things are kind of different. You know, like I couldn't believe that we got to be at something like that. But I think that's just how the world is getting. Everything's kind of evening out. You know, I don't really believe that there's like, it doesn't really feel like, it almost feels like there's not even really famous people. Everybody feels a little famous because everybody is able to kind of promote themselves if they want. You know, what used to be like media that felt like it was kept from people or controlled, it just feels like it's just there now, and you can make your own decisions based on how you're consuming or who you're consuming stuff through, I guess. I don't know. I guess I don't have like a lot of macro level pictures of that kind of stuff. But just to get to meet Sam Altman, dude, the AI guy, like what? And then there was just more just like, yeah, it was fascinating. I wish I had I was kind of burnt out. It was very magnificent and had like a you know, a Cinderella type energy and stuff. I'm just glad that I got to go to it. I couldn't believe that. There was a thing where, you know, I thought Logan and Jake were messing with me. They had videotaped, they were vlogging from the get, right? And I never spent much time around them, you know, and I know that they're really successful and they're tough guys. Those are tough guys, right? No doubt. So anyway, they put a clip up. I fell out the chair, dude, and I didn't know. I knew that the chair had been bad. The chair was faulty. It was a faulty chair. I don't know if that was CIA or what. I have no idea. No idea how, you know, if there was a plan there. But anyway, the chair was faulty. But then afterwards, somebody said that they were fucking with the chair, you know. And so part of my brain was like, oh, did they do something with it to egg it on? You know, like, you know what I'm saying? If you see somebody who's like leaning on a crutch or whatever, and then you bar their crutch, you know, you leave town, you know, because you got priors or whatever, and then they take that L, baby, that gravity L, baby, they fall. So I just didn't know. So I got in kind of this skeptical place. And I should have just checked in with Logan about it, I guess, but they were recording everything, so I didn't know if they were going to record it or whatever. And I hadn't been around them that much, you know, and I think I get nervous around like vlogging type of things because it feels like, somebody could be setting you up or something. I'm just not that familiar with that universe. And then later in the day, Logan Paul's made a video where he said he made a challenge about. He said if I was going to put you through something, I'd put you through a table, not a chair, because he's a wrestler. He's a WWE wrestler. I believe he's been a champion too, hasn't he? Let me see. Yeah, he was the WWE champion from November 2023 to August 3rd, 2024. So, yeah. So I thought so I thought that he wanted that he was, then I thought he was creating like an online hype about it. I thought he was calling out the Rat King, and if you want the smoke, baby, I'll fill your lungs. You hear me? Because I'm going to give you the truth, baby. And I'm going to give you the trauma. Name the time and the place and the place and the time. Because I got a clock and a globe and an axe to grind. From Alaska to Nebraska, from Maine to Fort Wayne. So that's where I was at. And then we ended up talking in the morning, and I should have probably communicated. That was my part in it. Was I didn't communicate better. And they didn't do anything. They were recording, the chair fell, and it was ridiculous. And then they weren't trying to wrestle. I used to watch you wrestle. They weren't trying to wrestle. And so, yeah, so no hard feelings there. Some just self-responsibility. I think it was just a little bit of miscommunication and just not knowing each other, maybe not knowing each other's energy some. And I'll say this too, honestly, I had a great time hanging out with them because we also had a great time that weekend. They were probably two of the guys. We just joking around. I got to see how they interact with their mother, and I thought that was very sweet, to be honest with you. No giddy or whatever, just like the way, and it was just all real genuine. You could tell that they have, because a lot of families that grow up where the children are famous and stuff, they don't have the same fortune. They don't have the same good fortune, and so that was really cool. This honky Zen monkey rolled up on me at the hotel at one point and was kind of just like, he was just kind of trying to say stuff to me, and he was drunk, right? And he was just kind of kept spitting a lot. It was just a lot for me. And it was just his energy was super clear. It was like right up in my face, kind of. And I told him I didn't want to really talk. It had been a long day or whatever. And then he kept coming up, and Logan and Jake both kind of just put a damn Trump wall right there in front of me. And I didn't need to be rescued, but I'm kind of glad they stepped in because it could have got a little weird. I was on edge a little. I just hadn't hit a meeting or just shit like that. I just got to take care of my own shit a little bit better. But, so yeah, what I'm saying is, and nobody asked me to say this, we just rolled around and called it a day. That shit was just confusion. And, that was just confusion. And then, I'm actually glad I got to, get to know them better, to be honest with you. It was kind of a joy of the weekend. And, what else was nice? I mean, it was all just crazy, just to even just to like stand around Evander Holyfield and you're just like welcome to be around him, right? There's not like neither one of y'all needs to walk off because you're both in the same group. It was like you were at a field trip. That's what it was like. It was like when you were kids at a field trip and it was like, okay, this is the B group and this is your chaperone, or this is the L group and this is your chaperone. And so that was us. We had 8 or 9 of us. We had our chaperone. And we were just, learning about civics and getting to see some of it firsthand. And we really did like laugh. It was a fucking blast, dude. And Yeah, I think maybe part of me, I wish they'd have asked if they'd have put the clip of falling of the chair out or whatever, but in the end, it's okay. It's all good. You know, I don't have any ill thoughts towards them. You know, yeah, I thought they were cool guys. Maybe I need to quit saying that, dude. Obviously, they're both married and I like women, but yeah, I kind of wish we would have fucking took that. I kind of wish we would have took it to the ring. You know, I think there was a part of me that was hoping, you know, because you know, the Rat King, baby, I'll put him in the freaking mozzarella wheelchair, baby. You feel me? My finishing move is the tax evasion, baby. So, but that's every kid's dream to get in there and get body slammed and lose a vertebra, you know, in a sold out arena in Charlotte. I mean, who, you know.
Unit 207. What the fuck are you doing, you pathetic stalkers? Throttling the internet, not allowing JavaScript. What are you sacks of shit doing? How about you find a different hobby? Maybe a girlfriend. Clearly some of you are lacking in physical affection. It's 10:58. I've been trying for like 5 minutes to start this show called Lovecraft Country. I've refreshed the tab. I've pressed play repeatedly. This website had no problem starting a bunch of other shows as that Theo Vaughn podcast was playing. Unit 207 is preventing it from playing this, however. And it is Unit 207. Okay, I guess I'll have to choose something else because Unit 207 is now choosing what I get to watch if I watch anything. Sign of their depravity and desperation for any sort of control and sadistic feeding on me. You didn't get enough attention yesterday with the police report about you and your dumbass conduct, former officers? Yep, try it again. Same thing. So we'll add that to the list of reasons why no one will be sad when your bars are stripped from these sacks of shit. I'm all for a rule that prevents women and men inclined to stalking, theft, kidnapping, collusion, conspiracy, coercion, and tampering, going to prison for the rest of their lives, and never being allowed on any police or law enforcement roster. And I'm not the only one that feels that way. Attempting again. Same thing, Nerd Squad, even when I refresh the tabs that you've instructed me to refresh when we're doing this with other websites. Lovecraft Country, Season 1, Episode 1.
Okay, it's 11:09 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Saturday, January 25th, 2025, ending this live stream and initiating another in 90 seconds or less.